Australia, the Gold Coast. Bai Yaoyao suddenly shot up from the recliner, staring blankly at the long-legged blonde beauties in bikinis on the beach and the group of muscular men showing off their physiques. Only after a long while did she react, realizing she had been reborn. Scenes of her battle with the spatial-type Emperor-level zombie replayed over and over in her mind. Her 10-man squad had all perished at its hands. In the end, it was Fat Gu and the others who risked their lives to hold it back, giving her the chance to unleash a full-powered strike. Watching as the Emperor-level zombie sliced off Fat G's more than 200 gene of flesh piece by piece, Bai Yaoyao mustered every ounce of strength she had, staking her life to drag the spatial zombie down with her. Just before she died, the crystal core of the Emperor-level spatial zombie fell before her. Summoning the last of her strength, her fingertip had only just brushed against it when her life was abruptly cut off. Picking up the phone on the recliner, she took a glance and discovered that she had actually been reborn 3 months before the apocalypse. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao not only survived 10 years in the apocalypse, but also led several brothers she could entrust her back to in founding the Dark Knight Squad, slaughtering countless zombies and mutant beasts. The arrival of the apocalypse had been within almost everyone's expectations, yet no one had anticipated it would come so swiftly. It began with a virus from abroad. Hua country struggled to contain it for 10 years, but in the end it still spread out of control. Without any warning at all, a unified rain fell across the entire globe. After the rain, there was no rainbow. Instead, roughly 60% of humanity turned into zombies, losing all consciousness and becoming unable to restrain their urge to attack humans. With the continuous emergence of mutant animals, humanity's living conditions grew ever more perilous. Yet among them were not a few capable individuals. Before Bai Yaoyao's death, humanity had already produced 9th-level ability users. Bai Yaoyao was among them, having awakened a spatial ability. At first, her spatial ability could only store supplies and seemed utterly mundane and wasteful. It was only by relying on her extraordinary combat skills and clashing head-on with zombies that she managed to raise her ability to the 3rd level. Only then did she discover that her spatial ability could not only store items, but also unleash spatial blades, spatial cutting, throwing attacks, and teleportation, among other skills. When paired with Bai Yaoyao's combat prowess, it became a perfect combination, propelling her straight to 6th place on Hua country's top 10 combat power rankings. Yet even so, she still could not defeat an Emperor-level zombie. The capital base of Hua country issued a message: as long as 10 crystal cores from different types of Emperor-level zombies could be obtained, they would be able to develop a zombie vaccine and completely put an end to the apocalypse. However, as humans grew stronger, so too did the zombies, even developing intelligence. 3 years later, it was rare to see a lone zombie anywhere. Without team cooperation, it became nearly impossible for a single person to defeat a zombie horde. Zombies even learned to launch purposeful planned attacks on human bases. The 10 different Emperor-level zombie crystal cores were exceedingly difficult to obtain. The most terrifying of them all, the time-type zombie, was so fearsome that, not to mention killing it, everyone who had ever seen it had died. Even the knowledge of its existence was inferred only from corpses that had inexplicably aged. Bai Yaoyao quietly closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Thinking of the brothers who had left her one after another in her previous life, her heart gradually grew excited. This time, they were all still alive. This was the very meaning of her rebirth. This time, she would lead them to clear this apocalypse. Casting a glance at the calm sea surface, Bai Yaoyao quickly returned to the seaside villa. After so many years as a killer, she had accumulated a modest fortune. Having long grown accustomed to a life of fighting and killing, she would occasionally give herself a short vacation, enjoying a few days of leisure. Bai Yaoyao felt there were so many things she needed to do. The first was to calm her mind and meticulously recall and record the major time nodes and key events from the 10 years of the apocalypse. Out of habit, she took out pen and paper from her space and had just written a single character when she suddenly realized, before the apocalypse had even begun, how did she already possess an ability? She hurriedly examined herself and discovered that not only was her spatial ability still there, it had upgraded. In her previous life, when her spatial ability first awakened, it was only as large as a 20 square meter bedroom, and only after reaching level 9 did it expand to the size of a football field. Now she could not even sense its boundaries. It seemed that however large she needed it to be, it would become just that vast. Strangely, a house had appeared within the space. Bai Yaoyao was eager to know what was inside. The instant the thought arose, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she found herself standing within the house. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. This mutation of her spatial ability was far too astonishing. She herself, in her previous life, her space could not accommodate living beings at all. If she herself could enter now, did that mean other living creatures with a life aura could enter as well? Unfortunately, she had no small animals at hand that would make convenient test subjects. Bai Yaoyao strolled through the house. Aside from a single bed, the main room was empty. Next to it were 2 additional rooms, a kitchen and a toilet, both furnished in the most basic way. The most delightful surprise was that outside the house lay arable land where crops could be grown. No matter how many supplies one hoarded, there would come a day when they ran out. Only what could be renewed was the true guarantee of survival. Bai Yaoyao suddenly thought of the crystal core of the Emperor-level spatial zombie, and guessed that it was the cause of her spatial abilities mutation. But why had she been reborn? Unable to figure it out, she simply decided not to dwell on it. There was far too much she needed to do, and time could not bear even the slightest waste. She took out her phone and called Fat Go. Yayaji, what's up? The moment Bai Yaoyao heard his voice, tears instantly streamed down her face, for before his death, he had still been shouting for her to run. Yet she had chosen to stake everything on that final gambit. Fat Go, where are you? I'm eating lobster. Their lobster is so delicious, he replied. His simple, honest voice came through the line. Come find me. I'll send you my location, she said. All right, I'll bring you some lobster to try. It's really good, he answered. After hanging up, he packed a large portion of lobster and quickly drove toward Bai Yaoyao's place. Fat Ge's real name was Chen Xiaobang. He was a year older than Bai Yaoyao, and they had been picked up by their master on the same day, taught skills, and given a means to make a living. As the organization gradually expanded, their master could not hold on and passed away first. Before his death, he entrusted the organization to Bai Yaoyao. By the time they reached their current position, they had earned more than enough money, and she wanted nothing more than for everyone to wash their hands of the trade and retire together. Bai Yaoyao had no grand ambitions. She only hoped that everyone could live in peace, one by one marrying and starting families, leading the ordinary lives of common people. After all, their childhoods had been far too bitter. Bai Yaoyao's personality stood in stark contrast to her appearance: fair skin, large Barbie-like sparkling eyes, a small delicate nose, and a sweet smile adorned with 2 dimples. Relying on her harmless appearance, she had completed countless level missions. Many of her targets died, unwilling to believe that the pretty, eloquent young girl before them was in fact ranked first on the killer's list. Bai Yaoyao had just finished jotting down the crucial dates and events from her memories when Pangu arrived. Yaojia, come on. Eat while it's hot. Bai Yaoyao watched the large mound of meat marching toward her in long, eager strides, and her mood brightened considerably. Pangu looked simple and honest on the surface, yet in truth he cherished his life and was deeply scheming. The moment she thought of how in her previous life he had been carved into bloody chunks while trying to save her, a dull ache tightened in her chest. Though Pangu was fat, his combat skills were formidable. He was an agile fat man who had awakened earth-type and metal-type abilities. His defenses were nearly impenetrable, and his offensive power impressive, as well, making him the stalwart frontline of their team, who could both withstand heavy blows and deal them out. Bai Yaoyao deftly accepted the lobster, and without another word began to eat. In 10 years of apocalypse, delicacies like lobster were unimaginable. Even a single hot meal had become a luxury. Now that she had obtained a spatial ability ahead of time, she needed to plan carefully, earn money, and stockpile supplies. Bai Yaoyao devoured a lobster as thick as a child's forearm in just a few bites, leaving Pangu thoroughly stunned. Yaojia, what's going on with you? This. Pangu began, but Bai Yaoyao only smiled, then casually stored the half-eaten lobster into her spatial ability, paused for 2 seconds, took it back out again, and finally sent it back into the space. Witnessing this, Pangu shot to his feet. He froze for several seconds, then once his mind caught up, the simple, honest expression on his face disappeared. His whole body tensed with vigilance as he strode quickly around the room, inspecting every corner. Only after confirming that no one else was present did he return to Bai Yaoyao and say, I'll go find Paikamaizi and have her hypnotize me, make me forget everything that happened today. The fewer people who know about this, the safer you'll be. Ideally, no one should know. I don't want to know what kind of fortuitous encounter you've had. I only want you to stay alive. After speaking, he cast her a worried look, cursing inwardly that this silly girl was utterly heedless, then turned to leave. Pangu, come back. You'll learn everything sooner or later. We're almost out of time, Bai Yaoyao called out. Pang Ge's steps faltered. After a long hesitation, he stamped his foot, then simply turned around and said, Oh my Yaojia, what on earth is going on? Bai Yaoyao rubbed her fingertips together and laughed. Haha, I thought you weren't curious. How could I not be curious? I'm about to die of curiosity here. You. Pangu exclaimed. Before he could finish, Bai Yaoyao cut him off, her tone turning solemn. Pangu, of all the people in this world aside from my Shifu, you're the one I trust the most. What I'm about to say may sound unbelievable, but it's the truth. 3 months from now, the apocalypse will begin. Countless people will turn into zombies, including Lulu and those of us who remained awakened various abilities. Faced with endless hordes of zombies and a ceaseless tide of mutant beasts, we struggled through 10 long years of doomsday. In the final battle against the boss, we failed. All of us died. I was reborn back to this very day. What you just saw is my ability, spatial power. Pang Ge's slit-like little eyes slowly widened into round copper bells. He collapsed back against the sofa, lost for words for a long while. Yaojia, between the two of us, who dies first? You do. While saving me, Bai Yaoyao answered. Like a real man. Didn't let Shifu's dying instructions go to waste, Pang Gu said, drawing in a deep breath. Bai Yaoyao felt the same relief, though at least Pang Gu hadn't dismissed her as insane. Suddenly Pang Gu stood up, touched by Yaoyao's forehead, planted a hand on his hip, and asked, "How many fingers is this?" "1. And this, 2. What's 1 plus 1? Bai Yaoyao's expression twisted. "Pang Gu, I'm telling the truth," she said, rubbing her forehead. "Sigh, I'd rather it were a lie. That you were just drunk or running a fever," Pang Gu murmured. "Tell me what you need me to do. Right now I have 360 million in cash. Counting movable and immovable assets, there's roughly another 80 million. I'll liquidate everything as fast as I can and transfer it all to your account." Pang Gu laid everything bare without hesitation. Bai Yaoyao gave him a thumbs up and said, "I'm not planning to tell anyone else. It'll be enough if just the two of us know. I'm worried about triggering some kind of butterfly effect. When the time comes, we'll gather the brothers in advance. We'll split up to act. You're familiar with weapons, so don't transfer the money to me. Use it all to buy arms. Don't bother with low-powered ones, they're useless against zombies. Get heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, bombs, and the like. The more we have, the better. The greater the destructive power, the better. No problem, I'll head out right now. I'll probably have to make the rounds of several places. Do you need medicines as well? If you do, leave that to me. I have connections." Pang Gu agreed without a second thought. "We do need them. Such things are desperately scarce in the apocalypse. Even if we don't use them ourselves, we can trade them at the base for points and crystal cores. Huagua is the most orderly nation in the world. I've worked with their officials before, they're absolutely reliable. We must all return to Huagua before the apocalypse begins," Bai Yaoyao told Pang Gu plainly. "No problem, Yaojia. I'm off. Alright, be careful. See you later." After Pang Gu left, Bai Yaoyao took out her phone and began to tally all her assets. Her Swiss bank account held $500 million that Shifu had left her. Her personal accounts still contained more than 800 million huabi. It looked like a fortune, yet money, no matter how much, was always quickly spent. After a brief hesitation, she made a call. "Beautiful Miss Assassin, hello there. What a surprise to get a call from you. Care to have a meal with this handsome little brother?" came the playful voice on the other end. "I'm taking that job you mentioned last time," Bai Yaoyao said, ignoring the joking tone and going straight to the point. "Ha ha, refreshing. Once I hang up, I'll wire you 100 million as a deposit. As long as the target dies, 500 million will go directly into your account." Alright. Less than 5 minutes after she ended the call, a notification popped up. 100 million had been transferred into her account. Wang Fugue, male, foolish, yet rich, patriotic. That was the note Bai Yaoyao had saved for one of her clients in her contacts. They had worked together once before. He was the only son of the Wang family of Huagua. His talent for earning money was average, but his talent for spending it was exceptional. He had paid a hefty price to obtain her contact information and hired her to assassinate Sato Shinichi, the richest entrepreneur in her country, simply because the man had publicly declared that Huagua would never surpass their great empire. Having just completed a mission and still nursing injuries, Bai Yaoyao had told him she needed time to consider. Now that she possessed a spatial ability, though she still couldn't wield offensive powers through it, her personal safety was all but guaranteed. Faced with such a chance to earn a fortune, she had no intention of letting it slip away. Once her decision was made, she immediately booked a flight to her country. While taking a life, she also planned to stockpile a batch of supplies there. In her previous life, she had heard from the authorities that in the early days of the apocalypse, our country was almost entirely wiped out. Surrounded by seas on all sides, it was ravaged by torrential rains that caused seawater to flood inland, followed by 2 massive earthquakes. Ordinary people had virtually no ability to protect themselves. Was it really too much for her to go there and harvest what she could? Rather than letting an entire nation's supplies go to waste, it was better that she collect them. That way, once she returned to Huagua, she wouldn't need to hoard quite so much, nor raid supermarkets and wrest daily necessities from ordinary people. The more humans survived, the more hope there would be. Ending the apocalypse was never something a single person could accomplish. Bai Yaoyao discovered that the space still had preservation functions. The leftover lobster, after a long time, was still warm when taken out, just as it was when put in. Knowing about this functionality made Bai Yaoyao even happier. In this life, she could live less bitterly. Before leaving, she didn't forget to purchase a batch of seafood specialties in Australia, directly heading to the local wholesale market to order $2 million worth of seafood. Especially the lobster, which Fat Brother loved to eat, and she herself enjoyed it as well. She bought plenty of other items as well, including salmon, black pomfret, yellowtail, abalone, squid, octopus, sardines, king crabs, coral crabs, and sea urchins, among others, filling the entire seafood market. After ensuring everything was delivered to the warehouse, and the people had left, Bai Yaoyao directly stored it in the space. Next, she needed to buy some cooked seafood. Her cooking skills were limited to instant noodles with an egg, so having good ingredients would be wasted. Her brother's cooking skills were on par as long as it was cooked, But whether it was cooked properly was another matter. Apart from roasting meat outdoors, they couldn't manage much, having grown accustomed to being fed by their master. So she directly ordered 100 portions of lobster from the hotel Fat Brother frequented, along with 100 servings of seafood medley. As for the rest, she would discuss it back in her home country. When it came to food, if Hua was said second, no one dared to claim the first. Next, she drove to purchase 100 boxes of sheep oil, 300 sweaters, 300 leather jackets, 300 pairs of cotton boots, and 300 cotton blankets. In the second year of the apocalypse, temperatures plummeted with lows reaching -60 or 70 degrees. These items became essential for survival, let alone fighting zombies. Just extending a hand was difficult. Fortunately, with the upgrade of abilities, people's tolerance to heat and cold had also significantly improved. She bought another 100 cans of Australian baby formula. Although it was meant for infants, no one said that older babies couldn't drink it. Anything that could supplement nutrition was hard currency in the apocalypse. Now that her people were conveniently in Australia, it wouldn't be appropriate not to buy some specialties to take back. After everything was stored in the space, Bai Yaoyao looked at the disorderly supplies and frowned slightly. Taking out her phone, she opened 1988 and ordered 100 industrial-grade stainless steel storage shelves from 5 different stores. She said a uniform design of 7 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 5 meters high, with 6 layers, it would take about a month to receive the goods without urgency, and hurrying would cost quite a bit. After calculating the time, it was about right, and by then she would have returned home, so she chose not to rush and decisively paid the deposit. Feeling satisfied, she boarded the plane to Country R. Bai Yaoyao, dressed like a student with her hair in a bun and a small rabbit hairpin, appeared both obedient and cute. Upon arrival, she directly took a taxi to the new product launch event of the Sato company, having learned online that Sato Shinichi would be attending today's event. Planning to join in the fun, she wondered if there might be an opportunity to complete her task. As soon as she arrived at the entrance, she saw Sato Shinichi stepping out of the car. Bai Yaoyao's eyes lit up. The car was incredibly cool. Modified Mercedes-Benz S-Class Alpine armoring bulletproof car. Just looking at it was thrilling, but the price was too beautiful. Bai Yaoyao, who worked hard for her money, couldn't bring herself to spend it. Bai Yaoyao sighed inwardly a couple of times before joining the crowd. The launch event hadn't started yet, and Sato Shinichi should be in the VIP lounge. After some searching, she finally found a spot, knocked out a water delivery service staff member, changed into her clothes, disguised herself, and sneaked into the lounge while avoiding surveillance. She had mixed fatal poison into the tea. Bai Yaoyao firmly believed that being a killer didn't necessarily mean killing every day. Solving problems with intelligence was better. Bai Yaoyao entered the room and placed the water down, glancing sweetly at Sato Shinichi at the main seat. Sato Shinichi smiled wickedly, pausing while raising his teacup. When it's overcome, find me. Bai Yaoyao shyly nodded, watching as Sato Shinichi drank a cup of poison. She couldn't help but feel that this guy was too easy to kill. 600 million was within reach. So, taking advantage of the bodyguards not reacting in time, she acted swiftly. All 4 bodyguards fell under Bai Yaoyao's blade before they could even call for support, and she casually grabbed the car keys to see if she could snag a deal. After dealing with the traces, she took a photo of Sato Shinichi and sent it to Wang Fuguwei, then slipped into the space. Oh, why not use her powers when she had them? Bai Yaoyao enjoyed a peaceful lunch. She practiced her abilities for a while. Although her space had mutated, her ability level was still at the first level. Without crystal stones, she couldn't upgrade, but she could enhance her proficiency. For Bai Yaoyao, this was second nature, and it felt like she hadn't practiced for long before it was already late at night. Changing into a black outfit, she donned a mask and a hat, exited the space, and slipped out. Seeing the Alpine armoring still parked by the roadside, she smiled, having made a little extra. It seemed that Sato Shinichi's death had thrown everyone into a panic, and they didn't have time to bother with her. She took out the car keys and drove away. Driving to a remote area without surveillance, she entered the space with both the car and herself, and had a good sleep. The next day, Bai Yaoyao changed into a new outfit and began her bulk purchasing. Wang Fuguwei had already sent the final payment, and for some reason, he had given an extra 200 million. Now her personal account had 1.6 billion. She had spent nearly 70 million in Australia, but she still had the 500 million US dollars from her master, so she had enough stock. At this moment, her phone rang. Wang Fuguwei. Killer sister, impressive. The day before yesterday, you said you'd take the task, and less than a day later, Sato is dead. Wang Fuguwei shouted loudly. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but hold the phone a bit farther away. You gave me 200 million extra. Haha, that's only right, you did a great job. Are you still in Country R? There's another task, you. 10 billion for the task. Let's hear it. Bai Yaoyao's face turned red. Wang Fuguwei was delighted and said, blow up the Yasukuni shrine. Bai Yaoyao was speechless. This kid was really so patriotic. However, she was also quite interested in this task, not because of the mere 10 billion, definitely not. We'll take it, Bai Yaoyao said. Ha ha ha, as expected, of the number 1 on the killer list. Impressive. Wang Fugue exclaimed happily. Bai Yaoyao hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and called Xiaomi, who had been active in Southeast Asia for years and should have resources at hand. Sister Yao, can you get me a Kaz 287 bomb? I'm in country R. Hearing Xiaomi's voice made Bai Yaoyao feel as if a missing piece in her heart had suddenly returned. In her previous life, Xiaomi had not awakened her powers and had run towards a horde of zombies with a bomb to avoid dragging everyone down, perishing with them. Now everyone was alive. How wonderful. I'll jump, Sister Yao. What do you want to do? This explosion is no joke. Without helicopter support, how will you escape? It can't be timed. Xiaomi exclaimed. Don't worry, I have a way, Bai Yaoyao replied. 1019, Jingtian Avenue, just go report my name, no need to pay, they owe me a life. Hearing Bai Yaoyao's calm tone, Xiaomi stopped worrying. Sister Yao was even more capable of self-preservation than Fat Brother, it couldn't go wrong. Bai Yaoyao hung up the phone and went to the place Xiaomi mentioned to retrieve the bomb, placing it into her space. She then began stockpiling supplies, planning to carry out this operation when she was ready to leave country, or otherwise with the martial law in effect, she wouldn't be able to spend freely. Bai Yaoyao contacted Xiaomi again and rented a large factory. She first went to scout the location, ensuring it was secluded and without surveillance before feeling at ease. She found someone on a Chinese forum who worked in food wholesale and arranged to meet in the afternoon. For lunch, she casually went to a roadside restaurant and ordered eel rice, wagyu beef platter, matcha, tofu tempura, sashimi don, and plum wine. Since her rebirth, her appetite had increased significantly. She wasn't sure if this restaurant served smaller portions, as after finishing all those dishes, she still felt a bit unsatisfied. Thus, she ordered a portion of cheesy pork cutlet, finally feeling satisfied. Bai Yaoyao found the taste delightful and took out her phone to find the translator. Boss, I want 500 portions of each dish I just had. How long will it take to prepare? Bai Yaoyao asked. That'll take until tomorrow. We don't have that many ingredients. We only use the freshest materials, the boss replied. Alright, I'll come pick it up tomorrow evening. Just pack it in a thermal box. Bai Yaoyao decisively paid a deposit. The boss, after agreeing, immediately went out to buy ingredients. This was a big order. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Yaoyao found the wholesaler from the Chinese forum, named Li Hua. She took a sip of water to clear her throat, preparing to negotiate for the lowest price. Every penny was hard-earned. Anyone who didn't budget carefully was disrespecting the hardships they had endured over the years. Thinking back to how she had so much money in her past life, which turned into mere data after the apocalypse, made her heart ache. This time, being able to prepare in advance, she was determined not to waste a single yuan. In the end, she successfully purchased 1,000 bags of Yueguang rice, 5,000 bags of Akita rice, 5,000 bags of Qixing rice, and 5,000 bags of Meiming rice at a price below the market wholesale rate. She planned to buy some Wuchang rice from northeast China and southern rice after returning home, ensuring her brothers had enough to eat. Even if she wouldn't cook much anymore, her skill at steaming rice in a rice cooker was still intact. Next was flour. According to Li Hua, there were generally two types of flour in country, cake flour for making bread and cakes, and strong flour primarily used for dumplings. Bai Yaoyao felt more assured about the flour from Huahua, so she only ordered 3 gene of each. For olive oil, grapeseed oil, soybean oil, and corn oil, she could only get a maximum of 5 barrels each. The suppliers didn't have that much stock, and this was gathered from several wholesale markets. The key was that Bai Yaoyao had never cooked before and wasn't sure if this amount would be sufficient. She planned to go back and carefully calculate with Fat Brother. If it wasn't enough, she would buy more from Huahua. Next were various condiments, starting with salt and sugar. The salt was straightforward. She bought out the stock at the wholesale market, totaling 2 boxes, each containing 70 bags. Salt had many uses. It was not only a seasoning, but also replenished electrolytes, disinfected, and was a necessary substance for the human body every day. Sugar, on the other hand, was more challenging to stockpile as it was regulated. Private individuals couldn't purchase it in bulk. Even supermarkets and wholesale markets needed qualifications to buy. Here Li Hua only bought 1,000 boxes, but each box contained 100 bags. She also got 1,000 boxes of rock sugar and brown sugar. She also had Xiaomi buy 8,000 gene of white granulated sugar from the black market. Xiaomi felt confused, sensing that Sister Yao was planning something big, but since the boss had given orders, she obediently complied. The seafood soy sauce from country was quite good and suited Bai Yaoyao's taste, so she ordered 2,000 boxes. For vinegar, light soy sauce, and cooking wine, she ordered 1,000 boxes each. Bai Yaoyao was unsure about the quantity needed for each meal, so she made do with what she got. Most of the time, she and her brothers wouldn't have time to cook. Most of these supplies were meant to be exchanged for crystal core resources with the authorities. In the apocalypse, strength was the most crucial factor. She didn't want to waste time on indulgences. Of course, if she had the chance to enjoy life a bit more, that would be even better. No one had a masochistic tendency. Seasoning powders and the like could be bought later in Huahua, these were not essential for survival and wouldn't take away ordinary people's chances. Next was the instant food products, which were quite good in country, or so she planned to stock up on more. Bai Yaoyao looked at the available food types in the market and said 200 portions of grilled chicken, 800 bags of wagyu rolls, 300 boxes of rice balls in various flavors, 300 portions of crab sticks and fried chicken from Lawson, 300 chicken rolls and sandwiches from Family Mart, 200 boxes of sticky rice dumplings, 200 bags of shrimp rice rolls, 500 boxes of seaweed egg flour soup, and 500 boxes of pork bone soup. 500 boxes of self-heating rice, 200 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 200 boxes of instant ramen and tonkatsu noodles, and 100 boxes of various flavored bento. Since these would be the main meals for her and her brothers in the future, she ordered a bit more. Everyone had a good appetite. For instance, Fat Brother needed 3 boxes of self-heating rice to feel satisfied in one meal. Additionally, at the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone was still unaccustomed to their abilities. These were life-saving items, so she bought more while she could. After returning home, aside from braised beef noodles, she wouldn't buy anything else. Braised beef noodles were purely a personal preference. These items you are buying have a short shelf life. Are you sure you want to stock so much? Li Hua asked. Of course, arrange for the delivery. Even though I'm ordering a lot, you must guarantee the quality. It's one thing not to shortchange me, but the shelf life must be from a new batch, or I won't pay the remaining amount. Bai Yaoyao stated directly. Don't worry, we are from the same country. Oh, I won't cheat you. I can make quite a bit off this order too. Once I'm done, I'll return home. I've been out striving for so long, I'm really missing home. Li Hua swore. Bai Yaoyao nodded, seeing that he seemed sincere, and said it's nice to go home. Also, regarding snacks, is there a place that does comprehensive wholesale? Li Hua replied, yes, I can drive you there. It's a bit far, so you'll need to pay a deposit. I will deliver the goods tomorrow morning, and the remaining payment will be due then. No problem. Then Bai Yaoyao bought a lot of snacks. After all, if she didn't buy them now, they would be hard to find in the apocalypse when a whole country was about to fall. Crunchy corn puffs, dorayaki, soy milk wafers, caramel toffees, boneless duck feet, Japanese milk tea, milk pudding, cheese crab sticks, cheesy fish balls, white peach jelly, charcoal grilled coconut chips, Meiji fruit juice gummies, various yogurt drinks, sake, plum wine. Bai Yaoyao became more and more excited as she bought, feeling ecstatic. Her mood was absolutely fantastic. If it weren't for wanting to save some money for bombs, she would have loved to browse more. Just on snacks, she spent over 5 million. As Sister Yao felt a bit pained, almost wanting everything she saw. The merchants, hearing about the large purchase, rushed over to promote their goods. Sister Yao accepted everyone. As long as the price was right, she bought it all. Bai Yaoyao calmed her emotions and left the snack wholesale market. After ending a day of stockpiling supplies, Bai Yaoyao checked the list she had compiled and realized that despite her busy day, she hadn't bought much. She only addressed part of her food needs and still had too many items left to buy. Thus, she did some research and decided not to purchase water, meat, vegetables, and fruits in country, or due to the overwhelming nuclear radiation. Tomorrow, her primary focus should be on purchasing various daily necessities. To save time, she preferred not to shop in person. So she edited a message to send to Li Hua 2,000 units each of microwave ovens, induction cookers, electric cookers, frying pans, and griddles, 5,000 sets of tableware, 100 sets of disposable tableware, 500 tents, 500 sets of bedding and pillows, 100 boxes of large rolls of toilet paper, 100 boxes of small packages, 100 boxes of soft towels, 100 boxes of masks, and 500 boxes of sanitary pads. 100 hot water bags, 100 electric kettles, 500 boxes of laundry detergent, 100 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes, and 100 combs and rubber bands. Additionally, 200 each of sunscreen, facial cleanser, and lotion. After ensuring she had noted everything she needed, Bai Yaoyao pressed send, opened the navigation app, and checked the location of the Yasukuni shrine, finding it not far from her hotel, planning to scout the area tomorrow. Before going to bed, she called Fat Brother to confirm they were both safe, which put her mind at ease. Bai Yaoyao felt clear-headed, having awakened from her initial confusion after her rebirth. No matter how incredible her rebirth was, she would seize this opportunity, determined to lead her brothers through this apocalyptic world. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were rather foolish, not grouping together, and moved slowly. As long as one was a normal person with tools and courage, they could fight back. Thus, having a stable place to live was crucial, allowing for better rest at night and facilitating the absorption of spirit stones. She opened her phone to check the map of Huagua, planning to establish the first base in H City, which was considered the northernmost part of Huagua. Although it was somewhat remote, a unique mutated tree had appeared there in her past life. No one knew how many people and zombies it had consumed, eventually gaining the ability to move. By the time she died, even the ability users and officials couldn't eliminate it, making it a grave concern for humanity. Therefore, this time she intended to take advantage of its awakening to either capture or eliminate it. Traveling from H city to a city, the main base of Huawei, the resources along the way would be sufficient for everyone to upgrade as long as they arrived in a city by the 4th year of the apocalypse. From the 4th year onward, zombies began to exhibit intelligence and organized large-scale attacks on cities. Some might think that with the ability to be reborn, stockpiling food, drinks, and entertainment, staying in the safe space would be ideal, as there would be no danger and it would be quite comfortable. However, Bai Yaoyao had a penchant for adventure and a stubborn spirit. Losing once meant she couldn't afford to lose a second time. She hoped the apocalypse would end, allowing her to become a carefree killer, taking jobs as they came and resting when tired. Or perhaps she could get a stable job working 9 to 5 with benefits. Oh, just thinking about it felt comforting. Bai Yaoyao confirmed her first base and called Peiqi back home. "Hey Sister Yaoyao, I miss you. I haven't seen you in a week. I want hugs and kisses." Bai Yaoyao smiled. Peiqi was a lovely little darling, the group's favorite. On the surface, she was a psychiatrist with impressive hypnotic skills. In her past life, she awakened a healing type ability, serving as the team's support, commonly referred to as a healer. "Peiqi, I have a task for you." "Okay, Sister Yaoyao, I'm listening." Her previously sweet and affectionate tone changed back to normal in an instant. "Sell all the properties under your name, then go to the vicinity of Fengming Mountain in H City and buy a large villa that can accommodate everyone in our organization. Then upgrade the security level of the house to the highest, making the glass and doors bulletproof, and ideally the area should be sparsely populated and secluded. After handling these matters, leave enough for your basic living expenses and transfer the rest to my account." "Understood, Sister Yaoyao, I'm on it." Peiqi hung up without another word, not asking any further questions. If Sister Yaoyao had something to explain, she would have done so directly. Since she hadn't, it clearly wasn't the right time. This was trust and tacit understanding developed over 20 years. Life in the apocalypse was tough, but Bai Yaoyao felt happy with her brothers by her side. Bai Yaoyao enjoyed traveling around the world and had never purchased a house. Peiqi preferred a relatively peaceful life, obediently going to work aside from missions, earning a monthly salary of 6,800 OI and stockpiling houses. Considering the current housing prices, she had amassed nearly 100 million. If she didn't sell, it would be a huge loss. After everything was arranged, Bai Yaoyao finally allowed herself to lie down and sleep. The next morning, Bai Yaoyao left the hotel, first collecting the meal she had ordered from the restaurant yesterday, then took a taxi to the vicinity of the Yasukuni Shrine to scout the area. The blast radius of the bomb was 200 meters, but the shrine covered approximately 100 square meters. She was now quite adept at controlling her space, capable of placing items up to 200 meters away. She found the location of the main hall and carefully observed the surrounding key areas. The main hall was dedicated to dogshit, were criminals with the camera and swords symbolizing dogshit. Thus, she decided to use this spot as the bomb placement point, believing that customer Wang Fuguei would be satisfied. When the bomb explodes, she would take the chance to escape amidst the chaos. If she couldn't escape, she would act her records were clean, portraying her as an ordinary girl from an orphanage. With so many tourists at the shrine every day, no one would suspect her. After confirming her plan, Bai Yaoyao headed to the factory she rented yesterday. Li Hua called to say that the items she ordered had begun to be delivered and would arrive shortly. Just in time, she had just arrived when the truck showed up. After the workers unloaded the goods, they left. Bai Yaoyao randomly checked some of the items and found no issues, indicating that Li Hua was quite reliable. Bai Yaoyao spent a dull day in the factory with trucks coming and going. By 8 p.m., all the items she had requested the previous day were delivered, including the candies she had texted Li Hua about and bought from the black market. For fragile items, as soon as they arrived, Bai Yaoyao stored them in her space. The outer part of the factory was blocked with rice and flour, so if anyone came, they wouldn't suspect anything. Once all the goods were gathered, Bai Yaoyao quickly stored them away, locked the warehouse door, and prepared to leave. Just as she left the warehouse, she noticed someone following her. Their stealth skills were quite good. Had she not become more sensitive to her space, she might not have detected them immediately. They looked like seasoned criminals. Uncertain if they were armed, Bai Yaoyao didn't dare to act recklessly. After walking 50 meters, one of the 5 men could no longer contain himself. None of them had weapons, and there were no ambushes. Once she confirmed this, Bai Yaoyao felt reassured and acted swiftly. She transferred a dagger from her space to her pocket and struck decisively, delivering lethal blows without any unnecessary moves. Bai Yaoyao had learned the art of killing. It was impossible for her to show mercy, but she did spare one person to inquire about the situation. Bai Yaoyao looked at the man beneath her foot and asked, "Can you speak English?" No, please don't kill me." The man trembled as he spoke. This woman was utterly ruthless, not even knowing why they had come, and striking without hesitation, prompting him to plead for mercy. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes helplessly and took out her phone to open the translator. After much questioning, she finally understood that this person had chased her from the black market. Seeing how much sugar she had bought and how she had gathered so many supplies as a mere foreign girl he intended to scheme for wealth and threaten her life. Bai Yaoyao forced the man to drive to their headquarters, which turned out to be a rental car agency. Tisk tisk, knowing my sister has little money, you come to deliver groceries. Bai Yaoyao showed no mercy and killed all 17 of them. In this line of work, one must be prepared to lose their head at any moment. Moreover, they had ill intentions and knew too much. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the cars in the rental agency and was pleasantly surprised to find 3 modified Paramount Raiders. Such vehicles were invaluable in a post-apocalyptic world. She also collected a few Rubicon Wranglers, Land Rover Defenders, and Toyota Prados. Bai Yaoyao initially didn't want to take the other junk models, but then she thought that Monkey was skilled with vehicles capable of modifications and repairs. If their vehicles broke down on the road, those parts might come in handy. Thus, she stored the remaining 15 vehicles in her space, also taking everything related to repairs and modifications from the rental agency. Finally, she took away the last 2 boxes of instant noodles. The entire rental agency was stripped bare aside from some trash. What a haul! Bai Yaoyao felt particularly pleased, having saved a lot of money. She had obtained a car from Sato Shinichi yesterday, and now 6 usable ones from the rental agency. All she needed was an RV. With so much to do, it was inevitable some things were forgotten, so she immediately called Monkey. Sister Yao, help. Bai Yaoyao paused, realizing she had forgotten that Monkey was the most reckless before the apocalypse. Not to say he created trouble every day, but every other day. What's up, Monkey? Sister Yao, you didn't scold me directly. Ha ha ha, it's nothing much, just currently on the run. Why did you call me? Monkey's voice came through, accompanied by the sounds of rapid footsteps and faint gunshots. Get a few RVs for me, I need them. Make sure they're well modified, resistant to water and fire. If they can withstand swords and bullets and traverse mountains, that would be ideal. Bai Yaoyao saw that Monkey still had the leisure to joke, which meant he was fine, so she spoke directly. My dear sister, is that even possible for an RV? He'll try. Monkey replied helplessly. Prepare more tools for repairs and modifications. Don't spend money recklessly. Once the RVs are done and tools are bought, transfer all your money to my card, then go find Peichi. Can I keep some money for dating? Monkey asked. Are you trying to die? Understood, Sister Yao, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Monkey immediately became serious. Thinking of vehicles reminded her of fuel, another critical resource in the apocalypse. She opened her contacts and glanced at the 12 family members in her phone, contemplating their locations. She pondered who to entrust this task to. Gathering large amounts within China was unrealistic due to strict controls. Ultimately, she called Shidu, who preferred staying in South America, and she was unsure of his current whereabouts. Shidu, where are you? In Iraq. Can you give me some oil? Bai Yaoyao asked succinctly, knowing Shidu's stuff. I have no money, can we do black market trade? Bai Yaoyao responded with a resigned expression. That's fine, just get it for me, the more the better. Shidu replied a week. He hung up. The organization was not lacking in tasks, being a benchmark in the assassin industry, with a renowned high task completion rate and good reputation, hence charging high fees. Everyone had a good amount of money, but Shidu never managed to keep any overnight. Having grown up in an orphanage, Shidu had a difficult childhood and was eventually brought back by his master. He still had deep feelings for the orphanage, so whenever he had money, he donated. After one donation, he discovered the money was embezzled by local officials and never reached the children. In one day, he killed 7 corrupt officials. Unable to stay in the country, he then spent years in South America, only returning to donate. A pursuer seemed to be obsessed with Shidu, needing to know the reason behind his killings. He quit his job and spent 3 years tracking Shidu. He could not understand why Shidu donated money and killed. These were 2 extremes. He needed an answer. I kill because I want to kill, there's no reason. Shidu was unwilling to explain. The pursuer returned home and continued his investigation until discovering the truth: 7 people had colluded to embezzle Shidu's donations. However, it remained a fact that Shidu was a killer, still a major fugitive in the country. But Bai Yaoyao knew Shidu was in a good mood. Upon learning that the stubborn pursuer was retaliated against, he specifically returned to kill 3 more people. Violence cannot solve fundamental problems, but it can resolve immediate issues. This is Shidu's famous saying. Once everything was settled, Bai Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, but with her brothers around, she saved herself a lot of trouble. Otherwise, managing everything alone would have driven her crazy and left her unable to focus. Bai Yaoyao mentally reviewed her list. Fat brother was responsible for weapons and medicine, Peichi for housing, Monkey for vehicles, and Shidu for oil and diesel. She thought about what else she needed, which was difficult to buy in her country. She planned to blow up the Yasukuni shrine in the afternoon, then quickly return to her country, as she had 2 important tasks to accomplish upon return and dared not delay. Bai Yaoyao familiarized herself with the bomb in advance. It had been years since she had handled one, and she was a bit rusty. She bought a Japanese-style girl outfit, and after changing, entered the Yasukuni shrine with the tourists. She placed the bomb in the center of the shrine and smoothly passed through security, not rushing to act. Instead, she followed the tourists and viewed the exhibit step by step. On the way, she found two country aunties and chatted with them for a while, taking photos together. Bai Yaoyao also gave them some rice balls and seaweed snacks she thought were delicious. Instantly, they became close friends despite the age difference. Feeling the timing was right, Bai Yaoyao said she needed to go to the restroom. The two aunties insisted on accompanying her, but Bai Yaoyao declined for a long time before leaving alone. Bai Yaoyao reached a restroom 200 meters from the main hall, placed the bomb in the central position, and quickly returned to her friends during the few seconds before detonation. At the moment of the explosion, she grabbed the two aunties and ran toward the exit, not out of kindness, but simply to clear her own suspicions. The two aunties were nearly scared to urine by the sound of the bomb and temporarily deafened. Seeing the Chinese girl they just met pulling them along in a desperate run, they were moved to tears. When they reached the exit, they found it had been sealed off. Bai Yaoyao hadn't expected the two country aunties to have some status, as they were among the first to be released. Two old friends opened their phone translator to show Bai Yaoyao, "Sister, come visit our country and play. I promise to treat you well and take you around for some fun." Bai Yaoyao weakly shook her head, tears welling up as she typed on the phone, "I'm not going, sister. I'm too scared and want to go home and rest. My heart is still racing." The old friends nodded in understanding, embraced once more, exchanged contact information, and reluctantly said goodbye. Bai Yaoyao put on a mask and a hat, instantly masking her expression. It had been a long time since she had acted like this, and she felt a bit rusty. Just now, one of her glances didn't seem right. It could have been more detailed. As for the invitation from the two friends, why go to H country? 8 out of 10 dishes are pickled vegetables. It's not worth the time. Bai Yaoyao took a short nap on the plane and soon arrived in Hua country, unable to help but smile. Upon landing and exiting the station, watching the bustling crowd felt truly wonderful. No zombies, no mutated beasts, no mutated plants. She wouldn't lose her life at any moment and didn't have to live in constant fear. Bai Yaoyao shook her head vigorously and took a taxi to a hotel in the city center of a city. Just as she arrived, she received a call from a major client, Wang Fuguwei. "Killer sister, I declare. From today on, you are my goddess." Ha ha, impressive. The number one on the killer list is truly worthy of the title. Did you transfer the money? Bai Yaoyao, uninterested in small talk, only cared about what she wanted to know. "Yes, I'll transfer it right after hanging up." "Killer sister, can I have the honor to meet you?" Bai Yaoyao heard Wang Fuguwei say he would transfer money right after hanging up and immediately hung up the phone. Why waste words when money was involved? Compliments wouldn't buy meat. Before long, the money indeed arrived. "You little brat, what the hell are you doing? You spent another 1 billion. Can't you have a day without squandering money?" Wang Fugui's father, Wang Yuanbao, scolded his wayward son loudly. "How did I squander money? Last time I spent money, Sato died. Didn't that allow you to earn back double?" Wang Fuguwei retorted. Wang Yuanbao shouted, "What about this time? This time might save both our lives." Wang Fuguwei casually blurted out. To change the topic, Wang Fuguwei leaned closer to Wang Million and whispered, "Old man, did you know that the Jinghua shrine was blown up?" "I know. Didn't you see how excited the people outside on the street were? The entire internet was paralyzed. Truly a sign from the heavens. If I hadn't been in a good mood today, you would have been on the ground already." Wang Yuanbao responded. "Ha ha ha, that was dumb. You just keep boasting." Wang Yuanbao didn't believe him at all. "Really? I even hired the killer who helped me deal with Sato last time, paid 1 billion, and she succeeded." Seeing his father not believe him, Wang Fuguwei got anxious. "What? Are you serious? Damn, our Wang family is getting somewhere. You just gave me 1 billion. How stingy. Transfer another 500 million. Then come with me to burn incense for your great-grandfather and bow." Wang Yuanbao said excitedly, looking at his foolish son with affectionate eyes. Wang Fuguwei had no idea that he had casually found an excuse, and one day in the future it would actually come true. Bai Yaoyao lay on the big bed looking at her inventory list, checking off what she had already bought while circling what still needed to be purchased. Hearing the message sound, she looked at her phone and realized Wang Fuguwei had transferred her another 500 million. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. Is having money really this carefree? The agreed price was not valid, and now it was raised. Adding the 200 million from the last task, after some thought, she decided to give him a chance. So she dialed Wang Fuguwei. "Hi, killer sister. Could you do me a favor?" Bai Yaoyao asked. Wang Fuguwei was taken aback, feeling suddenly accomplished. The person who blew up the shrine was asking him for help. What did that prove? It proved that he was the most impressive one. So he confidently replied, "You say it, and I'll definitely get it done. Help me buy 1000 generators as quickly as possible, along with 1000 solar panels and batteries." Bai Yaoyao pondered and said that she could buy these things herself, but since she had received so much money, she wanted to subtly help this foolish rich guy. If only he had a bit more brains, he would think about his own intentions. Unexpectedly, the foolish and rich Wang Fuguwei directly asked, "Sister, are you changing careers? Or are you being hunted? Should I find someone to rescue you? Our Wang family still has some connections." Bai Yaoyao after calming herself down, Bai Yaoyao said, I also need coal. I want 1000 tons. If you don't have that much, give me as much as you have. I can help with that, but your request is too broad. I'll tell you, this sister business can't be done like this, or you'll incur losses. Our Wang family is very professional in business. Bai Yaoyao listened to Wang Fuguei babbling on and felt a bit of a headache. Taking a deep breath, she decided to help one last time. If he still didn't understand, he might as well die. Without some intelligence, one couldn't survive in the apocalypse. I also need water, purified water, mineral water, and water for daily use. Each needs to be 1000 tons. I'll pay for it, just tell me if you can help buy it. Yes, I'll go arrange it right away. Wang Fuguei saw that Bai Yaoyao's tone was getting urgent and hurriedly agreed. No need. I said it. I'll pay. I'll send you the delivery location shortly. Bai Yaoyao said fiercely. One cannot speak normally to such a brainless person. Wang Fuguei quickly replied, okay. This is a big shot who can blow up the shrine. If he angered her, she could easily take him out. That would be as simple as slaughtering a piglet. Can't afford to provoke her. So he hurried upstairs and told his father about Bai Yaoyao's requests. He certainly didn't have the capability to gather these resources so quickly. Wang Yuanbao was stunned after hearing this, always feeling that things weren't so simple. Would someone capable of blowing up a shrine suddenly change careers to do business without reason? Only his foolish son would think that way. So he quickly used his connections to gather the items Bai Yaoyao needed as fast as possible, and not only got everything at the lowest price, but also managed to get a little extra of each. This saved Bai Yaoyao a lot of money. Wang Yuanbao didn't know if his suspicions were true, but he bought a lot of things for Bai Yaoyao, taking care of all her needs, and even reinforced his villa. Bai Yaoyao rented a house in the suburbs of a city. Besides going to the factory to collect supplies daily, she also visited several good restaurants, ordering 500 portions of various dishes to be delivered at staggered times. Fish-flavored shredded pork, garlic ribs, black pepper beef ribs, hand-torn lemon chicken, igua, bao rou farmhouse stir-fried, meat-boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, cola chicken wings, Beijing style, shredded meat, northeast, big cold noodles, braised pork, Sanxian pickled pepper, bullfrog, spicy basa, fish, mapo tofu, couple's lung slice, big mixed salad, oyster sauce, lettuce, cauliflower, stir-fried meat. Huahua has so much delicious food that it's impossible to hoard it all, so she still needed to stock up on raw materials. After checking the supplies she already had, she made a slight replenishment. She bought another 200 bags of northeast rice and southern rice. She bought 500 pounds of flour and ordered 20 tons each of lamb, beef, chicken, duck. Almost every type of vegetable and fruit was also ordered at 300 pounds each. The key was that Bai Yaoyao's favorite foods, hotpot and barbecue, had ingredients hoarded worth 10 million. KFC had also received orders from various stores for many days, with each store receiving orders for 300 portions of different meal sets daily. The little one in the organization loved these greasy junk foods. Bai Yaoyao found a furniture wholesale market and ordered 500 of each: beds, mattresses, bedding sets, tables, chairs, and cabinets. Now that she had money, if she didn't use it all, she could exchange it with the officials for crystal nuclei upgrades. Because Bai Yaoyao couldn't cook, she almost forgot that cooking also required seasonings. She only purchased basic seasonings like sugar, salt, and seafood soy sauce in our country. So she specifically searched online and bought 1000 boxes of all the seasonings she usually used. In the second year of the apocalypse, the officials developed some new rations, but they all tasted terrible. Anyone with any skills wouldn't voluntarily eat them, but they did alleviate the food crisis to some extent. Lastly, the most important thing: seeds. They can be planted in the space. Although the area that can be planted now is very small, it might expand as she upgrades. So she directly wiped out several wholesale stores covering all the vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs that could be bought. This was hope, but couldn't be lacking. All purchasable items in the real world had been acquired within these few days. The very day all deliveries were complete coincided with an important matter demanding attention. Today was Zhou Tianwang's concert. Bai Yaoyao left home early, having secured VIP tickets in advance, and entered the venue at dawn. At the entrance, she bought a pink light-up glow stick, a luminous hairpin, J-themed stickers for her cheeks, and a wristband. Spotting a pink hoodie emblazoned with Zhou Tianwang's portrait, she purchased it on impulse and slipped it on immediately, transforming herself into the very image of an ardent, starstruck fan. Bai Yaoyao arrived at seat number 521. After waiting briefly, a young man approached, glanced at her seated there, paused in surprise, then double-checked his ticket, confirming it matched. He stepped forward and said, "Excuse me. Did you perhaps misread your seat number? This is my assigned seat." Bai Yaoyao blinked her large eyes gently and replied in a soft, melodic voice, "Young sir, might we possibly exchange seats? I truly wish to sit here. Seat 521 is also my birthday and the anniversary of my breakup with my boyfriend." Her voice faltered mid-sentence as she lowered her head, her breath catching, then lifted it again, her eyes rimmed with tears. Hearing her address him as young sir, the young man froze, utterly flustered, his mind blank. He would have surrendered his ticket and vacated the premises without hesitation had she asked. No need for the concert anymore. All right, please don't cry. I'll switch seats with you, please don't be upset, he hurriedly assured her. Thank you so much. My seat is in VIP zone row 12, Bai Yaoyao replied. The young man blinked. VIP zone. This was Zhou Tianwang's concert. The black market price for such seats had soared beyond 100,000 yuan, with none available for sale and tickets impossible to secure through official channels. Though he lacked neither funds nor intense scarcity rendered money meaningless, no one was selling and tickets were unobtainable by any conventional means. Your seat is extraordinary. I'd like to offer you compensation, he said. No, I require no payment. Merely exchanging seats with me is more than enough. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you, and thank you again for your kindness. Bai Yaoyao replied. Well, all right then, I'll go now. Thank you so very much. The young man stammered, flustered. Yes, goodbye, young sir. Bai Yaoyao settled into her seat and closed her eyes. In a moment, a girl named Lu Mingyuan would sit beside her, a strikingly beautiful woman who during the apocalypse would cross paths with Bai Yaoyao and her companions by sheer coincidence. Having accidentally rescued Hozi, they traveled together for a time, and gradually affection blossomed between them. When Bai Yaoyao learned of it, she offered warm congratulations and gentle teasing. None of them at that time suspected how masterfully Lu Mingyuan could conceal her true nature. Later during a mission, Lu Mingyuan betrayed their group, leaking critical intelligence to the Tiger Heaven Squad, their long-standing rivals. As a result, Bai Yaoyao's team fell into an ambush. Shirtu lost an arm, Peiqi perished, and the rest sustained grievous injuries. Upon learning the truth, Hozi grieved deeply. Though he often joked about picking up girls, he was in truth profoundly loyal, and this had been his first love. Hozi personally executed Lu Mingyuan, but it was too late. His arm could never be restored, nor could Peiqi ever return. During idle conversation, Bai Yaoyao recalled Lu Mingyuan once mentioning she'd attended this concert alone. Her seat number was 521, and she'd hoped seat 520 might belong to a handsome young man. Instead, she found herself seated beside a bespectacled engineering student covered in acne. Everyone had laughed. Then what if he really were a handsome man? Then maybe you two wouldn't have stood a chance. As Bai Yaoyao reminisced, she sensed someone approaching, opened her eyes, and there indeed stood Lu Mingyuan. Hello, elder sister. Am I sitting beside you? Bai Yaoyao asked sweetly. Ah, yes, hello. Lu Mingyuan replied, her tone laced with quiet disappointment. Bai Yaoyao smiled warmly. Lu Mingyuan glanced down and pursed her lips, sighing inwardly, why can't I ever meet a wealthy, handsome man? Bai Yaoyao watched the concert attentively. She genuinely cherished Zhou Tianwang's music, and it had been ages since she'd felt such pure, unburdened joy. She even sang along loudly, voice rising with the crowd. On this windy day, I reached for your hand, yet the wind swelled, obscuring you from my sight. Sparrows chatter idly on telephone wires outside. Azure skies await misty rain, while I wait solely for you. The loveliest moment isn't rainy weather. It's sheltering beneath the same eaves with you. When the concert ended, Bai Yaoyao stretched happily and patted Lu Mingyuan on the shoulder. The venue buzzed with noise, so Lu Mingyuan leaned in closely to hear Bai Yaoyao speak. Bai Yaoyao whispered goodbye Lu Mingyuan and drove a blade deep into her vital spot, twisting it once. Lu Mingyuan died without ever understanding why. Justice long deferred had finally arrived. Bai Yaoyao saw no reason to wait until later. Any threat to her safety or that of her comrades would be eliminated without delay. Villains deserved no reprieve. They were meant to fall early. Had she known the precise identities within the Tiger Heaven Squad, she would have eradicated them all without hesitation. Let others prattle about the apocalypse not having begun yet or social order remaining intact. She was Bai Yaoyao, and her trade was death. She retracted the knife into her spatial storage, then gently guided Lu Mingyuan's lifeless body to slump against the seat. Amidst the chaos, she slipped away unnoticed. By the time authorities discovered the body and arrived on scene, Bai Yaoyao was already miles away, driving her car out of the city. Humming melodies from the concert, she drove back to her hotel in high spirits. Her ticket purchase records were fabricated, surveillance cameras evaded, and the vehicle bore counterfeit license plates. Go ahead, investigate. You'll find nothing. The young man who exchanged seats with Bai Yaoyao was summoned to the police station, yet insisted, unwaveringly, that she bore no connection whatsoever to the incident. When questioned about Bai Yaoyao's appearance, he described only beautiful, large eyes, stunning features, melodious voice, face adorned with stickers, wearing a Zhou Tianwang hoodie. Beyond that, he recalled nothing. The officers sighed in frustration. Half the female audience wore identical hoodies, and nearly every fan sported cheek stickers. How could they possibly narrow it down? As for large eyes, beautiful, melodious voice, the officers exchanged glances, watching the young man stare blankly, grinning foolishly every few seconds and quietly doubted the reliability of his judgment. Peiqi had already purchased a residence in City H and sent its coordinates to Bai Yaoyao. Renovations were underway. Bai Yaoyao instructed Peiqi to lease a large warehouse in City H, resuming their online procurement operations. Bai Yaoyao opened 1988, first informing the store owner of the warehouse location, then purchasing 5 barrels of Baixiang brand braised beef noodles. Other instant food products had already been stocked in our country, and she had bought quite a bit, so she didn't stock up on those again, only purchasing some flavors that she and her brothers loved. In terms of clothing, she ordered 100 sets of custom-made styles similar to combat uniforms in various sizes. Casual wear was also categorized from baby onesies to elderly jackets, with a stock of various types, mostly sportswear, along with some casual styles. Sun protection clothing, cold-resistant clothing, raincoats, and rain boots were also ordered in sets of 100 each. Then she returned to the software homepage and started browsing recommendations. Chocolate. Buy. High-end cigarettes and alcohol. Buy. Baby diapers. Buy. Sea buckthorn juice. Buy. Baseball bats. Buy. Various papers, pens, and notebooks. Buy. Big speakers. Buy. Various Chinese herbal medicines. Buy. Bai Yaoyao checked off items one by one, buying everything that might be useful without missing a single one. The joy of unlimited spending felt so great that Peiqi, who had been signing for packages these past few days, was utterly dumbfounded. What is Sister Yao planning to do? Peiqi quickly transferred all his money to Bai Yaoyao, fearing to delay her important matters. Watching the balance on her card dwindle, Bai Yaoyao felt increasingly at ease. Yesterday she discovered she had some leftover funds and transferred 1 billion huabi to Fat Brother to turn it all into bombs, as they were incredibly useful. With her spatial abilities allowing her to use them from 200 meters away, using them during a zombie siege would create a spectacular scene. Bai Yaoyao stopped her frenzied spending only when her card balance reached 1 million. Spending money was simply exhausting. She lay on the large bed in her space, comfortably covered with a blanket, just as she intended to take a nap. Her phone rang. Swiss Bank, October 26, 2355. Dear VIP, client, your card, ending in 0699, received an income of 100 huabi. The balance is 12010 huabi. Please transfer cautiously to avoid scams. A series of text message alerts poured in. Her brothers transferred all their money to her. Bai Yaoyao thought, forget it, no more sleep, let's continue the shopping spree, food, drinks, clothing, and supply stock up again. Looking forward to spending all the money again. At 5 in the morning, Bai Yaoyao yawned, fell asleep, but the money was not yet spending. It was her inability that limited her spending. Bai Yaoyao didn't get up until noon. Glancing at the date, November 1st, she realized it was her birthday, specifically the day she and Fat Brother were picked up by their master. Bai Yaoyao tidied up, dressed in a neat sports outfit, and tied her hair into a high ponytail. She drove to Yujin Mountain today to meet an important person, the one who saved her life. Upon arrival, Bai Yaoyao immediately began climbing the mountain since it was still early. The area was mostly filled with elderly people exercising, so she deliberately avoided the crowd, taking an undeveloped wild path. Bai Yaoyao enjoyed climbing mountains, relishing the feeling of standing at the peak and looking down, as well as the scent of the surrounding grass and trees. On this day last year, she had also climbed a mountain, but not so early, so there were still quite a few people. Disliking crowds, she chose not to follow the normal route to find some peace. When she reached halfway up the mountain, she discovered someone stuck on the slope. If it weren't for a tree blocking them, they would have rolled down the mountain and not survived. Bai Yaoyao was quite curious. Upon getting closer, she found the person still breathing. Looking up at the steep mountain, she marveled at their good fortune. Originally, Bai Yaoyao would have just taken a look and left, but after having killed so many recently, she saw blood every time she closed her eyes. So wanting to do a good deed on her birthday, coupled with the fact that this man, well, he was quite good looking. She helped drag him to flat ground, stopped the bleeding, did some basic treatment, and finally called for an ambulance. After the apocalypse began, she had once been separated from her teammates during a zombie attack and accidentally fell into an ant den, thinking she was done for. It was this person who saved her. However, at that time she had been poisoned by the ants and wasn't conscious. When she woke up, her teammates were around, but this person was nowhere to be found. Later, at another critical moment, she miraculously got saved again. Although she didn't know who it was that saved her, she felt a connection to this person. So in this life, Bai Yaoyao made sure to time her visit, arriving at Yujin Mountain early in the morning to see if she could meet this person sooner. This time she was determined to take him to the hospital. However, after searching the entire mountain, she didn't see a single person. While she did encounter plenty of snakes, insects, and ants, Bai Yaoyao thought she might have remembered the location wrong. After all, 10 years had passed, and her memory wasn't very clear. But Bai Yaoyao searched every place she could find. By 8 p.m., was still not seeing anyone. She thought it was best to retreat. Even if she had indeed missed him, he would have bled out by now. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency, as she wondered if the butterfly effect from her rebirth was causing deviations from events that had occurred before the apocalypse. She returned to tidy up her traces of life and directly booked a ticket to find Fat Brother. Weapons and medicines had already been procured, but transporting them into Huagua was problematic. The trading location was set in E-Country and Old Partner, and the transaction went smoothly without any mishaps. She instructed Fat Brother to quickly notify the brothers to gather at H-City to meet Peichi, then Bai Yaoyao went to a rock to find Shirtu. On the way, she couldn't reach Shidu, who claimed his phone was out of credit, causing Bai Yaoyao to worry for a while, unsure if something had happened to him. After killing several gang leaders, she finally learned Shidu's whereabouts. He was fine, just short on cash to recharge his phone. Bai Yaoyao secretly hid her knife in her pocket, thinking about the gang leaders who died unjustly, deciding to burn some paper for them when she had the time. After receiving the oil she had bought from Shidu, she urged him to return to the country. Shirtu looked at Bai Yaoyao as if she had performed magic, watching the items vanish in an instant. The eternally expressionless iceberg face finally showed some emotion. Sister Yaoi. Bai Yaoyao interrupted Shidu, saying, "We'll talk when we get back, let's hurry and return." "No, Sister Yaoyu." Shirtu wanted to ask. "No time to talk, Brother Shidu, I still need to go to Los Angeles to find Monkey. We'll chat back home." After finishing her sentence, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly left. Shirtu watched her swiftly departing figure, sighing helplessly, silently saying, "I wanted to say I'm out of money and can't buy a plane ticket." Shirtu thought for a moment. His gaze shifted to the gang members who had not yet been taken care of by Sister Yao. Borrowing some money for a plane ticket didn't seem unreasonable. After Bai Yaoyao arrived in Los Angeles, she quickly stored the several RVs prepared by the monkey into her space, intending to return to her home with the monkey. "Don't go, Sister Yao. You're so awesome now, come with me to collect some more things," the monkey said with shine. "I found the headquarters of the group that was chasing me recently, and discovered they had hoarded many antiques and gold, a lot of which are from our Huagua. We should take it back, we can't let those drug dealers get it so easily. I finally found a nice car and wanted to buy it through normal channels, but they specifically let it out to trap me. If I hadn't been clever, I would have fallen for it this time." The monkey said this with great enthusiasm. Bai Yaoyao's heart stirred. Gold is too expensive, and she hadn't bought any herself. In prosperous times, antiques are valued, while in chaotic times, gold is precious, and in the apocalypse, cultivation is essential. Storing some would be good, and it's time to reclaim our ancestors' belongings while conveniently retrieving the car that the monkey has his eye on. So she said, "Give me the location and you hurry back home, I'll go get it myself." The monkey immediately panicked. "Sister Yao, don't leave me out. I can help you distract their attention." Bai Yaoyao flexed her wrists and ankles, saying, "Are you itching to practice?" "Goodbye, Sister Yao." In less than 10 seconds, the monkey disappeared from Bai Yaoyao's line of sight. Bai Yaoyao smiled, knowing her brothers had their quirks, but they had some lines they wouldn't cross. Bai Yaoyao effortlessly obtained the antiques and gold the monkey mentioned. Seeing so many beautiful antiques, she felt a slight temptation and opened her phone to check some information online. In which country have most of Huagua's antiques been lost? Then Bai Yaoyao traveled tirelessly through 6 countries, YF, RMD, and E. With each country she left, there were reports of thefts from national museums. This is a case of rightful ownership, nothing wrong with that. Bai Yaoyao sighed again. This space ability is incredible. It's practically a tool for robbing homes. What a thrill. How exhilarating. Bai Yaoyao thought, if there comes a day when the apocalypse ends, if Huagua is willing to offer her a proper job, one that doesn't involve killing with benefits, she would hand over all these antiques. This trip across 6 countries not only yielded some antiques, but also replenished resources in various. Not to mention she could support herself and a few brothers. Sustaining a base wouldn't be a problem, though she had no intention of establishing any base. Bai Yaoyao only wanted to grow stronger, to kill zombies, and to end the apocalypse. She had no interest in management and wouldn't form teams with strangers. Having her brothers was enough. Suddenly she missed everyone a lot. Before returning home, Bai Yaoyao kept urging everyone to hurry back to assemble, fearing that the apocalypse might come early and worried that someone might encounter unforeseen circumstances delaying them on the road, leading to not being able to gather together in the end. Coincidentally, in her previous life on the day of the apocalypse, it was also the death anniversary of her master, and everyone returned, starting off together in trust and cooperation, which allowed them to gradually stabilize. When Bai Yaoyao arrived at City, Peichi came to pick her up at the airport. "My sister, I finally get to see you. Do you know how much stuff you bought? I rented the whole row of warehouses, we still barely have enough." Peichi couldn't help but complain as soon as she saw Bai Yaoyao. "I know. Let's go straight to the warehouse." Bai Yaoyao didn't want to explain over and over, so she simply said nothing. Peichi the little cutie chattered nonstop along the way. Bai Yaoyao smiled, appreciating the feeling of listening to her chatter. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, Peichi died. It had been 4 years since they last met. Only after Bai Yaoyao stored all the supplies from her space in front of Peiqi did it seem as though a stop button had been pressed on Peiqi's mouth, as she couldn't utter another word. Seeing Peiqi like this, Bai Yaoyao didn't dare to let her drive, fearing she would lead them into a ditch. Following the location Peiqi provided, Bai Yaoyao headed west, and could clearly feel the area becoming increasingly remote with fewer and fewer people around. Although finding zombies might be a bit troublesome, safety was paramount, plus they were well prepared with a car. Bai Yaoyao didn't think of herself as some chosen one thinking rebirth would change everything, or that she could look down upon low-level zombies. Being cautious is key in this life. She hoped everyone could survive until the end. The villa is situated in a prime location not too far from Foaming Mountain and the city center, where zombies are plentiful, while Foaming Mountain is filled with mutated animals and plants. As soon as Bai Yaoyao walked through the villa's gate, she realized Peiqi was reliable. Saying this gate was from a prison wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's a separate courtyard surrounded by a wall that has been raised by 2 meters with an electric fence. Just as Bai Yaoyao got out of the car, a dark shadow flew over, and she instinctively wanted to take action, only to realize it was a dog. The dog was a Siberian husky nicknamed Dogsy. Bai Yaoyao had picked it up on the road, and due to constant tasks it was inconvenient to raise it, so she handed it over to Peiqi. Dogsy looked at Bai Yaoyao with mournful eyes, as if telling her something, expressing its dissatisfaction through constant whimpering and rolling around. Bai Yaoyao had never been particularly fond of Dogsy for no reason, she just didn't like keeping pets, as they were troublesome and a hassle. When she first picked up this dog, she thought it was quite good-looking, and had heard that this breed wasn't very intelligent, so she casually brought it to the police station. To her surprise, this creature refused to part ways with her, and even after kicking it twice it wouldn't leave. Bai Yaoyao then just picked it up and kept it for a while. After clearing out her home, Bai Yaoyao could no longer endure it, and left it with Peiqi, occasionally coming by to check. Yet this dog she had never cared about ended up taking a claw from a zombie for her in her previous life. After being hungry for a long time, it couldn't hold on, and not only didn't turn into a mutated beast, but died directly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly hugged Dogsy and kissed it tightly, holding it in her arms. Dogsy was completely stunned, unable to understand its owner's sudden affection, forgetting to protest and standing there dumbfounded. Bai Yaoyao laughed heartily. It felt so good. "Sister Yao, you're finally back." Xiaomi and the others heard the sound and came out from the house. Bai Yaoyao looked up. Peng Gu Xiaomi sure 2, the monkey Dida 1A Dai Kuku Xiao 16, and Peiqi by her side. These were the brothers who had always accompanied her in her last life. And Lulu and Qin Xian, the 2 who had turned into zombies from the very beginning. Peng Gu had notified them to come over. Although seeing them again would be very cruel, they were still brothers, and who knows, maybe they hadn't turned into zombies. She had to see for herself to be at ease. Bai Yaoyao looked at the 11 people and 1 dog in front of her, and said, "From now on we are no longer the Dark Knight Assassins organization, we are the Dark Knight Squad. We have changed our profession." Bai Yaoyao greeted everyone to come inside and talk. Everyone found a seat, leaving the main position for Bai Yaoyao. "Boss, what's the situation?" "Nearly 2 billion in strategic supplies." Dido on the fastest raised his hand like an elementary school student and asked, "We're not going to fight against ghosts, right? Then we shouldn't set our base in H City, should we?" Xiaomi shared her speculation. The matters involving Sato Shinichi and the Jinghua Shrine were clearly Bai Yaoyao's doing. It was unknown why there had been frequent conflicts with her country lately. "Yeah, boss, why did you suddenly call everyone back?" "I haven't completed my task yet," Xiao Shilu also asked. "Quiet down, listen to Yao." Fat brother squinted his small eyes, still holding a Jianbing Guozi. Ever since he heard Bai Yaoyao say the apocalypse was coming, he simply stopped dieting, as many delicious foods would no longer be available in the future. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath and said, "From today on no one is allowed to leave this room. Can everyone— What about the tasks?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "No more tasks." Except for Fat brother, everyone took a deep breath. The master had mentioned that tasks could be declined, but those accepted must be completed. It seemed Bai Yaoyao didn't care about even this, indicating something big had happened. "I have no problem." "Me too. I can do it too." Woof woof woof. Bai Yaoyao carefully looked at each person. This was a significant matter. If anyone insisted on going out, she would not say anything today. There was a rule in the organization that once someone wanted to start a family, they had to automatically withdraw from the organization. Therefore, all 12 people and 1 dog present, including Bai Yaoyao, were single with no familial ties. They were each other's most important and closest people. What I'm about to say may seem unbelievable, but it's all. In about a month or 2, the apocalypse will arrive. As extreme hot weather appears, 60% of humanity will turn into zombies, while many plants and animals will also mutate. Among the remaining survivors, some will fall into a coma and awaken with special abilities known as ability users, who will be the main force to resist the zombies. That's the situation. Does anyone have questions? Bai Yaoyao briefly summarized. The entire conference room fell silent. Everyone was unwilling to believe this was real, but Bai Yaoyao's actions during this time and her serious attitude indicated that she was not joking. After a long silence, no one spoke. Woof 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 woof. Ultimately, it was the dog that broke the silence. Everyone saw Bai Yaoyao casually throw out a large bone and said, "Go eat, don't make noise." The dog immediately grabbed the bone and darted out, afraid someone would snatch it away. Its ungrateful owner was finally being cute but knew that its owner still loved it. "You all saw it, the ability I just used was spatial ability," Bai Yaoyao explained. "Wait, Yao, how do you know this so clearly?" Xiaomi was dumbfounded. "I died and was reborn 3 months before the apocalypse," Bai Yaoyao confessed. "We are all brothers who grew up together for 20 years and have fought back to back for 10 years, so there's nothing we can." "Yao, I want to ask that. Peiqi stammered for a long time but couldn't say it. Bai Yaoyao tapped the table and looked at her, saying, "Just say it directly. What does it feel like to die? Do you reflect on your life? Did you think of me?" Everyone didn't expect that Peiqi would take so long to ask this. "Oh my, Peiqi, stop talking. What kind of question is that?" Bai Yaoyao chuckled but still answered earnestly, "I died too quickly, I didn't have time to think." "Old Yao, you said that 60% of people will turn into zombies. Does that mean about half of us here will become?" Lulu asked. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Lulu and felt a bit sad. Lulu was the first to turn into a zombie in the last life. Hiding her emotions, she said, "This is the official statistic. Generally speaking, those with good health have a low chance of turning into zombies. Injured or sick individuals with weak immunity are the most likely to become zombies." Everyone understood Bai Yaoyao's evasive response and knew that knowing such things early might not be a good thing. So everyone tactfully refrained from asking further. "There's still just over a month left. The reason I gathered everyone ahead of time is that I found that this life has different occurrences from the last. Someone who was supposed to appear at a certain time hasn't shown up. I don't know what went wrong, and I'm worried about unexpected events, fearing the apocalypse will come early, so I gathered everyone together so early." "Understood. During this time we need to train, get our bodies back to their best state, avoid staying up late, and no longer live a reversed daily schedule. Those with injuries should quickly recover their health." Fat Brother summarized briefly. Xiao Dai looked around and said, "Yao Jie, Fat Brother, does this mean we won't be able to eat KFC anymore?" Xiao Dai is the youngest in the organization, only 16 years old, having debuted at 7. Yet apart from Bai Yaoyao, he has the highest task success rate. According to the master, he was born to eat the killer's rice. He absolutely loves junk food. Bai Yaoyao immediately ordered a children's meal with a toy and said, "Eat up, if it's not enough there's more. You'll eat until you want to throw up. Yao Jia, I want fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. I want garlic prawns. I want dumplings with pork and green onions. I want pizza. I want ice cream cake. I want 5 king crabs. Woof 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 woof." Bai Yaoyao was already numb, acting like a waiter serving whoever ordered. Bai Yaoyao initially thought today would be a serious occasion. After everyone heard the news, they would surely be confused and depressed for a while. Unexpectedly, it turned into a grand feast, even livelier than a New Year celebration. Looking at a table full of a mishmash of delicacies from all directions, Bai Yaoyao felt it was quite festive, especially seeing the dog's face, clearly showing that dining with me is your good fortune. She decided to take out a portion of sauerkraut fish to eat. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Fat Brother, who nodded subtly. She realized that everyone wasn't indifferent to whether they would become zombies or awaken abilities, they were just selectively avoiding the topic. "Forget it, it's fine, what comes will come. It's also good to spend the last period of time lightly and joyfully. Last time Lulu and Xian Di turned into zombies, possibly due to being heavily injured. This time they have the time to recover. Will there be a different outcome?" The sense of urgency within her grew stronger. Bai Yaoyao could no longer sit still, so she checked the information in advance, bought round-trip tickets, and made another trip to her country. She made a large-scale purchase without spending a dime. Last time she came, she still didn't know when the apocalypse would arrive. Although she felt disgusted with this country, many grievances had nothing to do with ordinary people. This time it was obvious that the apocalypse was about to arrive. Collecting so many supplies would not have a significant impact. After all, you are about to be obliterated. After leaving a mess behind, Bai Yaoyao immediately returned to her country, living peacefully with her brothers in the villa, never going out again. After the gathering ended, Bai Yaoyao carefully explored the villa, which had been the residence of everyone for nearly a year. Without the strength of a level 5 ability, user running around the country would be tantamount to serving oneself up as a meal to zombies and mutated beasts. At the beginning, leveling up was relatively easier, but after reaching level 4, massive amounts of spirit stones were needed to advance. Relying solely on herself and a few friends made it too difficult, and preparing so many supplies was also a way to exchange for spirit stones with the official government of Huagua. The villa consisted of 1 basement and 4 floors. The first floor featured a large living room surrounded by a big circle of sofas enough for everyone to sit. The reception room was transformed into a meeting room by Peichi, while the dining room and kitchen were on the right side. There were also 2 bedrooms at the back where Fat Brother and Shirtu chose to stay on the first floor acting as the 2 gatekeepers. The second floor had a fitness activity area in the middle surrounded by 4 bedrooms. Outside the activity area was a large balcony which offered a perfect view of Foaming Mountain, making it an ideal spot for eating meat and drinking. Xiao Shirliu Dedaowan and Chen Xian lived on the second floor. The third floor was structured similarly to the second, but lacked the balcony. Monkey Xiao Mi and Kiki each had their own room. Bai Yaoyao Lulu and Peichi lived on the top floor. Bai Yaoyao placed some ingredients in the kitchen for everyone to practice with, only to find that it was a waste of ingredients as nothing came of it. Not even a single cooked meal. For a period of time afterward, everyone stayed put, the injured rested while the uninjured practiced with each other. Bai Yaoyao realized that her combat awareness was much stronger than in her previous life, and coupled with the abundant supplies she had prepared and her deep understanding of the apocalypse's trajectory, it felt like an incredibly favorable start. When the shelves arrived, Bai Yaoyao, a perfectionist, spent an entire day categorizing and organizing all. She initially thought there would be too many shelves to use, but to her surprise it wasn't enough. So she separately placed the firearms and weapons in another corner, leaving the shelves for food and drink. The shelves were 7 meters long and 5 levels high with 10 items neatly arranged in each row. The first to 5th rows were filled with various readitoate foods, which could be consumed directly, without any preparation. The 6th to 10th rows contained semi-finished products that required simple reheating in a microwave or recently, since there wasn't much to do in the villa, the injured were responsible for cooking rice and boiling water, while also preparing these semi-finished products to be well prepared for the impending apocalypse. The 11th to 13th rows held all items related to drinks. Due to the lack of space, the boxes were stacked closely together. The water bought from Wang Fugue was stored separately and not kept here. This area was filled with bottled water and various beverages. The 14th row was entirely dedicated to hotpot bases and ingredients, taking up a full row by itself. From the 15th row to the 30th row, there were rice flour, oil, and seasonings. The 31st to 38th rows were filled with all kinds of clothing, shoes, and bedding. The 39th and 40th rows were packed with snacks. From the 41st to the 60th rows, there were fruits and vegetables. Beyond the 60th row were various miscellaneous goods. For someone like Bai Yaoyao, who had obsessive-compulsive tendencies, it was crucial to identify what was inside. Having forgotten what it contained now would make it even harder to remember later. Merely hoarding supplies without knowing what one had was futile. Even with space, one must know what to use, so she organized everything, unpacking boxes one by one to see what was inside. A list was written for each row and affixed to the front to prevent herself from forgetting. All the seeds were also neatly stored. After planting the first batch, they sprouted within just a few days, although there was too little area available for planting. By the time everything was tidied up, it was already dark. Bai Yaoyao had long passed the point of feeling sleepy, so she opted to stay awake, opened a can of dark beer, stepped out of her space onto the balcony, resting her feet on the railing, leaning back against the sofa, sipping her drink, and enjoying the gentle breeze, feeling quite comfortable. Just then, it started to rain. It really is raining. Bai Yaoyao quickly checked her phone and saw that there was still a full month until the apocalypse. In her previous life, it had never rained except for artificial rainfall before the apocalypse. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly called everyone out. Yaoyao, is it time? Is the apocalypse coming? Xiaomi shouted as she rushed down the stairs. Others heard the commotion and quickly came out, their faces heavy with concern. Aha, the wind is coming. Fire is coming. Transform, transform, transform. Thunder. Teleportation. Summon beasts, come out. Monkey yelled in the living room like a shaman and didn't forget to ask Yaoyao, what about my powers? Bai Yaoyao, who had been tense, suddenly broke down and rolled her eyes, saying, do you think this is cultivation? What kind of nonsense is this? If you want to summon the wind and rain, you'd need to be at level 9 at least. Seeing that everyone was amused, Monkey stopped acting silly. His master had said that he was part of the atmosphere group and couldn't tolerate anyone frowning. Everyone gathered on the balcony, staring at the pitch-black sky, where lightning occasionally lit up, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. The rain intensified as if the heavens were leaking. Let's go back, Bai Yaoyao said as she and everyone returned. They sat together on the sofa chatting, and soon discovered that the water and electricity had already been cut off. As they chatted, some began to fall asleep, starting with Fat Brother, whose snoring was thunderous. Xiaomi laughed and said, I can hear Fat Brother snoring from the second floor. Shida, how did you manage to sleep next to him? Before she could finish, Xiaomi fell asleep, followed by Dogsy. In her previous life, everyone went to see the master, while Dogsy was left in the city. When they returned to find Dogsy, he was nearly starving. This time being fed big bones and milk every day, she wondered if there would be a different outcome. Watching as everyone fell asleep one by one, Bai Yaoyao grew anxious again. Suddenly, she noticed Lulu frowning tightly, constantly twisting her own arm. Lulu. Old Yaoyao, I'm afraid to sleep. Bai Yaoyao felt a lump in her throat, unsure of what to say, and tightly grasped Lulu's hand. In my previous life, I turned into a zombie, right? Lulu said calmly. Fat brother must know too. These past few days he's been letting me have his meat, and you two always avoiding eye contact with me. Well, there should still be Shindy, right? Bai Yaoyao forced a smile, and replied, I knew it, I can't hide it from you. You got fat brother Xiaomi Shitu and Monkey to help you gather things, but didn't contact me. I figured as much. You probably don't know how to face me. Lulu pinched Bai Yaoyao's cheek. Ever since they grew up, she hadn't done that again. The texture felt so nice that it was likely that she wouldn't be able to do it again in the future. In my previous life, you did indeed turn into a zombie, but back then your gunshot wounds weren't healed and your immunity was low. Now you're plump and healthy, there's no problem. Bai Yaoyao ignored the little hands that were randomly pinching her face and pulled Lulu into her embrace, saying seriously, Yaoyao, if I were to turn into that kind of ugly monster, please kill me quickly. I can't let everyone see me like this. I also wanted to tell you something. That time when Master was angry and hit you, the lollipop under your pillow was put there by me, and the cockroaches in Master's shoes were also placed by me. Bai Yaoyao listened as the breathing in her arms gradually became steady, carefully supporting Lulu and letting her lean against the sofa behind. Centered around Pangu, she kept everyone at a distance to prevent anyone from being harmed by a potential zombie transformation. Pangu remained still, weighing around 200 pounds, truly immovable. Just as he settled, preparing to sit on the sofa and wait for everyone to awaken, he found his head feeling heavy, and before he could ponder further, he lost consciousness. The villa was eerily quiet, including Bai Yaoyao, as everyone was peacefully asleep. Suddenly a figure appeared in the living room, walking directly towards Bai Yaoyao. The figure paused and gazed for a long time, unable to resist stretching out a hand. Just as it was about to touch Bai Yaoyao's cheek, it quickly retracted. 2 crystal cores were taken out and placed in Bai Yaoyao's hands. Holding her hands, the figure helped her absorb the energy from the crystals. Before leaving, the shadow glanced at the others in the villa, hesitated for a moment, and casually tossed a few crystal cores to several people. Bai Yaoyao had no idea how long she had been unconscious. As soon as she awoke, she quickly opened her eyes to check on everyone, finding everything normal. Only then did she feel relieved. Bai Yaoyao noticed she was drenched in sweat, her throat parched. She grabbed a glass on the table, wanting to drink some water. However, bang! It shattered. Bai Yaoyao was startled. Her first reaction was to quickly check if her spatial ability was still intact. Only when she found no anomalies did she let out a deep breath. If her spatial ability had vanished and turned into a power ability, all those resources would be gone, and that would truly be devastating. But why had she awakened a power ability? She couldn't control her strength, which was clearly a sign of being in the early stages of a power ability. Bai Yaoyao picked up another cup, controlled her strength, and finally succeeded in getting the water to her mouth. The usual unconsciousness lasted about 24 hours, but after glancing at her phone, she realized she hadn't been unconscious for long, it had only been 2 hours. She closed her eyes again, feeling strange. She could clearly sense the position and form of everyone in the room, and could even see the drool at the corner of the dog's mouth. She could sense every corner of the room, but anything farther was out of reach. Wasn't this a mental type ability? A power ability was relatively common, but a mental type ability was rarer than a spatial ability. After level 3, when a mental type ability encounters other abilities of the same level in a confrontation, it usually prevails. It could often kill silently, serving as the best tool for ambush. When the opponent is unprepared, it could instantly collapse their mind, rendering them foolish. It was also very effective against zombies, capable of disrupting them and causing a brief paralysis. Coupled with her spatial ability, it was incredibly powerful. Bai Yaoyao didn't know why this change had occurred, but overall it was a good thing. The newly emerged abilities were highly compatible with her own. The power ability matched her agility, while the mental ability complemented her spatial one. Although in her past life, she had fantasized about being a mage casting fire, ice, and lightning, she found being an assassin suited her better. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt excited about the impending apocalypse. This time I will not be defeated so easily. In her previous life, she had fought her way through step by step, without any extraordinary encounters. This time, excitement surged through her, and she longed to grab a knife and go out to slay zombies, but in the end rationality prevailed. Once the brothers woke up, she would obediently practice her newly acquired abilities. Bai Yaoyao knew only one person who was a triple ability user, Chen Yishuan, the representative figure of the J faction of Huaguo, ranked first on the power leaderboard. Chen Yishuan, who seemed to have been a special forces soldier before the apocalypse, awakened power earth and lightning abilities after the apocalypse. Not only did he possess offensive capabilities in both close and long-range combat, but his defense was also formidable. There are not many dual ability users, and even fewer can upgrade to high-level abilities, as the more abilities one has, the more crystal cores are needed for upgrades. Chen Yishuan relied on the full support of the J faction of Huagua based in a city at the main base, which allowed him to elevate all 3 abilities to level 9. Bai Yaoyao gradually developed a headache feeling, as if her 3 abilities were like 3 hungry little golden swallowers, all eagerly waiting to be fed. Time flew by during her training. Bai Yaoyao heard some movement, hurriedly opened her eyes, and saw it was Pang Gu, which made her feel slightly relieved. "How are you, Pang Gu? Are you feeling unwell?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "Huff, not only am I feeling fine, but I also feel full of power." Pang Gu stood up, stretching his stiff body, and said excitedly. Bai Yaoyao replied, "Feel the energy in your body, and try to control it." Pang Gu nodded, focusing on the cup on the table. After 5 seconds, he poured a handful of dirt. Is this it? Yaoyao, didn't you say I was a frontline warrior? Why am I just spilling dirt? Pang Gu questioned, looking doubtful about life. Bai Yaoyao explained, nature abilities are like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are quite weak at the start, and not as useful as power or speed abilities, but they grow stronger over time. With your earth ability, you can create cages to control zombies, or use earth escape to protect the team. It's very useful. You also had a metal ability in your previous life, give it a try. Pang Gu patted his chest. You scared me. Metal sounds impressive, Bill, try again. Pang Gu concentrated, held his breath for a long time, and shot out a small needle with no strength behind it. Just this. Pang Gu excitedly ran over to pick up the needle, saying, I'm going to keep this. This treasure is much cuter than a handful of dirt. Bai Yaoyao smiled and shrugged her shoulders. As long as you're happy. Pang Gu stopped chatting with Bai Yaoyao and kept trying to practice his new abilities, but he made no progress. Although nature abilities are powerful, when fully grown they are too weak in the early stages and are generally fragile. Without relying on teammates for protection, offensive abilities are hard to utilize. Having only a defensive ability is useless if one cannot attack. In an apocalypse, there are no individual heroes. Without teamwork, survival in the apocalypse is impossible. However, human hearts are complex and changeable. Many formidable ability users do not die at the hands of zombies, but rather due to human greed or jealousy. Thus, the night squad will always consist of only 12 members. Oh, and 1 dog. Bai Yaoyao and Pang Gu practiced their abilities while waiting for their companions to wake. The second to regain consciousness was Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao opened her mouth, unsure how to console him. In his previous life, Xiaomi had never awakened an ability. At first, he managed by relying on combat instinct and firearms, but over time it became untenable. He always felt he was dragging the others down. His once cheerful nature grew quiet, and later when the group was besieged by a horde of zombies, he embraced a bomb and rushed into them, creating an opening that let everyone escape. Sister Yao, I feel. Ah. Boom. While Bai Yaoyao was still wondering how to comfort Xiaomi, he ran a few steps, misjudged his speed, and slammed into the wall, sending the framed picture crashing down. Xiaomi clutched his head and could not stand from the pain. Bai Yaoyao suddenly laughed aloud. This was the speed ability. Xiaomi had awakened an ability. She did not know why he had not had it in his last life, but had it now, yet that did not diminish her joy. Pang Gu seemed to understand something and scooped Xiaomi into his arms. Xiaomi complained, Sister Yao, you are so heartless. I'm like this, and you still laugh. Still, Pang Gu. His words trailed off as Pang Gu tossed him onto the sofa. Pang Gu scratched his head belatedly and said, sorry. If I had known you were going to praise me, I would have thrown more gently. As they bantered, Peichi also woke up. Oh whoa, I'm a zombie. I'm going to eat people. Peichi lunged at Pang Gu, who pinned her forehead. Her little hands flailed, but could not reach anyone. Sister Yao, Pang Gu is bullying me. Sister Yao, I think my ability might be of the healing type. Peichi was eager to test her power and pulled out a dagger about to cut her arm when Bai Yaoyao stopped her. Bai Yaoyao laughed and said, don't harm yourself. Go heal Xiaomi. His speed ability misfired and he hit the wall. Look at that swelling on his forehead. All right. Sister is coming. Xiaomi, come here for kisses. No, it hurts, and that's fine, I like it that way. Xiaomi hid his face in the sofa, but Peichi pulled him out and placed her hand gently on his reddened brow. A white light bloomed, brightened, and then faded. Xiaomi's forehead visibly returned to normal. I'm amazed, Peichi. You're incredible. I'm fine. There's no pain at all, he exclaimed. Peichi, however, looked a little pale. Bai Yaoyao helped her sit down and said, you must judge the severity of a wound before using an ability. Overexertion brings dizziness and faintness. Peichi nodded to show she understood. As everyone became familiar with their powers, the dog began to bark. Bai Yaoyao lifted Guzzi onto the table by the window and examined him carefully in the sunlight. She discovered that Guzzi had mutated, his fur gleamed brighter and his body had grown larger. Bai Yaoyao pried open his mouth and saw sharp fangs. He had become a mutated beast. What delighted her most was a flicker of intelligence in the dog's eyes. Guzzi, can you understand me? She asked. The dog lifted its chin and emitted a chaotic chorus of howls. Bai Yaoyao began to suspect she had imagined the intelligence. Intelligence? Huh. Never mind. This creature was nothing like a husky. Bai Yaoyao had wanted to study the dog more, when suddenly she heard a cry from Hosey and hurried over. Hosey's face was flushed crimson and his expression painfully embarrassed. "What's wrong, Ho?" Pengu asked. Hosey hesitated, then bolted into the bedroom and did not emerge for 5 minutes. "What the hell? Did I just wet myself?" "Haha, I don't mean to mock you, but I can't help it." Peichi burst out laughing. Bai Yaoyao kindly explained. "You silly one, you didn't wet yourself. That was your water-based ability." I know, I was just teasing you all," Hosey said, embarrassed. He smoothed his hair tactically and ran back to ask Bai Yaoyao whether his ability was powerful. "Water is formidable," she said. "As it develops, it can solidify into ice, which is devastating offensively." Hosey crowed with pride. "I knew it. I'm unbelievably strong." Then he went to the wall to train with Pang Gu toss clods of earth, while Hosey spat jets of water. Bai Yaoyao thought the two would make perfect farming partners. Gradually Shirtu and Xiao Dai woke. Both had awakened dual-element abilities. Bai Yaoyao found it odd. Shirtu had only had earth abilities in his last life, and now he also had skin hardening. He was a pure tank with staggering defense. Xiao Dai had awakened speed and dark element abilities. Dark is a special class. Ouyang Ning's second on the combat list is dark element. Night is a dark element user's favored battleground. Where shadows fall, they can be almost invisible. Paired with speed, Bai Yaoyao shuddered at the thought. What a thrilling combination. Her attention lingered on Lulu and Chun Xian. Neither showed signs of waking nor of turning into zombies, and Bai Yaoyao could not help but indulge a small hope. Kiki, Xiao, Shirlu, and Dada Wan were unusual last time. They had not awakened early and only developed powers later, but in this life they awakened immediately. Kiki's wood element, Xiao Shilius wind, and Dada Wan's fire were all nature-type abilities, perfect for the team's needs. With everyone's skills and weapons early on, whether facing zombies, mutated beasts, or hostile humans, few could truly threaten them. As their nature abilities matured, they would become devastating in group combat. At that moment, Lulu stirred, and Bai Yaoyao and Pang tensed. Lulu saw Bai Yaoyao frozen and asked, "What is happening? How am I a zombie yet still conscious? Did the transformation not complete?" Bai Yaoyao leapt forward excitedly and hugged Lulu, exclaiming, "Wonderful Lulu. You are okay." Lulu smoothed her chest and said, "You scared me to death. My beauty would be such a pity lost to zombification." She touched her hair, and in an instant her waist-length black tresses transformed into a Mei Chafing-style haircut. She looked as if electrified. "Lightning element," Bai Yaoyao blurted. "Amazing, Sister Lulu." Sister Yao said, "Lightning is the most powerful of the nature elements," Peichi added excitedly. Peichi was thrilled. Lulu smiled, whether the ability was mighty or not, being alive and seeing everyone was enough. Only Chen Xian remained unconscious. Young and slightly older than Xiao Dai, he was the master's least favored disciple. He disliked fighting, preferred books, liked to act older, and practiced calligraphy. When Chun Xian awoke and saw a ring of faces around him, he was startled. Had he become a zombie? He mustered his courage, waved timidly, and whispered, "Hi." Instantly cheers and screams erupted. Wonderful, everyone was alive. Chun Xian, a little fool, knew he had awakened an ability, but did not know how to use it. He tried every approach, and nothing worked. They finally discovered that while Xiaomi practiced his speed, Chun Xian had unconsciously focused and released energy toward him. When Xiaomi hit the wall again, Bai Yaoyao realized it was an amplification-type ability. Amid the cheering, Xiaomi went to Peichi in tearful relief. "Peichi, little sister, big brother is here." Bai Yaoyao had never felt such happiness with all her brothers present. The hardened skin and earth-type abilities of Shirtu surely made him the team's tank, the main defense, taking on the frontline role to protect the fragile ones while they dealt damage. She possessed power abilities. Fat brother had metal-type abilities, and Dogsy, the mutant beast, also had considerable strength, all of them capable of taking hits and dealing damage, able to lead the charge and attract the zombies' hatred as pressure fighters. She, along with Xiaomi and Adai, had relatively fast movement speeds, making them more agile and suited for support or harvesting, somewhat akin to what is commonly referred to as assassins. Lulu's lightning abilities, Monkey's water abilities, Xiao Shilius wind abilities, and Dada Wan's fire abilities resembled those of grand sorcerers, specializing in long-range explosive attacks, but lacking self-defense capabilities, requiring them to attack from a distance and stay away from the central battlefield. Paiki's healing abilities focused on recovery, Kiki's wood-type abilities concentrated on control, and Chun Xian's amplification abilities focused on support. Bai Yaoyao organized her thoughts clearly, and suddenly felt that her small team's configuration was simply invincible. From a team attribute perspective, there were almost no flaws, and they completely complemented each other. How could such a coincidence occur? Bai Yaoyao quickly understood that this was not the time to overthink. The priority was to gather crystal cores outside and swiftly enhance their strength. She then said we are ready to set off, clearing a path around the villa as the center, and then heading towards the city center. Try to practice your abilities as much as possible, don't just use knives and guns to kill them. Level 0 zombies, while weak, are still stronger than an average adult male, just slow to react, so don't underestimate them. After killing a zombie, remember to stab a dagger into its brain to extract the crystal core. This is what allows our abilities to level up. Quickly change into the gear, gather at the door. Yes, understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Bai Yaoyao transferred 12 sets of black combat uniforms and low-top combat boots from her space, along with 12 daggers for extracting crystals. Everyone quickly grabbed the clothes and changed. Seeing Dogsy looking at her with a resentful expression, Bai Yaoyao patted its head. When we return, it'll make you a set too. As everyone stepped out of the door, sunlight poured over them. Bai Yaoyao glanced at her brothers beside her, feeling filled with strength, remembering how tragically they had perished in their last life, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. Just wait, Bai Yaoyao have returned. Dogsy's howling interrupted her moment of feeling as she looked at Dogsy, who was sprinting ahead, eager to join the group. With a roll of her eyes, she threatened Dogsy, be careful not to get caught by the zombies, or you'll turn into a zombie dog and never eat big bones again. Dogsy grinned wickedly, waved a paw pointed forward, and continued striding ahead. Dog brother leads the way. You all follow. They quickly encountered the first zombie, which seemed to be a security guard from the villa area based on its clothing. Its face was pale and twisted, its body contorting as it lay on the ground, tearing at the corpse beneath it with a gaping maw. An indescribable stench assaulted their senses. Sensing the smell of humans, the zombie immediately turned around and let out a fierce roar at Bai Yaoyao and the others as it approached. Unfortunately, none of them were afraid, or rather they showed expressions of disgust, but still moved a bit closer to observe carefully. Is this what zombies look like? They don't seem very smart, Monkey commented. Damn, it stinks so much it's incredible. What does Sister Yao say? Who's going to hit it? Hey, zombie comrade, you are surrounded by us. Bai Yaoyao was not surprised by their reactions. After being a killer for so many years, she had seen too much bloodshed. Even though the organization had principles regarding China, they never hesitated to kill abroad. Don't rush to kill it. Aside from Peiqi and Chun Xian, everyone else should kite it together. Familiarize yourselves with your abilities, practice in real combat. There will be plenty of zombies in the city center later, and we won't have another chance. Before Bai Yaoyao could finish, Dogsy suddenly charged out swiftly, decapitating the zombie, with its sharp claws, looking disdainfully at everyone. What are you all babbling about? Just do it. Everyone, Dog Master. This is everyone's chance to practice. I didn't say to rush in. Don't be reckless, or there won't be any food. Bai Yaoyao warned. Upon hearing no food, Dogsy instantly squatted down and acted cute, appearing like a little darling if one could ignore the zombie's rotten flesh on its claws. Xiaomi sliced open the zombie's head, stirring it around, and extracting a crystal which was slightly smaller than a baby's fist, transparent, and quite pretty, totally unassociated with a zombie. Xiaomi casually tossed the crystal core to Bai Yaoyao. Sister Yao, this thing is the crystal core, right? Yes, it's a level 0, attributeless crystal core. I read in a novel that crystal cores are toxic and can't be absorbed directly. They need to be soaked in a spirit spring in the protagonist's space before they can be used. Peiqi suddenly said. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Where's the protagonist? Where's the spirit spring? It's not toxic. Just hold it and absorb it. Let's get to work. Understood. They cleared a total of 36 zombies with the villa as their center and obtained 14 crystal cores, though some zombies had none, but they were relatively weaker. Everyone tried fighting zombies individually, while the others observed, learned, and summarized experiences with Bai Yaoyao guiding and highlighting key points. The whole scene looked strangely harmonious yet odd. In the nearby villa, a middle-aged couple saw this scene and hurriedly opened the window. The man shouted loudly, help us. There's a zombie in our house, come quickly and kill it. We'll pay you whatever you want, hurry up. Perhaps seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others remain calm, the woman shouted again, what do you mean? Come over here, don't try to raise the price on us. Unfortunately, no one paid them any mind. Upon hearing there was a zombie, everyone had initially planned to go over and take a look for any crystals, but the couple's attitude displeased them. Forget them, let's go, Xiao Shilu said. But Dogsy, hearing the words dog thing, was unwilling to let it go, lunging to bite Xiao Shili's pants. It was only after Xiao Shilu apologized that Dogsy released its grip, snorted, and went ahead to clear the path. Xiao Shilu shrugged helplessly and smiled at everyone. Since the villa area was already sparsely populated after this round, there were basically no zombies left to fight, but everyone was still in high spirits, having just started to get a feel for the combat and not yet satisfied. Thus, Bai Yaoyao summoned 3 vehicles, and everyone headed towards the city center together. Each vehicle had a walkie-talkie for communication, and when they encountered zombies on the road, they would take turns going out to practice. Now, aside from Peiqi, everyone else had already become quite proficient with their abilities, though their power was still limited. As they fought, those with nature-type abilities grew impatient and couldn't help but go in to deliver a violent blow to finish the fight. Setting a small fire, a light breeze, and a trickle of water was of no use, and just wasted time. Bai Yaoyao listened to the laughter of everyone and the tension she had held since her rebirth finally began to. However, she still opened the intercom and said, "Everyone, please be cautious. When fighting zombies, there is no such thing as being injured. Injury means death or infection. Do not underestimate the zombies. Some of the mutated ones are quite powerful, but we simply haven't encountered them yet." After hearing the acknowledgement from the intercom, Bai Yaoyao felt relieved. As they passed by the National Library in City H, Bai Yaoyao called for a stop. She intended to go in and collect all the books, remembering that these books, especially the specialized ones, could be exchanged for a high number of points at the main base. Upon entering the first-floor hall, she saw nearly 30 zombies wandering aimlessly. The moment they caught the scent of humans, it was as if a switch had been flipped. They all moved toward the doorway, with one zombie moving noticeably faster than the others. Bai Yaoyao didn't dare let everyone practice anymore. She quickly threw down a dozen baseball bats and large cleavers, saying, "Give it your all, and take them down quickly." Everyone quickly grabbed the weapons that were handy and charged forward without hesitation. It was their instinct, since their abilities were still too weak to be effective, and to prevent situations where they would be immobilized for 3 seconds while using their skills. The few with nature-based abilities never even considered using them. Bai Yaoyao tested her strength ability and found it exhilarating. Swinging the baseball bat, she smashed a zombie's head to bits, a thrilling sensation she had never experienced in her previous life. She directly found the fastest zombie, but before she could land 2 blows, it was killed by the dog. The dog's claws had evolved to be very sharp, and this low-level zombie was no match at all. Each claw strike was fatal as the dog specifically targeted the neck. Bai Yaoyao suspected the dog's intelligence had evolved a bit as well. Xiaomi also had a great experience, as she was now able to control her speed well, and with her agility, she was becoming more adept. Looking at the number of zombies, although there were many, everyone was strong, and in a short while all 30 zombies in the first-floor hall had been eliminated. Bai Yaoyao urged everyone to quickly collect the crystal cores and move deeper inside, fearing that the noise from the recent battle might attract a horde of zombies and surround them, which would be troublesome. Without group attack skills and relying solely on melee, they wouldn't be able to break through even if their weapons became dull, as zombies would be drawn in by sound and scent, and the number of approaching zombies would only increase. Upon entering the library, Bai Yaoyao did not rush to collect the books. She dispersed everyone to check the area one by one. Only after confirming that there were no zombies or survivors did she begin to store the books and shelves in her space. Everyone had seen Bai Yaoyao collect items before, but it still felt magical and thrilling no matter how many times they witnessed it. Once everyone returned to the vehicle, Bai Yaoyao checked and found they had collected a total of 16 crystal cores, one of which was a light yellow belonging to the speed-mutated zombie that the dog had killed. Strength-type zombies all had yellow crystal cores, so strength-type ability users would absorb them more easily. Abilities related to speed, skin hardening, and strength all belonged to the strength category. Nature-type zombie crystal cores were red, while special-type zombie crystal cores were black. They had not yet encountered these 2 types of zombies. Crystal cores of the same type corresponded to similarly categorized ability users, making absorption easier. Different types could also be absorbed, but the time required would be about 3 times longer, though the effectiveness did not differ significantly. Before reaching the city center, they could no longer continue driving as the noise of the vehicle attracted more and more. In just a few hours since everyone woke up, various orders and productions in society had nearly collapsed. Out on the streets, uncontrolled vehicles could be seen everywhere, and cries for help echoed continuously. While none were particularly virtuous, they still found themselves stunned by the scene. "Damn it, I ran a red light. Oh, I hope I don't get points. Stop being ridiculous and get out of the car." As they gathered around 30 to 40 zombies, Bai Yaoyao shouted for everyone to get out and start harvesting. Everyone was now very familiar with how to kill a zombie with a single blow, using just the right amount of force to ensure a kill without increasing risks or wasting energy, speeding up their progress significantly. Bai Yaoyao discovered that the ratio of zombies to survivors was definitely not 50-50. At the beginning it was indeed 50% zombified, but the speed of infection spread was also very rapid. Anyone scratched or bitten by a zombie would turn into one in a very short time. It was very likely that before someone even woke up, their partner would have already turned into a zombie, and once bitten, there would be no chance to awaken again. Many people in the buildings on both sides of the road were observing Bai Yaoyao and her team's movements. Upon seeing their coordinated attire and decisive actions, they assumed they were official rescue teams and began shouting loudly, "Help us! There are 5 people in my family, including children and the elderly. Please save us first. Who doesn't have a child? Please help us. We are on the first floor, but there is a zombie right at the entrance." Bai Yaoyao and her team acted as if they hadn't heard anything. After neatly collecting the crystal cores, they planned to leave. "Are you kidding? We're killers, it's a miracle we don't kill people. Do you expect us to save you? Saving people is easy, but then what? Are we supposed to act as bodyguards to ensure your safety? To care for your every need? What a daydream. On the first day of the apocalypse, the zombies were weak. If anyone had a bit of courage, they could find a tool to fight back instead of being trapped at home. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao and her team about to leave, the residents in the buildings on both sides immediately panicked. What are you doing? Why won't you save anyone? How selfish can you be? I said there are children and the elderly in my family. Everyone shouted together, making noise to attract the zombies and prevent them from leaving. Let them save people. Exactly, don't go. Help us. What department are you from? I'm going to report you. My husband is a provincial government official. Bai Yaoyao dug at her ears, it was so damn noisy. She pulled out her gun, twirled it in her hand, and aimed it at the forehead of the person who was trying to attract the zombies, pulling the trigger without hesitation, ending their life with one shot. The scene instantly fell silent. Bai Yaoyao and her team exuded an intimidating aura, glaring at the loud crowd. So can we leave now? Bai Yaoyao tried to infuse her voice with a bit of spiritual energy, clearly reaching everyone's ears. At this point, no one dared to speak again. Who would joke about crossing a killer? Now if they kept yelling, it was just asking for death. Bai Yaoyao fell silent and turned to her brothers, saying, let's go to the next street. Is it really okay to kill like that? The taciturn Shirtu suddenly asked. As long as the ones we kill deserve it, it's fine. Bai Yaoyao answered directly. Now every department was too busy taking care of themselves to manage these situations. Even if they found out with such a luxurious group, why would they bother with scum who intentionally provoke trouble? There's no such stupid government. However, seeing the slight excitement in Shitta's eyes, she couldn't help but touch her nose and ask Brother Shitta, didn't you finish off those people back then? Almost two left in City A. Bai Yaoyao nodded, patting Shitta's shoulder, you will have your chance. Yeah, they will. Bai Yaoyao directly led everyone to start causing chaos, leaving home at around 6 in the morning, and by now past 11, they had collected 216 crystal stones and had killed countless zombies. Sister Yao, there's a storage supermarket ahead. Kiki excitedly said, holding a zombie's head in one hand and its body in the other. Let's go zero-cost shopping. Xiaomi rubbed her hands together. Alright, let's go take a look. Although Bai Yaoyao didn't want to snatch resources from ordinary people, it was still necessary to gather some non-essential supplies. Be careful, there's someone at the second floor window, fat brother reminded. Bai Yaoyao noticed from a distance that many people upon seeing the situation risked their lives to find supplies and then hurried back home to wait for rescue. Therefore, when encountering ordinary people, Bai Yaoyao chose not to take action. Expanding her spiritual sense, Bai Yaoyao clearly sensed the ill intentions of the group on the second floor, who were even armed with guns. After alerting everyone, the people on the second floor suddenly opened the window and shouted, who are you? Do not come any closer, this place is under our control. After speaking, one of them fired a shot into the open space in front of the door. Damn, this guy is arrogant. Sister, how should we deal with him? Monkey, unable to tolerate the provocation, immediately got angry. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to speak, a cry for help came from the second floor. Help. Someone come quickly. Shut up, you filthy woman. Try saying another word. Is there anyone down there? Please help. The man who had just fired a gun grabbed the woman who was speaking and pushed her out of the window, causing her to crash heavily in front of the supermarket. Her head struck the steps at the entrance, and in an instant blood flowed everywhere. It was clear even from a distance that she would not survive, and notably, she was not wearing any clothes. Ouch, this person has quite the temper, Lulu said gently and coldly while stroking the knife in her hand. Bai Yaoyao knew this was Lulu's prelude to a violent outburst. Lulu was rescued from a red light district by her master. At that time, her mother was still alive. Logically, the organization wouldn't take in children who still had relatives, but upon hearing this rule, Lulu's mother jumped from the building above just so her master could take Lulu away, not wanting her daughter to grow up in such an unbearable environment. The scene of the man pushing the woman down must have reminded Lulu of some unpleasant memories. Eliminate them, seize the supermarket. Bai Yaoyao immediately made the decision. As soon as Bai Yaoyao's words fell, Lulu quickly raised her hand, and a bolt of lightning as thin as a baby's arm struck down directly onto the man's head. He was instantly stunned, skewed awkwardly against the window with half his body hanging outside. Bai Yaoyao gave Lulu a thumbs up and held her hand. Lulu softly said it was nothing. Monkey and Dadawan looked at the small streams of water and little flames in their hands, recalling the lightning Lulu had just unleashed, drooling in envy. Boss, are you okay? Boss. It seems the boss can't get up. How about? The little brothers who had just been following the man kindly grabbed his legs and directly threw their leader down the building. In just a few minutes, the man had ended his own life in the same way. Looking at his unclosing eyes, Bai Yaoyao could only say one thing: he deserved it. The little brothers seemed to be a bit smarter than their thrown-away boss, but not by much. They didn't say anything further to Bai Yaoyao and quickly closed the window, also bringing down the rolling shutter of the supermarket's first floor. Bai Yaoyao didn't waste any time. She loved the idea of a black market and directly pulled out a mini-bomb, the SJ-11, from her space. It blew the door open, and everyone charged in. Shirtu and Fat Brother led the way while Xiaomi and Monkey brought up the rear. Kicking the door open, they found that everyone was used to bloodshed, only clicking their tongues and not feeling too disturbed. In the corner, 4 women were tied up, covered in bruises, and each in a state of undress. What they had just experienced was evident as they huddled together, weeping quietly. Everyone didn't pay much attention, but Kiki used her foot to kick a few pieces of clothing on the ground over to them. The others charged towards the little brothers who had accidentally killed their boss. The little brothers were in a daze from the moment the door was blown open, wondering who these people were capable of using thunder and bombs, while their boss shotgun was something he had scavenged from the countryside years ago. Seeing the people rush, and they didn't even have time to pull the trigger before they were subdued immediately, starting a new round of begging for mercy. "We are not bad people, we were forced to do this. It was all the boss who killed." "Shut up, you are all devils," cried the woman in the corner. Bai Yaoyao narrowed her eyes and said, "You're so..." The few people, including Monkey, instantly understood and swiftly slit their throats. They found a safe in the room, and Fat Brother used his metal ability to create a key, opening it and collecting the gold bars inside before planning to leave. "Wait, thank you for saving us. Could you please take me home? This supermarket is my family's. I didn't return home after working late yesterday, and this morning these people suddenly burst in. If you can take me home, my father will definitely thank you well, and we can share some things from this supermarket. Those gold bars just now can be yours. Please, good-hearted people, take us home. There are zombies outside, it's so frightening." Bai Yaoyao turned to look at the few women in the corner. The first speaker seemed relatively normal, but was not pleasant to listen to. The second speaker had her collar already drooping to an unacceptable level, gazing at Shirtu with teary eyes. The other 2, who said nothing, quickly put on their clothes and retreated to the corner, watching Bai Yaoyao, and the others warily, showing no intention of speaking or asking for help. Bai Yaoyao smiled and replied, "No need to thank us." "Then can we?" "No, we are not here to save people, we are here to kill. Do you need any help?" Bai Yaoyao blinked her big eyes, saying the harshest words in the gentlest tone, and with the imposing presence of the group, the 2 women dared not say anything further. Once outside, everyone quickly searched for usable supplies. As it was a warehouse-style supermarket, the resources were extremely abundant. "Go pick what you want, we will gather at the entrance in 10 minutes. Bai Yaoyao took nothing but instant food, collecting half of the rice flour and oil. She broke open the cold storage door and took all the frozen food, and as for the clothing section, home goods section, liquor and tobacco section, health products section, and cosmetics section, nothing was left behind. Returning to the entrance, she collected everyone's selected items and did not delay any longer, quickly leave. Bai Yaoyao noticed that many people were observing their situation, all waiting for them to leave so they could come and scavenge. Bai Yaoyao had no intention of hiding her spatial abilities. "If you have the ability, come and try to rob us. In the face of absolute strength, there is no need to worry about these details. Seizing the time to earn crystal nuclei and upgrade is the fundamental principle. Let's find a place to eat and take a break." Bai Yaoyao heard several people's stomachs rumbling. "Sister Yaoyao, there's a restaurant at the intersection ahead with tables and chairs inside. We'll go clear the area first." Adai, who had been silent all morning while killing zombies, suddenly became excited at the mention of food. Bai Yaoyao smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, be careful." Adai quickly activated his speed ability and rushed over. By the time Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, all the zombies in the restaurant had been dealt with and thrown out, and the tables and chairs had been cleaned. "Adai is amazing. Let's eat," Bai Yaoyao said as everyone settled in a circle. "Come on, what do you want to eat? Name the dishes." While chatting and eating, they noticed that more people were appearing on the streets outside. The delicious aroma from the restaurant made everyone glance over again and again. It was simply They had no courage to rob it, so they could only go out and fight zombies. The reason they dared to come out was that Bai Yaoyao and her group had already cleared most of the zombies on this road, and seeing Bai Yaoyao and others easily chopping zombies like cutting vegetables gave them some confidence. The men and young people at home tried to go downstairs to quickly gather some supplies, but they all tactfully avoided Bai Yaoyao and her group. Bai Yaoyao was quite satisfied with this, and although she didn't want to kill indiscriminately, she indeed disliked trouble and wasn't very keen on socializing. This way it was just quiet enough. After finishing the meal, Bai Yaoyao divided everyone into 3 groups to speed up the collection of crystal cores. Currently, besides herself, Lulu and Adai had the strongest combat power, and each of the 3 led a team, agreeing to regroup after 3 hours. Each group also took a signal flare, staying close enough for mutual support. She initially wanted the dog to follow Lulu, as Lulu's abilities were not very stable yet, but the dog refused to leave Bai Yaoyao's side no matter what, even for a delicious bone. "Dog brother, you're strong. Can't you lead a team by yourself? Everyone is relying on you," Bai Yaoyao coaxed. The dog barked loudly, and in the end it proudly followed Lulu's team as they left. Bai Yaoyao brought Peiqi Xiao Shirliu and Dada Wan. They headed to the exhibition center in H City. While eating, she saw scattered flyers on the ground and discovered that there was a luxury car exhibition at the exhibition center these days. She planned to see if there were any suitable vehicles, as there were only 7 or 8 usable cars, which might not be enough for their large team. As they arrived at the entrance of the exhibition center, Bai Yaoyao instinctively used her mental energy to scan the surroundings and found a zombie that was not only as agile as a human, but could also kick down railings. It was clearly not a level 0 zombie. Bai Yaoyao felt puzzled. There had been too many changes in this life, and level 1 zombies were supposed to appear only after 10 days. Yet on the first day of the apocalypse, one was already present. Without hesitation, she charged in, dodging the zombie's attack and kicking it to the ground, then swung her baseball bat at its head. The dagger was too short and could easily splash blood on her, so Bai Yaoyao had been using the baseball bat, which, powered by her strength ability, made crushing the zombie's head incredibly satisfying. Bai Yaoyao picked up the crystal stone and took a look. It was indeed a level 1 crystal core, which made her feel a sense of urgency. "Sister Yaoyao, how come that zombie you just killed looks so stylish?" Xiao Shirliu asked curiously. "That's a level 1 zombie, we need to speed up," Bai Yaoyao replied. Dada once suddenly said, "Look, there's a cat over there. Wow, it runs so fast, way faster than dog brother. Are we going to fight?" "That cat is quick, everyone be careful." Peiqi hastily drew out her dagger. A cat was running rapidly, pure white all over, looking extraordinarily noble and elegant. It paused for a moment, glanced at Bai Yaoyao and the others, then turned and left. "Mutated beasts can be quite temperamental. Some won't actively attack humans, so we shouldn't provoke this type of mutated beast," Bai Yaoyao explained. Luckily this cat has a good temperament. With its speed and agility, it would be really tough to deal with." Xiao Shirliu patted her chest. "Let's go, time to work." There weren't many zombies at the exhibition center, under 10 in total. The other 3 were fighting zombies, while Bai Yaoyao focused on gathering vehicles. As long as she could find the keys, she would collect any model, although it was a pity that most were sports cars and vans with low chassis. It was fine now, but in a few days it would be impossible to get on the road. As for those without keys, she would dismantle them to give them monkey parts for repairs. After finishing the collection, just as she was about to continue sweeping the streets, she suddenly saw a signal flare indicating danger coming from Adai's direction, 3 shots in a row indicating the highest level of danger. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly rushed over, with the 3 of them running full speed while using her mental energy to scan it. She found that Adai and the others seemed to have encountered mutated beasts. The range of her level 1 psychic ability was not large, and she only sensed it was a mutated dog when she got close. Early-stage mutated beasts were far stronger than humans, fast responsive, and had strong biting capabilities. Generally, in a confrontation of the same level, it would result in either death or serious injury. Bai Yaoyao wondered how Adai and the others had provoked so many mutated dogs. Once Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, they quickly joined the battle. Bai Yaoyao faced a black-backed dog and did not dare let her guard down. Within mere seconds, all the mutated dogs went wild, abandoning their current opponents as they roared and charged towards the dog, their fur bristling, as if overwhelmed by layers of furious buffs. Seeing this, the dog let out a howl and turned tail, running behind Bai Yaoyao, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "My owner, the dog is bullying me." Bai Yaoyao quickly pulled out her gun and tossed it to a few teammates. Otherwise, how could they possibly fight off so many mutated dogs? Even though the gunshots would attract many zombies, it didn't matter, as zombies were definitely easier to handle than mutated dogs. Everyone had decent shooting skills, and before long the mutated dogs began to falter. The mutated dogs possessed a certain level of intelligence, at least smarter than the dog. Upon seeing their comrades fall, they did not hesitate to retreat. Yet even as they fled from the gunfire, they didn't forget to bark menacingly at the dog, much like humans, threatening one another, making it all the more amusing. Only after all the mutated dogs had left did the dog charge out from behind Bai Yaoyao again, howling and starting a new round of ruckus. This truly embodied the idiom, a dog relying on its master for power. Bai Yaoyao was worried that the dog would call the mutated dogs back, so she hurriedly shouted for it to return, wishing she could cover its mouth. The dog turned to see the dangerous glint in Bai Yaoyao's eyes. Quickly putting on its signature charming smile, it trotted over and rubbed its head vigorously against her pant leg. Its face was filled with a compliant expression. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, reminding herself for the 10,000th time not to get angry. "Yaoyao, don't get angry. Being upset harms your health, and no one will take your place. Dog meat isn't tasty, I know that. The dog saved my life, but I'll still beat it up when we get back." Just then, Sister Yaoyao, a horde of zombies. The earlier gunfire had attracted quite a number of zombies, slowly forming a horde. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly collected the bodies of the mutated dogs from the ground, planning to roast them for dinner. Official research had shown that the meat of mutated beasts could enhance human physique and strength, especially noticeable in the early stages of consumption. Everyone fought while retreating, noticing that the number of zombies was increasing, and there was barely time to collect any crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao released 3 vehicles she had acquired in the Our country, and they all hopped in, crashing through countless zombies until they broke free from the encirclement. At this point, the sun was also setting. After a long day of fighting zombies, everyone was exhausted. Bai Yaoyao decided to take everyone back to the villa and call it a day. Time to rest. Well, there were important things to do at night. Villa. Oh my gosh, finally home. This day has worn me out. Kiki slumped down on the sofa. Here, if master hears you say that you'll definitely be sent to the deep mountains for Xiaomi chattered on, but didn't forget to pour a glass of water for Kiki. Hee thanks brother, me love you. Talkative. Though master treated everyone while the training was indeed rigorous, and those who failed to complete it were heavily punished. However, the missions everyone completed were usually short-term assassination tasks, focusing on stealth, timing, and explosive actions. Long-term combat tasks were rarely encountered. Bai Yaoyao presented all the rewards from today: 316 crystal cores, and 12 mutated dogs, distributing 25 cores each with the surplus kept by Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao kept the level 0 and level 1 enhancement crystal cores for herself, as her brothers didn't need too much explanation. With her experience, leveling up early would maximize the team's benefits. Sister Yaoyao, should we focus our strength first and pile up some strong offensive abilities? This even distribution seems too slow for team battles. For example, my healing ability is basically useless right now. Oh, I've been going in with a knife today, Peichi suggested after some thought. Bai Yaoyao shook her head and said, it's the first day. 25 crystal cores should be enough to level up to level 2. Let's have everyone upgrade to level 2 first, then divide into 3 groups starting tomorrow for better efficiency. Okay. Alright, certain issues. Adai suddenly raised his hand. Sister Yaoyao, it's time to eat. Bai Yaoyao ruffled Adai's fluffy fur vigorously. The killer Adai and the hungry Adai were simply two extremes. The contrast was just too amusing. Bai Yaoyao tossed out 2 corpses of mutated dogs, saying, today's dinner is this. Adai silently lowered his hand. Sister Yaoyao, I'm not hungry yet, I want to lose weight. Ah, come on boss, aren't we supposed to eat a lot? Is it really okay to eat dogs? Woof howl, woof woof, howl howl howl. Bai Yaoyao explained the meat of mutated beasts can enhance physique and strength, and the effects are more pronounced with long-term consumption. I suddenly feel hungry again, but seems eating meat doesn't make me gain weight. Who can cook? Brother Pang. Since Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves, he'll do it. No way, Sister Yaoyao. Peichi hurriedly hugged Bai Yaoyao. Zayashiliu also said, no need, Sister Yaoyao, you should rest, it's been a long day. Even the others looked in agreement. Bai Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips and asked, do you all not trust me? Not at all. How could we? Sister Yaoyao is invincible, she can do anything. Just roasting some meat. Everyone denied. Joking aside, having Sister Yaoyao cook, especially something as challenging as roasting meat, would they even want the villa anymore? In the end, it was Chun Xian who stepped up, saying, Sister Yaoyao, I'll do what I can. The big rolls also chimed in, he'll help with the monkey, he'll wash, and he'll roast. Xian will command. Don't worry, everyone go back and rest. Seeing that everyone was completely against her getting involved, Bai Yaoyao felt a bit helpless, but didn't have the confidence to resist. After all, she had indeed burned down a kitchen before. So she placed some simple meals on the table, and everyone had a quick snack while waiting for the roast meat in the evening. Once everyone went back to their rooms to shower and rest, the 3 began their work. A flurry of activity ensued, and while it was finally cooked, dinner was quite unpleasant for everyone today. Even Adai, who loved food the most, was not happy. However, no one wasted even a morsel of meat. In this apocalyptic world, getting stronger was the most important thing. Complaining a bit was just to ease the mood and help everyone relax. Chun Xian gnawed on the tough meat of the mutated dog, silently vowing that he would definitely improve his cook. After everyone finished every last bit, including the dog, everyone sighed deeply. The meat was tough and had a strange taste, alternating between being overly salty and utterly bland. Bai Yaoyao had Chun Xian roast one for the dog without any seasonings. The dog suspected that it was being punished by its owner for upsetting her today. It was too terrifying, and it vowed never to do it again. Everyone go back and absorb the crystal cores. Hold them with both hands and communicate with the energy of the crystal cores using your abilities. You will understand it after trying. Bai Yaoyao said. When everyone returned to their rooms, Bai Yaoyao called out to Fat Brother. I need to go out tonight. Fat Brother was taken aback. Is there danger? I'll accompany you. No need, I know what I'm doing. I still have space left and it's safe. I just wanted to let you know in case you couldn't find me and got worried. Bai Yaoyao replied. Alright, just let me know when you're back. Bai Yaoyao planned to go to Fengming Mountain tonight to find a mutated willow tree, the invincible willow monarch. In her previous life, this tree had devoured countless humans, animals, and plants. Even the last 20 high-level abilities above level 7 and 50 ordinary abilities couldn't take it down, resulting in heavy losses for humanity. Almost all ordinary abilities were wiped out, and several high-level abilities were also lost. At that time, Bai Yaoyao was on another mission with the Night Squad and narrowly escaped disaster. Later she heard that this mutated willow tree first appeared at the foot of Foaming Mountain, so she wanted to go and see, planning to eliminate it if she couldn't subdue it. It would count as eliminating a heavyweight opponent for humanity in advance. However, she decided to absorb today's crystals first. After leveling up, her self-defense ability would be stronger and her chances of success would be greater. Bai Yaoyao flashed into her space and found that the batch of honeysuckle and cassia seeds she had planted before was almost ripe. Since she had plenty of food stored, she prioritized planting commonly used medicinal herbs. Back in her little house in the space, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb the crystal cores. The enhancement-type crystal cores of level 0 and level 1 successfully raised her strength ability to level 2, while 25 ordinary level 0 crystal cores raised her space ability to level 2. After leveling up her space ability, a spring appeared at the side of her little house. Bai Yaoyao was taken aback, approached to observe carefully for a while, cupped some in her hands, and tasted it, finding no difference from ordinary water, but it dampened her sleeve. So she didn't pay it any more mind. With more children and not enough food, her spiritual abilities would have to wait. While absorbing the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao glanced at the time and found that it took her less than an hour to absorb everything, which was more than 3 times faster than the normal speed. So she took an unfinished crystal core outside the space to test it, and found that not only was the absorption speed much slower than in the little house, but the effectiveness had also greatly diminished. Bai Yaoyao was suddenly overjoyed. This meant that as long as she had enough crystal cores, even with 3 types of abilities, the overall leveling speed wouldn't be slow. Excited, Bai Yaoyao wanted to go out and hunt zombies. However, she held back and decided to handle important matters first. She drove to the vicinity of Foaming Mountain. Under the moonlight, it was not completely dark, just unusually quiet. Circling around the foot of the mountain, she realized she had underestimated the situation. Foaming Mountain was too vast. There were not just 200 willow trees, but at least 80 of them. They all looked similar. How could she know which one was the strongest? Certainly not the crooked-necked one in front of her. It was the ugliest. Bai Yaoyao sighed, turned around, and took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, quickly turning back to look at the crooked-necked tree. The willow leaves were swaying in the opposite direction of the wind. Looking at the other willow trees, they were all normal. Only this ugliest one was behaving differently. Why are you so stubborn? Bai Yaoyao instantly heightened her alertness, her muscles tensed, and she moved the large machete into her hand. Now it wasn't just the big willow tree that had weakened, she had too. Standing still, she released her spiritual power and cautiously probed the crooked-necked willow tree, finding that she didn't sense any signals of an impending attack. Instead, there was a light and lively feeling. Bai Yaoyao tried to walk a few steps closer, and the willow tree's leaves shook even more joyfully. Although there was no verbal communication, it seemed Bai Yaoyao could feel that the willow tree was greeting her. Slowly raising her hand, the willow tree's branches and leaves also slowly lifted. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the willow branches, suddenly wrapped around Bai Yaoyao's wrist swiftly. Bai Yaoyao reflexively wanted to use her knife to chop, but she realized the willow tree meant no harm. It was just rubbing against her sleeve repeatedly, as if it were unwell, and when it saw her raise the knife, it shrank back. However, even so, it didn't loosen its hold on her hand, and Bai Yaoyao found that she could actually sense a hint of grievance from the rustling sound of the willow leaves. Goodness, she wasn't even a wood element ability user. How could she communicate with plants? Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered the spring water that appeared after her space little house upgraded. She had taken a sip, and it seemed she had spilled some on her sleeve, which was precisely the place the willow tree was persistently tugging at. So she took out a bit of spring water and placed it in her palm. The willow tree was momentarily stunned, then its branches began to flail excitedly, resembling hair standing on end from an electric shock. Do you want a drink? Bai Yaoyao said gently, like a strange uncle tempting a child. Sha. Then you have to come with me, okay? You must obediently listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. If I tell you to walk the dog, you cannot chase the chickens. Then I promise you will have spring water to drink every day. What do you say? Deal. Bai Yaoyao gently stroked the willow branches, seriously communicating with it. The willow tree actually understood and nodded without hesitation, while controlling its branches and leaves to completely absorb the spring water in Bai Yaoyao's palm. Bai Yaoyao was unsure if she could store it in her space. If not, she could get Cuckoo to come and collect it. Cuckoo was a wood element user and could contract with plants. Unexpectedly, it succeeded on the first try. The crooked-necked tree disappeared, leaving only a deep pit, and Bai Yaoyao curiously looked at it, instantly covered in goosebumps. Unbelievably, at the beginning of the apocalypse, this willow tree was already so formidable, as could be seen from the numerous deep and unfathomable root holes. Bai Yaoyao didn't rush back. She flashed into the space. She saw the willow tree anxiously beside the spring water, afraid to take a sip on its own for fear of getting thrown out. The willow tree could sense that in this space Bai Yaoyao was the boss, so it had some awareness of this. Drink up, there's plenty. Bai Yaoyao pointed at the spring water and said. With a spring source it could regenerate, so she wouldn't be stingy. As soon as the willow tree heard Bai Yaoyao say this, it immediately plunged all its branches into the spring water. This impatient look was truly unbecoming of a master. In less than 5 minutes the willow tree had drained the spring water completely, coming over to act cute like a puppy. Bai Yaoyao didn't feel heartbroken. After all, one couldn't want the horse to run and not want it to eat grass. Bai Yaoyao said to the crooked-necked tree, how about giving you a name? From now on we will be good partners. You also have a brother named Guzi whom I will introduce to you tomorrow. The willow tree shook its branches in agreement, its leaves trembling with anticipation. Bai Yaoyao thought for a long time. The name Guzi was too hasty, so she wanted to come up with something more elegant this time. I say if you like it, just shake your leaves. Sha, little tree. Sha, little Lu. Sha, little green. Sha. Bai Yaoyao gradually lost her patience. Then let's call you Little Y, that's it. I'm in a hurry to get home and sleep. Little Y wanted to protest again, but Bai Yaoyao had already left the space, unwilling to heed its silent cry. Forget it. It's still better than the brother named Guzi. Accepting the name Little Y, it obediently took root next to the spring, slowly digesting the energy within. Bai Yaoyao drove back in a good mood, having taken Little Y with her. Although Little Y might not have the opportunities and strength of her past life, one less formidable opponent was a plus for humanity. What a beautiful spring day, let's dream a dream where the grass smells sweet. Bai Yaoyao hummed along the way, speeding down the road, occasionally hitting a zombie, but she didn't find it boring. Halfway through her journey, Bai Yaoyao sensed something was off and hurriedly stopped. For safety, she got out of the car and stored it in the space. Bai Yaoyao's spiritual sense had been probing ahead, discovering a strong energy fluctuation. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her head. This was a psychic zombie, at least a first level, or possibly even a second level. Bai Yaoyao felt that too many things in this life deviated from her memories. Special zombies were supposed to appear at least 6 months later, yet this was only the first day of the apocalypse, and not only had enhanced zombies appeared, but also special ones. Fortunately, her spatial abilities had upgraded, allowing for short-distance teleportation. After being attacked, Bai Yaoyao quickly moved towards the psychic zombie. But the psychic zombie actually ran away. This damn beginner zombie has awareness. How ridiculous. Despite knowing it might be a trap, Bai Yaoyao still chased after it. She couldn't help but feel itchy in her heart until she understood what was going on. She chased it to a clothing factory, seeing first-level zombies surrounding her from all sides, while the psychic zombie leaned against the wall at the factory entrance. Bai Yaoyao intended to set off a bomb and escape back to the space. However, a bomb powerful enough to destroy zombies would probably deplete all her crystal cores, and she wasn't willing to part with that many crystal cores, so she took out a large machete, preparing for a tough battle. Though first-level zombies were weak, their numbers were overwhelming. Bai Yaoyao went from slicing 3 zombies per strike to 1 per strike, feeling her hands growing numb from the vibrations. Little Y had been communicating with Bai Yaoyao, wanting her to release it. After Bai Yaoyao had practiced enough, she threw Little Y out. In the ensuing battle, they coordinated seamlessly. Little Y controlled the zombies with its branches while Bai Yaoyao slashed with her knife. Their efficiency more than doubled. Even amidst the fierce fighting, Bai Yaoyao kept her spiritual sense fully alert, wary of the psychic zombie. Being able to control so many first-level zombies, it must be at least second level. It shouldn't just have this little ability. Little Y, can you handle it on your own? Bai Yaoyao wanted Little Y to deal with the first-level zombies, while she took out the source, otherwise it would keep summoning more, and even the strongest would eventually exhaust their stamina. Sha. Little Y replied enthusiastically. Bai Yaoyao noticed that Little Y had grown quite a bit, even its crooked neck had straightened somewhat, speculating that it might be due to the spring water. Bai Yaoyao discreetly moved towards the psychic zombie. Once within 10 meters, she dashed forward, combining it with a short teleport, appearing in front of the psychic zombie. While attacking with her knife, she sensed danger from behind, and immediately abandoned the attack to dodge the incoming strike. This thing has no sense of martial virtue. Bringing minions is one thing, but a bodyguard too. Even celebrities don't have such a big deal. Turning around, she was shocked to see another second-level zombie. This time a speed-enhanced zombie. As Bai Yaoyao fought against the speed zombie, she used her spiritual power to fend off the psychic zombie's attacks. In just a short time, she could noticeably feel her stamina plummeting. She kept missing her strikes. The zombie's speed was too fast, wasting a lot of her energy. Finally, she had no choice but to expend a small portion of her spiritual power to fully confront the speed zombie. She finally found an opportunity to stab her knife into the zombie's eye, quickly twisting it around. Without losing a second, she instantly teleported in front of the psychic zombie and forcefully severed its head. Seeing Little Y still entangled with the minions, she returned to help, and with their coordinated effort, they finally ended the battle. The moment all the zombies fell, both Bai Yaoyao and Little Y collapsed to the ground utterly exhausted. They were so tired that they couldn't have lasted another minute. Bai Yaoyao took a sip of water and rested for a while before regaining some strength. If she really couldn't win, she would naturally retreat into the space, but if she could fight, she would still fight. An ability user relying solely on crystal cores is quite useless compared to one honed in battle. Many have been killed despite being at a higher level. That's why Bai Yaoyao chose to fight hard. Looking at Little Y, who was utterly worn out, she felt some pity. This was only the first day of the apocalypse. It wasn't yet the great master Lu Huang. If Little Y hadn't been there today, she could have escaped, but she wouldn't have won. Since they were partners, Bai Yaoyao wouldn't be stingy with her partner. She directly took Little Y to the spring in her space, letting it drink the newly emerged spring water. Little Y excitedly shook itself, extending all its branches once again. In less than 5 seconds it was empty. Bai Yaoyao had already begun scavenging for crystal cores. Looking at the numerous zombie corpses on the ground, she felt an impulse to summon more. It was truly a happy burden. Sha. Why are you out? Although Bai Yaoyao was curious, she still released Little Y. Little Y directly controlled all its branches to quickly collect the crystal cores, digging 2 and tossing 3 until they landed at Bai Yaoyao's feet. Bai Yaoyao laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Brother, you are awesome. Thumbs up for you, my mate. 666. Sha. Bai Yaoyao personally dug out the crystal cores from 2 second-level zombies, then sat down and took out a portion of sweet and sour shredded pork rice. She ate while waiting for Little Y to collect the crystal cores. Don't say the environment isn't good and makes it hard to eat, as she was used to it, and it was quite fragrant. One portion wasn't enough, so she also ate a bucket of braised beef noodles. By the time Little Y finished digging out the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao was also full. After putting the crystal cores and Little Y back in the space, she released the car and drove home. Bai Yaoyao probed with her consciousness 222 cores, almost as much as the team would gather in a day. It was indeed tiring, but it was also truly fragrant. Time to level up. When she got home, a mother should share evenly. Her psychic abilities could now reach level 2. After Bai Yaoyao departed, a shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the garment factory. He gazed for a long while at the fading figure of Bai Yaoyao, deep in thought. Perhaps only she could bring this all to an end. He himself was no longer capable. May the world yet know peace and prosperity, harmony and abundance. With a mere wave of his hand, the recently slain psychic type and speed type zombies revived. The corpses littering the garment factory's entrance vanished entirely. Gazing toward the direction in which Bai Yaoyao had departed, a rare softness softened the icy sharpness of his. May we meet again someday. If by then the apocalypse has ended, so much the better. Bai Yaoyao returned to the villa, and before heading upstairs to her room, lightly knocked on Peng Ji's door to signal her safe return. There was no need to probe with spiritual energy or even deliberate. He knew with absolute certainty that Peng Gu was wide awake waiting for her. It reminded her of her very first mission. She had been only 8 years old. Though the assignment itself had gone smoothly on the way home, she got lost. The mountain slopes all looked identical, though somehow she'd wandered deep into the rear mountains. It took her 2 days to find her way back to base. The moment she stepped through the gate, Peng Gu burst into tears, more violently than when Master had whipped him. Later, Lulu told her that ever since she'd left, Peng Gu had sat by the gate day after day, so distracted he hadn't even noticed when a monkey snatched his lunchtime chicken leg. That night, when she failed to return, he stayed awake the entire time. Had Master not forbidden him from leaving, he would have rushed out to search for her without hesitation. Only upon learning that Bai Yaoyao had merely gotten lost, not injured, did Peng Gu finally breathe easy, devouring 6 large steamed buns in one sitting to stanch his tears. Master stared at the freshly steamed batch of buns, still hours before mealtime, and found 6 already missing. He nearly grabbed a stick to beat someone. In the end, it was Bai Yaoyao who calmed him, offering wild mountain fruits and sweet-talking him with such earnest charm that even his sternest frown melted away. Recalling those childhood memories, Bai Yaoyao's lips curled upward. Today truly had been joyful. She'd gained Xiao Wei and vanquished countless zombies. Hearing her knock, Peng Ji's perpetually furrowed brow relaxed. The light, cheerful rhythm of her footsteps ascending the stairs told him not only was the girl unharmed, but she'd also accomplished her objective, and was clearly in high spirits. He settled comfortably into sleep, and within 3 seconds his thunderous snoring filled the air. From next door, Shu murmured at last, "The long missed snoring has returned." Without Peng Ji's snoring as a lullaby, falling asleep was simply impossible. Back in her room, Bai Yaoyao immediately entered her spatial realm, first bathing and changing into fresh clothes. She then absorbed a grade 2 special type crystal core, elevating her psychic ability to level 2. Reflecting briefly, she noted that level 3 spatial ability granted access to spatial blades, but their destructive power remained negligible, weaker even than Go Ji's claws. In the early stages, mutated zombies were scarce, most attackers still wielded knives, or baseball bats. Thus, she prioritized upgrading her strength ability instead. She used the crystal core harvested from the Spee-type zombie, along with 222 grade 0 cores, precisely reaching level 3. Progress grew increasingly arduous with each level. Merely advancing from level 2 to level 3 required over 10 times more cores, and exact quantities varied from person to person. To ascend to level 4, grade 0 cores became useless. Approximately 100 grade 1 cores would be needed, and crucially a prerequisite emerged: 1 crystal core of the same grade. In other words, to reach level 4, one must first obtain a level 4 crystal core. Yet level 1 zombies remained exceedingly rare. Level 4 specimens were virtually unimaginable. Advancing further would require patience and time. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the time, 3:00 m. She wasted no more time and slipped into bed. Though her profession made late nights routine, master had always said avoid burning the midnight oil. You'll live longer. Dawn broke. Dadowan looked quickly. Monkey raised his hand and shot a stream of water toward the balcony out. Though still lacking real offensive power, the stream was vastly stronger than yesterday's. Brother Monkey, you've leveled up too? Watch mine. Dadowan, a pyrokinetic, unleashed flames upon the tree below. Whoa, fire manipulation is incredible. Far more potent than my water streams. I'll douse it for you. And so the two launched into a merciless, absurd assault upon the poor tree below. Dadowan burned, Monkey extinguished. Dadowan burned, Monkey extinguished. Dadowan burned, Monkey extinguished. Cuckoo, witnessing their antics, hurried over and cried, stop at once. The tree will grow furious. What? Has it mutated too? Dadowan hastily retracted his flames. It hasn't mutated yet, but you two might just drive it to it. Without waiting to open the door, Cuckoo vaulted directly from the second floor. She closed her eyes and gently placed her palm upon the trunk. Instantly the tree shuddered all over. Cuckoo, be careful. Monkey warned, fearing for her safety. It's fine. I've also leveled up my wood-type ability. I can sense the tree's emotions. Cuckoo added softly. Ever since awakening her wood-type ability, Cuckoo had felt an unexpected tenderness toward roadside flowers and grasses, though she'd never considered herself a nature lover before. I'm truly sorry, my friends didn't mean any harm. They're just overexcited after leveling up. Here, this is my apology. She offered a crystal core. Having used only 24 during yesterday's upgrade, she happened to have one remaining. The tree rustled its leaves as if saying it's all right. Yet it still coiled the core back into its branches and extended a vine toward Cuckoo. Is this a gift for me? She asked. The tree trembled slightly in reply. Haha, thank you. Today I'll hunt zombies with extra vigor and bring you another core when I return. Cuckoo fastened the vine around her wrist, beaming with delight. The tree swayed its leaves as though cheering her on. Bai Yaoyao emerged just in time to witness the scene, and couldn't help marveling at Cuckoo's extraordinary fortune. This tree had likely just undergone mutation, untutored, innocent, and having sensed Cuckoo's sincerity and kindness amid the earlier chaos, it had offered her its most precious possession. Bai Yaoyao suddenly turned her gaze upon Dadowan and Monkey, the two incorrigible troublemakers. A sudden chill ran down their necks. They spun around and met Yaojia's stare. Instantly they wanted to flee. Good heavens! Her glare bore master's unmistakable imprint, sharp, piercing, and unmistakably murderous. We're sorry, Yaojia. Yes. We forgot just for a moment that plants and animals can mutate too. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. No repeats. Today your lunch remains mutant dog. No, please, Yaojia. Yesterday you said it was only for dinner. Wah, I'm sorry, Yaojia. Once everyone had gathered downstairs, Bai Yaoyao swiftly served breakfast, and over the meal began outlining the day's operational plan. Monkey and Dadowan cradled their egg-stuffed pancakes reverently in both hands, refusing to let even a single crumb fall to the floor. This was the sole normal meal they'd enjoy all day. They exchanged glances, two heroes recognizing kindred spirits. Bai Yaoyao swallowed the last bite of her egg-stuffed pancake and said, our efficiency was rather low yesterday. Let's split into teams right from the start today. I'll be with Hozi Xiaomi and Chen Xian. Shitu Adai Dadawan and Kiki will form another team. Ponga Lulu Xiao Shirlio and Peichi will make up the third. This grouping is based on our respective abilities. We'll proceed this way for now. Adjustments can be made promptly if issues arise. Let's depart together shortly and clear 3 streets simultaneously. Any questions? None. Let's get moving. Kiki exclaimed excitedly. She'd just acquired a vine and had already tested it. Her ability to control it flawlessly filled her with eagerness to test its effectiveness in real combat. Lulu suddenly interjected. Lao Yao, we're returning Gouge to you. We don't want him on our team. Bai Yaoyao shot a sharp glance at Guzi, who was still yawning lazily. Guzi looked utterly bewildered, darting over to Lulu's side and barking indignantly. Lulu ignored him completely, tactically sipping water before settling beside Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao sighed helplessly. Fine then, Guzi will join our team. Shirtu and Ponga, each of you will oversee one group. Safety comes first, nothing else matters. Signal flares for emergencies. She paused, then added, understood. Got it. Yes. Bai Yaoyao summoned the vehicle, and they set off. Before departing, they circled the villa district, once more clearing newly emerged zombies in the vicinity. Their destination today was the university town, a densely populated area with relatively open spaces and abundant zombies, making it an ideal hunting ground. Did you notice? There are far more zombies on the road today than yesterday. Even before reaching the city center, traffic has nearly ground to a halt, Hosey remarked while driving. Bai Yaoyao sat in the front passenger seat, steadying a rifle against the open window, occasionally firing to eliminate zombies violating traffic order. Firearms remain effective only for now. Starting with level 3 zombies, their utility sharply declines. Multiple precise shots fail to kill, and by the time one reloads, the zombie is already upon them. Moreover, Ponga had purchased nearly 2 billion yuan worth of military-grade ordnance, so ammunition was no concern. No need to conserve. Later, such bullets won't even scratch an awakened cultivator's skin. Hosey, I'll grant you a day off tomorrow. See if you can modify and reinforce the vehicle tonight, Bai Yaoyao said, wistfully eyeing the dents left by zombie impacts. No problem. I'll handle it tonight. It's not difficult. They were forced to disembark near University Town. The sheer density of zombies made further vehicular progress impossible. Yesterday, they'd sometimes needed to break doors to locate zombies. Today, hordes wandered openly across every street. Bai Yaoyao released Xiao Wai and introduced him to Guzi. This is your younger brother. Look after him. Owo, Owo, Wawing, Wawing, Aowa, Shashasha. As they advanced steadily, Bai Yaoyao dispatched Xiao Wai to assist the other three, enhancing their crowd control abilities and collecting spirit crystals along the way. Her psychic ability had ascended to level 2, granting her brief control over zombies. With all three of her abilities activated simultaneously, her killing speed surpassed even that of the trio plus Xiao Wai. Whoa, Sister Yao's taken some kind of stimulant. She's unstoppable. Xiaomi grinned, teeth bared. Let's pick up the pace. It's fine if we can't match Sister Yao, but how come we're even outpaced by Gouge? Shasha. Gouge is invincible. Hearing Xiao Wai's rhythmic cheers, Guzi surged with renewed vigor, slaying zombies with even greater ferocity. It took them 3 grueling hours to fight their way to the entrance of University Town. They paused briefly to rest, nibbling on dried beef to replenish strength while awaiting the other 2 teams. While waiting, several students suddenly burst out from nearby University, freezing in place upon seeing Bai Yaoyao's unusual formation. For humans, 1 dog and 1 sentient tree. Intimidated by their overwhelming presence, the students dared neither approach nor flee. Hey there, young man. How many zombies does your campus have? Bai Yaoyao asked. Many. And one of them breathes fire, replied the boy in a blue denim jacket, standing at the front, gripping the girl beside him tightly. Bai Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Another special zombie. She could extract its core for Lulu. Adai's team possessed ample offensive power. Their shadow affinity abilities delivered devastating damage, augmented by speed-enhancing talents. No concerns there. Where exactly is this fire-breathing zombie? We saw it just now, at the cafeteria gate. Enter the campus, walk straight ahead, take 2 intersections, then turn right. The boy answered directly, then hesitated and added, though I'm not sure if it's still there. Bai Yaoyao nodded and tossed him a baseball bat. Your reward. The boy snatched it up eagerly. Thank you. Anything else? Bai Yaoyao waved dismissively. Seeing her gesture, the students bolted without glancing back. One even lost a shoe, only daring to retrieve it after confirming Bai Yaoyao's group hadn't moved. Haha, Sister Yao, do we really look that terrifying? You frightened these kids half to death. Xiaomi-chan. In truth, none were particularly old. Shirtu was the eldest at 26. Bai Yaoyao and Ponga were both 21. Hosey and Xiaomi were under 20. Oh, and Adai, the youngest, was only 16. Some might not even be older than the students they'd just met. Xiaomi, brother, perhaps wipe the blood off your blade first. Discard that zombie head you're holding and shift those corpses nearby before speaking. Chen Xian handed him a tissue. Xiaomi accepted it and wiped his mouth. You hold here. I'll confront the fire-breathing zombie myself. Bai Yaoyao feared delays might let the zombie escape. Let Gouge and Xiao Wai accompany you, Hosey suggested. Wang Wang. Gouge will protect you. No need. Gouge and Xiao Wai stay with you. Neither fares well against fire-affinity zombies. They'd contribute little. All right, be careful. Rest easy. Upon entering the campus, Bai Yaoyao immediately activated her psychic energy, meticulously scanning every corner, and discovered something astonishing. The university harbored far more than a single special zombie. Distinct energy fluctuations emanated from multiple directions. She headed first to the location described by the boy, and indeed found the fire-affinity zombie relentlessly assaulting the cafeteria's rolling shutter door. Faint sobs drifted from inside the cafeteria, while someone on the fourth floor hurled tables and chairs downward in desperate attempts to crush the creature, though their slow descent posed no threat whatsoever to the zombie. Bai Yaoyao masked her presence entirely using psychic energy, preparing for a stealth strike. At roughly 20 meters away she halted. Her current maximum teleportation range stood at about 10 meters. Fire affinity zombies possessed formidable offensive power but weak defenses. With precise calculation, a single decisive strike could end it instantly. Bai Yaoyao did not rush to act, observing for nearly 5 minutes. Someone on the fourth floor spotted her. Look, there's a person behind that tree. What is she planning to do? Is she seriously thinking of killing zombies? Damn, has she lost her mind? Run, miss, run. These zombies can spit fire. Bai Yaoyao paid no heed to the clamor from upstairs. Fortunately, zombies could not comprehend human speech, otherwise her position would have been compromised. She had calculated precisely. The fire-type zombie unleashed its ability roughly every 5 seconds. Seizing the exact moment it prepared to strike, Bai Yaoyao surged forward with explosive speed, augmented by instantaneous teleportation, and channeled every ounce of her strength into her arms just before closing in. One slash, the zombie's head tumbled from its neck. With a flick of her blade, she retrieved the crystal core, then turned away, swift and decisive. Whoa, miss, you're incredible. Need a junior brother. I'll carry bags, run errands, anything. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. I'm swooning. Oh, 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 oh. Wife, don't leave. You saved me. I swear myself to you forever. From now on I follow only you. A chorus of astonished exclamations rose, growing louder wave upon wave. Bai Yaoyao smiled faintly. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. These sheltered youths had yet to grasp its grim reality, still finding room for levity. In a few more days, when rescue failed to arrive, they would weep instead. She recalled her own alma mater, H University, one of Huawa's most prestigious institutions, and the group behind her, though seemingly unremarkable, were in fact promising talents. Unable to resist, she offered a dry warning. Go ahead. Keep shouting. Lure every zombie within earshot. Let's see whether your collective flesh even fills a single zombie's fangs. Instantly, silence descended, broken only by the low moan of wind. Not a single voice remained. Bai Yaoyao glanced back at the fourth-floor windows where a stack of dejected young faces peered out like human pyramids. She couldn't help but lift the corners of her lips. Youth truly was a rare grace. Though her words held barb and bite, in truth, she had deliberately circled the campus cafeteria, eradicating every zombie nearby, without leaving a single one alive. Let the novices have a little more time. The ivory tower was gone, but in its place loomed the apocalyptic crucible. To survive, long growth was non-negotiable. Yet, growth demanded sacrifice, and that price might well be life. Bai Yaoyao returned to the university gate, checking whether the others had arrived. The stone team had already gathered. After waiting hours longer, the fat brother team remained absent. Though no signal flare had appeared, Bai Yaoyao felt uneasy, and led the group down the road toward the fat brother team's route to meet them. After passing 2 intersections, they heard sounds of combat. Bai Yaoyao swiftly probed ahead with her spiritual sense, detecting no zombies, and immediately rushed forward with the others. They found Fat Brother locked in brutal combat with Adai, Fat Brother's arm drenched in blood, Adai's face swollen and bruised. Peichi and Lulu were also fighting, thankfully wielding only daggers, no abilities. What the hell are you doing? Fat Brother, Adai, stop fighting. Senior Sister Lu, Peichi, what on earth happened? Xiaomi and the others hurried to intervene. No one understood how this had erupted. After all, they'd grown up together, bound by deep affection. Even their occasional quarrels dissolved within moments. But the moment they stepped in, the fighters instantly turned on them. Chaos erupted. Only Bai Yaoyao remained untouched. Everyone else was drawn into the fray. A psychic-type zombie, Bai Yaoyao shouted. Capable of disrupting human cognition and undetectable even by her spiritual sense. It had to be at least a tier 3 psychic zombie. And this was only day 2 of the apocalypse. No wonder her starting scenario had seemed impossibly auspicious. Turns out it was hell mode. Bai Yaoyao cursed inwardly, then ignored the ongoing brawl. Among them, only Adai possessed notably stronger abilities. Yet he faced both Stone and Fat Brother, making victory unlikely, though defense remained feasible. Forcing calm, she rapidly surveyed the surroundings, then refocused her spiritual sense, scanning inch by inch, until she detected an anomaly: a breakfast shop roughly 50 meters away, utterly impermeable to her abilities. She severed her probe instantly and dashed forward. Against such uniquely vulnerable foes, whose sole defense was distance, her spatial ability granted decisive advantage, and her teleportation allowed her to breach their perimeter in an instant. Yet, extraordinary circumstances demanded extraordinary measures. Sensing the zombie preparing to relocate, she hurled a grenade straight at it, blasting the treacherous wretch to oblivion. Boom! A thunderous detonation. Adai fat brother, and the others snapped back to lucidity. Seeing them safe, Bai Yaoyao turned her full attention to hunting the psychic zombie, and simultaneously launched Xiao Wai, whose vines briefly ensnared the creature before it broke free. By then, Bai Yaoyao had already closed the distance. The psychic zombie attempted to corrupt her mind, but her spiritual resistance held firm, granting her several precious seconds. She opted for overwhelming speed over precision, abandoning firearms entirely. She teleported in and delivered a skull-shattering blow with a baseball bat. Raw, primal, unstoppable. Are you dead yet? Hell yes, you're definitely dead. She struck again harder. Gray matter exploded outward, and the crystal core burst forth unaided. Just as the others arrived, they witnessed Sister Yao mid-swing, delivering savage blows while issuing icy taunts. The scene was grotesquely vivid, almost beautiful in its brutal clarity. Sister Yao is legendary. Where did she come from? How does she wield such power? Fat brother clutched his bleeding arm and couldn't resist stepping closer for a better look. Bai Yaoyao raised the crystal core for all to see. A tier 3 psychic zombie. Strangely, this lifetime's pace feels accelerated, far faster than my last. Everything's different from what I remember. Fat brother noticed her furrowed brow and murmured gently, "It's all right. This time we're all here, together. We'll take it step by step." Bai Yaoyao paused, then realized Lulu and Chen Xian were still alive as Xiao Mi and the others had awakened their abilities from the outset. Things were markedly better. "I was just overthinking things, fat brother," she said, regaining composure as she met his gaze. "Don't move. Look at that blood pouring from your arm. Finally, my ability's usable." "Huh," Peichi declared, rushing forward. "Senior sister Peichi, I'm ready too." "My face is ruined," Adai muttered. "Ha ha, let's go one by one." Peichi waved magnanimously, though her bravado lasted less than 5 minutes before her abilities sputtered out. She'd barely finished treating fat brother Adai, and Lulu hadn't even reached the front of the line yet. "I'm still clumsy. I think I overused my ability on fat brother. Wasted it," Peichi admitted sheepishly. Bai Yaoyao produced ointment and tossed it to Adai and Lulu. Apply. Seeing the dejected expressions on several faces, he addressed the group's psychic zombies. "Primarily attack through mental domination. Just stay vigilant going forward. With proper awareness, their control rarely succeeds." "Understood, Senior Sister Yao." After the group departed, a shadow reappeared. He stared for a long while at the zombie whose skull had been utterly pulverized, then raised his hand as if to restore it, hesitated, and finally dismissed the notion with visible disdain. The group found a relatively clean small restaurant and shared lunch. The Dewan and Monkey watched the others happily devouring hotpot lamb while glancing ruefully at their own plates of subpar roasted mutant dog meat. Tears of regret welled in their eyes. Why did Dog Brother's massive bone and Xiao Wai's purified water seem so much superior to what they'd been served? After lunch, the team began exploring H University. Bai Yaoyao had sensed several strong energy fluctuations within the campus that morning and intended to investigate them further. Upon entering the campus, they headed first to the sports field, the site of the strongest resonance. No sooner had they reached its perimeter than the zombies detected them. Bicycles and trash bins were hurled toward the group by a sudden violent gust of wind. "Everyone, watch out. A wind elemental zombie," Bai Yaoyao warned. The group scattered swiftly. Peichi, positioned at the outer edge, barely had time to evade, so Shirtu lunged sideways, shielding her and instantly activating his skin-hardening ability. Shirtu believed earth elemental techniques offered less immediate utility than skin hardening at this stage, so he prioritized upgrading the latter the previous day. His fist slammed into the trash bin, but the sheer kinetic force drove his entire arm straight through it. "Damn, this stings." Shirtu rarely complained, but this time he couldn't help himself. "Brother Shitu, you're absolutely heroic. Trash bin Superman." Xiaomi teased, dodging debris while admiring his absurdly comical silhouette. Adai, Xiaomi, and Guzi will charge from the front. Everyone else unleash ranged damage. "Roger." Woof. Woof. The 3 humans and 1 dog surged forward simultaneously from 4 directions. While Lulu unleashed lightning from afar, Chen Xian amplified their assault with a supportive skill. Xiao Wai had already ensnared the zombie with willow tendrils. Only for a fleeting second, but for a team of this caliber, that was more than enough. Bai Yaoyao aimed straight for the neck, driving her dagger deep before the zombie could even react. Adai rushed in and deployed his dark elemental ability, Shadow Binding, leaving the zombie no chance to respond before the combined assault felled it. Truly coordinated teamwork was exhilarating. A level 3 wind elemental zombie was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Bai Yaoyao extracted and secured the crystal core, then remarked, "There should be 4 more level 2 crystal cores in this campus. No 4 more level 2 zombies. Let's go, eliminate them." "Ha ha. Senior Sister Yao, that little no wait. That's pure charisma." Xiaomi nearly spat out her. "I think we should rehearse tailored strategies for different zombie types. Our coordination just now was excellent." If our timing tightens further, that wind elemental wouldn't even get a chance to cast. Lulu paused thoughtfully before summarizing. Lulu's right. What matters most is battle synergy. Keep pushing everyone. Bai Yaoyao affirmed. Does anyone else feel how scorching hot it is today compared to yesterday? Is it because of my fire affinity? My clothes haven't dried since I stepped out this morning. I've drained 4 or 5 bottles of water already. The Dawan grumbled. Even my water affinity feels sweltering. Ugh, freeze to death by night, roast by day, Monkey added. Senior Sister Yao, what's causing this? Bai Yaoyao replied, you've reminded me. I'd almost forgotten. There's a week-long heat wave coming. Noon temperatures will peak near 60 C. During that stretch, we'll operate exclusively at night and rest through the day. After nearly a decade, many details had faded, but Dawan's remark about the heat jolted her memory. The zombies' first major surge in power occurred precisely 7 days after that extreme heat wave began. Following it, level 1 zombies multiplied dramatically. Many who perished during the heat wave later reanimated as infected. On the brighter side, official response was swift. Provincial survival bases had already been established nationwide. Within them, basic social order remained intact. Yet survival of the fittest remained inevitable, not only in the apocalypse, but even before it. Among all nations, China responded most decisively. Elsewhere, countries collapsed into zombie-infested wastelands or lawless dens of cruelty, where the weak were abandoned without mercy and those lacking abilities faced certain death. Only China chose not to abandon a single soul, organizing mass rescues, standardizing shelter and rations, assigning meaningful labor, and above all preserving hope for ordinary people to endure. Having scanned the campus with her spiritual sense and confirmed the absence of level 3 zombies, Bai Yaoyao divided the team into 3 squads. Her companions were all highly capable. Micromanaging would do more harm than good. Hardship must be endured, danger must be confronted, otherwise growth would stagnate. Bai Yaoyao's squad headed for the dormitory complex, likely the most densely populated and zombie-infested zone on campus. As they approached the girls' dormitory, they spotted a student squad. Their leader, a young man, had clearly awakened an ability, fire affinity. He unleashed flames upon a zombie while his teammates swung clubs in disciplined succession. Their coordination was surprisingly polished. Spotting Bai Yaoyao's quartet and their dog, he called out, which department are you from? I don't recall seeing you before. I've cleared the path to the cafeteria, that way there's food. Go ahead. Bai Yaoyao arched a brow. Though the boy spoke with quiet arrogance, his intent was genuinely cautionary. Brother Liang, they're definitely not from our school. How could I possibly miss such a stunning girl? Chimed another boy, gripping a stool behind him. Bai Yaoyao smiled faintly. Compliments deserve grace. True. Only families of extraordinary means would dare keep a Siberian husky. They certainly aren't students here. Brother Liang tensed visibly and stepped back with his squad. As martial arts majors, they possessed greater battlefield intuition. Initially too distant to assess properly, but now scrutinizing closely, they realized these newcomers exuded the unmistakable aura of seasoned fighters. Don't tense up, your lovely senior sister won't lay a finger on you. Bai Yaoyao mused inwardly. This university truly was delightful, its students charmingly naive. Her words only deepened their apprehension. Brother Liang stepped forward firmly. Is there something you need? My classmates have pressing matters. I'll speak with you. He gestured subtly for the others to withdraw, but instead they pressed closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, lifting their chins with defiant resolve. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes, then relented. Pointing to a level 2 water elemental zombie, trapped beyond the fence, she declared plainly, that one's ours. We spent ages cornering it out there. It summons torrents. We can't even approach it. Brother Liang protested, until he noticed Bai Yaoyao's group standing utterly at ease and fell silent. Especially the Siberian husky, whose expression radiated unshakable, unassailable supremacy. I am the apex. I fear no one. Bai Yaoyao watched as several students courteously stepped aside, then gave a slight nod to Xiao Mi, and this was a male water element zombie, likely a teacher in life. Already balding in the classic Mediterranean style, he now retained only a few sparse strands of hair. His face was marred by bluish pustules and rotting flesh. His eyeballs bulged grotesquely beyond the frames of his spectacles. His black suit hung in tatters caked with mud and dried blood. Earlier, the group had devised a coordinated strategy. Qinshin would amplify Hosie's innate ability to restrain the zombie, while Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi launched a rapid synchronized assault, aiming for a single decisive strike before it could unleash its powers. They intended to hone their teamwork while the zombie's offensive capabilities remained limited. Ready, go. No sooner had Bai Yaoyao's command echoed than she and Xiaomi surged forward, Xiaomi relying on speed, Bai Yaoyao on instantaneous movement. Bai Yaoyao believed her own speed formidable, yet it was utterly disrupted by Guzi. The moment Bai Yaoyao shouted go, Guzi erupted into frenzied motion, outpacing even Xiaomi, and lunged at the zombie, claws bared. The The zombie instantly unleashed a torrent of water directly at Guzi's face. Startled, Guzi recoiled, then incensed snarled in fury. He howled wildly, only to be drenched again and again. Though initially irritated that Guzi had once more thrown their plan into chaos, Bai Yaoyao could not suppress her laughter upon seeing him, a sodden, bedraggled spectacle, standing there tail drooping. In the end, Xiaomi, moved by pity, seized the opening when the zombie turned its assault upon Guzi and delivered the killing blow. Guzi trotted over to Bai Yaoyao, head bowed in wounded dignity. Woof, woof, a woo, a woo, a woo, woof, woof, woof. And you didn't help me. You laughed at me. And Bai Yaoyao denied it instantly. How could that be? You must have mistaken me. I was utterly captivated by your peerless grace. Woof, and absolutely true. You're magnificent. Blame Xiaomi instead. Had he not interfered, you'd have claimed a solo kill. Bai Yaoyao declared with practiced flattery. Instantly, Guzi lifted his chin high, shook water from his fur in a glittering spray, and barked sharply at Xiaomi. Xiaomi stared blankly. Brother, go, I was helping you. Do you even have a brain? Can't you tell your mistress is mocking you? And woof, a woo, woof, woof, a woo. Impossible. My mistress adores me. You're just jealous? In perplexed, Xiaomi approached Bai Yaoyao. How does this one stay so absurdly naive? Does mutation leave intelligence unchanged? Not wrecking the place is already impressive. Plus, he can slay zombies. That's more than commendable, Bai Yaoyao replied with a smile. Just as they prepared to depart, the same group of young men hurried back. Sister. Sorry to disturb you. May we ask a question? And what is it? Bai Yaoyao answered amiably, her mood still light. And what exactly are those things you extracted from the zombies' brains? Could you tell us? If it's inconvenient, never mind. Liang Gu stammered. In crystalline cores, Bai Yaoyao replied, producing one and holding it up for inspection. Off. Liang Gu was stunned. Her candor caught him completely off guard. They catalyze innate ability evolution. Found only within a zombie's cranium, they may be absorbed simply by focusing one's spirit and gripping them firmly. Bai Yaoyao explained. It wasn't a secret worth guarding. Especially not from someone so promising already at level 1. He wielded fire with remarkable precision. His character was equally admirable. He'd volunteered to clear paths, shouldered danger himself, and shielded his juniors. More human cultivators meant greater collective resilience. After all, even zombies understood the strength of numbers. Who in their right mind would attempt an ever so shundered battle? Thank you so much. May we ask, are you part of an organized group? Do you accept new members? There are 8 of us brothers. 3 possess innate abilities. I command fire. 1 friend sees with extraordinary clarity, even piercing darkness at night. Another possesses prodigious strength. The remaining 5 all majored in martial arts, trained since childhood, admitted to H University through elite wushu examinations, each a national-level athlete. Liang Gu enthusiastically promoted his team, sensing instinctively that this encounter was a rare opportunity. The people before him were undeniably masters. Even their dog radiated uncanny intelligence, despite its earlier misstep. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out the question. Bai Yaoyao declined without hesitation. A 12-member squad was ideal, large enough to withstand hordes yet small enough to avoid internal friction or resource imbalance. Most crucially, every member had grown up together. Loyalty ran deeper than blood, betrayal unthinkable. Sorry little brother, we don't recruit. Alright, thank you for sharing about the crystalline cores. What's your organization's name? The Nightfall Squad. And brother Liang, let's choose a name too. Look how elegant and imposing theirs is. Aren't we already the H University rescue team? That's far too mundane. Let's pick something stylish. Then how about the Midnight Squad? One day we'll match the Nightfall Squad's prowess. Yes. Go Midnight Squad. Ha ha ha. The Nightfall Squad remained blissfully unaware that they had unwittingly inspired a devoted fanbase, and the formation of a newly christened, gloriously eccentric team. Bai Yaoyao led the team across H University, dispersing major zombie clusters. Isolated stragglers were left untouched. Not out of mercy, but pragmatism, eliminating them would waste precious time, and such remnants offered invaluable trials for the sheltered students. Those too timid to confront even a single zombie deserved no place in this world. In the apocalypse, anyone unwilling to draw a blade had no hope of survival. Better to perish early and spare scarce provisions. Let's not return tonight. We'll continue clearing the university district tomorrow. Otherwise, half our time vanishes on the road. Agreed. The roads swarm with zombies. Driving slows us to a crawl, and running is impossible. Peng Gu concurred. Xiaomi pointed toward the adjacent teaching building. Shall we spend the night in a classroom, or seek out a dormitory? Classroom. It's more open, safer, Bai Yaoyao replied. No objections arose. Shelter, even rudimentary, was a luxury. On past missions, they'd often curled up inside mountain caves exposed to wind and rain. They selected an empty ground floor lecture hall. Bai Yaoyao retrieved all desks and chairs into her spatial storage, then summoned a long banquet table and announced, "Order your meals." At last, the moment A Dai cherished most, the feast. "I'll take the children's set, in. I want the giant lobster, in." Sated and refreshed, Bai Yaoyao laid out the day's spoils: 427 level 0 crystalline cores, 21 level 1, 5 level 2, and 1 level 3. Their haul more than doubled yesterday's, and the combined power of the level 2 and level 3 cores was precisely sufficient to elevate one more cultivator to level 3. Bai Yaoyao told everyone most level 2 and level 3 crystal cores are nature type. Give them to Lu first, stack her ability to level 3, and she will gain large-scale AoE damage. Give tomorrow's high-level core to a Dai, so each of the 3 squads will have a level 3 member. Also prioritize upgrading Pang Gu and Shirtu's earth defense and control skills, and Peiqi's healing ability to prevent any unexpected mishaps. Any other suggestions? Bai Yaoyao asked. What about you? Lulu asked. Last night when I went out to find Xiao Wai, I made a little extra detour and picked up some crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao answered. That's harsh, Yaoyao. Hoarding food and not sharing. Xiao Shilu teased. I have a spatial ability, so it's easier for me to hide when danger comes. Bai Yaoyao began to explain, but seeing everyone's worried faces, she hurriedly changed her tone. I was wrong. Next time I'll tell everyone in advance. That's right. We're a team and we bear things together. Boss, don't worry, even if I only have a speed ability, I'll be the first to charge back to cover everyone if danger comes. Xiaomi slapped his chest and declared, whereupon Bai Yaoyao smacked him sharply. You rascal. Can't you speak properly? Hit the table, spit, spit, spit. Bai Yaoyao knew well that Xiaomi was telling the truth. She had done the same in a past life, charging to cover the rear even without any power, so hearing him say it aloud pierced her more than she expected. I was wrong, I was wrong. Xiaomi quickly banged the table, babbling apologies. Everyone turned to scold Xiaomi, and in the commotion they all but forgot Bai Yaoyao's little midnight snack. Only Lulu shot Bai Yaoyao a sharp glare. Everyone else, 35 crystal cores each, absorbed them quickly. Xiao Wai, keep watch tonight, call us if anything happens, Bai Yaoyao instructed. They took the cores and were about to sit against the wall, but Bai Yaoyao flicked something from her spatial pocket and produced 12 large beds, each made up with a full 4-piece set. Wow, I thought we'd have to rough it tonight. Didn't expect there'd be beds. Amazing. Yaoyao, your space really is. Bai Yaoyao laughed. Of course, after wasting billions I didn't know how to spend it, so naturally I've got everything. Hurry up and absorb them. Over the next few days Bai Yaoyao led everyone and they swept through the entire university district. Boss, last campus. Shizhengfa Kaijing University, Xiaomi said, wiping his slightly nicked blade and sounding a little tired. I'll give you another one. Fix this one up when we get back. Take it steady, Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao, seeing his state, handed him a new cleaver. Over those days everyone's abilities gradually rose, and close quarters fighting became rare. Only Xiaomi still fought with a knife, since he only possessed a speed ability. Bai Yaoyao said that danger often triggers new powers, so they would deliberately draw several zombies at once. After 3 days of that, the blades had gone dull many times, and everyone watched in trepidation, afraid he might be bitten. Xiaomi looked careless, but was fiercely determined, terrified of dragging the team down, and thus pushing himself harder. I know my limits, boss, he said with a smile. Seeing he would not listen, Bai Yaoyao let it be, and told Xiao Wai to focus on assisting Xiaomi. They walked into the campus, and something fell off. What's with this school? So few zombies, no students. When you finally see a living person, they turn and run to Da Wan said in puzzlement. Follow them, Bai Yaoyao ordered. The fleeing man wore construction site clothes and a hard hat, definitely not a student. His first reaction on seeing them had been guilt, not curiosity, which piqued Bai Yaoyao's interest. When the man noticed they were following, he ran faster. Xiaomi and Adai activated their speed abilities, and why are you running? Bai Yaoyao asked. You chased me. What else could I do? The man replied, indignant. Shirtu sniffed the air. The scent of blood is strong, he said, glancing toward the auditorium. Let's go in and take a look. Boss. The cops are coming. Someone cried. Still talking. You want to die? Hosey punched the man in the stomach. He collapsed, doubled over. Soldiers beat people. I'll sue you. I will. Ugh. As Bai Yaoyao drew closer to the auditorium, the smell of blood grew thicker. Pang Gu kicked a clod of earth at the door, smashing it open, and a burst of gunfire flashed inside. Fortunately, everyone had anticipated it and dodged in time. What the hell? Assault rifles. Who's in there with that gear? Didowan exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao took a moment and peered inside. There were at least 20 bodies on the floor. From their clothes, they appeared to be students, both male and female. For people held guns, and a crowd brandished sticks, benches, cleavers, and other makeshift weapons, students and construction workers among them. Surround them, the leader shouted. Everyone rushed out and closed in, hemming Bai Yaoyao and her group. And Wang Jianbin, Peiqi suddenly said. What's his background? Bai Yaoyao asked, curious, because Peiqi seemed to recognize the name. Peichi said briefly. He's vicious. He went to an elementary school and slaughtered 17 children, recorded it, and was wanted. The case blew up online. Apparently, he fled here to the university district. When Peichi came to H City to buy property, she saw the police searching house by house, but failing to catch him. He clearly had some ability to avoid them. Why would he kill elementary students? Bai Yaoyao asked, curious. Peichi replied, it's unclear. Someone in our circle said it started because parents picking up children blocked most of the road and held him up. After waiting through 3 traffic lights, he lost it and came back the next day to take revenge. Jesus, that cruel. Parents blocking the road, what do the kids have to do with it? What a monster. Xiao Shilu cursed in disbelief. Shitu frowned. Boss, this man should be killed. Bai Yaoyao nodded. They were not saints, but they did not slaughter innocents arbitrarily. Wang Jianbin was plainly a psychopathic killer who would harm children. The heavy stench of blood in the auditorium made the situation obvious. A killer with such power was dangerous. Better to cut him down sooner than later. Who are you? Be sensible and leave. Minds out of each other's business. Wang Jianbin shouted. He sized them up and could tell none of them were ordinary. They were not the police his men had claimed, but hardened operators. Perhaps even international mercenaries. Even the women looked fearsome. Bai Yaoyao smiled, unfazed by the 4 assault rifles. Since you're here, leaving empty-handed isn't our style, she said, and stepped forward. Wang Jianbin hesitated not a moment. He flung a bag forward and guided it toward Bai Yaoyao with a controlled gust of wind. Deep down he sensed this woman was ruthless, and an intense premonition gripped him. If they fought, he would surely lose. Fat Brother instinctively raised his hand to cast a defensive skill, but Bai Yaoyao murmured softly. It's fine. Those are likely crystal cores. I can feel the energy fluctuation. There are over 200 crystal cores inside. You're here for these, aren't you? Take them all. No need to meddle further. We're on the same path after all. Fellow survivors, you might say, Wang Jianbin said. Xiao Wei dutifully hooked the bag open. Bai Yaoyao glanced inside. Indeed, crystal cores including several grade 1 ones. Wang Jianbin's sincerity was evident. Yet, we'll accept the crystals. But regretfully your life is forfeit, Bai Yaoyao stated calmly. What do you mean? Are you standing up for them? Do your own hands bear no blood? Why feign virtue here? Wang Jianbin had not expected such brazen audacity. When Bai Yaoyao accepted the crystals, he assumed the matter was settled, only to learn she now demanded his life. He couldn't hold back another shout. I'll give you 200 more crystals. Don't push too far. Once you're dead, every crystal becomes ours. Bai Yaoyao cared far more about acquiring crystals than killing him, but Shitu Gu could not abide the slaughter of children. Since death was inevitable, profiting from it was the perfect resolution. Bai Yaoyao glanced at a die, and Xiaomi exchanged a silent signal and vanished instantly into the fray. Lulu summoned lightning. Po Zi conjured torrents of water. Dai One unleashed roaring flames as Xiao Shilu stirred gales. While the gang outside proved utterly useless, 4 men brandishing guns couldn't even aim properly, let alone hit a target. Fit only for intimidating ordinary civilians. Fat Brother and Shirtu's earth manipulation abilities had both advanced to level 3, once their earthen shields rose they were virtually impervious. Wang Jianbin had remained vigilant since Bai Yaoyao's initial refusal. As the trio charged, he leapt backward, launching razor-sharp wind blades in the same breath. Yet none struck true. These 3 moved with blinding speed. Within a blink they were upon him. Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi lunged simultaneously, knives flashing left and right, only to discover Wang Jianbin possessed skin hardening as well. Remarkable, dual affinity abilities. No wonder his arrogance knew no bounds. Official records indicated that in the early days of the apocalypse, individuals awakening with dual affinities were exceedingly rare. If he survived today, he would almost certainly become a formidable adversary tomorrow. Seeing blades fail, Dai shifted tactics, releasing a black mist bomb directly at Wang Jianbin's eyes, a newly mastered level 3 shadow affinity technique. Ah, die you bastards. Wang Jianbin screamed as blood erupted from both eyes, streaming down his face. Seizing the opening, Bai Yaoyao drove her blade deep into his eye socket. Then, as his ability waned, slit his throat. The moment Wang Jianbin fell, his lackeys surrendered en masse, dropping to their knees, heads clasped tight, shrieking for mercy. Xiaomi searched his body, finding no crystals. She barked, "Where are the crystals?" I know. Don't kill me. They're all in the backstage, and so are the zombies." A boy stammered in terror. "Zombies?" Bai Yaoyao's gut twisted with dread. Upon entering the backstage, she realized killing Wang Jianbin so swiftly had been far too merciful. A level 0 zombie was tightly bound to a pillar, while 20 or 30 people lay sprawled across the floor, chained together by a long hemp rope, their bodies bearing unmistakable lacerations and bite wounds from the undead. They were deliberately creating zombies, then slaughtering them to harvest crystals. Several female students lay naked, their chests torn open, raw flesh, shredded blood soaking the floor. Bai Yaoyao recalled similar atrocities from her past life. The truly depraved always devised effortless self-serving cruelties. Silence fell over the group. The bag held no fewer than 300 or 400 crystals. How many students had Wang Jianbin slaughtered using this method? Lulu glared at the cowering figures outside, fingers crackling with electricity, ready to unleash a bolt that would obliterate them all. These scum, Sister Yao, just kill them all. Adai also fixed them with a cold, unforgiving stare. No, it wasn't us. It was Brother Wang Jianbin, who ordered it. Mercy, we beg for mercy. We were forced. Refused to obey, and we'd be fed to the Please, spare me. I have an 8-month-old daughter. Her mother's gone. I only did this to scavenge food. Bai Yaoyao spoke softly. Silence. Instantly, absolute stillness. Students upstairs, drawn by the commotion, began descending cautiously. Seeing Wang Jianbin dead, their faces lit with raw, unguarded relief. You, who are you? The boldest boy stepped forward, attempting to ask. Yet everyone wore sleek black combat uniforms, evoking immediate associations with elite special forces. Bai Yaoyao anticipated his question and cut him off, regrettably. We are not. Still, thank you for saving us. Yes, thank you for killing Wang Jianbin. He was a monster. Thank you, you've done so much. The members of the Nightfall squad shifted uneasily. None had ever experienced being hailed as heroes, praised so fervently by so many. For a moment, they stood stunned, several younger members even flushed crimson. Bai Yaoyao scoffed faintly. No one can save you. Survival depends solely on yourselves. Yet all of you gathered here couldn't overcome a single man. Not a single one awakened an affinity. Are you truly that oblivious? Even clay statues possess 3 sparks of fury. Yet you watched as classmates and teachers were dragged away, raped, tortured, butchered, while hiding behind walls. We tried to resist, but they had guns. Cowards always find excuses. I am no righteous arbiter. I claim no moral authority to lecture you. But I'll offer this final word. Those too timid to raise a blade against tyranny should end themselves now. Worthless. With that, Bai Yaoyao collected the crystals and departed. A quiet heaviness settled within her chest. Yet she soon exhaled, letting go. These were scholars, suddenly thrust into a world where neighbors turned feral and ravenous. Adjustment demanded time. Why trouble herself unnecessarily? Gathering the crystals, she signaled her comrades, and left without glancing back at the students still wailing, blaming one another in panicked disarray. Under Bai Yaoyao's leadership, the Nightfall squad purged the university's zombie infestation in the earliest days of the apocalypse, making H-City the nation's highest survival rate hub for college students, and later nurturing numerous elite cultivators. Next, I will announce the distribution of the rescue missions. Team 1 East City Museum, bring back as many key cultural relics as possible. You will be assigned a space-type ability user, ensure their safety at all costs. Team 2 West City Grain Reserve. Team 3 Official Family Quarters. Team 4 Jinlin Villa on Ruikong Road, where we need to rescue Professor Lin Jingying and his family. Ensure Professor Lin's safety at all costs. Teams 5 and 6, along with the Special Operations Team, will be led by me to H-City University Town. The University Town is densely populated and a disaster area, once other teams complete their tasks, they should hurry over to provide support. Understood. Meng Qilin awakened his power abilities responsible for the rescue in H-City. Due to the vast area affected by disaster, large-scale rescue was unrealistic. They could only prioritize key groups based on the organization's requirements. Looking at the state of the streets and the endless zombies, he felt particularly anxious. H-City already had a large population, and with some chaos from the military, it took a few extra days to stabilize the situation before they could arrive. Now he still didn't know what kind of situation it was. Looking at the pitch-black night, he felt as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, wishing to start the rescue operation immediately. Home is still the most comfortable. Being able to enjoy air conditioning at a time like this is simply delightful. The monkey sprawled on the sofa, completely unwilling to get up. The weather was getting hotter, with daytime temperatures reaching nearly 50 C. The smell of the zombies was already unpleasant, and with the heat the stench became even more pronounced, making it very hard to endure. So blissful, at this time I can still enjoy ice-cold watermelon. Adai obediently set up a small stool by the table and quickly devoured a small piece. Starting tomorrow, we will not go out. We will stay home to cultivate our abilities. There are still 3 to 4 days of high temperatures. Once the weather cools down, we will go out again. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and said, these past few days everyone has worked hard killing zombies until late at night, accumulating a lot of crystal cores, but not having time to absorb them. It's just right to take this time to cultivate and see if we can level up. Bai Yaoyao had already raised her 3 abilities to level 3 due to her space ability. Adai's dark ability and Lulu's lightning ability, along with Fatty and Shittis earth abilities, had also reached level 3. With no shortage of high-end combat power in the team, Bai Yaoyao prioritized distributing all the crystal cores to those who had not yet reached level 3. So refreshing time to head back to sleep. Everyone rare to have a lazy sleep, Bai Yaoyao was the same. After several days of intense battle, her body was somewhat unable to take it, so as soon as she hit the bed she fell asleep and didn't wake up until noon the next day. She was woken up by the dog, which was hungry. After her space ability reached level 3, she could store living things, but needed their consent, so after explaining 1,000 times to the dog, she finally brought both the dog and Xiao Wei into the space. Bai Yaoyao had intended to try bringing her companions in, as well making future missions much safer, but found that she could not succeed. However, she had a feeling that perhaps with a few more levels it would be possible. Woof woof, I'm starving. Dog, I'm going to starve to death. Bai Yaoyao. No resisting the impulse to kick it away, she quickly changed her clothes and went downstairs, throwing the dog outside and tossing a few big bones. Good morning, Sister Yao, said Xiaomi. Bai Yaoyao noticed that Xiaomi was drenched in sweat and her breathing was ragged, realizing that she must have gotten up early to practice. It's already noon, why didn't you rest a bit longer? Bai Yaoyao asked. Xiaomi scratched her head. I'm not tired, I couldn't sleep, so I just got up. Bai Yaoyao nodded and walked to the window. She intended to open it for some fresh air, but was met with a wave of heat as soon as she opened it, nearly knocking her over. It was simply unbearable to breathe. So she quickly shut the window. What was the point of fresh air? It was enough to have air conditioning. Suddenly she had a strong craving for hotpot. Bai Yaoyao took out the ingredients and along with Xiaomi began to prepare and plate them: beef, lamb, black chicken rolls, luncheon meat, fish balls, tripe, crunchy sausages, duck feet, pig brain, shrimp paste, and crispy pork. Sister Yao, it's an all-meat pot. Haha, I forgot we still need to eat vegetables. Bai Yaoyao was a typical meat lover, but she still managed to find a platter of mushrooms, lettuce, potatoes, vermicelli, and crispy rolls. She also put in some big bones that the dog loved. Before long, the delicious aroma wafted out, and everyone began to wake up to the smell. Of course, the first one was Adai. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, they suddenly heard the sounds of fighting from outside. Everyone immediately became alert and moved to the second-floor balcony. It seemed like an official rescue team driving military green pickups with 2 or 3 level 0 zombies wandering by the roadside, just taken down by them. As soon as dawn broke, Meng Qilin organized various teams to launch the rescue operation and personally led a team to the university town. He thought it would be a fierce battle and even wrote a will placing it in the arm badge. Unexpectedly, in the entire university town, there were very few zombies. He could often see a dozen students surrounding a single zombie with a variety of makeshift weapons beating it up. The fierce expressions on their faces did not resemble those of sheltered university students, but rather habitual offenders from a brawling den. Leading his team of 200, he made a large loop, but could not find a single zombie to fight. Finally, unable to hold back, he called over a student and asked, "Classmate, I want to ask you something. Are you a student of H University?" "Hello, leader. Yes, I am. What do you need? I know everything happening around here." Li Pengliang said. "Brother Liang is the official rescue team here. Why are they so slow? They are even slower than the night squad's masters." The younger brother muttered quietly behind him. "Shut up, stop talking nonsense, and don't get us in trouble with the benefactors." Li Pengliang hurriedly stopped him. Meng Qilin awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, but still patiently asked, "What is the situation near this university town? Why are there so few zombies? And who are the night squad you mentioned?" "Of course there are fewer zombies. They have all been cleared out by the night squad's masters. Only a few dozen remain at each school for us to practice on. As for the night squad, we don't know who they are. But they are good people and super powerful. The leader is a beautiful sister, fierce with plenty of words. They directly told us that the crystal cores inside the zombies' heads could help upgrade our abilities," Li Pengliang explained, gesturing excitedly. Li Pengliang became super excited when talking about the night squad. He had already upgraded his abilities to level 2, but still felt far from his idols. He really didn't know how they trained. After hearing his student's explanation, Meng Qilin finally understood the situation and grew especially curious about the Dark Knight Squad. Judging from the student's description, it appeared to be a civilian organization, likely a group of passionate volunteers. He hurriedly asked how many members are in the Dark Knight Squad. With manpower critically short, and given the student's account of their altruism, they were almost certainly righteous individuals, highly likely to join the official rescue effort. Moreover, having cleared all zombies across the entire university town, they must number more than a few and possess exceptional capabilities. His own acute shortage of personnel could thus be resolved instantly. The Dark Knight Sages consist of 12 people, 1 dog, and 1 tree, all incredibly formidable. Li Pengliang replied, "What? Only 12 people? Did 12 people alone eliminate every zombie in the entire university town?" Meng Qilin exclaimed in astonishment. "Not 12 people, 12 people, 1 dog, and 1 tree. Brother Dog is extraordinarily powerful. the student's junior corrected eyes gleaming with admiration. Meng Qilin asked, when you say one dog, one tree, do you mean mutated beasts and mutated plants? Yes. Brother Dog is utterly awe-inspiring, the junior added once more. Having clarified the matter, Meng Qilin said, quick, assemble at the gate. The vehicles have arrived and will transport everyone to the secured safe zone. The original plan had been derailed. Meng Qilin urgently reassigned tasks to each team and dispatched them immediately to reinforce the others. He personally led the 10-member special operations team toward the villa district near Fengming Mountain to retrieve Professor Lin Jingying. Professor Lin Jingying was a renowned Chinese biologist, normally based in Beijing, but had returned to his hometown for vacation when the apocalypse struck. The command center had issued explicit orders to ensure Professor Lin Jingying's personal safety at all costs. Seeing the dejected expressions on several faces, he addressed the group's psychic zombies, primarily attack through mental domination. Just stay vigilant going forward, with proper— Captain Meng, someone's on the second floor of that villa ahead. Meng Qilin looked up and suddenly recalled the H University student's description of the Dark Knight Squad, 12 people, one dog, one tree. Though neither dog nor tree was yet visible, a distant bark echoed faintly. He called out loudly, "Are you the Dark Knight Squad? Whoa, what's going on? Are we that famous already?" Monkey exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Shirlu clapped enthusiastically. "Dark Knight is legendary. Even the authorities recognize us." Bai Yaoyao, slightly puzzled, replied, "Yes, we're the Dark Knight Squad. How may we help?" Meng Qilin's heart leapt with delight. He'd actually stumbled upon them. He quickly said, "I'm Meng Qilin, captain of the H City Rescue Task Force. Might we speak briefly?" Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Of course, please come in." Captain Meng entered with one team member while instructing the rest to locate Professor Lin Jingying. Seeing no zombies in the villa district, he knew danger was minimal, and securing the Dark Knight Squad's cooperation became his top priority. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze was drawn to a steaming hotpot on the table. What an affluent household, still enjoying hotpot amid the apocalypse. At the sight of the lavish spread of meat and vegetables, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Though his team wasn't starving, their meals consisted solely of instant noodles, eaten hastily, never seated properly, never savored as a true meal. Only then did it dawn on him. Wait, there's air conditioning. The cool temperature made him instinctively tug at his short sleeves. It was just a little chilly. "Hello, Captain Meng. I'm Bai Yaoyao." Bai Yaoyao recognized Meng Qilin instantly. A longtime collaborator, he had been one of the most prominent official representatives in the last life, a competent administrator rather than a frontline fighter. In later years, he served as a highly influential leader at the A City Central Base. Upright and sincere, devoted entirely to nation and people, his only flaws were a touch of rigidity and unwavering stubbornness. In the previous life, he'd pleaded with her team to join the official ranks so many times his lips had grown raw. She hadn't expected to meet him so early in this apocalyptic cycle. "Hello, Captain Bai. I learned of your team through students at H University. On behalf of the official authority, I sincerely thank you all for your extraordinary efforts. So many students. If not for your intervention against the zombies, surely." Bai Yaoyao, seeing the fervent emotion flood Meng Qilin's face, knew exactly where he was headed. The expression was achingly familiar. She smiled warmly and interrupted, "You're too kind. We're not so noble. We do it for crystal cores." "Ah, crystal cores." Meng Qilin faltered, though inwardly he dismissed her explanation entirely, assuming modesty masked deeper motives. After all, why would they publicly reveal that crystal cores enabled evolution? And why would students revere the Dark Knight Squad so fervently? "I'll report this truthfully to my superiors, and strive to secure the rewards you rightly deserve," Meng Qilin declared earnestly. Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Thank you, Captain Meng. May I ask, why have you come to this villa district?" "There are virtually no zombies left nearby," Meng Qilin replied. "We're retrieving an important individual. Would you like to accompany us to the safe zone? It's located north of the city, fortified with defensive perimeters and well-stocked with essential supplies." At this stage, there were no formal bases, only designated safe zones. Bai Yaoyao recalled that in her prior life, H City survivors eventually consolidated towards central regions. As this city lay at China's far periphery, no local safe zone had been established. Centralized strength took precedence. Compounding the challenge, the region's unique geography fostered unusually high concentrations of mutated flora and fauna, costing immense resources before the evacuation force could finally withdraw. "No, Captain Meng. We still have ample supplies and currently have no plans to relocate." Bai Yaoyao declined outright. Meng Qilin had hoped to deepen rapport once they reached the safe zone, gradually introducing the idea of formal integration into the official structure. But Bai Yaoyao's team showed no intention of going. From subtle cues in their tone and demeanor, he sensed they were thriving independently and harbored quiet wariness, even resistance toward official overtures. He quietly abandoned the notion. As for supplies, Could one really host a hotpot dinner or run air conditioning without abundance? He said, very well, then we'll take our leave. After rescue operations conclude, we'll likely evacuate H City en masse. You're welcome to join us then. Bai Yaoyao agreed, thank you, Captain Meng. Their initial choice of H City as a base had centered on Xiao Wei, and now that he was secured, departure was merely a matter of time. This life diverged significantly from her memories. Traveling with the main contingent would indeed enhance safety, so she accepted without hesitation. She gestured for Monkey to fetch several chilled mineral water bottles from the refrigerator and hand them to Captain Meng and his team, then waved farewell. Meng Qilin had intended to decline, but Monkey placed the bottles down and withdrew before he could protest. Watching ice cubes melt rapidly in the clear liquid, he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. He signaled his team to share the drinks immediately. One icy gulp, pure exhilarating relief. Sister Yao, are we leaving with the main group? Xiao Shilu asked. Yes, we'll be safer traveling together. Mutated flora have utterly ravaged the roads, speeding along the highway is out of the question. Sticking with the main group offers greater security. But there's no need to head for a designated safe zone. Wherever one's strength suffices, that place is a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao's confident tone stunned everyone into momentary silence, before erupting into hearty laughter. This was Sister Yao even in the apocalypse. Just as everyone prepared to resume cultivation, Captain Meng Qilin returned. Captain Bai. Captain Meng, what brings you here? Bai Yaoyao glanced at the stretcher carried by several men behind Meng Qilin and instantly surmised his intent. Do any of your team members possess healing-type abilities? Our healer has exhausted all her energy. Bai Yaoyao studied the unconscious elder on the stretcher, likely collapsed from malnutrition, his arm bearing clear claw marks. But no putrid odor emanated from the wounds. She deduced they were inflicted by a mutated beast, not a zombie. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's faint frown, Meng Qilin hurriedly clarified, these aren't zombie-inflicted wounds. We've confirmed it thoroughly. He shows no bite or claw marks from zombies. Bai Yaoyao nodded thoughtfully. The elderly man looked strangely familiar, yet his identity eluded her memory. At her nod, Peiqi stepped forward and immediately activated her ability. A soft emerald light radiated from Peiqi's palms, and the wound on the man's arm visibly began to knit itself closed. Yet the gash ran deep, and unseen injuries likely burdened his body besides. Peiqi's ability gradually faltered under the strain. So when did he lend a hand? Bai Yaoyao said calmly. Chen Xian had been poised and ready, awaiting her signal. His ability enhances others, she added patiently for Meng Qilin's benefit. Meng Qilin instinctively raised an eyebrow. This was an entirely novel ability type unrecorded in official classifications. He resolved to file a detailed report upon his return. After roughly 5 minutes, the elderly man stirred back to consciousness. Only when his eyes fluttered open did Bai Yaoyao recall who he was. Professor Lin Zhengying. In the 9th year after the apocalypse, he had developed a prototype serum capable of resisting zombie toxin infection, though labeled prototype due to its low efficacy rate and inconsistent success. Yet even this imperfect formulation kindled hope across humanity. Tragically, Professor Lin perished shortly after its completion, his body succumbing to chronic injuries and relentless exhaustion. Bai Yaoyao wondered silently whether Peiqi and Chen Xian's timely intervention might yet alter Professor Lin's fate and enable him to perfect the serum. An endless tide of emotion swelled within her, yet her expression remained perfectly composed. Though now conscious, Professor Lin remained frail. Captain Meng Qilin wasted no time. He presented 10 Grade 2 crystals as gratitude, bid them farewell, and swiftly departed with his team. Bai Yaoyao tossed the crystals casually to Peiqi, and Chen Xian, smiling, looks like you two have just begun earning side income. Huh. For the next few days, scorching temperatures kept them indoors, wholly devoted to advancing their ability. Their powers progressed significantly, not yet reaching level 3 across the board, but nearly so. Level 3 marked a critical threshold. Given sufficient crystals, nearly anyone could ascend to it. Beyond that, however, innate talent and battlefield experience became indispensable. One morning, Bai Yaoyao awoke to a sudden chill. She switched off the air conditioner and peered out the window to find rain falling once more. A faint frown crossed her brow. Intense heat followed by torrential downpour meant only one thing: the entire city would soon reek with indescribable stench. Descending the stairs, she found Ponga and Shirtu already awake, chatting on the sofa. Yao, bored stiff. I've absorbed all my crystals. Time to head out. Ponga bit halfway through a Jianbing guozi without missing a beat. Shirtu remained silent, but his eager posture spoke volumes. Agreed. Once everyone's assembled, we'll eat well and depart. After this, rain and zero-level zombies will vanish almost entirely. Zombies and mutated flora and fauna will grow markedly stronger. We're perilously close to Fengming Mountain. Staying longer invites grave danger. It's time to relocate. Bai Yaoyao declared. Whoa, are we charting new territory? Ponga asked, intrigued. Once all members were roused, they shared a lavish breakfast before swiftly packing their gear and preparing to leave. Peichi had purchased only premium furniture and appliances during renovation. Abandoning them would be wasteful. Bai Yaoyao emptied the entire villa, not even leaving behind a single curtain. Peichi watched, deeply gratified. Worth every coin I spend on these. Posey added, this is H City's most exclusive villa district. Shall we scour the neighboring villas too? Bai Yaoyao deemed the idea sound. In the apocalypse, resources were never excessive. The longer the collapse endured, the more vital preparedness became. She announced, wait for me. I'll make a quick circuit. 16 villas surrounded them. Those survivors had initially occupied some. Captain Meng Qilin had evacuated all remaining residents, including those sheltering near Professor Lin, during his rescue mission. Thus, Bai Yaoyao breached each door by force and reclaimed all basic furnishings. Amusingly, several villas contained dedicated storage rooms, antique vases, and such abandoned in haste. These fell easily to Bai Yaoyao's sweep. In one villa, she even uncovered 3 small chests of gold bars. Upon returning, she found Kiki bidding farewell to the towering tree before the villa gate. Seeing Kiki's sorrowful reluctance, Bai Yaoyao summoned Xiao Wai to persuade the tree to accompany them. After brief hesitation, Kiki sighed, Sister Yao, the tree says it refuses to leave its homeland. Let it be. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Though wood element cultivators could commune with plants, coercion into a pact was impossible if the plant itself resisted. She handed Kiki a cup of spring water. Xiao Wai adores this. Offer it to the tree and see what it says. I'll go alert everyone to depart. When Bai Yaoyao led the group outside, the massive tree had vanished, leaving only a deep crater. Kiki's cheeks glowed, rosied, her face alight with exhilaration. Sister Yao? Qingling says wherever I am, that is its homeland. I've named the tree Qingling. Kiki rushed over breathless. Xiao Wai coiled a slender branch around Kiki's arm. Shasha, look at its name. Bai Yaoyao suppressed a grimace, ignoring Xiao Wai's silent protest. Xiao Wai was perfectly evocative, effortlessly memorable. Why plants craved this spring water remained mysterious. Neither Xiao Wai nor the dog showed signs of advancement or enhanced vitality after drinking it, nor did Bai Yaoyao herself. To all appearances, it was ordinary water, refreshing, nothing more. Still, it was undeniably auspicious. Bai Yaoyao rallied the group and set off, intending to head into the city first to assess the situation. Guzi had been unconscious for 2 days. Bai Yaoyao suspected he was undergoing an evolution. Watching Guzi lie on his back, drooling in blissful slumber, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh. This lifetime's brother dog bore no resemblance, neither in spirit nor in form, to the one she remembered from her past life. That ever-vigilant companion, who never closed his eyes even when utterly exhausted, steadfastly guarding her safety, seemed lost to her forever. They soon realized that in just 5 days the roads had deteriorated beyond recognition. Once smooth asphalt now buckled and cracked, its surface riven with fissures and choked by thick serpentine vines. The villa district had always been sparsely populated, and thus nearly free of zombies, but this time they encountered far more than before. Whoa, this road. If our vehicle weren't the raider, we'd be stuck for good. Posey exclaimed. It feels like the entire world has transformed. In just a few days, Dai remarked, unusually thoughtful, his words uncharacteristically devoid of any mention of food. Everyone stay sharp. Zombies are now at least level 1, even the weakest among them. Don't let complacency cost us everything. Bai Yaoyao couldn't resist issuing the reminder, yet again, for the 1000th time. Understood, Sister Yaoyao. If someone gets infected, is there truly no hope? Lulu asked curiously. Not entirely. Before full zombification occurs, a light element awakened with level 3 or higher can purge the zombie toxin. There's also that elderly man Peichi and Chun Xian rescued last time. You remember him? He'll eventually invent a serum effective against infection, though that lies many years ahead. Bai Yaoyao explained. Whoa. So he's a scientist. A shame. We've got so many people here, yet not a single light element awakener. Bai Yaoyao added, not all abilities awaken at the outset. Many single element awakeners manifest secondary powers upon reaching level 4. Xiaomi, hearing this, lit up with excitement. She currently possessed only a speed ability, low in scalability and prone to falling behind as threats escalated. Terrified of becoming a liability, she trained relentlessly, refusing rest. Now the possibility of a second awakening reignited her resolve. As the group chatted animatedly over their walkie-talkies, Bai Yaoyao suddenly cried out, watch out. Instantly, everyone tensed, leaping from the vehicle. To protect the vehicle from damage, Bai Yaoyao retracted it into her spatial domain. After all, they'd already reached the city, and walking might well prove faster than driving. Having continuously scanned the surroundings with her spiritual sense, Bai Yaoyao detected subterranean movement, prompting her urgent warning. Upon disembarking, the group swiftly converged, forming a protective ring around Peichi, Kiki, and Xinxian. A bulge swelled up ahead, and another behind. Through her spiritual sense, Bai Yaoyao heard a chorus of rustling, skittering sounds, and instantly recognized the horror. Run now? It's an ant swarm. Without hesitation, and without glancing back, they fled following Bai Yaoyao's lead. Ants were revolting, not necessarily powerful individually, but devastating in overwhelming numbers. Even with full reserves of energy, one could exhaust every last ounce before clearing them all. What the hell, ants? Are you kidding me? Xiaomi, blessed with superior speed, risked a backward glance, and recoiled. These mutated ants were each the size of an adult's palm, jet black, and gleaming, their antennae edged with serrated blade-like protrusions. They surged forward en masse, leaving behind scorched, stripped earth. No scrap of metal remained visible where they passed. Bai Yaoyao soon realized the group wasn't gaining ground. Instead, the swarm was rapidly closing the gap. She retrieved several oil drums from her spatial domain and shouted, "A die. Xiaomi, catch. Everyone else, don't hesitate, run." Got it. No one questioned Bai Yaoyao's command. Not now, not in such peril. As they sprinted forward, Bai Yaoyao, A die, and Xiaomi simultaneously doused the pavement with oil covering roughly 30 meters. Dedawan, ignite the flames. Xiaoshi Lu, summon a rearward gale. Chen Xian, understood, Sister Yaoyao. In an instant, fire erupted across the street. Mid-sprint, someone blurted, "Holy, it smells amazing." "Sister Yaoyao, I'm starving." A die groaned. Xiaoshi Lu inhaled deeply. "Is ant meat really this fragrant? With just a pinch of seasoning, I'd eat it straight off the coals." "No way, no way. Survival first, run. I've got severe trypophobia." Peichi didn't even turn his head. They sprinted through 4 or 5 city blocks before finally halting. "Did we lose them?" Pang Gu panted, relieved. The half-hour dash had finally shaken off pursuit. "I've just leveled up to level 3. I was itching to burst out and dominate. Instead, I get instant emergency evasion." Posey scratched his head, disgruntled. Bai Yaoyao sensed something amiss, and immediately expanded her spiritual sense to its fullest extent. She perceived a wave of danger hurtling toward them at terrifying speed, and warned sharply, "Don't relax. Something formidable is coming." At her words, the group instantly formed their practiced formation, sure to, and Pangu surged forward, erecting a thick earthen barrier in unison. Within seconds, a singular grotesque mutant ant charged into view. Nearly human-height, its elongated antennae crackling with arcs of electricity. Reinforced joints armored its 6 legs, and membranous wings sprouted from its abdomen, allowing it to alternate between sprinting and brief erratic flights. Bai Yaoyao's brow furrowed. This was unmistakably a level 2 mutant beast, far deadlier than any awakener of equivalent rank. Even those 2 levels higher might struggle to prevail. Lu hurled a bolt of lightning. Useless. In mere breaths, the creature closed the distance and loomed before them. Bai Yaoyao slashed a spatial blade toward its antennae, successfully drawing its wrath, but inflicting no meaningful damage. The ant lunged at her. Bai Yaoyao instantly teleported behind it, drew the massive cleaver Pang Gu had reinforced with metal element energy, and brought it down with full force onto the creature's hind leg. The blade shattered, but the beast barely flinched. Frustration flickered across Bai Yaoyao's face. Lightning's spatial manipulation raw strength. None made any appreciable impact. Altogether now, Bai Yaoyao abandoned solo tactics. Defeat alone was acceptable, but not when comrades stood ready. Let its minions perish, hers would endure. Xiao Wei and Kiki extended their vine-like tendrils to restrain the mutated ant. Though unable to wound it, they successfully bound all 6 of its legs. Xiaomi and a die seized the opening, launching coordinated strikes at the ant's vulnerable underbelly, while Bai Yaoyao enhanced Chen Xian's abilities and unleashed a mental piercing attack upon the creature. Bai Yaoyao observed that the technique was effective. The mutated ant grew markedly more frenzied, violently wrenching itself free from Keek's and Xiao Wei's restraints, and erupting into even greater fury. The team unleashed their abilities in rapid succession as if energy were inexhaustible, yet their assault was far from chaotic. Following a strategy meticulously devised during earlier downtime, each member maximized their damage output with precision. Bai Yaoyao noticed the surrounding zombies growing steadily more numerous. Unless they departed immediately, a full-blown horde would soon form. Just as she reached for her explosives, a stir emanated from her spatial realm. Guzi had awakened. Woof, 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 a woo, woof, 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 woof. Bloody hell, daring to harm my master. Release your dog lord at once. Bai Yaoyao sensed Guzi's aura had grown significantly stronger. Evidently, he had ascended to level 2. Without hesitation, she hurled him straight at the mutated ant. Guzi lunged forward, jaws agape, and sank his teeth deep into one of the ant's legs. Propelled by momentum, he tore the limb clean off. Thick viridian blood gushed forth. The team instantly targeted the fresh wound with focused bursts of their respective abilities. Guzi, having delivered his bite, darted away without pause, while the ant, enraged and desperate to retaliate, remained pinned down by the group's relentless assault. Bai Yaoyao realized Guzi had grown markedly sharper, his instincts now uncannily tactical. As he prepared to strike again, she readied herself. The instant he launched forward, she struck once more with mental piercing. The mutated ant, already wary of Guzi's tactics, raised its electrified antennae to intercept, but a searing wave of agony erupted in its mind, freezing it utterly in place. Helplessly it watched as that devious, ugly dog severed yet another leg. At last it grasped the grim truth: it could not win, and when it finally attempted retreat, it was already too late. A level 2 mutated beast. After such a grueling battle, Bai Yaoyao had no intention of letting it go. Its corpse would fetch a substantial bounty of points at the official base. Though the base had yet to be established, the ant had long since lost the will to fight, retreating while fending off blows. Bai Yaoyao's team pressed the pursuit. Guzi, ever the opportunist, bit and fled, never lingering, never overextending. Before long, all 6 of the ant's legs lay severed. Guzi then turned his attention to its wings, sinking his teeth into them without mercy. Bai Yaoyao struck again, with mental piercing synchronizing perfectly with her teammates' diverse abilities, until at last the mutated ant collapsed utterly spent. She swiftly gathered its corpse and the 6 severed legs, then signaled the group to withdraw. "Is anyone injured?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "No, but our abilities are completely depleted," Pang Gu replied. Sure Two nodded in agreement. Both had spent the entire battle shielding the others from the ant's onslaught. Now faint pallor tinged their faces. Noticing a nearby hotel, Bai Yaoyao said, "Let's rest there a while, regain our strength before moving on. Better avoid encountering another mutated beast. That would complicate matters." Agreed. Bai Yaoyao scanned the building and detected no zombies inside, only human life signs. Surrounding structures consisted only of shopping malls and residential buildings, making the hotel the logical choice. Bai Yaoyao and Guzi led the way inside, and were greeted by a cheerful voice, "Hello. Welcome." Turning, they saw a small monkey plush toy hanging by the entrance, the source of the recorded greeting. Hearing the commotion, the hotel's occupants rushed into the lobby. Seeing over a dozen newcomers stride in, alongside a mutated beast radiating sharp, formidable auras, they instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. "What do you want?" the group's leader asked, voice edged with caution. Bai Yaoyao assessed the crowd. Numerous people filled the lobby, with others likely upstairs, totaling perhaps 20 or 30. Yet only a handful appeared to possess awakened abilities. "Friends, we'd like to pass through and rest briefly." "May we?" Bai Yaoyao replied politely. After all, they had cleared this space themselves. It was only courteous to ask. The leader visibly exhaled. Conflict was best avoided. Though these newcomers bore the wear of fierce combat, he couldn't assume his own group would prevail. He spoke as calmly as possible. "Of course. You're welcome to the 6 rooms on the first floor. We're all staying upstairs. They've been unused, though. How long will you need to rest?" Securing even a temporary shelter was arduous. What if they simply refused to leave? 2 hours, Bai Yaoyao replied firmly. "No problem. The rooms are just to your right," the man said, gesturing. Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Thank you." With that, the group retired, 2 per room, to recover. She left Guzi stationed at the entrance to stand guard. After all, his role relied entirely on ambushes, demanding little exertion. Still out of principle, she tossed him a large bowl of marrow bones. Guzi happily accepted his new post. "Boss, look." Following his subordinates' gaze, the man stared in disbelief. Their dog was devouring meat bones. Its blissful expression triggered an involuntary swallow. In this protracted apocalypse, when humans struggled to find even scraps, the dog feasted on meat. Was this some cruel joke? Sensing a cluster of wide-eyed, envious onlookers, Guzi ate with even greater relish, crunching, gnawing, savoring, then capped it off with a distinctly human-like belch. Once everyone's abilities had fully replenished, Bai Yaoyao prepared to depart. Today's outing had been ill-fated. Before even confronting zombies, they'd spent precious time fleeing the mutated ant. Fortunately, the level 2 beast's corpse ensured the effort wasn't wasted. You're leaving already," the leader rose from the sofa. Bai Yaoyao noted how the group had remained vigilantly assembled in the lobby, clearly wary, too tense to rest. She placed a carton of instant noodles before them. "Here, rent." No, that's not what I meant," the leader hastily protested. Bai Yaoyao waved dismissively. "Farewell, and may our paths cross again." Then she led her team out. "Holy, boss, I just saw that girl who spoke with you earlier." With one gesture, she slaughtered a level 1 zombie. Truly formidable. Good thing we avoided conflict. Such power, and yet they spared us even paying rent. This. Strength is the only certainty. Luck won't save us every time. Let's hunt zombies, now. "Yes, boss. Shall we eat first?" "Exactly, we're starving. Haven't eaten a thing today." "Fine, let's divide these noodles and get to work." As Bai Yaoyao set down the noodles, the leader mouthed polite refusal, while inwardly swallowing hard again and again. Edible supplies dwindled daily. If today yielded nothing, they'd have no choice but to seek refuge in the northern safe zone. Less freedom, but at least guaranteed sustenance. At least tonight they would feast. After leaving the hotel, Bai Yaoyao swiftly dispatched a first-level zombie with a spatial blade. The dog approached and dug out a crystal core, presenting it to Bai Yaoyao as a gesture of affection. Bai Yaoyao smiled and patted the dog's head before storing the crystal core in her space. The monkey said, "Shall we go explore the mall across the street? I wish we could get something for free. In the city center, there's probably nothing left. It's all been looted," Kiki replied. "Let's take a look around, and we can still collect steel and iron from the shelves to exchange for points." Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and said, "Well, zombies are everywhere, so it doesn't matter where we go." Upon entering the mall, the group fell silent. Perhaps due to the lack of ventilation indoors, rainwater had seeped in, and the air was filled with a foul odor. The floor was littered with zombies and human corpses covered with various insects and fungi, with some bodies even sprouting mushrooms. The glass was shattered everywhere, and all the stores had been vandalized beyond recognition. In front of the entrance were mostly specialty cosmetic stores, but nearly all the cosmetics had been thrown on the ground, and the counters were completely empty. The once glamorous stores had now become incredibly dilapidated and desolate. Typically, there would be a supermarket on the basement floor of a mall, but the elevators had been violently destroyed by ability users, and all the stairs were gone. Some people think this way: if it's useless to me, I don't want it, so you shouldn't want it either. If I can't take it, you shouldn't take it either. It's best to destroy it. Bai Yaoyao felt no particular emotion upon witnessing this. Such behavior was common in the apocalypse, where human selfishness could be magnified in extreme environments. After entering the mall, Bai Yaoyao felt a peculiar sense of unease, but when she used her spiritual power to scan the area, nothing unusual was detected. Having been a killer for many years along with a decade of survival in the apocalypse, this crisis awareness had saved her countless times. Without hesitation, she made the decision to retreat quickly. "Hurry, retreat," Bai Yaoyao commanded. The others didn't question her and followed suit. They left together in less than 10 seconds. The crystal core wasn't worth the trouble. It was simply too foul. What Bai Yaoyao didn't know was that in a corner of the mall's basement there lay a fourth-level zombie, eyes closed, continuously releasing toxic gas, surrounded by about 180 corpses. Upon sensing the presence of humans, the zombie excitedly opened its eyes, ready to follow the scent, but the smell dissipated, so it curled back into the corner, continuing to release toxic gas, unwilling to leave. Only after exiting the mall did Bai Yaoyao's sense of crisis gradually dissipate. Feeling that the area was not very safe, she decided to drive north towards the city, aiming to explore the safe zone. The dog led the way with Xiao Wei on its back. Xiao Wei controlled the situation, and with a swipe of the dog's paw, even third-level zombies were difficult to withstand. Occasionally encountering mutated zombies, they took turns getting out of the car to eliminate them. The journey had been smooth, but even so, it was deep into the night by the time they reached the northern part of the city. "Who's ahead? Stop the car! Stop the car!" They were halted about 200 meters from the safe zone's tent. As Bai Yaoyao got out of the car to negotiate, she recognized the young man who had spoken. "Is it you, the Dark Knight team?" Bai Yaoyao recalled that this person had come to the villa area with Captain Meng Qilan, so she replied, "Yes, it's us." "Great. Captain Meng sent someone to the villa area to find you today, but didn't manage to locate you. What a coincidence that you've just arrived. You probably just missed each other." Bai Yaoyao had no idea why Captain Meng was looking for her group, but she casually replied, "You can lead the way, or I'll notify Captain Meng." "Sure, thank you, handsome." The young soldier blushed and ran off. Bai Yaoyao and her group followed him into the makeshift safe zone. Since it was late, most people were asleep, making the area quite quiet, but the numerous tightly arranged tents indicated that there were still many people around. "Captain Bai, haha, it's good to see you again." Upon seeing the Dark Knight team, Meng Qilan exclaimed excitedly. The strength of zombies had significantly increased after the rain, severely hindering rescue operations. They were short-staffed and several zones had yet to be attended to, leaving Meng Qilan in a panic with a mouthful of foam. In recent days, organizing ability users from the safe zone for rescue missions had been a headache. Everyone was full of themselves, unwilling to yield to one another, resulting in a complete lack of efficiency. Yet they still had the audacity to ask for rewards. Today, after eliminating 2 leaders, the tension among the group had lessened, but this did not resolve the fundamental. He intended to collaborate with the Dark Knight team. Regardless of whether it involved providing supplies or crystal cores, the most important thing was to gather the remaining survivors to go to City D as soon as possible, as the supplies brought this time wouldn't last long. However, when he sent someone to find the Dark Knight team during the day, he discovered that they were no longer in the villa area. Just then he heard his subordinate say that the Dark Knight team had arrived, prompting him to rush out excitedly. "Hello, Captain Meng. Sorry to disturb your rest at this late hour," Bai Yaoyao said politely. Meng Qilan smiled and replied, "Not at all, I haven't rested yet. Come inside. Let's rest in the tent for a bit. I have something to discuss with your Dark Knight team." "Sure. I also have something I need your help with." Bai Yaoyao had a good idea of what Meng Qilan wanted to discuss. Following Captain Meng Qilan, they arrived at the central area of the safe zone, where there was a relatively large tent, but it still wasn't enough for so many people to enter together. So Bai Yaoyao called for Fat Brother and Shirtu to join her in the discussion, while the others rested in a nearby. The tent had no table, only a few cardboard boxes were placed in the corner, next to some bedding which seemed to be where Meng Qilan rested at night. The young man who had led them earlier brought over a few stools. Everyone was not particularly fussy, and simply sat down in a circle. Captained by the situation is this: we are currently severely understaffed, and the rescue progress is too slow. We want to ask you for help with the rescue. Of course we can provide corresponding supplies or crystal cores. Please let us know what you need directly. Meng Qilan said sincerely. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment, and replied, we can assist with the rescue, but we will only handle eliminating zombies. The subsequent negotiations with the rescued individuals and distributing supplies will need to be handled by your people. In other words, we will only fight, and we won't deal with anything else. Bai Yaoyao knew very well how she and her brothers were. They couldn't handle those trivial matters. If they encountered someone looking for trouble, they might become enraged enough to kill. Meng Qilan readily agreed, saying, no problem, this is only right. We will arrange the rest. Do you have any other requests? Bai Yaoyao replied, my brothers and I have rather fiery tempers. What if we encounter conflicts with the people we are rescuing during the mission? Meng Qilan understood Bai Yaoyao's concerns. In chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. Now is not the time to quibble about human rights or legalities. He immediately responded, different people require different methods of approach. I understand your point. Those who maliciously stir trouble deserve punishment, even if it costs them their lives. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Fat Brother Shittu, and the two exchanged subtle nods. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, what a coincidence. We think the same way. Ha ha ha, great. Now what are your thoughts on the compensation? The crystal cores can be delivered after the mission is completed, but the supplies will need to be given to you in City D. I worry that the supplies we brought may not be enough to sustain so many people, but don't worry, I assure you that what I promised will definitely be delivered. Bai Yaoyao said, we don't want supplies, we want crystal cores. Meng Qilan was delighted. At this stage, supplies were the most scarce, while crystal cores were not that precious. As far as he knew, the official stockpile of crystal cores was considerable. After all, there were many people. Once the army deployed their firearms, the zombies had no ability to resist, so crystal cores accumulated quickly. Thinking that Bai Yaoyao might need higher-level crystal cores, he steeled himself, and said, no problem, for each mission 200 first-level crystal cores and 20 second-level crystal cores will be provided. Is that acceptable? Bai Yaoyao raised her eyebrows, surprised by Meng Qilan's generosity. Their daily haul was about this much plus the zombies they killed during the mission. She then asked, what about the crystal cores we obtained from the zombies we killed during the mission? Those will naturally belong to you. Meng Qilan responded. Captain Meng, it's a pleasure to collaborate. Meng Qilan smiled widely, his face almost creasing with laughter. Ha ha, then you all should rest early. Tomorrow, I'll have someone come to call you for the meeting. Bai Yaoyao added, by the way, I have some zero-level crystal cores. Is it possible to exchange them for higher-level crystal cores? Bai Yaoyao inquired. Everyone in the Dark Knight team was at least level 2, and zero-level crystal cores had become useless. She had accumulated quite a few and hoped to exchange them for higher-level crystal cores. Meng Qilan pondered for a moment and replied, sure, how many do you want to exchange? 2,000 zero-level crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao stated. Wow, so many. Although Meng Qilan was surprised by the number, he considered it a good thing, as it somewhat validated the Dark Knight team's strength, so he agreed directly. After thinking of a reasonable price, he said, you can exchange them for 200 first-level crystal cores or 20 second-level crystal cores. Of course, you can also mix and match the exchange. Do you have third-level crystal cores? Just 2 would suffice. Bai Yaoyao gestured with her fingers. We do have some. Meng Qilan replied hesitantly, but third-level crystal cores were quite rare. He had initially intended to hand them over to the higher-ups and did not want to exchange them. However, before he could finish, he heard Bai Yaoyao say, that would be fantastic. Here are 2,000 zero-level crystal cores. You look a bit tired, this bed is for you. Make sure to rest well. As soon as her words fell, a large white bag appeared in front of Meng Qilan, filled with zero-level crystal cores, and a bed with a complete set of bedding appeared in the corner of the tent. Spatial ability. Meng Qilan couldn't help but feel envious. It made sense. He had just noticed that almost everyone in the Dark Knight team was lightly equipped and had not brought much with them. He couldn't help but marvel at the Dark Knight team's ability configuration. They not only had healing abilities and enhancement abilities, but even the rare spatial ability, not to mention their offensive abilities. It was no wonder they could carry so many crystal cores. Turning to look at the soft big bed beside him, he felt embarrassed about the words he had not spoken. Whatever, he still had a few third-level crystal cores left, and giving away 2 wouldn't be a problem. He had always kept the third-level crystal cores close because they were precious. He took out 2 from his pocket and handed them to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao happily accepted the crystal cores and said, "I won't disturb your rest any longer. Call us for the meeting tomorrow morning." Meng Qilan quickly got up and said, "They'll have someone bring you tents." "No need to trouble yourself, though I have prepared tents," Bai Yaoyao declined. After Bai Yaoyao and fat brother Shirtu went out, they called the others and found a less crowded spot around the safe zone where they set up 6 large tents. They quickly arranged the tents in a circle, and Bai Yaoyao placed a large long table in the center. After a long day of work, they hadn't had dinner yet and planned to eat something before resting. Considering there were outsiders present, they didn't prepare overly complicated food. Each person had 2 boxes of self-heating rice along with some fried chicken and beer to make do. They decided against having luxurious items like lobster or barbecue. Bai Yaoyao had never thought of hiding her strength to the point of compromising herself. After all the hard work of fighting zombies and honing her abilities, what was the point of exhausting herself before the apocalypse, buying so many things? Wasn't it all for a better life? There was no need to be overly ostentatious, but the essentials were absolutely necessary. If things were still as difficult as in her previous life, it would be a disgrace to her rebirth. Everyone chatted casually while eating, completely oblivious to the various prying eyes around them. As long as they had enough strength, that was all that mattered. It also served as a warning to her brothers that if they wanted an easier life and to maintain what they currently had, they must become stronger. But it was hard on those nearby. The aroma of fried chicken and the refreshing scent of beer were particularly pronounced in the night, and the 2 little soldiers on guard nearby slightly raised their heads to gaze at the 45-degree sky. Countless times they told themselves, "I'm not hungry, it doesn't smell good at all, it looks unappetizing, it must not be as tasty as compressed biscuits." The survivors in the surrounding tents who had already fallen asleep were fine, feeling as if they were dreaming of a feast. But those who couldn't sleep were in a miserable state. Their stomachs kept growling, and the scent was relentlessly invading their noses. Some bold ones even planned to approach and ask for food, but as soon as they got close, they were deterred by a sharp glare from a group of people. Realizing their legs had gone soft, they hurriedly ran back to their tents. After all, their lives were more important. Just moments ago, they had caught a glimpse of a dog gnawing on a bone and silently cursed for a long time. Wasting food would bring retribution sooner or later. Giving it to a dog was even worse than giving it to me. After all, I'm a fire ability user. One day I will make you pay. Bai Yaoyao and the others didn't care about how others viewed them. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they returned to their tents to sleep. Although it was a tent, it was the largest size, fully equipped with everything, including a comfortable bed, various toiletries, and even a foot bath filled with hot water and goji berry tea. Sister Yao has always made sure not to let her people suffer and has a fondness for wellness. Meng Qilan, who was patrolling, happened to witness this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The Dark Knight team truly knew how to treat their members. Recalling the aroma of fried chicken from earlier, he glanced at the 2 little soldiers on guard beside him and patted their shoulders, saying, "Hey, you 2 have worked hard." The 2 little soldiers. Bai Yaoyao tossed the 2 third-level crystal nuclei she had just earned to Chen Xian and Kiki. Almost everyone else had reached the 3rd level, with a few dual ability users still having 1 ability left. For example, Fat Brother's metal ability and Shitta's skin hardening. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu shared a tent. "Are you going to sleep in the space tonight?" Lulu asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, "Yes, I'm going to cultivate." "Aren't you already at the 3rd level for all 3 abilities? You should rest a bit, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lulu took the opportunity, when Bai Yaoyao wasn't paying attention, to pet her soft hair again. "I know, mainly because the space is temperature controlled, it's much more comfortable than sleeping outside," Bai Yaoyao said directly. After thinking for a moment, she added, "If you're scared and don't want to sleep alone, I can leave the dog with you, haha." Lulu climbed into the bed and rolled her eyes. "Hurry and take your dog away, I want to sleep quickly." Bai Yaoyao 3. As soon as she entered the space, Xiao Wai excitedly ran over in a quirky manner, pulling at Bai Yaoyao's clothes, and arrived by the spring. Bai Yaoyao looked for a long time, but found no changes. Xiao Wai made a small vine bowl with twigs, filled it with water, and handed it to Bai Yaoyao's mouth. Bai Yaoyao was a bit thirsty since she had just eaten something too salty, so she gulped it down. Only then did she realize, the spring water is a bit sweet. This spring water actually has a hint of sweetness. Not knowing if it had other effects, she patiently waited for a while. After waiting for a long time, she only burped, and nothing else happened. "Xiao Wai, just drink it yourself." Bai Yaoyao had originally wanted to cultivate in the space, but suddenly felt a bit sleepy, thinking she had a mission tomorrow, so she simply went to sleep in the wooden house. In the middle of the night, she felt like she was swimming in a mud pit. Not only was it smelly and hard to breathe, but also her whole body felt sticky. When she woke up and looked, she found the entire bed was covered in dirty black secretions. She cursed and quickly jumped out of bed. After a moment of confusion, she realized it must be the effect of the spring water, otherwise she would never have slept so soundly. Holding back the smell, she carefully checked her body. Although there were no exaggerated changes, she clearly felt warm all over. The warmth was especially evident in her lower back and knees. Having trained since childhood, injuries were inevitable, but she had long gotten used to it. Suddenly losing that subtle pain made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Bai Yaoyao hurried to the bathroom and took a good shower, washing away the dirt. Standing in front of the mirror, she realized, her skin was fair and rosy, almost too perfect. Although she was not dark before, she had never been this translucent. After all, she had spent her youth on the mountain exposed to wind and sun. Now it seemed as if all the impurities in her body had been cleansed. Bai Yaoyao was naturally happy. No girl wishes not to be a bit prettier. Aside from looking better, just the fact that her hidden injuries were healed was wonderful. Suddenly, Bai Yaoyao remembered something and hurried outside to check. Xiao Wai was lying by the spring, swaying like a drunken tree. The dog was over the top, lying on its back with its 4 feet in the air, drooling everywhere, just like herself, leaving a puddle of black water, even stinkier than her. These two had drunk up all the spring water. Bai Yaoyao disdainfully took out a bath basin, filled it with some clean water, and with 2 fingers lifted the dog and tossed it into the basin, squeezing in half a bottle of orange-scented shower gel, then wearing latex gloves, began scrubbing vigorously. The dog not only didn't wake up, but also comfortably moaned a few times. Bai Yaoyao held back the urge to pour the bath water into the dog's mouth and changed the water 5 times before finally getting the dog clean. She tossed it back into the doghouse, glanced at the time, and saw it was already past 4 in the morning. Having just been overwhelmed by the stench, she was no longer sleepy. She simply continued to cultivate. Bai Yaoyao was pleasantly surprised to find that her abilities were flowing more smoothly, and the results of her cultivation were significantly better, particularly for her mental abilities. It seemed that her mental strength had also increased. Although she hadn't leveled up, if she encountered the mutated ants from the day, using mental piercing would at least make their heads hurt a bit longer. As for her strength abilities, well, she felt like she could now knock herself down with 1 punch, but it wasn't convenient to test it. She would find a zombie to try it out tomorrow. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Bai Yaoyao noticed that Xiao Wai had woken up. She went over to take a look and found Xiao Wai had grown quite a bit, and importantly, it was no longer so crooked. The whole tree looked more attractive. After telling Xiao Wai to save today's spring water and not drink it, Bai Yaoyao exited the space, wondering if a day's time would be enough to fill a cup. If enough was stored, she could give it to Xiaomi. This fellow was overly harsh on himself and never rested until he was fully trained. Bai Yaoyao always worried something would happen to him. When she came out of the space, Lulu was already awake. Seeing Bai Yaoyao come out, she was stunned for a moment and said, "Yaoyao, what were you doing last night? Did you go for a beauty treatment? Why is your face so tender? I feel like I could squeeze out water." After the upgrade of the spatial ability, the spring water mutated. It seems to have the effect of cleansing bodily impurities. After drinking it, not only are my hidden injuries healed, but my skin has improved too. Bai Yaoyao admiringly glanced at the mirror again. "I jump. Awesome. I want it too." Lulu instantly pounced over and hugged Bai Yaoyao. "We'll see how you perform, little girl." Bai Yaoyao lightly lifted Lulu's chin, smiling with satisfaction. Little Lulu was truly beautiful. You're getting into it." Lulu swiftly pushed Bai Yaoyao's hand away. "Let Xiaomi drink first, the others aren't in a hurry. He's a silly one, loves to get stuck on problems." Lulu thought for a moment and said, "Yeah, that's what I think too. No worries, I'll see if I can get a cup out tonight." Bai Yaoyao replied. Just as she came out, she happened to see someone delivering food. Each person received a pack of compressed biscuits, a French baguette, and a box of strawberry-flavored yogurt. Bai Yaoyao thanked them and accepted it. Although Meng Qilin knew that the Nightshade definitely wasn't lacking in food, whether or not they lacked it was one thing, delivering it was another. It was unreasonable not to send it just because they didn't lack it. It was a matter of attitude. Though Bai Yaoyao accepted it, she still wanted to have a warm breakfast. She had a mission today, and she didn't know when she would have her next meal. Meng Qilin felt that he hadn't slept on such a comfortable bed for a long time. The fatigue of several days had alleviated considerably, and he got up feeling refreshed to inspect the surroundings. He intended to call everyone over for a meeting when he arrived at the Dark Knight Squad, but seeing them eating, he decided not to disturb them. Bai Yaoyao with her keen eyes spotted him and called out, "Captain Meng, come and eat with us." Meng Qilin waved his hand quickly and said, No, you guys eat. I've already had my meal." Bai Yaoyao exchanged glances, and the monkey hurriedly ran over to invite Meng Qilin and the 2 small soldiers behind him to join. Meng Qilin naturally declined. Given the tight supply situation, he felt it was inappropriate to eat someone else's food. However, the young man who was trying to persuade him was quite eloquent, making it difficult for him to walk away or stay. Fat Brother noticed Meng Qilin's awkwardness and said, "Captain Meng, don't be polite, come over. It's a good opportunity for us to chat. We're not familiar with H-City, so you could share some insights with us." He put his arm around Captain Meng's shoulder and sat down while the monkey dragged the 2 small soldiers over. Seeing no way to refuse, Meng Qilin followed, thinking he could make up for it with some supplies later. But when he arrived, he was instantly stunned. This was ridiculous. fried dough stick soup dumplings, scallion pancakes, xiao mai steamed dumplings, soy milk spicy soup, century egg, and lean meat porridge tofu pudding. This was too much to repay. The two small soldiers behind him were also frozen in place. Meng Qilan quickly regained his composure and asked in surprise, Captain Bai, is this hot? Meng Qilan felt very surprised. According to official information, spatial abilities should only be able to store items and should not have preservation functions. Bai Yaoyao anticipated Meng Qilan's question. She intentionally wanted to show this to him, wanting to establish a long-term partnership with the officials without revealing some trump cards they would not gain any importance. In such a large organization as the official one, there were many capable individuals. She knew that there was someone in the official team whose spatial abilities had preservation functions, but that was only after reaching level 4. My ability has mutated, and about 2 square meters can preserve food. We prepare meals in advance at the villa and store them here. Bai Yaoyao explained. Meng Qilan sighed. In this world, being able to eat a hot meal is such a blessing. The monkey noticed that the two small soldiers were too shy to eat, and specifically served them food, then asked Meng Qilan, Captain Meng, don't just talk, hurry up and eat. What would you like to drink? I'll have some tofu pudding, Meng Qilan replied involuntarily. No problem, sweet or salty. The monkey held a bowl in each hand. Either is fine. A salty. Meng Qilan felt embarrassed to say, but thinking about eating, he might as well have what he liked. Alright. Meng Qilan and the two small soldiers enjoyed the most delicious meal since the apocalypse, hardly speaking, as they unknowingly devoured a large amount of food. They only realized later, and blushed in embarrassment, having originally said they wouldn't eat, yet they ended up eating more than others. Fortunately, Bai Yaoyao the monkey and fat brother kept the atmosphere lively, subtly shifting the topic. After breakfast, everyone followed Captain Meng to the open space at the entrance of the safe zone. Many people had already gathered, standing in clearly defined groups, quietly exchanging whispers and gathering information about the Dark Knight squad that had come with Meng Qilan. Bai Yaoyao used her mental strength to scan the area and found that most had energy fluctuations. They were likely also a team of abilities hired by Meng Qilan. However, they seemed too weak. Very few were even at level 2. Idle. You guys have come to the safe zone too. That's great, Idle. We've all leveled up. Does this mean we can fight alongside you now? While Bai Yaoyao was observing the situation of various squads, a few people suddenly rushed over, shouting excitement. H University. Bai Yaoyao was momentarily stunned, then remembered they were students from the martial arts department at H University. Yes, that's us. My name is Li Pengliang. Idle, you still remember us. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have made it to the official rescue. Li Pengliang said excitedly. Meng Qilan coughed awkwardly beside him. This kid was really lacking in subtlety. Li Pengliang only then noticed Captain Meng sticking out his tongue in embarrassment and scratching his head. A younger guy behind Li Pengliang had been staring for a while and quickly asked, where's Dog Brother? Why can't I see Dog Brother? I even brought him some delicious food. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the premium dog food that had nearly filled an entire backpack, unable to help but sigh. Even dogs had fans now. Dog Brother is sleeping and hasn't woken up yet, Bai Yaoyao replied. Oh, you scared me. I knew Dog Brother was so capable that he wouldn't get into trouble. Idle, can you give this to Dog Brother for me? The boy handed over the dog food after finishing his sentence. Bai Yaoyao accepted it with a smile, appreciating the child's kindness. After receiving it, she threw it directly into the doghouse, causing a thud that nearly woke the dog. It howled a few times before falling back into a deep sleep. An idol is still an idol, a spatial ability user. Now that everyone had seen more, they understood the existence of spatial ability users, which were quite rare. Captain Meng walked to the center and said, good morning, everyone. Next. Captain Meng, wait a moment. A girl in a ginger-colored short sleeve said. She instantly attracted everyone's attention. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, she raised her head slightly with a hint of pride, revealing her beautiful swan neck. The girl was quite pretty, exuding elegance and poise as if she had practiced dance. Her body proportions were excellent. Bai Yaoyao, being a fan of beauty, enjoyed looking at all things attractive. She was subtly sizing up the speaking girl. She's actually a level 2 ability user, quite capable, and the little girl is pretty too. However, her arrogance was somewhat apparent between her brows, which was normal, but had only been a short time since she reached level 2, giving her a reason to be proud. Captain Meng, I want to ask, didn't our squad kill the most zombies yesterday? The girl looked at Meng Qilan. Meng Qilan didn't look too pleased, but still responded yes. Then our squad must have brought back the most supply. That's what I don't understand. Clearly our squad had the best results in the mission, yet our breakfast was just a pack of crumbling compressed biscuits and a box of squished drinks. Why do they get to eat a variety of over 10 kinds of food this morning, while we only get this? What contributions did they make to the team? Why do they get to eat well, while we don't? The girl angrily pointed at a die and loudly argued with Captain Meng. The people behind the girl joined in saying, yeah, why not? Bai Yaoyao did not expect that the topic of the girl's protest was actually related to her and her companions. Looking at the girl who spoke, while she didn't seem that good looking after all, my Lulu is still the most beautiful. Meng Qilan's face turned dark. It was hard to bring in a big shot, yet someone was causing trouble. Just as he was about to speak, someone unexpectedly jumped out earlier. Li Pengliang shouted, "Who are you to meddle? My idol can eat whatever she wants. You're just being nosy. If it weren't for the night squad, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Do you think you can talk back to me?" Picking up the bowl to eat, putting it down to curse, "You really are something, Lin Yiran." The man behind Lin Yiran stepped forward, shielding her, and said to Li Pengliang, "Kid, if you don't want to die, mind your words." After saying that, he shot a glare at the members of the night squad. "Hey Yaoyao, did we come off as too easy to talk to? Even these random people dare to step in? Wow." The monkey unconsciously moved his wrist. The others from the night squad looked eager to try, most of them having a bad temper. "If you wrong me and glare at me, I won't hold back." Seeing the situation, Meng Qilan quickly said, "You misunderstand. This morning it was the night squad's captain Bai Yaoyao who invited me to eat, and all the food was prepared by Captain Bai. I was just the one who came to mooch off the meal." Lin Yiran pretended to smile. "Oh, so that's how it is. How interesting. Can't you speak properly? Who are you showing off your sarcasm to? Are you addicted to hiding behind someone? I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come at me. Who isn't a second-tier ability user?" Li Pengliang said defiantly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly looked at Li Pengliang seriously. He was a good kid serving as a mouthpiece. After all, she was not interested in playing with the kids, only wanting to kill zombies and level up. Only Adai was confused, sweating profusely as he looked at Bai Yaoyao. "Damn, this woman, who reports others, is really a dog. Yaoyao doesn't let me be picky, but I just don't want to eat chives. I only want to eat buns with a bit of chive flavor." He took the opportunity when Yaoyao went back to the room to secretly throw away the filling, and now he was directly exposed in front of so many people. Bai Yaoyao sensed Adai's gaze, glanced at him lightly, and said softly, "Adai, dear, your children's meal has already waved goodbye to you. Oh, at least you won't see it this month." "Yaoyao, woo-woo, I'm sorry." Adai pitifully tugged at Bai Yaoyao's sleeve. "It's too late, darling." Bai Yaoyao grabbed a handful of Adai's soft hair and turned away, ignoring him. Adai licked his lips in disappointment and cast a nasty glance at the girl who had just spoken too much. Lin Yiran was startled by Adai's gaze and stumbled into the arms of the man behind her. How could such a small child look at someone so fiercely? The man followed Lin Yiran's gaze and said to Adai, "What's wrong, little brat? Looking for trouble? If you have the guts, come over here." Adai smiled but did not speak. The others from the night squad understood Adai's expression. These two were in for a tough time. It's well known that the most troublesome members of the night squad are first Bai Yaoyao and second Adai. This kid holds grudges particularly well. So everyone stopped paying attention, letting those two grasshoppers jump around for a while longer. Assassins kill without leaving evidence. They are not bandits or fools showing off in front of so many people. Meng Qilan, fearing that the night squad would get angry, shouted loudly, "If your IE alliance continues to cause trouble, get out, and don't come back to the safe zone. We don't need your team." After saying this, Meng Qilan glanced apologetically at Bai Yaoyao, blaming himself for causing trouble due to his greed for food. Bai Yaoyao shook her head at Meng Qilan, indicating that she did not mind. Seeing that the IE team had also stopped speaking, he said, "Time is limited. Don't keep looking for trouble. If you can't stand it, feel free to leave. Next, I will announce the tasks. The night squad is responsible for the 8 family compounds near Zhenglin Avenue. The Tiger Gang is responsible for the 3 family compounds on Shuetian Road. The Little Crab Dream Team is responsible for the 4 family compounds on Funyo Road. The IE Alliance is responsible for the 4 family compounds on Rian Road. The Deep Night Squad is responsible for the 5 family compounds on Taikong Road." "Which one is the Deep Night Squad? Why does that name sound so cheap?" Xiaomi asked curiously. Li Pengliang raised his hand and awkwardly said, "Hee, it's us. We thought the night squad was too cool, so we came up with something similar." Xiaomi gave a thumbs up and stopped talking. After all, she was a fan, so she thought to give them some grace. "This is today's task arrangement. Does anyone have any questions?" After assigning the tasks, Meng Qilan asked, "What now?" Meng Qilan said impatiently, "The night squad only has 12 people. It's not appropriate for them to be responsible for 8 family compounds on Zhenglin Avenue. Our squad has 27 people, and we have more than 12 ability users." Lin Yiran questioned Bai Yaoyao. Lin Yiran did not know why, but she just found the night squad unpleasant. On one hand, it was because they had eaten so well in the morning, and on the other, all 4 girls in their team were beautiful, especially the one dressed in black, the leader, whom Wu Gu had stared at several times. Wu Gu was a rare dual attribute ability user possessing lightning and strength abilities. It was hard to find a strong ally, so he didn't want to let anyone steal her away, which was why he always wanted to target that night squad, in his words. Bai Yaoyao once again looked at this foolish and talkative woman. This was really never-ending. She was initially eager to go out and kill zombies and didn't want to waste time talking to her, but unexpectedly she was addicted to it. Without waiting for Meng Qilan to speak, Bai Yaoyao instantly teleported beside her and firmly gripped Lin Yiran's neck, smiling as she asked, "So little girl, do you have any more opinions?" Lenny Ran was directly stunned, and after realizing that she also had an ability, she just released a small flame. Bai Yaoyao snapped her fingers, and a cigarette appeared in her hand. Taking advantage of Lin Yiran's fire, she lit the cigarette and took a light puff. Lin Yiran looked at Bai Yaoyao, who was close enough to touch, with a calm demeanor and cold expression, doubting that if she said one more wrong word, she would really kill her in front of so many people. Lin Yiran suddenly felt a bit scared. She turned to look for Wu Ge, only to find he was tied up with vines. Even his mouth was bound, leaving only his wide round eyes bulging and red from the tightness. Lin Yiran stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Just now Wu Ge was being arrogant, shaking desperately, and also making a sorry expression. Captain Meng, it's resolved. When do we set off? Bai Yaoyao calmly said to Meng Qilin after reappearing. Meng Qilin was equally astonished, having no idea how Bai Yaoyao had gone and returned. Seeing Lin Yiran kneeling on the ground with a pale face, he secretly felt pleased. Evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. Haha, Captain Bai is certainly not an evil person, but she is definitely a fierce one. Resolving the matter so quickly was refreshing. He suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and took a deep breath, saying, all teams set off. Sister Yao, this vehicle is nice. Can we get one when we return? Monkey said. Sure, I'll find a way. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. The officials provided the night squad with 6 military trucks, which were particularly enjoyable to drive. Since vehicles were provided, they naturally didn't want to use their own. With limited vehicles, it was best to save them. Everyone squatted in the truck bed, taking turns to dispatch any zombies by the roadside, looking for crystal cores and seeing who had the best luck. Along the way, there were sounds of laughter, making it not boring at all. The young soldier driving had just shared breakfast with Captain Meng that morning and already had a good impression of the night squad, so he was quite happy to be assigned to this group. Watching everyone dispatch zombies blocking the way as if they were playing, he felt extremely lucky. He didn't even need to speak, and the path was cleared while he drove. How delightful. Usually those with abilities took forever to act, especially the members of the Love and Dependence Alliance, who had little skill and an even bigger attitude, making them quite difficult to deal with. The Zhonglin Avenue was quite long, and even under smooth driving conditions it took an hour to arrive. They first reached a high-end residential area with 6 buildings, each 12 stories high, and from the windows, it looked like there were approximately 2 or 3 households per stairwell. As the young soldier was about to park and remove the barricade, Xiao Shirlu unleashed a gust of wind, and along with Kiki's vines they removed the obstruction. Don't get out, or just drive in, little brother, Bai Yaoyao said. Okay, thank you. The young soldier was a bit confused. Could abilities really be used so wastefully? Shouldn't they be saving them for killing zombies? No need to mention it. Bai Yaoyao replied while using her spiritual power to probe. Finding no formidable foes, the strongest was likely just a level 3 zombie, conveniently located in building 1 closest to the entrance. 1 level 3 zombie in the building on the right, and about 20 level 2 zombies evenly distributed. By Yaoyao informed everyone of her findings. Received. During official matters, everyone seemed to transform into another person. Even Monkey, who loved to joke, was much more serious. Little brother, you and your group gather together. We will go kill the zombies first. We probably won't be able to watch over you, Bai Yaoyao said to the young soldier. It's fine, don't worry about us. We can take care of ourselves. The young soldier replied via the intercom, and everyone quickly gathered together. Due to the heavy rescue mission and a smaller team, Captain Meng assigned 12 official members to Bai Yaoyao. Everyone had been frontline workers before the apocalypse. While not exceptionally skilled, they had the ability to protect themselves. They just hadn't awakened any abilities. When they heard Captain Bai mention a level 3 zombie, everyone hurriedly set up their machine guns. Encounters with level 3 zombies often resulted in casualties, hoping that Captain Bai and the others could safely lure the zombies out so they could help concentrate their fire. Fat brother. 6th floor on the right. Understood. Fat brother condensed a large block of earth and smashed it against the window on the 6th floor. With a roar, a zombie jumped straight out of the window, launching a flurry of sharp spikes towards the group. Damn, a metal-type zombie. Fat brother, Stone brother, help. Monkey shouted. Fat brother and Stone quickly built an earthen wall. Everyone hurriedly took cover behind it. The zombie stumbled awkwardly after landing, breaking a leg. Bai Yaoyao had Chun Xian amplify her abilities and took the opportunity to use mental piercing on the zombie, which immediately knelt down. Lulu followed suit with a lightning strike. Now everyone had so many attack methods, and the concentrated fire barrage left the nearby young soldiers in shock. This seemed quite different from what they had imagined. All 12 members of the night squad actually had abilities, and that tree was impressively powerful. When they returned to their senses and thought to help with a few shots, Xiao Wei had already poked a willow branch into the zombie's head to extract the crystal core. Bai Yaoyao collected the crystal cores and said, pair up, Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi on building 1, Lulu and Peiqi on building 2, Fat brother and Monkey on building 3, Stone and Dada 1 on building 4, Aui and Qin Xian on building 5 Kiki, and Xiao Shirliu Xiao Y on building 6. First, let's clear the yard to shout if there's a problem. No need to negotiate with the survivors. Have them gather at the entrance and aim to resolve the battle within an hour. Understood. Everyone quickly set off upon receiving the order. Bai Yaoyao, following Xiaomi, had just prepared to enter building 1 when she heard the young soldier calling out to her from behind. Captain Bai, let's send 2 people to each building. Bai Yaoyao politely declined, saying, could you help manage negotiations with the survivors? Please greet them downstairs. Our team members are quite reserved and not very good at speaking. Ah, okay. Reserved. That can't mean what I think it does. Captain Bai really knows how to joke. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said thank you for your hard work. After finishing, she directly took Xiaomi through the safe passage to the top floor. Each floor had 2 households, and they began knocking on doors, kicking them down if no one answered. In the first household, they entered 3 level 1 zombies greeted them at the door. Bai Yaoyao saw they were all level 1 zombies and left them for Xiaomi to practice while she went to the next door. No one answered the knocking, but her spiritual power detected that there were people inside. Bai Yaoyao wanted to test her spatial movement to see if she could pass through walls as she tried it. She crashed into the door with a loud bang, cursing what a disgrace. Xiaomi, who was killing zombies, caught this bizarre scene out of the corner of her eye and curiously asked, Sister Yao, can't you just kick it open? Why use your head to crash into it? To kill your zombies. Bai Yaoyao rubbed her forehead as she replied. Oh. Xiaomi obediently complied, but still didn't understand why she crashed into the door. Was Sister Yao trying to practice iron head skills? Bai Yaoyao forcefully kicked the door open, instantly met with a scream followed by the cries of a woman and a child. A woman in her 30s was holding a baby of a few months. The woman clutched the baby tightly and quickly turned her back to the doorway. Bai Yaoyao knocked on the door and said, hello, official rescue is here. Pack your things. When you hear shouting downstairs, you can come down. After saying that, she saw Xiaomi had just killed the 3 zombies next door, and she proceeded to the next floor. Bai Yaoyao turned back to take a glance at the woman holding the child before going downstairs, hoping she wasn't too frightened to understand what she had said. Her voice should be gentle enough and quite polite as well. Seeing the woman stand up, she felt relieved and went downstairs. The 11th floor had no living people. The left unit was relatively fine, where a young man's zombie was killed by Xiaomi with a single strike. The family on the right had all been infected. After Bai Yaoyao killed the zombie, she took a closer look at the wounds. Was it really that unlucky? The entire family had turned into corpses. After watching for a while, she realized that the first person infected was likely the 7 or 8-year-old child. The parents probably couldn't bear to kill him, and tragically, he was bitten, leading to the complete destruction of the family. Otherwise, how could 4 adults fail to subdue a single child? Xiaomi couldn't help but sigh a few times, but Bai Yaoyao had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Having seen enough, she felt a sense of relief. After quickly exterminating the zombies, she wandered around the house. Typically, families with elderly members would stock up on rice flour and oil. Following the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Bai Yaoyao collected all the unopened bags of flour and rice from the cupboards, which amounted to 5 or 6 bags. Having just passed the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were still many mooncakes, fruits, and milk from other families. The apocalypse hadn't lasted long, so the expiration dates weren't an issue, as she simply stored everything in her space. She didn't mix these supplies with her own, but set them aside in a separate area. Even though the apocalypse wasn't that strict, it was still food that had been around zombies for a while. If she could avoid eating it, she would hold off for now, saving it for emergencies or for trade. There were no living people on the 10th floor either. The left unit had 2 elderly residents who hadn't transformed, but had also lost their breaths. After checking the homes, Bai Yaoyao found there was no food left and deduced the cause of death. It was a sad matter, but looking at the 2 elderly people tightly huddled together made her feel a sense of happiness. Bai Yaoyao composed herself and continued to clear each floor, exterminating zombies as she went. If anyone was still alive, she would inform them to listen for announcements to come downstairs. Hello, official rescue has arrived. Please pack your belongings. When you hear someone calling from downstairs, you may come down. Bai Yaoyao said her lines with practiced ease. It was a young man curled up on the sofa, looking like he was on the verge of wasting away, his eye sockets deep set, and he seemed devoid of any vitality. Why did it take you so long to arrive? My wife is dead. I killed her with my own hands. She turned into a monster. Boo-hoo, it's all your fault. What? Did it take you so long to come? Just go. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die. Bai Yaoyao found it difficult to comprehend and didn't want to engage with this seemingly foolish and despondent young man. It's far too easy to not want to live in the apocalypse. It's much simpler than wanting to survive. Without the belief to live on, why bother with rescue? Alright, sorry for the disturbance. After speaking, Bai Yaoyao signaled to Xiaomi to continue to the next floor. The man sat dazed on the sofa, thinking, isn't this the official? Aren't they supposed to comfort me? After all, he was also a victim. He had initially thought to take the opportunity to request some supplies, but why did they leave so abruptly? Damn, how rude. Bai Yaoyao felt that her progress was quite fast and wondered how others were faring. She had a maternal instinct wanting her brothers to grow quickly, yet she worried about their safety, as if she had suddenly become the concerned mother of many sons. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Xiaomi looked at Yaoyao, who was occasionally bumping into walls and laughing foolishly, feeling a bit perplexed. She didn't understand what had triggered this change in her. Even the monkey wasn't like this. With a sigh, she thought everyone in the dark night had a part to play in this. Scratching his head in confusion, he wanted to ask something, but held back as he felt he might get beaten. Forget it, he would discuss it with Fat Brother later in the evening. Next, they didn't encounter any peculiar situations. After clearing everything they found, they were the first to finish in their building. The other buildings still had not been cleared. Captain Bai Yaoyao, have you finished clearing the zombies? A young soldier asked, stunned. Yes, it's done. Well, help. After Bai Yaoyao cheerfully answered, she led Xiaomi to building No. 2. Before they even reached the entrance, they heard the sounds of fighting. Bai Yaoyao detected that there were 4 level 2 zombies. Lulu and Peiqi were in building No. 2 facing off against the 4 level 2 zombies, which proved to be somewhat challenging. Peiqi only had a healing ability and mostly used a cleaver to engage directly, while Lulu's lightning abilities, though powerful, were hard to utilize in such confined spaces. Xiaomi, hearing the noises, hurried over. She casually asked, Sister Yaoyao, which floor are you on? 3rd floor, go. Bai Yaoyao replied. Xiaomi turned and asked, Oh, aren't you going? What do you need me for? I'm going to the 3rd floor to find Fat. After saying this, Bai Yaoyao left. Xiaomi was left bewildered, thinking, wow, she was just set up by Sister Yao. How cool, when could she also pull off such a stunt? Bai Yaoyao had just reached the entrance of building No. 3 when Fat Brother and the monkey had also nearly finished clearing. The two complemented each other's skills, perfectly working together smoothly. Sister Yaoyao, you're so fast. The monkey exclaimed as he spotted Bai Yaoyao from the window on the 2nd floor and jumped out. You two aren't slow either. Let's go, you take 1 building each for No. 4, 5, 0 and 6. The monkey said, Sure, Sister Yaoyao, let me tell you, I almost slapped a fool to death just now. Be careful. Suddenly Bai Yaoyao felt a sense of danger, and every hair on her body stood on end. She swiftly kicked the monkey beside her toward Fat Brother, and as she sidestepped away, she threw out a spatial blade behind her. The moment the skill hit, the zombie revealed itself. A level 3 invisible zombie. Bai Yaoyao was certain that this zombie hadn't been present when she first scanned the area. The only explanation was that it had come after hearing the commotion. Fortunately, it charged straight at her, otherwise there would definitely have been casualties. Without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao quickly pulled out a bucket of green paint from her space. Before the zombie could turn invisible again, she doused the entire bucket over it, wasting not a single drop. Damn it, sneaking up on me. They'll beat you to death. If you have the guts, keep hiding. Little green zombie, the monkey. Bai Yaoyao felt a bit more relaxed at this point. Invisible zombies had no other special abilities, primarily relying on ambush. Once that barrier was removed, they were no different from ordinary zombies. Just then, Xiaomi, Peiqi, and Lulu, who had heard the commotion, also rushed over. Bai Yaoyao set up a small stool, pulled out a camera, and moved to the side to record the entire scene. Everyone do your best. Bai Yaoyao adjusted the focus and found time to cheer them on. Meanwhile, the young soldiers beside them, who were on high alert, were unsure whether to rush over to help after witnessing Bai Yaoyao's flashy maneuver. Seeing Captain Bai wave at them and toss over a box of sugary drinks and 2 bags of sunflower seeds, they couldn't help but smirk. Alright, in terms of self-cultivation as a bystander, everyone understood what to do. Following Bai Yaoyao's example, they sat down watching attentively, not daring to touch the food or drink. The more they watched, the more they felt that the fighting skills of those few in the arena were exceptionally strong, far beyond what could be honed in just a few days of the apocalypse. The level of teamwork was more reminiscent of a group that had been working together for years. Skills, combat techniques, and combat awareness cannot be concealed. Bai Yaoyao had already prepared her words and unified the statements with everyone. The late master had a foothold in Huagua cough, the legitimate kind, and it seemed he mentioned something about family heritage. The master also mentioned that he had registered a martial arts school. At that time, everyone laughed at him for going to such lengths, but who would have thought it would come in handy now? The details don't matter, it's the apocalypse now, and no one will bother to verify these trivialities. After all, strength is the most important. So everything was pushed onto the master's shoulders. After all, everyone was just fellow disciples, so it wasn't exactly a lie. It was merely that everyone took on some side jobs for survival. While recording, Bai Yaoyao chattered, Peiqi, use your legs. What are they for? Xiaomi only knows how to charge. Isn't this about defense? Are you trying to become a zombie, or what? Fat Brother, look at the layers of fat on your belly, even more than before, ha. Yaoyao, that's just asking for a beating. Fat Brother turned his head to protest. Not long after, the little green man zombie was reduced to a shimmering crystal core under everyone's assault. After clearing the other buildings, Bai Yaoyao used her psychic probe again. Confirming it was safe, she instructed the little soldiers to start calling everyone down. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to wait, suspecting it would be a long process, so she said, "So brother, what should I call you?" The little soldier's face turned slightly red. "It's not that I'm shy, it's just that Captain Bai is too beautiful and handsome. I am Wang Qingqing, the leader of our small group. Leader Wang He race the thing, I'll leave 2 team members to protect you, and then I'll take the rest to the opposite community to kill zombies. When we're done, you should be finished too. This way efficiency will be much higher. What do you think?" Looking at this young brother who seemed a bit dazed, Bai Yaoyao tried her best to explain clearly. You want us to go first?" Wang Qingqing was a bit confused, having grown accustomed to the slow pace of other ability teams. He found it hard to adapt to the efficiency of the Night Squad's combat. Except for the pure student team of the Night Squad, almost all other teams would delay, if possible, making it easier to negotiate conditions with Captain Ming for more crystal cores. "Yes, he'll leave behind our strongest attacker and defender. It won't be dangerous, we're just across the street," Bai Yaoyao explained in a good-natured manner. "All right, Captain Bai, you decide. When we came out, Captain Ming instructed us to follow your lead," Wang Qingqing said, finally coming to his senses, and hurriedly spoke. "Okay." After saying that, Bai Yaoyao led everyone to the opposite villa area, leaving Adai, and Adai had caused trouble in the morning, and even if he didn't want to stay, he didn't dare to speak up. As for Shidu, he rarely spoke a single word throughout the day. The opposite villa area had only 9 buildings, but it was well landscaped. They didn't rush into the houses, but planned to start clearing the zombies outside. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a flash of white light dart past. "What was that? It just zipped through," Peichi exclaimed. "A mutated beast, probably a white cat," Bai Yaoyao said hesitantly. "Over there, in the tree. Yaoyao, this one looks like the white cat we saw at the exhibition center." Xiaomi with sharp eyes pointed and said. Bai Yaoyao was entirely on edge, her spiritual power closely following the white cat. The white cat was also watching Bai Yaoyao, occasionally licking its paws with a hint of provocation in its gaze. The white cat's energy fluctuations were strong, not at the 2nd level. They might not be able to kill it without injury, and the main task now was rescue, so it wasn't necessary to provoke a mutated beast that wasn't attacking. However, the white cat's demeanor clearly suggested, "If you want to enter, we will fight." This ignited Bai Yaoyao's fighting spirit. Seeing that the dog, which had slept for a long time, had finally woken up and advanced to the 3rd level, she tossed it out to see if it could gauge the white cat's strength. If it couldn't, it wouldn't be a waste of its time. After waking up, the dog felt it had become the most formidable beast in the world. Full of power, it could eat at least 10 large bones in one meal. Before it could report its joy to its master, it was unceremoniously thrown out. It wanted to protest loudly, but it was so beautiful, with blue eyes and snow-white fur, just as handsome and elegant as itself. "Oh, darling, you noticed me." Bang! The dog, caught off guard, fell to the ground before it could escape from the fantasy of seeing its dream lover. It landed with a thud, creating a pit, and dust flew all around. Bai Yaoyao was utterly astonished. She knew the dog was unreliable, but she didn't expect it to be this unreliable. It had just woken up. It had clearly reached the 3rd level. But why was it like this? A normal dog shouldn't fall from this height and get hurt. The white cat was equally stunned. It had seen this woman for the 2nd time. The white cat was very strong, and it might not be able to defeat her, so it had left directly last time. But this time it could not retreat, not even in death. Seeing the woman release a 3rd-level mutated beast, it felt a chill in its heart. With a beast and a human, it was doomed, unable to fight back. It had to fight. Even if it died, it would take a few down with it. Its claws were extended, its jumping posture prepared, ready to die. It actually fell. Was this thing stupid? Was it still going to fight? Did this woman underestimate it? Did she release a fool to humiliate it? The dog itself realized it was somewhat embarrassing, so it buried its head in the dirt. The dog was dizzy. It hadn't fully woken up yet. Too embarrassing. Sob, sob, sob. Bai Yaoyao couldn't quite express her feelings. She was somewhat angry, but also amused. "Forget it, dog brother. I owe you for my past life. They'll test its bottom line first. Chen Xian, enhance me as needed, and you all stay back for now." Bai Yaoyao pulled out a dagger and said, "Be careful, Yaoyao. Don't be reckless, Yaoyao. Well, assess the situation." Lulu frowned and said. Bai Yaoyao nodded, using her psychic piercing and teleportation to close in. The white cat was also very fast, and with a single breath it reached Bai Yaoyao's side. Realizing the woman was not slower than it immediately retreated to create some distance. The white cat sensed its spiritual power was being suppressed and couldn't focus on the battle. For a moment it felt anxious. Just as it wanted to attack again, it discovered that the foolish dog had suddenly pounced on it, pinning it down. How infuriating, a sneak attack dog. Turning to retaliate, it suddenly saw that this foolish dog was licking its own noble fur. "I'm going to die." The white cat instantly jumped up, for a cat can be killed, but cannot be insulted. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." The white cat, as if lost to reason, ignored Bai Yaoyao and swiped at the dog. The dog narrowly dodged, wearing an expression of disbelief and injury. You hit me. You actually hit me. The white cat's fur bristled, missing once and pounced again. Woof woof arg, meowed. Woof arg woof woof. Meowed. The two beasts, one running, one chasing, left Bai Yaoyao standing there ignored. Sister Yao, don't be sad, the dog is a husky, given its performance today. Well, it's already quite good. Peichi couldn't help but come over to advise. Sister Yao is so concerned about her image, she was afraid Sister Yao might impulsively throw the dog away. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, glanced at the still chasing cat and dog, and said, let's not worry about them for now. Let's take a stroll and clear the zombies first. Okay, Peichi nodded. Just don't throw the dog away. Bai Yaoyao Omega, it saved my life. Oh, I can't throw it. No way, just a few zombies. Xiaomi complained. In the entire villa area, there were only 6 zombies, all first or second level. There were plenty of zombie bodies, but the crystal cores had all been dug out. They must have all been killed by the white cat, Bai Yaoyao speculated, noting how the cat seemed to be guarding this villa. Everyone started knocking on the doors of the first villa. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to use her spiritual sense to probe unnecessarily. Today would be a protracted battle, and she didn't know how long it would last, so she decided to conserve some abilities. Who is it? A man's voice came from inside the villa. Official rescue has arrived, tidy up, and come out. We'll take you to the safe zone. Bai Yaoyao succinctly replied. The door opened a crack, and seeing a few people outside dressed uniformly and not rushing in, she felt relieved. She hurriedly said, is it just you few? Is there any food? Please give me some, my parents and I haven't eaten for several days. No, come out and gather, we won't wait for latecomers. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking and withdrew, leaving Lulu and Xiao Shilu behind to wait for everyone to come out. The villa area likely had many survivors due to the presence of the white cat, as most homes had living people except for a few that had turned into zombies, resulting in a high survival rate. As they approached the last villa, the white cat suddenly dashed over, disregarding the dog, and blocked the entrance, not allowing anyone to pass. Bai Yaoyao began to understand the situation. Since both sides were wary of each other's strength, why not? Hello. Bai Yaoyao took a step back and said. She could clearly feel the white cat relaxing a bit. Meow. You don't want us to go in, do you? Meow. Are there still living humans inside? Meow. Bai Yaoyao used her spiritual sense to probe and confirmed that there were indeed no living beings present, but there was a strong energy presence in a corner on the second floor, likely a zombie crystal core. Bai Yaoyao, though tempted, wouldn't actively rob a cat. After hesitating, she said, we won't go in, we'll leave immediately, but I want to take the people at the door with me. Meow. The white cat agreed and stepped back. A temporary truce had been reached. Let's go, Bai Yaoyao said to her companions. All right, not fighting is best, this cat is quite eerie, and its speed is too fast, Fat Brother agreed. Everyone prepared to turn and leave, but the dog was unwilling. It yelped and jumped around, biting Bai Yaoyao's pant leg and refusing to let go. What do you want? Bai Yaoyao gritted her teeth and asked. Woof woof woof. I want the kitten. What do you want? Hurry up and go. Bai Yaoyao picked up the dog and tucked it under her arm. Then, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Bai Yaoyao glared at the dog, but saw it looking at her with tear-filled eyes, suddenly recalling how the dog had taken a hit from a zombie for her in her past life. Before dying, its eyes looked the same, full of tears and reluctance. Bai Yaoyao felt a moment of daze. Fat Brother, did Sister Yao cry from anger? No way. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath, set the dog down, and turned back to the white cat, saying, are you willing to leave with us? From now on, if I, Bai Yaoyao, have a meal, you will have one too. I promise to treat you sincerely. This place is not safe. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand so many zombies. Humans are about to evacuate, and after that the zombies will target you mutated beasts. Follow me, and I will do my utmost to protect you. Bai Yaoyao said seriously to the white cat. Since the dog liked it, she decided to try to win it over. If that failed, she would knock the dog out and take it away. The white cat was completely stunned. This woman wanted to take it away. She even said she would provide food and promised to protect it with all her strength. Could it be that it was going to have a home? The girl in the villa had fed it for a week. It wanted to protect her, but for some reason, she still died. The white cat hesitated, unsure of what to do. Seeing hope, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly said, is your master inside the villa? According to our human customs, after death, one must be cremated and buried properly. I will help you bury your master. You leave with me, how about that? The white cat was tempted, hesitated for a long while, then meowed and stepped aside. Bai Yaoyao turned and said, you all wait for me here. She followed the white cat into the villa, where a girl lay dead beside the sofa, and a pile of pills was scattered on the ground. Noticing the box, it was a rapid heart-saving pill. Bai Yaoyao took out a piece of rain cloth from her space, wrapped the girl up, and carried her to the small garden at the door. Bai Yaoyao said, big brother, light a fire, a fat brother, dig a hole. All right. After burying the girl, the white cat obediently followed Bai Yaoyao's side, while Bai Yaoyao noticed the dog behind her looking infatuated and couldn't help but sigh and hold her forehead. The white cat led Bai Yaoyao to the second floor of the villa, pointing at a pile of crystal cores indicating Bai Yaoyao to collect them. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow hard. She had seen the world, but suddenly getting several hundred crystal cores made her a bit unable to contain her excitement. There were 3 or 4 third-level crystal cores. This adorable little cat seemed much more reliable than the dog. Bai Yaoyao's gaze toward the kitten involuntarily softened. Can I give you a name? Meow. You are petite and entirely Snow White. Let's call you Meow Big Cat. It fits, it's catchy and sounds good. Bai Yaoyao initially wanted to say Xiao Bai Little White, but suddenly remembered that her master had called her Xiao Bai when she was young. Meow. Bai Yaoyao could no longer tolerate the dog's insolent demeanor, and having discerned Meow's unmistakable disdain, she unceremoniously banished the canine back into her spatial realm, her patience with it utterly exhausted for the day. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved smoothly, and they had even gained an astonishingly powerful new ally. Bai Yaoyao suddenly found herself thinking that perhaps the dog had inadvertently done something useful after all. In high spirits, she led everyone toward the gate silently, hoping the survivors from the villa compound would move swiftly. No time was to be wasted. But the moment they reached the entrance, something felt distinctly off. The survivors huddled together in nervous silence. Lulu stood with hands on hips, her gaze sharp and unforgiving. Perhaps due to her newly awakened lightning affinity ability, fine wisps of hair near her hairline stood faintly erect. What's wrong, Lulu? Bai Yaoyao asked quietly, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Lulu's scowl was oddly endearing. I'm reporting her. How dare she treat ordinary citizens like this? The man Bai Yaoyao had met earlier in Villa 1 burst out. Is this how you conduct rescues? We're starving. We can't walk on empty stomachs. A woman in her 40s chimed in eagerly. Bai Yaoyao merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation, and casually released Xiao Wai. She'd seen such scenes countless times in her past life. This was after all an affluent neighborhood. Most residents had wielded influence before the apocalypse, and reality remained stubbornly unacknowledged. Xiao Wai, toss those 2 into the trash bin. A chorus of shrieks erupted as the crowd scrambled back. Xiao Wai instantly singled out the 2 instigators from the throng, extended several supple vines, bound them securely, and hurled them 10 meters into a large green dumpster. The man landed cleanly inside, but the woman, slightly plump, got stuck halfway. Xiao Wai gave her a firm, almost thoughtful nudge, then, with uncanny anthropomorphism, lowered the lid with a soft, decisive click before returning obediently to Bai Yaoyao's side. Meow stared at Xiao Wai in astonishment. Her mistress, it seemed, possessed extraordinary capabilities. Thankfully, no brawl had been necessary. Aside from that foolish dog, every one of her master's methods was formidable. This mutated plant was clearly no ordinary being. Does anyone else have questions? Please speak up. If not, we're about to depart. Bai Yaoyao asked softly. Silence fell, absolute and profound. Excellent. Let's go. Bai Yaoyao guided the villa survivors back to the first residential compound. Yet before they drew near, chaos rang out. Without waiting for orders, Xiao Wai surged forward with practiced ease, seizing the loudest, most vociferous agitators and hoisting them aloft. But no functional dumpster remained. The bins were all rotted beyond use. Xiao Wai glanced at Bai Yaoyao, caught the glint of approval in her eyes, and instinctively straightened its posture, lifting the captives even higher. I remain my mistress's most trusted companion. That clumsy elder brother poses no threat, and the newly arrived junior sibling is hardly worth concern. Nearly 100 survivors now filled the scene, their clamor piercing and relentless. For a few fleeting seconds, silence followed Xiao Wai's display, but disorder soon roared back. Perhaps emboldened by sheer numbers, by the ancient axiom that law cannot punish multitudes, they dared raise their voices at last, releasing days of pent-up fear and frustration. Watching the 20-odd villa residents stand quietly, Bai Yaoyao found them surprisingly well-behaved. She had no desire to draw attention. This wasn't her duty. Those causing trouble simply craved food, and after enduring such prolonged hunger, their demand was perfectly human. She was no bandit incarnate, devoid of empathy or reason. Instead, she turned toward team leader Wang with an encouraging, expectant gaze. As if galvanized, Wang boomed. Anyone who speaks out of turn will forfeit both meals and transport. Test me if you dare. Bai Yaoyao observed that only a handful instigated unrest. Most clung tightly to their belongings, wisely staying silent. Take for instance the mother from Building 1 cradling her child at the periphery of the crowd. The infant wailed incessantly. She gently covered its ears, swaying rhythmically, while murmuring softly, "Mother's here. Mother's here. Don't fear, little one. Don't cry." Seeing Wang regain control, and already organizing boarding, Bai Yaoyao departed with her comrades for the next residential compound. Zhonglin Avenue was predominantly upscale, sparsely populated. Logically, few zombies should have lingered there. Yet time had passed, the undead had wandered far, and the streets now teemed with them. Damiao, eager to showcase his prowess, charged ahead with exceptional fervor beside Xiaomi. Two rivals locked in a grim contest of slaughter. Xiaomi lost decisively. Bai Yaoyao trailed behind serenely at ease, delighted by Damiao's lightning-swift dispatch of zombies, and tossed a massive bone to the dog still confined within her spatial realm. After days of coordinated effort, their synergy had deepened dramatically. Each member now fought with flawless precision, exploiting their unique abilities to their absolute fullest. Even level 3 zombies fell swiftly. Only after the Dark Knight squad had fully cleared the third and fourth compounds did team leader Wang and his group finally arrive. They were, after all, official personnel. Decades of public service ideology ran deep. In just a few short days of apocalypse, such ingrained principles couldn't easily shift. Unlike the Dark Knight squad, they couldn't disregard others' feelings entirely. Thus, inevitable delays occurred. Captain Bai, your speed is astounding. You're truly extraordinary. Wang Chengxing sprinted over, sincere admiration in his voice. Thank you for the praise. We'll rest briefly to replenish our energy, and have lunch, Bai Yaoyao replied. Of course, that's only right. Shall I bring you self-heating hotpots? Team leader Wang added hastily. Captain Meng specifically instructed me to deliver these. Without awaiting Bai Yaoyao's reply, he hurried to retrieve a large bag from the vehicle, clearly fearing refusal. Bai Yaoyao accepted it graciously. Thank you very much. Hosey cleared a ground floor room, and everyone gathered inside to eat. Opening the bag, Bai Yaoyao found self-heating rice mini hotpots, marinated eggs, and sausages. Meng Qilan had prepared everything meticulously, but outside the air was thick with hungry people, and the aroma was overpowering. Though she needn't obsess over others' opinions, feasting luxuriously indoors while crowds starved outside, amid such pungent mouth-watering scents, would indeed be profoundly insensitive. So she retrieved the Shangxi trio from her spatial realm: cold skin noodles, rujiamo sandwiches, and bingfeng soda, perfect for the weather. She recalled Xiao Wai then offered Damiao 3 fish. Mutated beasts possessed prodigious appetites, and waste was unthinkable. Damiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was what having a master felt like. Wow, delicious. Unbelievably fragrant. Far richer than any mutated rat he'd ever hunted himself. Bai Yaoyao wasn't very hungry and felt satisfied after just a couple of bites. She approached the window and looked outside, where she saw team leader Wang distributing food to everyone. Each person received a bottle of water, a box of yogurt, a piece of bread, and 2 compressed biscuits. Both adults and children were enjoying their meals, relishing every bite. Bai Yaoyao noticed the 2 people who had been thrown into the trash bin had followed her, and upon seeing them, she hurriedly blended into the crowd. She also saw the man who had claimed to have killed his wife and wanted to end his life. He was sitting by the roadside, happily munching on bread, while carrying a large backpack and dragging a big suitcase, completely looking unlike someone who wished to die. There was also a woman with a small baby pouring yogurt into a bottle while trying to feed her child, who was shaking his head vigorously, refusing to drink. Bai Yaoyao frowned slightly, quickly entered her space, mixed a cup of milk powder, and used her spatial abilities to place it in the woman's arms, also putting the open box of milk powder into the woman's bag before swiftly leaving the window. The woman was startled, but upon seeing the bottle in her arms, she excitedly picked it up, sniffed it, looked around, but couldn't find out who had given it to her, then unscrewed the lid and took a sip. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to let her child drink. Seeing her child gulping down the milk, tears streamed down the woman's cheeks. Sister, Yao, have some fruit, it's too hot. I don't have much appetite, the food doesn't taste good anymore, said Peichi. The weather outside was much better than before, but it was still scorching hot, around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, both hot and dry. Bai Yaoyao took out a few chilled watermelons, cut them in half, and everyone held a piece, finishing it in one go, feeling a bit more refreshed. Bai Yaoyao also took a glance at the water in her spatial pool, estimating there was almost enough for one person to drink by evening. Seeing that everyone had eaten enough, Bai Yaoyao led them to continue working. There were still 4 family courtyards that needed to be cleared, and she wanted to finish quickly, so she brought out Guzi, Xiaowai, and Damiu. 2 level 3 mutated beasts and 1 level 3 mutated plant combined had much greater destructive power than the Dark Knight team. Damiu had just finished eating fish and was in a good mood, noticing that Guzi was not as repelled as before, and even thought having a little brother following him was not bad. In the afternoon, the speed of clearing the zombies increased significantly, and Bai Yaoyao also took a detour to collect some gold from a jewelry store. The counters were almost smashed, and there wasn't much left inside. Some items had even fallen to the ground dirty. However, the warehouse was intact due to the password-protected door, and its contents had not been damaged. Bai Yaoyao directly emptied the entire warehouse without being picky. If they were lucky enough to survive the apocalypse, these would be gifts and dowries for her brothers. Team leader Wang saw this and hurriedly turned his head, pretending he hadn't seen anything. After all, Captain Bai, no matter how capable, was still a girl, and it was normal for her to want some bracelets or necklaces. Besides, at this point, aside from food, water, or necessities of life, nothing else mattered. After integrating everyone from the remaining 4 family courtyards, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Unlike when they arrived, now the 6 vehicles were almost filled with people. Seeing that there was no more space in the vehicles, Bai Yaoyao took out 2 more vehicles from her space, and she didn't want the authorities to know her spatial area was so large. Being able to preserve food was already attention-grabbing enough, and while displaying her strength, she needed to keep some trump cards. Team leader Wang originally intended to invite members of the Dark Knight team to join him in the vehicle. Although it was a 2-person space, it was quite spacious and could fit more. But seeing the situation, he wisely kept his mouth shut. The survivors felt they had witnessed too much today, not only seeing someone able to set fire and generate electricity, but also witnessing willow trees killing zombies and cats and dogs becoming sentient. Now seeing someone conjuring items out of thin air, they surprisingly found it normal and acceptable. Only the woman holding the baby suddenly looked up at Bai Yaoyao, staring for a long time, her eyes reddening, as she silently mouthed a thank you. Fat Brother and Shirtu drove separate vehicles. Bai Yaoyao had noticed a rather attractive woman glancing in their direction several times, clearly wanting to do something. Everyone also noticed this, and Peichi and Lulu even bet on which person the woman would approach as a breakthrough point. Just as they were about to get in the car, the woman finally made her move, walking straight towards Shirtu. Haha, Sister Lulu, I win the bet. I knew that woman would go for Brother Shidu, Peichi exclaimed excitedly. Fat Brother, why are you so uncompetitive? I even placed a bet on you. Such a big face for nothing, Lulu said as she placed her arm around Fat Brother's shoulder. I guessed it would be Fat Brother too. Only Kiki and Fat Brother from our Dark Knight team are easy to talk to. Based on the principle of attraction between opposites, betting on Fat Brother should be fine, said Monkey, analyzing seriously. Bai Yaoyao was also happily watching the show, sighing at the woman's good judgment for choosing the most difficult target. Finding Brother Shirtu was not as good as approaching herself, as she might even take an interest and play with her for a while. Hello, thank you for saving me today. This is a talisman passed down from my grandmother. It has been blessed. I want to give it to you, hoping it can keep you safe. These are the compressed biscuits I saved. Please have some. You've worked hard today, the woman said, blinking as she spoke to Shirtu. Paused his steps, turned to look at the woman, then glanced at the giggling crowd, shaking his head helplessly. This group was too mischievous. Although he looked mature, steady, and handsome, that wasn't something he could control. Ignoring the woman, Shirtu directly got into the vehicle. The woman initially thought Shirtu had stopped because her plan had succeeded, but unexpectedly, he just got into the car. Unwilling to give up, she chased a few steps forward, but Shirtu directly erected a wall of earth outside the vehicle, causing her to bump her head against it, leaving a bruise on her forehead. Bai Yaoyao and the others laughed uncontrollably. After watching the fun, they hurriedly got into the vehicle, completely ignoring the woman outside. The scheming look on her face was practically written all over her, claiming she had a talisman from her grandmother and unwilling to part with her precious compressed biscuits. What an actress. At this moment, team leader Wang finally noticed the situation here. Captain Meng had repeatedly warned that while members of the Dark Knight team seemed easy to talk to, each one was a tough character, and he needed to ensure that no one foolishly provoked them. He hadn't been paying attention and had missed the opportunity. During lunch, this woman attempted to get close to the house. After scolding her, she was back again. If he really irritated the Dark Knight team, no one could save her. So he hurriedly shouted, "You! What are you doing? Are you getting in the car or not? If you're not getting in, we're leaving." The woman's face turned red with embarrassment, and she hurried back, climbing onto the truck filled with people, her disdainful expression evident. Inside, she felt incredibly wronged. After all, she was a big streamer with 5 million followers, yet she was ignored like this. Did that man not have any eyes? Had he never watched her livestream? Had he never seen her videos? The journey back was relatively smooth since most of the zombies along the way had already been cleared. The dog and the big cat raced ahead, clearing the path of zombies, while Xiao Wei followed behind, collecting crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao cheered them on from the vehicle, occasionally tossing them a large bone or some dried fish, each fulfilling their role with remarkable teamwork. Upon returning to the safe zone, the subsequent tasks were no longer related to the Dark Knight team. Everyone quickly dispersed. It wasn't too late, and nobody felt particularly exhausted except for the dog and the big cat, who lay on the ground, unwilling to move. As they debated whether to go out for another mission, Meng Qilin approached. Since he was responsible for the overall coordination in the safe zone, he did not participate in external missions. After listening to Wang Chengcheng's report, a smile never left Meng Qilin's face. His judgment had proven correct. The 8 rescue units had undertaken the heaviest tasks, yet completed them in the shortest time, even more efficiently than the official ability teams. Thus he eagerly arrived at the Dark Knight team's location. "Captain Bai, everyone has worked hard today," he said with a smile upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, who was not at all surprised by his demeanor. Today he had heard complaints from the squad leader, named Wang Chengcheng, noting that most ability teams were reluctant to fully commit to their tasks, wanting to leverage the shortage of manpower in the safe zone to demand more supplies. Once reinforcements arrived, many conditions would no longer be negotiable. Thus, encountering a team like the Dark Knight, which did not demand supplies and completed tasks efficiently, was indeed a joy. Bai Yaoyao had her own considerations. The Meng family held significant influence in City Ao. Otherwise, even with great capabilities, one could not become the overall head of the base's supply exchange. After all, many capable individuals with backgrounds existed, a mere ability was insufficient to secure a position. Thus, during harder times for the other party, it was quite necessary to build goodwill, especially since Meng Qilin was genuinely nice, and their previous collaboration had been quite pleasant. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "It's not hard, we are getting paid, and this is what we are meant to do. Haha, if all ability teams could be like the Dark Knight, I wouldn't have turned gray in just a few days. Here, take this, it's today's task, crystal cores." Meng Qilin handed Bai Yaoyao a large bag. Bai Yaoyao's smile became more sincere. Who doesn't love being paid? Awesome, thank you. By the way, there's something else I would like to discuss with you. The Strategic Materials Reserve in City H is located in a relatively remote area. For safety reasons, I would like to request that your Dark Knight team set out with our official ability team to transport the supplies back. Meng Qilin paused, observing Bai Yaoyao's expression, but unfortunately, he could not discern anything. Looking at Bai Yaoyao, who was only in her early 20s, he could not understand why she was so composed, always smiling slightly, revealing no emotions or inclinations. Bai Yaoyao was naturally interested in this matter, but didn't rush to agree. Could you provide more details? Meng Qilin nodded and said, due to the distance, we won't be back for a while. About 10 days round trip. Captain Bai, if this mission succeeds, you will receive 12 level 3 crystal cores plus 50 level 2 crystal cores. Moreover, the resources in the reserve are abundant. We are about to relocate to City D and won't have time to make another trip. Therefore, in the event that our people cannot take everything, Captain Bai, you can collect as much of the remaining supplies as you wish. Bai Yaoyao had already internally agreed, but she still needed to put on a performance. Meng Qilin felt a bit anxious watching Bai Yaoyao frowning deeply and turning to discuss with her teammates for a long time. It seemed they had differing opinions, whereas Captain Bai used to make decisions on her own. Bai Yaoyao pretended to turn to Fat Brother and asked, "What should we eat tonight?" Fat Brother instantly understood and frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, "Lobster." "Again with the lobster? Aren't you tired of it?" Fat Brother shook his head, saying, "Not at all, it's my favorite. But I want to eat hot pot," Bai Yaoyao said. "Then let's have hot pot with lobster." "Perfect." Bai Yaoyao looked up at Meng Qilin and said, "We will take on the mission, but you need to add 5 more level 3 crystal cores. To be honest, my space is already full. It's quite small, and I've packed several vehicles so I can't fit anything else. Thus, even if there are remaining supplies, they won't be useful to us." Meng Qilin took a deep breath. As long as she agreed, it was fine. Adding a few more level 3 crystal cores was something he could manage. He immediately agreed, saying, "Sure. No problem." Bai Yaoyao asked, "When do we set out?" "We need to prepare. They still have tasks to complete. If all goes well, we will set out the day after tomorrow," Meng Qilin replied. "All right, no problem," Bai Yaoyao nodded and said. "Then I won't disturb your rest. Oh, everyone has worked hard today. In a while I will send someone to bring some mutated tiger meat. It's a new acquisition for today," Meng Qilin said with a smile. "Great, thank you, Captain Meng." Meng Qilin's words reminded Bai Yaoyao to consider hunting more mutated beasts and finding a chef to prepare them for storage. The mutated beasts would still be beneficial to everyone. What Chen Xian and the others made was too unpalatable. The mutated dogs from the last hunt were still untouched and were truly inedible. However, if someone skilled in cooking handled it, the taste of mutated beasts could be quite good. After Meng Qilin left, Fat Brother asked, "Yao, where are we continuing with the hot pot? Someone will bring the tiger meat over. I haven't had it before." "Of course. How much mutated tiger meat can they bring?" "It's so precious. Ew, just a little taste is generous enough. If we want more, we can hunt for it ourselves tomorrow. The zoo must have some," Bai Yaoyao said. "Haha, then I can eat my lobster too." Sure. The Dawan said. "Wait, were you two just discussing dinner? In such a serious manner, I thought you were genuinely discussing whether to go on a mission." "You are too naive." Looking at Fat Brother swallowing his saliva, "You should know it was definitely about food." Lulu laughed, pointing at Fat Brother. "Haha, it seems my acting skills are still so crude." Fat Brother scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "There has been some progress." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the crystal cores Meng Qilin had just delivered and took out today's harvest along with the stock from the big cat. After calculating, she found several level 0 and level 1 crystal cores which were of no use and would be kept for future exchanges for higher level cores. There were 165 level 2 crystal cores and 9 level 3 crystal cores. This was much more than what they would have earned by going out on their own, proving that taking 2 salaries was indeed rewarding. After distributing them among everyone, the mutated tiger meat from Meng Qilin's side also arrived. This seems even more rewarding than the salary. Meng Qilin was a bit more generous than Bai Yaoyao had imagined, directly having 2 large basins brought over. However, the night was filled with many people and beasts. The delicious aroma of the meat lured the reluctant dog and the big cat over. Except for Xiao Wei, everyone shared several pieces and quickly finished licking their fingers in delight. Golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, delicious and flavorful. Even with just a few bites, everyone felt an abundance of strength, as if a day's fatigue had vanished. This is so damn good, way better than the last time we grilled ourselves. Xiao Shilu said. Sure, agreed, saying delicious. This flavor is unbeatable. Let's go hunt a few tomorrow. The monkey swallowed the last bite before he could speak. Right, I strongly suggest we go hunt a few tomorrow. Lulu raised her eyebrows at Bai Yaoyao. Woof woof, meowed. Agreed. After we finish our tasks tomorrow, let's go hunt. After we catch them, we can find someone to cook, so we won't waste any ingredients ourselves. Bai Yaoyao raised her hand in agreement. While this decision is absolutely correct. Yao Jie, could I have another fried chicken? I didn't eat. I won't eat anymore. Adai started to speak, but suddenly remembered he was caught wasting food that morning and immediately dared not say another word. Bai Yaoyao shot a glance at Adai, not intending to indulge him. In his previous life, there were times when there was hardly anything to eat, and even a hard piece of bread had to be carefully eaten without crumbs falling. But now there was no shortage of food or drink, yet he dared to throw away the filling of the bonds. Bai Yaoyao ignored Adai the entire day. Adai was panicking, filled with regret, realizing that no matter how he apologized, it was of no use. Yao Jie simply would not acknowledge him. When he was young, his family had suddenly vanished overnight, and he was taken back to the organization by his master. Out of fear, he showed little kindness to anyone. At first, many people comforted him, but as time passed, no one spoke to him anymore except for Yao Jie. She seemed tough and carefree, but in reality, she was the softest-hearted. One time, Yao Jie saw him drooling at the fried chicken and fries on the television, and after returning from a mission, specially bought him a children's meal, where the toy was a small yellow truck. Worried that the food would get cold, Yao Jie ran all the way up the mountain, her lips turning pale. The scene of her taking the food from her bosom and handing it to him was something he would remember for a lifetime. For so many years, the small truck had always been kept close to him. Adai also clearly remembered that the children's meal included 2 fried chicken legs, 2 fried wings, a box of mashed potatoes, a pineapple pie, 43 fries, and 2 packets of ketchup. Adai suddenly felt scared, growing more aggrieved, and his eyes turned red. He had never been this afraid, not even when he stormed a foreign mercenary camp, fearing that Yao Jie would never acknowledge him again. Bai Yaoyao had always been attentive to Adai's emotions. This child was delicate and sensitive, and seeing him looking down in sorrow softened her heart. Forget it, under normal circumstances, Adai was just a middle school student. Children make mistakes sometimes. With a sigh, she tossed a packet of fries into Adai's pocket. Adai felt the object in his pocket, excitedly lifting his head and saying, Yao Jie, I was wrong. I will never waste food again. Bai Yaoyao maintained her serious demeanor as a guardian, lightly coughing. Go back and reflect. He got it. Adai excitedly ran back to the tent. Bai Yaoyao watched Adai's retreating figure, unable to help but break into an Andy smile. Sigh, the child has entered a rebellious phase. It's not a serious matter, so don't be angry. Peng Gu moved a small stool to sit beside Bai Yaoyao, comforting her. I know, but right is right and wrong is wrong. If he makes a mistake, he needs to know and correct it, otherwise the mistakes will only become more outrageous in the future. Bai Yaoyao said seriously. Yes, Yao Jie is right. Peng Gu raised both thumbs. Everyone, let's go back and rest early. Xiaomi, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Bai Yaoyao said. Bai Yaoyao had already informed Peng Gu and the others about the spring water beforehand. They were all brothers, so it didn't matter who went first or last. Naturally, no one would mind. What's up, boss? Xiaomi walked over and asked. If it weren't for having eaten mutated tiger meat, he might not even be able to move. He was too exhausted, and his legs were trembling on the way back. However, the speed at which his strength was increasing was indeed impressive and worth it. Bai Yaoyao filled a cup with spring water and handed it to Xiaomi, saying, Here, drink this. Xiaomi did not hesitate for a moment and gulped it down, saying, What is this? It's surprisingly good, a bit like lemon. It's spring water that appeared after my space upgraded. I drank it yesterday and felt it could enhance my physique, heal internal injuries, and eliminate impurities from my body. Bai Yaoyao explained. Oh my, isn't this the spiritual spring that Peiqi says is essential for novel protagonists? Yao Jie, do you think I can be a male lead? Xiaomi asked in surprise. Bai Yaoyao, you still have the energy to be cheeky. Hurry back and sleep. After finishing, Bai Yaoyao placed a bathing tub filled with hot water in Xiaomi's tent and put a few hot water bottles nearby. Thank you, Yao Jie. After a long day, soaking in a bath is just too blissful. Xiaomi happily ran back. Bai Yaoyao intended to remind Xiaomi about the mud all over his body, but opened her mouth and gave up. Remembering how miserable she looked last night, she thought it was fine to let him experience it. Good brothers should share blessings and endure hardships together. Bai Yaoyao explained the existence of her space to the big cat, and then returned to the space with the two beasts. The big cat felt that today it had made the most important decision of its cat life. It chose to follow Bai Yao. Not only did it eat some dried fish, but it also enjoyed delicious beast meat. At night it could rest in a place without enemies. How blissful. Of course it would have been even better if there weren't this stupid dog around. They were all male beasts, yet it had such an indescribably silly look. Bai Yaoyao strolled through her material storage area, tidying up a new section and categorizing the supplies. She found a few large boxes and organized the crystal cores by level. The crystal cores would increase in number, and organizing them this way would make it easier to use. Bai Yaoyao felt she had a sporadic urge to do housework. Sometimes when she was idle she didn't want to work, but at times when she was exhausted she wanted to tidy up. For instance, like now. Finally, she took out the cat climbing frame cat bed litter box and small fleece blanket she had bought earlier and set up a resting area for the big cat. The big cat was very satisfied with this, not to mention the position was great, far away from the stupid dog's bed diagonally opposite. Master, you really understand. Bai Yaoyao slept comfortably, dreaming of mutated beasts roasting meat for her. Upon waking she noticed a faint drool on her pillow. With an awkward smile she cleared her throat and quickly exited the space. Lulu was already up and was not in the tent. Bai Yaoyao was puzzled as to why such a lazy person was up so early. Just as she stepped out of the tent, she saw everyone gathered around Xiaomi laughing joyfully. She intended to ask, but the monkey rushed over first. Sister Yao, did you sleep well? The monkey asked, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Bai Yaoyao recalled the meat she had eaten in her dream and replied, pretty good. Why? What's wrong with you? Did you stay up late? I couldn't sleep, I was suffocated, the monkey said, sounding aggrieved. Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered that Xiaomi was in the same tent as the monkey. She smiled awkwardly and naturally stepped back, pretending that nothing had happened. Sister Yao, I have a new ability. Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly as she rushed out of the crowd upon seeing Bai Yaoyao. The spring water has this effect. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Yaoyao said excitedly, that's great. Finally getting what I wished for. What ability? Xiaomi asked. I don't know what kind of ability it is, I haven't seen anyone else have it. As she spoke she extended her hand, revealing a faint glow in her palm. Bai Yaoyao struggled to suppress the smile creeping up her lips. The light-based ability she had longed for had arrived. Sister Yao, don't just smile. What kind of ability is this? It doesn't seem very powerful. Xiaomi anxiously asked. She was confused as the ability she had obtained was merely a source of light. Bai Yaoyao explained, this is a light-based ability. At level 1 it's basically just illumination. At level 2 it can purify a unit's negative effects, and at level 3 it can cleanse zombie poison, adding another layer of safety for us. Wow, that's impressive. The Do-Wan chimed in, clapping. Xiaomi's eyes brightened as she asked, so what about offensive capabilities? Bai Yaoyao explained, it depends on how you use it. Special abilities don't have fixed techniques. Xiaomi nodded thoughtfully as if she understood. Sister Yao, how often can you produce a cup of that spring water? The monkey asked curiously. 1 cup a day. Come on guys, let's play rock, paper, scissors to see who will smell bad tonight. The monkey called out eagerly. Yesterday he was sleeping soundly when he suddenly caught a whiff of a terrible smell and was awakened. Turning around he saw Xiaomi covered in dark water, startling him. He almost thought Xiaomi had been bitten by a zombie. Tears streamed down his face as Xiaomi heard someone calling her and was jolted awake. The two of them were confused and later realized it was because they had drunk Sister Yao's spring water, which explained why they prepared so much bathing water. But the monkey could no longer sleep as the tent was filled with a foul odor. He stayed up all night, with Xiaomi exchanging wide-eyed stares. Bai Yaoyao laughed and joked with everyone for a while, then had breakfast together heading towards the entrance. They had agreed to complete the task early and then go to the zoo to hunt for meat. Good morning, Captain Bai. They ran into Meng Qilin on the way. Good morning, Captain Meng. Are there any tasks near the zoo today? Are you looking to hunt some meat? The mutated tiger we saw yesterday was spotted by our ability team on the road. Isn't it a bit dangerous to go to the zoo? Meng Qilin said hesitantly. It's fine, I'll well assess the situation. If it gets too dangerous we'll retreat, Bai Yaoyao replied. Meng Qilin stopped insisting. After a moment of thought he said, then you all go to the city center hospital. It's near the zoo. Bring the 2 spatial ability users with you to gather all the medical supplies. But they lack self-defense capabilities, so please take care of them. Bai Yaoyao nodded, saying, rest assured after we complete the task, we'll send them back first before heading to the zoo. I just don't want to deal with the zombies on both routes and worried it will waste time. Alright, that's no problem. Just as they finished discussing, the other teams had also mostly arrived. Li Pengliang and his group stood close to the Dark Knight team, cheerfully greeting everyone. The AIE Alliance wasn't chatting today, They frequently glanced toward the Dark Knight team. What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Are you afflicted with red-eye disease? The mouthpiece spoke again. The AIE Alliance members dared not look any longer. Meng Chi Lin held a notebook and said, "I'll distribute the tasks. Dark Knight Team City Center Hospital. AIE Alliance Wanda Plaza on Chunyang Road and the nearby 2 residential areas." I remember this Wanda Plaza. It's the shopping mall we didn't dare enter last time. It felt eerie and dangerous, so we left after just taking a look. Bai Yaoyao didn't care much about the lives of the AIE Alliance members, but since they would be executing tasks with official personnel, she said to Meng Chi Lin, "That Wanda Plaza we passed by once, and am not sure about it." Meng Chi Lin instantly understood Bai Yaoyao's meaning. If Dark Knight Team wasn't sure, then sending others there would be akin to sending them to their doom. He then said, "Let's not go to Wanda Plaza, just focus on the 2 residential areas." The leader of the AIE Alliance said, "Wait a moment, Captain Meng, we have already searched so many of the malls and didn't encounter anything unusual. Right, even though we are weak, we still want to do our best to gather supplies," Lin Yiran said weakly. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes, not wanting to persuade them. They were merely a sidekick, and now they were puffing up their chests. Great, it's hard to advise a stubborn ghost. Meng Chi Lin hesitated. No matter how unreasonable the AIE Alliance was, he couldn't send them on a hopeless mission. It's a matter of principle. They wanted to go to Wanda Plaza primarily because there were spatial ability users in their team who wanted to secretly gather supplies. However, Bai Yaoyao had clearly stated that it wasn't reliable, and this group was really. "Captain Meng, you can't be biased like this. This should be our task in the first place," Lin Yiran insisted. Meng Chi Lin also got a bit angry and said, "Fine, you can go, but my people will not accompany you. You don't need to worry about the residential areas. I'll send someone else." The leader of the AIE Alliance quickly agreed. If they don't follow, then so be it. Those without abilities are useless, and it's more convenient for them to gather supplies without them. Later they can just say they didn't find any supplies. As for the danger, haha, isn't it just that the Dark Knight team wants to gather medicine and supplies? Convincing their team to back off, they could go to Wanda Plaza tomorrow. They were indeed thinking beautifully. Selfish bastards. Upon hearing Lin Yiran's casual remarks, Bai Yaoyao could guess her thoughts. However, it didn't matter. Being dead would be peaceful, and villains only wasted time. "Hello, Captain Bai. I am Chui Ying, and he is Zhang Jiehui. We are spatial ability users assigned to accompany you on this mission today." "Hello. Let's set off directly," Bai Yaoyao said after scanning the team. One was level 1, and the other level 2. "Okay," Chui Ying replied. Since there was no need to transport survivors today, there was no need for the large truck. Instead, they took 3 military off-road vehicles. Bai Yaoyao frowned at the readied vehicle and thought about when to ask Meng Chi Lin for a few more, as the current number was still too few. She was always worried that her precious vehicles might get damaged by zombies. Chui Ying looked at the delicate girl driving aggressively, showing an inclination to ram into zombies, which was a shared hobby with Bai Yaoyao. The two chatted happily on the road. This also made Bai Yaoyao aware of some official news. The base in D City was already under construction, and important figures from nearby cities had already gone there. After a brief period of panic, the authorities had completely regained control, having eliminated many of the earlier bullies. The D City base would be jointly managed by the military and the government. Bai Yaoyao didn't pay too much attention to the specific details. It was just a place to stay. If it was comfortable, she would stay longer. If the environment became chaotic or she couldn't get along with the person in charge, she would just move elsewhere. It was nothing significant. To put it bluntly, it was still that saying, as long as one had enough strength, other issues were not a problem. "Stop the car." Chui Ying was just saying how delicious yesterday's tiger meat was when she was startled by Bai Yaoyao's sudden shout to stop. However, she quickly reacted and steadied the vehicle. Bai Yaoyao quickly got out of the car. Although they had been chatting, her spiritual awareness had never relaxed. There was a strong energy fluctuation ahead, somewhat resembling a level 4 zombie, but it was still uncertain. "Everyone be careful. Oh, it seems to be a level 4 zombie," Bai Yaoyao warned while releasing the dog Xiao Wai and Miao. The group got ready, waiting for about 10 minutes, but the zombie did not appear. "Sister Yao, where's the corpse?" "About 20 meters away. It has stopped moving. A level 4 zombie has some intelligence. It is waiting for us to approach," Bai Yaoyao replied. "What should we do now?" "Let's go. I've been itching for a level 4 crystal core for a long time." "Understood." As soon as Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, everyone charged forward together. Chui Ying and Zhang Jiehui exchanged glances and suddenly understood why the Dark Knight team was so strong. With such decisive action, they were not comparable to ordinary ability teams, especially with 2 powerful mutated beasts and a mutated willow tree. The Dark Knight team resembled a well-coordinated unit rather than a civilian organization. As everyone began to act, the zombie also moved, but instead of charging at them, it fled. Bai Yaoyao's level 3 spatial abilities teleportation could not be used continuously. It could only be used once every 10 minutes, so a DUI and Xiao Mi were the fastest. A DUI wanted to earn merit while Xiaomi had just acquired a new ability, which was merely for illumination, yet it did not dampen his excitement. The two raced ahead, and upon seeing a white shadow, alas, De Miao got there first. De Miao pounced directly, slashing through the zombie's back, with dark green blood gushing out. This was a male zombie still dressed in a suit, though it was long tattered beyond recognition. Its facial features seemed misaligned, with pus oozing from its entire face, and a large hole was torn in its chest. Once a zombie reaches level 4, its vitality becomes very strong, and unless the head is destroyed it will not die. While De Miao was entangled with the zombie, the others caught up. Block the road. Okay. Bai Yaoyao saw that it was only an ordinary level 4 zombie, and relaxed a little. With so many people taking turns, they weren't afraid of wearing it down. Holding a baseball bat, Bai Yaoyao used her teleportation, channeling her strength ability into her arms, and struck forcefully at the zombie's head. Unfortunately, the zombie's reaction speed was not slow either. She missed its head, and only struck its shoulder, causing it to sink in. The zombie seemed enraged, and stopped fleeing, letting out an angry roar as it lunged at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao had been waiting for this moment. She dodged to the side to create distance while a DUI, and Xiaomi simultaneously slashed at the zombie's neck with Bai Yaoyao also using her spatial slicing, and De Miao added a claw strike. With everyone's combined efforts, they finally decapitated the zombie. By the time the main group arrived, a DUI had already extracted the core. What the heck, you didn't let us play? You finished it all before we got here. Monkey exclaimed. Peichi marveled. Is this the level 4 crystal core? It's so bright and beautiful. The higher the level the better it looks, Bai Yaoyao replied. Sister Yao, hurry up and upgrade your spatial ability to level 4, so we can all bask in its glory, ha. Xiaomi was very dissatisfied with Monkey's laughter, eagerly waiting to retort once Monkey stunk. I'll use this crystal core first, and see if I can upgrade my spatial ability to level 4 with my other reserves. Bai Yaoyao nodded without being polite. No problem, I also want to look good and my skin is fair and rosy, I won't even need a face mask. Lulu intended to poke Bai Yaoyao's little face, but was caught by Bai Yaoyao, who poked back, leading to a playful. By the time Cui Ying and Zhang Jiehui arrived, everyone had already been chatting for a while. Did you finish? Cui Ying asked in surprise. Yes. Wasn't it a level 4 zombie? How did it go down so quickly? Cui Ying guessed that the Dark Knight team could take down a level 4 zombie, but never expected it would be so effortless. It seemed Captain Meng had underestimated their strength. This was so much stronger than the official ability user teams. Bai Yaoyao did not explain further. She urged. Let's go, we need to get to the hospital quickly, aren't we almost there? Okay, don't you need a break? Cui Ying asked. No need, well, rest on the way. After driving for about 20 more minutes, they finally arrived at the city center hospital. Without saying anything about where to get the medicine or which way to go, Bai Yaoyao followed Cui Ying completely, only doing the manual work. Perhaps because the sick people carried the virus, there were particularly many zombies. They encountered over a dozen level 3 zombies. Fortunately, with De Miao around, the team's combat power significantly increased, and they managed to cope. However, to be safe, everyone did not act separately. They advanced in a protective circle with the dog De Miao and Xiao Wei leading the way, while Shirtu and Pang Gu flanked them, and Bai Yaoyao brought up the rear, keeping the defenseless people in the middle. Before arriving, Cui Ying had naturally obtained the exact location of the pharmacy. She thought she would have to explain it to Bai Yaoyao, as the command of the team was crucial, and even the route needed careful consideration. To her surprise, no one in the Dark Knight team said a word, advancing strictly along the designated route, charging ahead regardless of the numerous zombies ahead. This left Cui Ying feeling unexpectedly cherished. It was truly the beginning of the apocalypse, and most ability users were self-important, each one exuding an aura of being the supreme ruler. Every time she collaborated with ability users from society, she ended up feeling frustrated. Heaven, open your eyes, and let me be assigned to the Dark Knight team for every mission. Her gaze towards Bai Yaoyao gradually transformed into one of infatuation. Captain Bai was too handsome, she couldn't help but love him. Following Cui Ying, the team found the pharmacy very smoothly, but due to the limited space available to Cui Ying and Zhang Jiehui, a portion of the medicines could not be taken. Seeing Cui Ying hesitating to speak, Bai Yaoyao proactively brought out a vehicle pretending to clear space, helping to collect some of the medicines, and asked everyone to assist in moving the rest to the trunk. She even reported the number of medicine boxes collected in her space, showing no intention of keeping any. By the time everything was done, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Although everyone was hungry, they didn't want to settle for a meal and decided to head straight back to the safe zone. Meng Qilan had been busy at the base, feeling dizzy from dealing with various people. Having always stayed in the military, he had been on missions apart from training, experiencing days stained with blood from blades, but he had never felt as overwhelmed as this time. Given another chance, he would rather be a soldier in a suicide squad fighting zombies than continue doing this exhausting work. He was so tired that his hair was turning white. Just as he stared blankly at the gate, he suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle. He ran a few steps wondering which team had returned so early. Had they failed the mission? Was there any casualty? Anxiety surged in his heart until he caught sight of Bai Yaoyao's sigh. He felt relieved. Captain Meng, where should we pull the things? Bai Yaoyao noticed Meng Qilan standing there in a daze blocking the way without giving directions and couldn't help but remind him. That in the right tent. After Bai Yaoyao led everyone to unload everything, Meng Qilan came over carrying a bag. Captain Bai, here is the crystal core from this mission. Thank you for your hard work. I heard from Shui Ying that we owe it to you for bringing back the medicines we couldn't fit in. Once I have organized them, can I give you 50 boxes of commonly used medicines? Bai Yaoyao didn't mention it, but Meng Qilan felt he had to speak. A mutually beneficial collaboration would only get smoother, helping without any gain. After a few times, everyone would have their thoughts. Bai Yaoyao happily accepted the bag of crystal cores, appreciating that she could receive her payment in cash just in time for her upgrade that evening. As for the medicines, they weren't needed. Fat Brother had bought quite a lot initially, at least more than what they had collected today, and they would be more practical. Moreover, most ability users had little need for most medicines. The medicines were bought with the intention of exchanging them for the base later, as ordinary people made up the majority at the base, necessitating the use of medicines. So she directly said, "It's fine, we don't need the medicines." Meng Qilan naturally wouldn't think that Bai Yaoyao genuinely wanted to help selflessly. Where would such altruism come from? Then what do you need? Bai Yaoyao had been waiting for this question and said, "We don't have many vehicles, we want 2 military off-road vehicles. Captain Meng, would you be willing to part with them?" Meng Qilan agreed right away, as the official channels had plenty of these, replying, "Sure, you can take them now." "Thank you, but I can't fit them in my space. Let's leave them there for now." "Captain Meng, have you eaten?" "Let's have a meal together," Bai Yaoyao replied. Meng Qilan hurriedly said, No, you guys eat quickly, I have things to do." Without even thinking, lunch for the Dark Knight team must be particularly sumptuous. Just grabbing a breakfast is already enough. How could she keep mooching off meals? After Meng Qilan left, Bai Yaoyao and the others split into 2 tents and began their lunch. Now the safe zone was overcrowded, filled with ordinary people who could only eat bread or compressed biscuits daily, and several children were squatting by the roadside. After filling their stomachs, everyone prepared to set off again, heading out to hunt for meat. The craving was real. The self-heating rice they had for lunch lost its flavor. Upon entering, Bai Yaoyao noticed a woman holding a baby waiting by the roadside, occasionally glancing at her, hesitating whether to come over. But perhaps seeing Meng Qilan there and the group discussing something, she hadn't moved. Still waiting by the road, Bai Yaoyao hesitated as she passed. "You? Hello, thank you. This is for you. I heard this is useful for ability users." The woman holding the baby in one arm extended her hand with 7 or 8 low-level crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, not expecting this woman to have the courage to fight zombies. She reached out to take one and said, "1 is enough. Just take it all. I don't have abilities and can't use them." The woman insisted on handing them over. Bai Yaoyao noticed her brothers were all watching her, feeling a bit shy. Would Bai Yaoyao be the type to be soft-hearted? No way. So she frowned and said firmly, "I said 1 is enough." After taking a few steps forward, she saw a crowd of people looking this way and couldn't help but add quietly, "Are you stupid? Hurry and hide them. Once we get to the base, this is currency." The woman was startled, quickly looking around and realizing many people were watching them, and she hurriedly hugged her child tighter. The baby felt the warmth of its mother's embrace, comfortably nudging its head, and upon seeing Bai Yaoyao, it even smiled widely. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath. Wow, this human infant was so cute, and it smiled at me. Her first reaction was to leave quickly. Bai Yaoyao would never be soft-hearted. But it smiled at me. Bai Yaoyao raised her voice slightly, saying, "Give me all your crystal cores." The woman hurriedly handed over all the crystal cores she had. Bai Yaoyao placed 2 buckets of milk powder, 2 baby onesies, and 2 bags of diapers on the ground. All settled. After saying that, Bai Yaoyao quickly left without looking back. "Hey Sister Yao, why did that woman?" the monkey asked playfully. "Weren't we together for the rescue yesterday?" Bai Yaoyao retorted stubbornly. "But that's not it, Sister Yao, we were in the same group. Why didn't she thank me?" "After you left, I explained a few more things to her." Xiaomi directly exposed her. "Well, who knows? Hurry up. Do you want to eat meat or not?" Bai Yaoyao threatened fiercely. Fat Brother and Lulu exchanged amused glances, realizing she was the #1 at being tough on the outside, but soft-hearted on the inside. She even called herself a cold-blooded killer every day. The road was mostly devoid of corpses, hence there was little to say. Aside from the 3 drivers, Stone, Fat Brother, and Monkey, the rest of the group took the opportunity to catch some sleep. This was nothing compared to life before the apocalypse, where one could pass the time reading novels, browsing short videos, or shopping online, and before you knew it, several hours would have flown by. To ensure everyone's combat power remains at its peak regardless of fatigue or sleepiness, one must rest whenever possible. With 3 or 4 kilometers left to the zoo, they dared not continue by vehicle, and chose to get off and walk instead. Scattered mutated beasts were already appearing along the roadside. The number of zombies had significantly decreased, and this area clearly resembled a paradise for mutated. Unlike zombies, mutated beasts may not always be highly aggressive. Some domesticated animals, when mutated, might not pose a strong threat, but this is not absolute and depends on the animal's inherent nature. I have a question: which mutated beast has the best taste? Monkey inquired. Coco raised her hand and replied, I like to eat beef. It must be pork, it's so fragrant. Roasted pork belly wrapped in leafy vegetables is delicious. Little 16 chimed in. Right, what about chicken, duck, fish, beef, pork, and lamb? Does the zoo have any of those? Did we come to the wrong place? Shouldn't we be at a farm? Monkey questioned. The group paused, and Bai Yaoyao slapped her forehead. Oh my goodness, why didn't you say so earlier? Ha ha ha, I just thought of it too, Monkey replied with a laugh. Since we are here, let's catch whatever we can. Bai Yaoyao declared. That's right. Reliable. Let's do it. The group recalled the taste of the mutated tiger meat from last night and tightened their grips on their large cleavers. Rabbit. Catch it. Before Fat Brother finished speaking, a Dai and Big Meow charged out simultaneously, with Big Meow reaching first and pinning the rabbit down with its paw. Big Meow, let it go, Bai Yaoyao shouted. Big Meow paused, almost allowing the rabbit to escape, and quickly retracted its paw, using its body to pin the rabbit down and prevent it from moving. After Bai Yaoyao arrived, she observed carefully. The rabbit was slightly larger than usual, with its front teeth faintly glimmering with a metallic sheen. It was a mutated rabbit. Sister Yao, can mutated beasts reproduce? Little 16 asked. It's quite difficult. Both humans and mutated beasts have seen a significant drop in their reproductive rates. Instead of trying to raise it, it's better to eat it directly. However, my space has also mutated, and I'm thinking of trying to raise it. Quickly come and see, is this a male or a female rabbit? Can they breed together if they are male and female? Bai Yaoyao asked sincerely. Everyone exchanged blank stares, equally confused. Forget it, let's just eat it, Fat Brother finally suggested, recalling the spicy rabbit head. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes and stored the rabbit back in her space, saying, if we can find more rabbits, we'll keep them, if not, we'll eat it. Okay, everyone be careful not to attack. First, it's easy to get surrounded. We'll strike back, Bai Yaoyao. Understood. H-City Zoo covers an area of approximately 430 acres, being the only professional zoo in H-City, housing over 100 species of nearly 1,000 animals, including many precious protected species. Bai Yaoyao had no idea how many species had evolved into mutated beasts and dared not lead everyone deeper into the zoo recklessly. If it were just for a good meal, it really wasn't necessary to take such risks. After all, they had stockpiled quite a bit of food before the apocalypse, enough to last for at least 30 years without worrying about supplies. However, mutated beasts play a significant role in energy recovery for those with abilities. If continuous combat is needed, they can quickly replenish stamina, achieving effects that pre-apocalyptic food could not. The ticketing hall at the entrance of the zoo was already in a state of disrepair, with a few low-level zombies wandering about, excitedly drawn to the scent of living beings. A few of them directly unleashed their abilities to eliminate the zombies, one for each. As Bai Yaoyao passed by the ticketing hall, she glanced inside. The glass at the window was shattered, and the bloodstains on the ground were a dark red mixed with dark green. Several corpses on the ground had not turned into zombies, but they bore clear claw marks from ferocious beasts, with flesh hanging out and decaying, swarming with maggots. Large ferocious beasts must have the ability to leap over barriers. Bai Yaoyao remarked, let's walk along the outskirts and not venture too deep inside. Mutated beasts often experience a significant increase in size or strength. Some may even gain enhancements to certain parts of their bodies, while becoming smarter than before, except for dogs, with a heightened sensitivity to good and evil. Upon entering the zoo, they were greeted by a desolate scene with bodies of humans, zombies, and animals strewn across the ground. The signs were trampled and covered in dust and blood. Monkey used water to wash them off a bit, barely making them legible. To the left were the performance hall, Swan Lake, zebra exhibit, and aquarium. To the right were the rabbit garden, monkey mountain, penguin house, and turtle snake house. Let's go right, Bai Yaoyao suggested. As she spotted the turtle snake house, Bai Yaoyao suddenly recalled something. In her previous life, while chatting with Meng Qilin, he had mentioned that during the initial migration at the beginning of the apocalypse, he had nearly lost his life. They encountered a mutated giant python over 10 meters long, its scales as hard as steel, suddenly appearing in front of the group. Ordinary firearms could not inflict any harm. A single tail swipe knocked dozens of people over. Even when all the ability users attacked simultaneously, they could only barely restrain its movements and had no means to kill it, unable to break through its defenses. As a result, they had to retreat along the same path and wait for the mutated python to leave before setting off again, wasting another week. This made their already scarce supplies even more strained. If it weren't for the support that arrived from D-City base in the end, they might not have made it smoothly. The zoo is located in the east of H City with a highway nearby leading to D City. Bai Yaoyao suspected that the mutated python had probably escaped from the zoo. Since they were here, they might as well take a look, but it's possible that it isn't as strong now and they could eliminate it in advance. I jump. Is this a rabbit? It feels like a cartoon has come to life. How absurd. The rabbit garden was just a patch of grass, but without the caretaker the grass had long wilted. In the center was a man-made hill with several small mounds scattered nearby. Most rabbits disliked fighting and had little desire to attack, quickly hiding in their burrows upon seeing humans. A few, however, did not hide their eyes, glowing red with eagerness, ready to charge. 3 giant rabbits, seemingly in agreement, charged rapidly towards the group in the dark, their mouths open, showcasing their large front teeth glinting. Bai Yaoyao observed that the energy fluctuations were at level 2, indicating they probably wouldn't be too strong, and she preemptively warned Big Meow and Dog not to attack. If these two rushed in, the others would likely have nothing to fight with. Although the big cat was unwilling, it obediently returned to Bai Yaoyao's side. The dog, however, was not so compliant, howling in protest until Bai Yaoyao seized its fate by the throat, bringing silence. Bai Yaoyao took out a large bone and some dried fish, instructing the 2 beasts to obediently watch from the side. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a monkey secretly observing them, sensing no malice, just curiosity, so Bai Yaoyao paid it no mind. A bolt of lightning struck down, transforming the rabbit into a puffed-up creature, its body igniting with flames, wafting a delicious aroma that made Bai Yaoyao want to rush over and sprinkle salt and cumin on it. On the other side, Adai and Xiaomi coordinated their efforts. Both possessing speed abilities, the mutated rabbit was unable to keep up with them, quickly succumbing to their attacks, resulting in a clear victor. Desiring meat, they were relatively restrained in their approach, trying to maintain the integrity of the mutated rabbit's body. Another rabbit was snatched away by Pang Gu and Shi Tu. Though primarily defensive, they were not lacking in offensive means. After reaching level 3 in his metal ability, Pang Gu could unleash 3 metal spikes in succession. Coupled with his habit of erecting earthen walls at a moment's notice, the mutated rabbit was left dazed and confused. Shi Tu's fighting style was even simpler. His skin hardened, and he would take hits without feeling pain while he dealt blows that made his opponent suffer. He would punch from close range and hurl chunks of earth from a distance. All 3 groups finished their battles around the same time, and Bai Yaoyao directly stored the mutated rabbits back into her space. Compared to the rabbit encountered at the zoo entrance, these 3 could be considered giants, each weighing at least 200 pounds. The fighters took a sip of water, rested for a few minutes, and continued deeper inside. Ahead of the rabbit park was Monkey Mountain, and even from a distance they could hear the monkeys' calls. "Hey, monkeys aren't tasty, please let my brothers go," the monkey said, clasping its hands together. "All right, we want to eat them. Let's just head back," Bai Yaoyao replied. Bai Yaoyao continued, "The monkey's background is somewhat different from everyone else's. It was found by Master in the mountains. Rather than saying it was picked up, it would be more accurate to say it was sent here. Master was blocked by a macaque while on a mission in the mountains. To his surprise, the macaque was holding a baby. Upon seeing Master, the macaque placed the baby on the ground and left only after Master picked it up. However, it did not go far, following closely behind. It only returned to the mountain after watching Master finish his tasks and carry the child back down. Master believed that the baby's survival was entirely due to that macaque, which is why he named the baby Monkey. Everyone knew this story, so no one commented further. As long as the monkeys did not actively block the way or attack, no one would take action against them. The group quickly passed by Monkey Mountain, not even glancing at it. However, the golden monkey that had just peeked at Bai Yaoyao feeding the dog and the big cat seemed to have fixated on. Though it showed no intent to attack, it followed from a distance, not coming closer or leaving its round eyes swiveling as if pondering something. "Sister Yaoyao, should we go to the penguin exhibit?" Adai, who was leading the way, asked. "No, let's go to the turtle and snake exhibit. There should be a large creature inside, so everyone be careful. It might be a level 3 or 4 mutated beast. Killing such a cute creature as a penguin is hard for me," Bai Yaoyao admitted. The monkey was right. If they wanted meat, they should go to the breeding ground, not the zoo. However, since they had come all this way, they could only hunt what was edible. As they passed the penguin exhibit, the golden monkey that had been following them suddenly rushed over, prompting everyone to stop in their tracks. Although they had no intention to attack, everyone prepared themselves. The monkey was the most nervous at that moment. They did not want to harm it, but if it sought trouble, they would not hold back. The golden monkey stopped about 10 meters away from the group and squeaked a few times. It pointed vigorously toward the turtle and snake exhibit, opened its mouth wide, and shook its head desperately. In a surprisingly human-like manner, it made a gesture as if to cut its throat, then lay down on the ground, limbs spread out, neck tilted, eyes rolled back, tongue sticking out, clearly pretending to be dead. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter, and they understood what the golden monkey was trying to convey. It was simply warning them that there was a formidable creature inside, and they should not enter or they would end up dead. It's alright, thank you little monkey, Bai Yaoyao said. She tossed a banana to the golden monkey and led the group forward. The monkey's eyes lit up at the sight of the banana, excited to eat fruit again. The little monkey initially intended to leave with the banana, but hesitated for a moment and climbed to the highest tree near the turtle and snake exhibit, planning to eat the fruit while observing what these people intended to do, daring to provoke that stinky snake. That stinky snake had killed many of its brothers. The turtle and snake exhibit was open air with turtles on the left and snakes on the right. As they entered, a chilling aura enveloped them. Despite the 30-degree weather, goosebumps rose on their skin. Peng Gu and Shi Tu moved to the front, their abilities on standby. Bai Yaoyao's spiritual sense detected a strong energy, likely that of the python, along with scattered smaller energy fluctuations indicating the presence of other smaller snakes. Wait, don't move, there are too many mutated snakes inside. We need to find a way to flush them out. How about tossing a bomb? We have plenty of those. If it kills them, great. If not, we'll just go in again, Xiao Shilu suggested. Think before you speak, big brother. Before Xiao Shilu could finish, Lulu gave him a light smack on the head. Getting hit isn't the issue, but do you want to be swarmed by mutated beasts and zombies with that loud explosion? What if it attracts lions, leopards, or tigers from the free-range area? Peng Gu said, putting his arm around Xiao Shilu, rubbed his head sheepishly, and said, good thing I'm not the leader, or my team wouldn't survive a week. Bai Yaoyao had no time for idle chatter. Her spiritual sense remained taut. This mutated python was definitely beyond level 3, likely just reached level 4. The energy fluctuated unstable. Thus, if they wanted to win, they needed to act quickly before it stabilized completely, otherwise it would be much harder to fight. At the same time, they needed to lure out these mutated snakes before engaging. After some thought, she retrieved 20 to 30 jars of realgar wine from her space. Everyone take 2 jars, and on the count of 3, throw them together. After we throw, Xiao Shilu set it ablaze, and everyone quickly retreat. Got it. Everyone noticed Bai Yaoyao's slightly tense expression, and one by one they got into proper stance, becoming 3, 2, 1, throw. As everyone just retreated to the entrance, a loud bang echoed. Bai Yaoyao turned around, and instantly felt as if Meng Qilin had gone blind. Was that python really 10 meters long? That must be 20 meters. Its tail swept across, collapsing the walls on both sides. The mutated python, covered in black and brown scales, had an incredibly fierce gaze. In an instant, its eyes widened as if its eyeballs were about to burst, baring its fangs, and swiftly moving towards the crowd. Despite its massive size, the mutated python was exceptionally agile and fast. Its enormous body rolled and crashed through nearby rockeries and walls, reaching the crowd in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a wave of putrid stench. Bai Yaoyao stayed at the back with a rock, cautiously taking out a silenced 500 Lanehauer, and quickly firing 2 shots at the right eye of the mutated python. In an instant, blood mist erupted. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the Lanehauer in her hand, satisfied. It truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful hunting rifle. She swiftly teleported to create distance, adjusting her position to shoot 2 more rounds at the left eye, successfully provoking the mutated python, which thrashed wildly. But not only did it fail to hit the Dark Knight crew, it also accidentally injured several allies. The ground was littered with blood and various mutated snakes, leaving no clean spot to step on. After retreating to a safe distance, the group began unleashing their special abilities. The 12 members of the Dark Knight, along with Guzi Xiaowai and Damiu, formed a semicircle around the giant python. Fortunately, the tortoise snake pavilion was far from the breeding ground, preventing any other large animals from being attracted. While moving, Bai Yaoyao kept an eye on her surroundings. Apart from a pesky little monkey on a tree eating a banana, no other mutated beasts approached. Inside the turtle pavilion, there was indeed a strong energy presence, but despite the commotion, the mutated beast remained still, showing no intention of intervening. Bai Yaoyao distributed silenced guns and ammunition to those without ranged attacks, opting not to rush in aggressively, but rather to focus on attrition, wisely aiming to take down the beast at the lowest cost. The mutated python had lost its sanity and charged toward what appeared to be the best point of breakthrough, coincidentally, heading towards Xiaowai, who moved slowly, but managed to dodge just in time. However, Xiaowai was also provoked, thinking, am I an easy target, just because I'm a tree? Why me? In an instant, its form expanded 3 to 4 times, and the previously soft and tender branches transformed into limbs as thick as an adult's arm, simultaneously whipping toward the mutated python, striking and stabbing as it could. Wherever the branches struck, blood splattered. Bai Yaoyao had never seen Xiaowai unleash its power. Xiaowai had always played a supportive role in battles, primarily using its branches to trap enemies, while others dealt the final blows. Unexpectedly, this single target burst was so strong a level 3 was beating down a level 4. Bai Yaoyao quickly followed up with her skills, shouting loudly, quick, take advantage of its weakness. As the crowd echoed her sentiments, various core damage skills were unleashed simultaneously. The mutated python violently swung its tail, sending Xiaowai flying, prompting Bai Yaoyao to hurriedly pull Xiaowai into her space. After checking, she found nothing major was wrong, and she felt relieved. At this point, the outcome was merely a matter of time. The mutated python's movements were gradually slowing, and it was bleeding profusely, unwilling to give up even as it sought an opportunity for a desperate counterattack. The observing little monkey widened its eyes in astonishment, realizing this group had some skill to beat the nasty snake into such a state. "Serves you right, you big snake, for messing with my monkey brother." With a quick glance, the monkey stealthily jumped down from the tree, silently approaching the side of the mutated python, hiding in the grass by the roadside, concealing its presence and remaining motionless. Even though the mutated python knew it was outmatched, it showed no intention of fleeing, intending to take down the disgusting humans before dying here with no thought of retreat. Bai Yaoyao seized the opportunity, throwing out a spatial blade as soon as she could perform a second teleport. Originally aiming for the python's vital point, she realized this snake was so long, where was the vital point? She couldn't find it at all. So instead, she unleashed her powers furiously at the mutated python's head, then swiftly teleported to a nearby tree, retrieving the butcher's knife that Brother Fat had reinforced numerous times with metal abilities. Chen Xian saw Bai Yaoyao was about to unleash a big move, and quickly followed suit, amplifying Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao, using the momentum from jumping down from the tree, raised the butcher's knife high, unleashing all her power and striking down towards the mutated python's head. Although the mutated python couldn't see her, it sensed the aura of danger and tried to evade, but it was too late, and Bai Yaoyao chopped off a significant portion of its head. Yet even so, it stubbornly refused to retreat, its tail quickly curling around, determined to take this woman down with it, even at the cost of its life. Bai Yaoyao showed no intention of dodging, ignoring the curling tail, continuously striking at the mutated python, without discrimination, aiming wherever she could. Though it wasn't all hacked to pieces, there wasn't a single good piece of flesh left. But the mutated python didn't care, thinking, "Let's die together, you detestable humans." Just as it was about to wrap around this woman, she unexpectedly vanished. The whole snake was stunned. "I had completely forsaken defense, allowing you to reduce me to this state, intending to perish together with you. How could you disappear at the last moment? Then what was the point of wrapping around you?" Bai Yaoyao had slipped into space at the last moment. The crowd took a deep breath, breaking out in a cold sweat, all fearing that had she been a second later, she would have been ensnared by the mutated python. Bai Yaoyao felt as if she had opened the door to a new world, thinking, "You're a blind snake. Why should I fear you?" So she went out to land a few strikes to draw its ire, then slipped back into space, re-emerging to strike again, before retreating once more. "Hey, this is fun, exhilarating. Just like playing." After going back and forth 5 or 6 times, the mutated python finally began to falter, retreating while attacking. Just as everyone thought it was about to flee, it suddenly charged towards Peiqi, who had been standing off to the side. Peiqi only had healing abilities and was ill-suited for close-range attacks against the mutated python, so she had been keeping her distance. No one expected the mutated python to resort to such tactics, determined to take someone away, causing immediate panic. Bai Yaoyao was the same, quickly moving towards Peiqi, but the distance was too far, and she had just used her teleport, making it impossible to catch up in time. Peiqi quickly retreated, bracing herself for the incoming attack. At that critical moment, the little monkey, which had been lurking for a long time, suddenly sprang out, using all its strength to lift the butcher's knife that Bai Yaoyao had just tossed aside, and struck down fiercely at the mutated python's vital point. The mutated python, using its last ounce of strength, turned to look at the one who had killed it, only to see that it was the smelly monkey it had never taken seriously. Furious to the point of wanting to spit blood, it regretted not eating all those stinky monkeys when it went to Monkey Mountain for food. But alas, it was all too late. The mutated python crashed heavily to the ground with a boom, shaking everyone's heads. Fortunately, this mutated python was finally done for. If it hadn't fallen, everyone's abilities would have been exhausted. The little monkey extracted the beast core with a knife, glancing quietly at the crowd, seemingly unnoticed. Just as he thought of making a move, he suddenly sensed the killing intent behind him. Turning around, he saw the female tyrant furiously hacking at the mutated python, looking at him with a bemused smile, her gaze scanning him up and down several times. The little monkey shivered, immediately offering the beast core with both hands. Noticing it was covered in blood, he took it back and wiped it on himself until it was clean before handing it to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao watched the little monkey's actions, feeling both amused and exasperated. She had initially thought of giving him a beating, but seeing how perceptive he was, she decided it was better to let it go. After reaching level 3, mutated beasts begin to condense beast cores. To level up, beast cores are required. The mutated python's core is level 4, and both Guzi and Damao need it, so letting it go is not an option. Moreover, we worked so hard to hunt the snake, and you want to just take the beast core after claiming a kill. In your dreams. Looking at the little monkey's polite smile, Bai Yaoyao sighed, deciding not to argue with the beast. "Sister Yaoyao, what's this? Little 16 asked, pointing at the beast core in Bai Yaoyao's hand. Zombies have crystal cores and mutated beasts have beast cores. Guzi and the others are counting on this thing to level up, Bai Yaoyao explained. Oh, I see. That's not a total waste of killing this thing, Little 16 remarked. Can the mutated python? Yes, it can be eaten. How could it not? With so much meat we could eat it for 2 or 3 months, even if we had it every day, Bai Yaoyao replied, while simultaneously storing the mutated python and its beast core into her space. Sister Yaoyao, how is Xiaowai? Bai Yaoyao released Xiaowai, who appeared completely limp and lifeless, its willow branches drooping and the leaves slightly yellowing with a bald spot on top. Did you not drink the spring water? Bai Yaoyao asked, feeling heartbroken at Xiaowei's current state. Shush, I didn't drink it, you need it tonight. Bai Yaoyao somewhat understood Xiaowei's meaning side, took out the spring water, and poured it over Xiaowai. As soon as Xiaowai absorbed the spring water, the entire tree perked up, as if inflated instantly. The willow leaves fluttering in the wind also became cheerful, affectionately leaning against Bai Yaoyao. She frowned, coughed lightly to hide her feelings, and stepped back. Once Xiaowai regained its vitality, everyone felt relieved. Bai Yaoyao noticed the little monkey still lingering, and finding it rather amusing, tossed it a bunch of bananas as a gesture of thanks. Eat up, little monkey. The golden monkey swiftly accepted, squatting by the roadside without a hint of hesitation, and began munching on the bananas. Let's head back. One cannot be greedy. Once I level up to 4 we will discuss it again. Who knows if we can defeat another level 4 mutated beast? Bai Yaoyao said to the group. Yes, I've exhausted my powers. If we fight again I can only swing my knife. One quickly. Just as the Dark Knight group was about to leave, Bai Yaoyao, habitually scanning with her sensing ability, felt a strong energy fluctuation approaching. Her skin prickled. This thing was more formidable than the mutated python. Don't move, adjust quickly, we must fight. The group froze, their expressions instantly tense. Most had nearly depleted their powers and felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. There is no need to be tense. Why, I have something to inquire, a calm voice came through. The group relaxed slightly, but remained poised for battle. They searched for quite a while, but where was the voice coming from? Who was speaking? Everyone looked around, but found. Bai Yaoyao continued to probe with her spiritual energy and discovered. The small turtle about the size of a walnut in front of her had an energy density even greater than the mutated python. Are you the one speaking? Bai Yaoyao asked. Indeed. Little girl, would you be willing to exchange that spring water you just took out with me? The little turtle raised its head and said. The group was stunned. What the heck was this? A mutated beast could talk. They all turned to Bai Yaoyao. Typically more intelligent mutated beasts are able to speak after reaching level 6. I haven't encountered a case of one speaking before level 6. Bai Yaoyao was also perplexed, as she had never seen a mutated beast that could talk before reaching level 6. The key was, how could such a small creature speak so maturely? It felt completely out of place, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Bai Yaoyao silent, the little turtle slightly shook its head. Its size suddenly expanded. It grew to about the size of a small polo car. Though everyone knew that some mutated beasts could change their size, seeing it in person still felt magical. The little turtle, now it should be called the big turtle, spat out 2 beast cores towards Bai Yaoyao, saying, I will exchange these for the spring water. Just a cup's worth will suffice. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the beast cores on the ground. Indeed, both were level 4 cores, making her somewhat tempted. However, Xiaowai had just been injured, and all the spring water had been consumed, leaving her with no stock. I'm sorry, I used it all up to heal my partner just now, Bai Yaoyao replied. The big turtle didn't rush to speak. After a moment of hesitation it asked, if I become your partner, as well will there be a chance to obtain that spring water again in the future? Guzio, little Xiaowai, big meow, Bai Yaoyao 3. Bai Yaoyao's heart leapt with joy, though she showed no expression or spoke, waiting for the big turtle to speak again regarding some attack or defense methods. My name is Xinqi. I may not excel in offense, but I can defend you well. After I shrink I can hide on your person and provide a protective energy shield for your safety. Most importantly, the Xin Tortoise clan never betrays. I have lived for over 600 years and would never deceive a little girl like you. Bai Yaoyao was deeply moved, but still asked, Senior Xinqi, how did you end up in the zoo? Caught. No, I came voluntarily. They provide food and shelter, and someone helps clean and tidy up. I am quite satisfied. Plus I can sleep for months, it's the same anywhere. Hearing Bai Yaoyao address him as senior made Xinqi even more pleased, so he explained in detail. Bai Yaoyao felt a bit blacklined, but upon reflection it did make sense. Aside from losing freedom, everything else was top-notch. For an old fellow who had lived for hundreds of years and only wanted to sleep, what freedom was there to seek? Being provided for was the best deal. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, my name is Bai Yaoyao. We all grew up together as a team, and when I have time I'll slowly introduce you. Before she could finish her sentence, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Do not be afraid, everyone come to my side, Xinqi said slowly as usual. Bai Yaoyao nodded and everyone hurried to Xianqi's side. The little monkey who had been watching the show quickly came over as well. Xianqi glanced at it, but said nothing while the little monkey clasped its hands together and grinned. Xianqi blew a bubble wrapping everyone in the center, and a pack of mutated wolves appeared right before them. Bai Yaoyao assessed the situation. The leading wolf king was a level 4 mutant beast with 2 or 3 level 3 wolves in front, and over a dozen level 1 and 2 mutant wolves following behind. Bai Yaoyao's heart sank. If it weren't for Xianqi's presence, it would indeed be troublesome. They could escape, but it would inevitably lead to injuries. Under the command of the mutant wolf king, 2 level 3 mutant wolves pounced from the left and right simultaneously. Just as everyone was about to unleash their skills, they were stopped by Xianqi. Let them fight. You all rest well. When they're tired and you're recovered, you can counterattack, Xianqi said, swaying its head. As soon as the 2 mutant wolves touched the protective shield, it was like crashing into a wall, and they were instantly rebounded. The 2 mutant wolves looked at the protective shield in disbelief, utterly baffled. The mutant wolf king ordered an all-out attack, and a dozen or so mutant wolves rushed in from all directions. The scene looked quite spectacular. After watching the performance of the mutant wolves for a while, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but marvel at Xianqi's defense, which was indeed impressive. Knowing that they wouldn't be in danger, she asked, "Senior Xianqi, is it convenient for you to shrink down?" "Sure." Senior Xianqi promptly transformed back to the size of a walnut. After shrinking, the space became noticeably more spacious. Bai Yaoyao returned the dog Xiao Wai and Demiao to the space, preparing some food for them. Next, she took out a large round table and a dozen chairs which fit perfectly within the protective shield. She invited everyone to sit down and said, "It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Name the dishes." Fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Fat beef porridge. 3 bowls. Beef noodles. Vegetable salad. Fruit salad. I'm on a diet. KF. I'll eat anything. After finishing her role as the waiter, Bai Yaoyao also took out a steak and prepared to eat, casually asking, "Senior Xianqi, what would you like to eat?" Senior Xianqi, having lived for hundreds of years, had never seen so much delicious food. The aromatic scent was too tempting. It seemed that the new companions he impulsively sought were quite good. In this world, not only was there energy spring water, but also so many delicious foods, which was quite a story in itself. "Give me some fruit to eat, please." Senior Xianqi didn't hold back and spoke up. "No problem." Bai Yaoyao took out various fruit platters that they had prepared together back at the villa, making it convenient to eat later. Xianqi slightly enlarged and began eating the fruits. The mutant wolves were already getting anxious and howled in anger, demanding some respect. "What does this mean? We're in a fight, and you guys just start eating." Unfortunately, no one paid them any mind. Xiaomi even remarked, "Why does the howl of the mutant wolves sound so much like the dog?" Huh. After a busy day, and considering the exhausting battle with the mutant python, everyone was quite tired. After finishing their meal, Bai Yaoyao even took out some sofas, piled them with energy shields, and everyone lay down to rest for a while. The sunlight, nearly setting, filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on everyone. Leaning against the sofa, they regained their energy, while contentedly watching the performance of the mutant wolves. A life is truly beautiful. By the time everyone had mostly recovered, the mutant wolves were also getting tired. The level 4 mutant wolf king had remained still, continuously watching Bai Yaoyao, always ready for battle. Bai Yaoyao collected all the items and released the dog Xiao Wai and Demiao. Those with ranged attack capabilities unleashed a wave of skills, taking down a few level 1 and 2 mutant wolves, but most remained unharmed, only enraged. Seizing the opportunity, everyone surged forward. Peiqi and Chun Xian, who lacked supernatural attack abilities, stayed inside the protective shield. Bai Yaoyao focused directly on the level 4 mutant wolf king, sparing no unnecessary movements. Each strike was lethal. With agile movements and the enhancement of power abilities combined with spatial abilities to move in and out or throw spatial blades, they kept the mutant wolf king completely off balance. By the time it attempted to flee, it was already too late. A level 4 mutant beast possesses a beast core. It wouldn't let you escape. With a quick teleport and a headshot, the mutant wolf king was taken down. Using the tip of her knife, she extracted the beast core, satisfied as she returned it to her space. For beast cores, this trip yielded great rewards, not to mention gaining an invincible new companion. Bai Yaoyao's smile stretched wide. Returning to Paiqi's side, she decided not to intervene in the remaining battle. "Fat brother seems to be struggling, Yao Jie," she said. Peiqi frowned and said, "Fat brother is up against a level 3 mutant wolf by himself, and he hasn't allowed anyone to help. It's not that he can't win, he just hasn't managed to integrate his abilities with his natural skills effectively." Everyone had been accustomed to their fighting styles for so many years, and changing that would still require some time. "I believe in him," Bai Yaoyao said. At that moment, a mutant wolf lunged, and Fat brother couldn't dodge in time, his arm getting scratched deeply. However, he took the opportunity to launch a gold spike sword, piercing the mutant wolf's throat and winning the battle. Peichi hurried over, gently touching the wound, and it quickly stopped bleeding. In the end, the wound visibly— "Thanks, Peichi. Don't worry, I'm fine. I feel like I've learned a lot from this battle, it was worth it," Fat Brother said, patting Peichi's shoulder for comfort. On the other side, Adai, Shirtu, and Lulu each faced a level 3 mutant beast. Adai had the easiest battle already under the shade of a tree. His dark abilities were well utilized, and with the enhancement of speed abilities, the mutant wolves couldn't even touch the hem of Adai's clothes. In no time, Adai ended the battle with a single strike. Shirtu's battle was too boring to mention. It seemed he would have to exhaust the mutant wolf before finishing. Interestingly, Lulu's battle was quite engaging. Bai Yaoyao looked at Lulu with pride, as she truly was my Lulu. Lulu was definitely one of the strongest users of abilities besides Bai Yaoyao. Combining her fighting advantages with both hands of lightning, she nearly fried the mutant wolf. Seeing that everyone else was close to finishing their battles except Shirtu, Lulu created some distance and unleashed a Thunder God Hammer, causing the mutant wolf to collapse. While Bai Yaoyao was cleaning the battlefield, she came across this one and disliked it for quite some time. She decided to take it back to Meng Qilan. This one looked unappetizing. After everything was cleaned up, Brother Shur finally wore down the last mutant wolf, which peacefully closed its eyes, unable to bite back, and with a painful toothache it lunged at Shirtu, turning into a wall and unable to run away. In the end, it bit down hard on Shirtu's head, and Shirtu stuffed a large clump of dirt into the mutant wolf's mouth. Choked to death. Forget it, let's be reborn. Shirtu lifted the mutated wolf, choked to death, and examined it closely from all angles before tossing it to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao turned to Xianqi and said, "I possess a spatial realm with fresh tempered air. Would you like to enter?" "Oh, absolutely," Xianqi replied. The moment he stepped inside, he froze in awe, staring wordlessly at the lush green meadow. "Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. I'm the eldest brother, you're the fourth youngest." Xianqi merely smiled, saying nothing. "Woof woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. This is your second elder brother. This is your third elder sister." The dog pointed toward Xiao Wei and Demiao. Before Xianqi could respond, Demiao erupted in fury. "Fine. I'll endure being third. But third elder sister? Screw that. I'm male." Demiao chased the dog relentlessly and pummeled him soundly. The dog neither outran him nor dared strike back, instead gazing at Demiao with adoring, starry-eyed devotion. Demiao felt his entire feline worldview crumbling. "My master is so competent. Why must she own such an utterly dim-witted dog?" Xianqi watched, thoroughly delighted by the young one's boundless vitality. As for himself, he was no longer up to such vigor. His old bones ached, his legs refused to carry him. Suddenly, a single droplet welled up from the spring. Xianqi's narrow, half-lidded eyes snapped wide open. Trembling with excitement, he scurried on his 4 short legs to the spring's edge and stared rapt at the still, empty pool. Xiao Wei stood guard beside the spring, swaying its slender branches warily. Xianqi nodded toward it and said, "I understand. I shall not touch it." After Bai Yaoyao secured everything, she led the group away. They would fight no more. The sky was darkening, visibility fading. Only Adai could operate unimpeded, the rest would struggle in low light. Besides, today's haul was already bountiful: a third a meter-long mutated python and nearly 20 mutated wolves, more than enough to sustain them for days. A little monkey had trailed them at a discreet distance all along. Bai Yaoyao ignored it entirely, until they reached the zoo's main gate, where she retrieved her vehicle. Once everyone boarded, the monkey dashed forward, rushing straight toward Bai Yaoyao. She stared at its large, leathery face pressed tightly against the windshield, then honked the horn. The monkey instantly contorted its features into a comically exaggerated grimace, shaking its head violently, while gripping the car frame with both hands, refusing to let go. Bai Yaoyao sighed and stepped out, only for the monkey to launch itself at her, clamping onto her leg and whining plaintively, refusing to release its grip. Bai Yaoyao pushed, gently at first, then with firm resolve, and finally delivered a sharp kick. The monkey collapsed instantly, spitting a wad of saliva, clutching its belly, and howling in theatrical agony. Bai Yaoyao stood stunned. "What the hell? Am I being extorted by a monkey? You're a tier 3 mutated beast. I kicked you once, and you crumple like this." Everyone burst into helpless laughter, utterly captivated by the monkey's astonishingly convincing performance. Even Bai Yaoyao found it amusing, and with reluctant patience asked, "All right, what do you want? Keep pretending, and we leave, right now." At that, the monkey sprang upright, sprinted to the vehicle, slid smoothly into the front passenger seat, rolled down the window, and waved cheerfully for everyone to board. The group exchanged blank stares. "You wish to join us? Then demonstrate your abilities." Bai Yaoyao began, intending to refuse outright, yet softened her tone upon seeing the monkey's earnest, pleading gaze. Remarkably, the monkey understood. It hopped out, retreated a safe distance, and launched into an energetic display, somersaults, dancing, staff twirling, a whirlwind of acrobatic flair. Bai Yaoyao offered an awkward smile. If you could just dispatch a zombie, even one, I'd take you without hesitation. But all you've shown me is tumbling. Sorry, little monkey, I run no charity. Perhaps the zoo remains your true home. Bai Yaoyao resolved to offer a few bananas and depart. Unexpectedly, a zombie lurched from behind, lunging straight for the monkey, which remained obliviously spinning and dancing, unaware of the threat. Though Bai Yaoyao hadn't intended to adopt it, she refused to allow a zombie to infect the monkey. Not while she's too far to intervene physically. She prepared to teleport, but paused mid-motion as the monkey whirled around, roared furiously, and drove a clenched fist into the zombie's skull. With a single thunderous blow, the zombie's head shattered. Its crystalline core tumbled free. The monkey seethed just as my routine reached its peak, and this stinking zombie ruins everything. Now even my somersaults are off balance. This is clearly a full-bore Dan lodging position. Even old turtle grandfather has joined. I'd better hurry and follow suit. The monkey hurried to a clean patch of ground and resumed dancing and tumbling. Bai Yaoyao rubbed her temples in exasperation. So in its mind, talent meant acrobatics, not combat. What say you all? Bai Yaoyao asked. Hearing her, the monkey dashed over, bowed, deeply clasped its paws in respectful salute, and blew a playful kiss. The monkey raised his hand first. Sister Yaoyao, take him. A small monkey eats little, yet one punch shatters a tier 3 zombie. His battle prowess surpasses mine. If trouble worries you, I'll care for him myself. Knowing Sister Yaoyao abhorred complications, he added hastily. Seeing the monkey speak up for him, the little primate immediately rushed over, tearfully clinging to monkey. Its uncanny talent for seizing opportunity earning quiet admiration. Pango added, take him. We're few in number. More beasts among us is no drawback. Bai Yaoyao leaned toward acceptance, and with no objections from the others, she nodded and said, very well. You may join us, but no more dancing or tumbling. From now on you fight alongside us. The monkey eagerly nodded, thumping its chest and flashing a triumphant thumbs up. Bai Yaoyao pointed to Monkey and declared, he is also named Monkey. Henceforth he is your elder brother. Monkey, name your new junior brother. From this day forth he is family. Thrilled, Monkey swept the little primate into his arms and asked, do you favor Wukong or dashing? Or perhaps dashing? The monkey gestured emphatically. Understood, dashing it is. Tsutsiti. With the name settled, they hurried back in the vehicle. Yet within 20 minutes, Bai Yaoyao swapped seats with Pango. She'd grown weary of the two monkeys' clamor, preferring to drive rather than endure their noise. Monkey meanwhile embraced Dashing as if discovering true love, laughing, hugging, lifting him high, chattering endlessly. Dashing had sought only steady shelter and sustenance, the zoo's fruit supply long exhausted. Yet Monkey's fervent affection left him bewildered. He sensed unmistakably that his new elder brother genuinely cherished him. He sat beside him, not beneath him, and was told he needn't constantly perform for amusement. It's exhausting. We are companions, bound by mutual care and acceptance. Companions. Companions. Huh. I am Dashing. I have companions. I am their companion. Not a... When the members of the Dark Knight returned to the safe zone, the sky had completely darkened. Meng Qilin had been restless since the Dark Knight team left in the afternoon, worried that they might encounter some unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing that the Dark Knight team had returned, he hurried over to take a look. Seeing that everyone was safe, he finally felt relieved. However, why was there a monkey in their arms? Weren't they supposed to be hunting for meat? This didn't seem like a group that would want to eat monkeys. Captain Bai. Everything went smoothly, right? Meng Qilin asked as he approached. Bai Yaoyao replied, it went smoothly. May I ask who the chef was that prepared the mutant tiger meat last time? Could you help us cook a meal? They'll pay for it. Meng Qilin replied. The survivor we rescued was the head chef from the Grand Hotel in City S along with his 2 apprentices. They'll send someone to ask around. Meng Qilin responded, occasionally glancing at the monkey nestled in their arms. The monkey felt uneasy under the gaze. What was wrong with this person? I'm not going to eat you, so why are you looking at me like that? Bai Yaoyao smiled and explained, we hunted a mutant python and a mutant wolf. This little monkey seems quite intelligent, so we decided to bring it back. It will be considered a member of the Dark Knight from now on. Hearing this, the monkey puffed out its chest and patted its own chest, its proud little demeanor successfully eliciting laughter from everyone. Meng Qilin felt that the Dark Knight team was indeed quite innovative. While other teams sought every possible method to recruit ability users, Dark Knight had no such intention and instead found a companion from the zoo. Before long, the chef arrived with his 2 apprentices. Hello, my surname is Lee. These are my 2 apprentices. What kind of food were you all hoping to prepare? Masterly said. Bai Yaoyao replied, hello, Masterly. We mainly want to roast meat, just like the mutant tiger meat you made that day. Once the meat of the mutant beasts is roasted, you can see what dishes you excel at and prepare a bit more. Masterly paused and said, roasting meat is no problem, it requires fewer seasonings. However, the ingredients for my signature dishes are hard to find. We'll discuss that later. Let's roast the meat first. There's quite a lot, so I expect it will take all night. How much do you think the payment should be? Bai Yaoyao replied. All night. Captain Bai Yaoyao must have had quite a haul today. Meng Qilin, who had not left, wanted to discuss the mission for the next day with Bai Yaoyao, and upon hearing that it would take all night, he couldn't help but inquire. Captain Bai, this one is for you. Bai Yaoyao brought out the dark mutant wolf that Lulu had killed and placed it in front of Meng Qilin. Wow, is this a wolf? Meng Qilin exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Bai Yaoyao smiled. Finding a clear spot, Bai Yaoyao took out the mutant python and said to Master Li, "It's this meat that we want to roast. Please tell me the tools and ingredients you need, and I will fetch them for you." Except for the Dark Knight team, everyone present was stunned, staring at the giant snake. Bai Yaoyao took out a knife, intending to cut it in half. There was too much to handle, and they had to set out early tomorrow. If they didn't finish, it would spoil. The monkey, understanding the situation, took the knife from Bai Yaoyao and began to cut the mutant python into several pieces. Bai Yaoyao set aside a portion. Only then did the others come back to their senses. Master Li stammered out what he needed, and he and his two apprentices rolled up their sleeves to get to work. However, as soon as the knife came down, it broke, while the python meat remained unharmed. Master Li glanced awkwardly at Bai Yaoyao, and the monkey volunteered to stay and help. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement, planning to let the monkey rest in space tomorrow, as the others had to set off early and needed to get some sleep. Captain Bai, you really are impressive. Meng Qilin thought for a long time for the right adjectives, but found it hard to express his astonishment and admiration. It's just good luck, Bai Yaoyao humbly replied. By the way, we'll set off early tomorrow for the Strategic Resources Reserve. Is that all right? How is everyone's condition? Should we make any adjustments? Meng Qilin asked. Supplies are getting scarcer, and if we run out of supplies, it'll be troublesome. No problem, we'll set off tomorrow, Bai Yaoyao said decisively. Hearing this, Meng Qilin finally felt relieved and said, all right, you've worked hard. Go rest early. Bai Yaoyao nodded and prepared to leave. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance, accompanied by the sound of a woman's sobs, which sounded somewhat familiar, as if it were that person Lin Ran. Though he didn't want to meddle, he was curious and wanted to know what was happening. Since this was the only way back to the tent, he followed Meng Qilin towards the entrance. Lin Ran was on the verge of collapse. When she left in the morning, she was full of confidence, thinking that they would have plenty of gains today. However, not only did they not gain anything, but she was also the only one left alive in the entire team. That zombie was too terrifying. With just a wave of its hand, a cloud of poisonous gas appeared, and everyone collapsed unconscious. If she hadn't happened to be the last one, and suddenly awakened a new ability to purify the air, she probably wouldn't have escaped today. Fearing that the zombies would chase her out, she set the exit on fire. As for the comrades who did not make it out, she could only apologize. Anyone would make the same choice, she did. Oh, I'm sorry. Seeing Meng Qilin, Lin Ran quickly squeezed out a few tears and cried, Captain Meng, all our team members have sacrificed. Meng Qilin truly wanted to curse. This morning, Captain Bai had already warned that this place was unpredictable, yet they insisted on going. Now people were dead, and they returned to cry. The more short-handed they were, the more chaos ensued. Meng Qilin wanted to shout out, but after thinking it over, he held back. Instead, he said with a stern expression, I mentioned this in the morning, if you don't follow my arrangements, you must bear the consequences yourself. But, we went on the mission for everyone's sake. Captain Meng, you can't just disregard us like this. Lin Ran choked as she spoke. What do you want? Meng Qilin asked, following her words. I awakened a new ability today that can purify poison gas, and my fire ability has also reached level 3. Could you please introduce me to the Dark Knight team, Captain Meng? Lin Ran said, lowering her head, feeling somewhat shy. Meng Qilin wanted to pry open Lin Ran's head to see what was inside. Was it mush? He had no doubt that if he dared to say this, the seemingly easygoing Captain Bai would definitely kick him into a pile of zombies. Bai Yaoyao, who was happily eavesdropping, didn't expect to be pulled into this matter. Unable to resist, she asked a couple of questions. Are you all right? Are you okay? She distributed a few Ling Ling plums to everyone, and the members of Dark Knight, munching on the plums, followed Sister Yao as they dashed away. Only Adieu. I felt a bit regretful having not been able to free his hands before that guy was done for. Everyone returned to their tents to rest after a long day, as the spring water had been used up by Xiao, while leaving only a half cup remaining that was not brought out again. After Bai Yaoyao returned to her space, she saw Xian Qi lying by the spring, staring intently at the water with a look of enjoyment on his face. Only when he noticed her presence did he reluctantly lift his head. Senior Xian Qi, what level are you at now? Bai Yaoyao asked. I am at level 5 now. Bai Yaoyao was astonished. So fast. Do not be surprised. At the onset of the celestial phenomenon, once I regained consciousness, I was already at level 3, Xian Qi explained. Bai Yaoyao had never heard of the Xian Gui clan in her past life. Was it because they had never emerged, or had something unexpected happened? The spring water is limited each day, and what remains from today is this little bit. You should absorb it as I need tomorrow's water and will not give you any more. Upon hearing this, Shi instantly became excited, finishing it in less than a second. After drinking, he resembled someone who was drunk, curling up as he transformed into a shell and soon began to snore. Bai Yaoyao gave one of the 3 level 4 beast cores she had collected today to Dogsy, 1 to Damiao, and kept 1 for Desheng. She believed in fairness rather than scarcity, though as long as there was enough, she would not be overly biased. Bai Yaoyao felt immense pressure as so many mouths awaited her to feed them. Damiao ran back to its nest with the beast core to absorb it, thinking that following its master not only meant eating meat, but also beast cores. It was a great deal. Dogsy was dissatisfied, refusing the beast core and wanting a big bone instead. Bai Yaoyao kicked him back into his doghouse, scolding him for several minutes. When she was thirsty from scolding, she returned to the small wooden house, took out a level 4 crystal core and 10 level 3 crystal cores, and tightly grasped them in her hands, closing her eyes to absorb the energy. Bai Yaoyao clearly felt the bottleneck that had once been insurmountable dissolve easily, as if flowing like water, and warmth enveloped her. All her fatigue of the day disappeared. Her spatial ability had finally leveled up. Level 4 and level 8 were significant hurdles some people could not upgrade no matter how many crystal cores they absorbed. With the experience from her previous life, she was extraordinarily familiar with her spatial powers. She never neglected her daily training and actively utilized her powers in combat, coupled with the spring water she had consumed, which improved her physique. It was due to a multitude of factors that she managed to break through so smoothly in one go. Bai Yaoyao tried the spatial slicing technique and found that it was already usable. If she were to fight the mutated python again, she felt it would be much easier. Suddenly, she heard Dogsy barking outside. Bai Yaoyao hurried out to check, hoping he hadn't disrupted the space. Upon stepping outside, she noticed changes in the space, likely due to her recent upgrade. The cultivable area at the entrance of the small house had expanded significantly. The herbs she had planted last time had matured a few days ago, but she hadn't had the time to harvest them. Feeling energetic today, she planned to collect them soon, fearing they might rot in the ground, making her efforts in vain. Dogsy's doghouse was a complete mess, with cotton flying everywhere. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to lose her temper, Xiao Wai tugged at her sleeve and pointed at the spring. Bai Yaoyao glared angrily at Dogsy before following Xiao Wai to check the spring. The pool had expanded significantly. She had just given all the spring water to Shi, and now there was a little pool again. It seemed that the condensation area and speed had both increased. Bai Yaoyao simply took a cup and drank another serving. The taste had not changed, nor did she feel anything special. The effects likely hadn't altered either. Finally, she admired the supply she had gathered, took a deep breath, and began to work. Carrying a basket, she began to collect honeysuckle. The dew on the honeysuckle flowers had dried, and the flowers were close to a bluish-white color and quite plump. Bai Yaoyao was careful not to damage the leaves and buds. Her master also planted some traditional Chinese herbs on the back mountain, so Bai Yaoyao was quite familiar with the methods of planting and harvesting. After over an hour of busy work, she wasn't physically tired, but it was meticulous work that took too much time. She had only completed half of it, and was feeling a bit of a headache. This was not a sustainable method. She didn't have time to do this every day, even feeling that there wasn't enough time to sleep. She initially planned to finish collecting today, and then plant more, but decided to leave it for tomorrow. Bai Yaoyao hadn't seen Damiao for a while, so she went to take a look. Upon seeing the fluctuating energy waves on Damiao's body, she realized that Damiao had reached level 4, though it was still unstable. She then fetched some spring water to feed Damiao. Damiao opened its eyes, saw Bai Yaoyao, and obediently drank the spring water to stabilize its energy. Bai Yaoyao looked at the diligent Damiao, the understanding Xiao Wai, and then at the troublemaking Dogsy. She really wanted to throw her head back and howl, "Rebellious child." Seeing the time, it was time to get up. She had a friendly spar with Dogsy before exiting the space. Dogsy was completely bewildered, wondering why his owner was hitting him. Did she discover that I had pooped under the things she collected? No way. The digging she did was quite vigorous. Yaoyao, how is it? Have you upgraded? As soon as she exited the space, Lulu asked. Bai Yaoyao replied. Yes, I can provide you with spring water to drink tonight. I'm not in a hurry. My lightning type ability is sufficient for now. Oh, I want to practice it more. You can give it to Peichi first, Lulu said. It's not guaranteed that drinking spring water will awaken an ability. Oh, I didn't have one after drinking it. Bai Yaoyao added. After having breakfast together, everyone first went to Master Li's place. From a distance, they could already smell the aroma. Indeed, professionals do professional work. What on earth was Chun Xian roasting? Master Li and the 2 young apprentices had already lost feeling in their arms and hands. After a whole night of work, it was manageable, but the meat was exceptionally difficult to cut and roast. And the little monkey helping nearby had learned just by watching a few times. Not only was he quicker at cutting the meat than the rest, but he also added seasonings and controlled the cooking time perfectly. Although she knew monkeys were clever, it was her first time realizing they could be this extraordinary. Master Li initially thought it would be a long-term job, but now it was in vain. His skills had been stolen by a little monkey. Who could he complain to? She had to ask the employer for an extra bowl of instant noodles. No two bowls. When Bai Yaoyao and the others arrived, this was the scene they encountered. Master Li and the two apprentices were exhausted while Desheng was lively flipping meat with one hand and sprinkling seasonings with the other, occasionally adding wood to the fire, moving like a skilled chef. Seeing Bai Yaoyao and the others coming, Desheng excitedly waved and brought over a plate for everyone to take. Bai Yaoyao casually pinched a piece and tasted it. Seeing the eager little eyes of the great sage, she generously praised, "Great sage, you're amazing. After a night, you'll be able to roast meat. Haha, my little brother is impressive." The monkey rubbed the great sage's head and gave a thumbs up. Shirtu picked up the roasted meat and carefully savored it, exclaiming, "Wow, delicious." The compliments from everyone came pouring in like they were free, and the great sage proudly did a flip in place. Bai Yaoyao collected all the roasted python meat and set aside a rack specifically for the meat of the mutant. Then she said to Master Li, "Thank you for your hard work. Your skills are excellent, and the food is delicious. Also thank you for teaching the little monkey. Which materials would you like?" Satisfied with today's harvest, Bai Yaoyao specifically asked. Master Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking to himself, "It wasn't me who taught him, he learned it on his own. Would you believe that?" However, knowing the power of the supernatural beings, Captain Meng was polite to this woman and didn't dare to joke around, responding seriously, "Anything is fine, just give what you think is appropriate." Bai Yaoyao nodded. Since there were no special requests, it was even better. She took out 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, and 20 pieces of compressed biscuits that Meng Qilin had distributed. The compressed biscuits were quite practical, but their taste was not commendable, and Shidu, who was not picky, and Kiki, who was on a diet, were unwilling to eat them. Seeing Master Li's delighted expression, Bai Yaoyao knew he was satisfied, and as for how the 3 of them would divide it, she didn't need to worry. "We will be out for a few days, and when we return, if there's still time, could you please roast some more for us?" "Well, I would naturally be willing, but your little monkey, his roasting skills are now no worse than mine, and he cuts meat faster than I do," Master Li said sincerely, although he didn't want to admit it was the truth. Bai Yaoyao looked at the great sage in surprise, thinking he was just helping, but unexpectedly, he had learned the craft in one night. "Goodness. Thank you, tuition." Bai Yaoyao dropped a bag of small bread and the remaining dozen pieces of compressed biscuits, giving them all to Master Li. If the great sage could roast meat, there would be no need for further contact. When it comes to food, it's hard to trust outsiders. Even though they had no bad intentions, now one could never know what might happen in the future. The great sage is really impressive. Master Li didn't expect Bai Yaoyao to be so generous, and he almost smiled like a blooming flower. Suddenly he felt his arm wasn't sore anymore, and he wasn't sleepy either. When they returned, they would definitely celebrate with instant noodles. Bai Yaoyao explained the space situation to the great sage. Although he was clever, he still seemed a bit confused about the place. Bai Yaoyao mentioned only obediently listening without resistance. Upon entering the space, the great sage, the entire monkey, was startled as dog Big Meow and Little Rai suddenly surrounded him, staring blankly at the new little brother. After a simple self-introduction, everyone accepted the new partner who had just arrived. Bai Yaoyao took the 4th level beast core and gave it to the great sage for absorption, praised Big Meow, and Little Rai gave dog a beating and hurriedly went back out. The great sage was stunned for a long time after receiving the beast core, and Little Rai made a nest for him. The great sage didn't know why he felt like crying a bit, as if he would never have to perform tricks like jumping through hoops or walking on tightropes anymore, nor would he have to fear being scolded for making mistakes, nor would he have to wear clothes and be hugged and photographed by various people. Having thick skin truly has its advantages. If it weren't for his initiative to strive for it, how would today have come about? So he hurried to absorb the beast core, and after finishing, quickly helped his master roast the remaining meat. Everyone loves the meat I roast. Bai Yaoyao didn't expect the great sage's thoughts to be so sensitive. He was so cheerful and had such thick skin. No one expected that this sunny little monkey who was so cheerful and knew how to strive would have been so unhappy before. "Captain Bai, you all have arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Xie Shannon, the head of the official supernatural team, and also my childhood friend," Meng Qilin said to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was slightly taken aback, not expecting to run into a familiar face again. Xie Shannon, who was ranked 3rd on the supernatural combat power list in his previous life, possessing water and psychic abilities. The water ability is quite impressive, able to freeze into ice and snow, usable for both offense and defense. Coupled with his cool demeanor and elegant appearance, he is the most outstanding heir of the Xie family and city, making him a dream for countless girls. The reason he was considered a familiar face is that they had gone on several missions together and both thought highly of each other's character, hence they collaborated multiple times. However, Xie Shannon ultimately died at the hands of Little Rai. Bai Yaoyao was sorry for a long time back then. "Hello, my name is Bai Yaoyao." "Hello, Xie Shannon." "As expected, still so cold," Meng Qilin awkwardly said, Captain Bai, please don't mind. Shannon has this personality. He has always spoken little since he was young. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand indicating that she didn't mind. The official supernatural team had a total of 20 people, with Xie Shannon being the strongest latestage level 3, while there were 2 others at level 3 behind him, but their energy fluctuations were somewhat weaker. She then saw another familiar face in the team Chui Ying, who had gone to the city center hospital to collect medicine together. Their overall strength was absolutely not comparable to Nightshade. To be precise, they were quite far behind. Nightshade's entire team of 12 people and 5 beasts, whether human or beast, had at least reached level 3. Just based on this alone, in terms of equal numbers, they were definitely the top team. Captain Bai, this journey is long, and the dangers we will encounter will be numerous. How about we introduce each other's abilities and strengths for better preparation? Xie Shannon said. Meng Qilin felt a bit nervous. You want to ask about their trump cards as soon as you arrive. This person who doesn't know how to speak is really better off keeping quiet. Bai Yaoyao nodded. In her previous life, during their first collaboration, Xie Shannon had said the same thing. He indeed had no bad intentions, was quite open, and was not stingy. Most of the task rewards were chosen by their side first. Moreover, apart from a few morally corrupt and conscienceless individuals, the official team was generally reliable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to this safe zone. After all, in the apocalypse, going solo is foolish because even zombies know to form teams. Thus, Nightshade had nothing to hide. Bai Yaoyao directly said, Bai Yaoyao, space type ability level 4, power type ability level 3, psychic ability level 3. As soon as Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Not to mention Meng Qilin, even Xie Shannon couldn't help but drop his jaw. Xie Shannon had always been proud of his dual abilities until he encountered Bai Yaoyao, who had 3 abilities, and what was more, she was already at level 4. Thinking back to last night, when he was worried that the teams in society might hold him back, he wanted to slap himself. Are you even worthy of this? Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly upon seeing everyone's expressions. This was exactly the effect she desired. Xianqi had already reached level 6, and could provide an energy shield for herself in the space. This was her trump card. Bai Yaoyao decided not to let Xianqi show himself. He could protect her when needed, and sleep when there was nothing going on. Bai Yaoyao turned to look at her brothers. Everyone tacitly began to introduce themselves in the same format as Bai Yaoyao, starting with their ages. Shitu, Earth-type ability level 3, skin, hardening level 3. Chen Xiaopong, Earth-type ability level 3, metal-type ability level 3. Lulu, lightning-type ability level 3. Xiaomi, speed ability level 3, light-type ability level 2. Hosey, water-type ability level 3. Dadao, on fire-type ability level 3. Peiqi, healing-type ability level 3. Kiki, wood-type ability level 3. Shirlio, wind-type ability level 3. Shun Xin, support-type ability level 3. Adai, speed ability level 3, dark-type ability level 3. Everyone was already numb after hearing this. It turned out they were all level 3. Even the team leader of the other squad might not reach level 3. Their strength was simply unreasonable. Xie Shannon felt a bit flushed and involuntarily glanced at the team members behind him, uncertain about how to introduce himself. The team members looked at Xie Shannon with red faces, pleading silently, Captain, please don't make us introduce ourselves, it's embarrassing. At this moment, Xie Shannon was even a bit worried. After they finished introducing themselves, would Bai Yaoyao think their strength was too low and not want to cooperate? After hesitating, he said, Xie Shannon, water-type ability level 3, mental-type ability level 3. I have 2 level 3 ability users in my team, 1 in strength and 1 in fire. The other members are all level 2. Only 2 spatial ability users have little combat power, while the others can fight. The official ability users took a deep breath, relieved that the captain introduced everyone by himself. Otherwise it would have been really awkward to speak one by one. Bai Yaoyao nodded, maintaining a neutral expression, and the others were the same. The members of the Dark Knight group had their silly sides when alone, but they were all serious in front of outsiders. It's getting late, let's set off. Bai Yaoyao noticed Xie Shannon's embarrassment and felt secretly pleased, yet still stepped in to help ease the situation. In her previous life, she had been the one feeling awkward aback. Then she was the only level 6 in her squad, while everyone else was level 4 or 5. Now Xie Shannon's team all had levels above 6. They hadn't looked down on her then, and the situation was the same now. Alright, let's go. The official missions naturally required official vehicles. Dark Knight drove 4 military off-road vehicles, while Xie Shannon's team had 3 off-road vehicles and 5 heavy-duty trucks that could carry 49 tons, forming a small convoy. The roads outside were not easy to traverse. There were too many zombies blocking the way, and they dared not take elevated roads as they didn't know where they might be cut off. Bai Yaoyao led the way for Dark Knight, directly engaging the zombies she encountered. This made Xie Shannon feel somewhat embarrassed, so when they encountered zombies blocking the road again, he hurriedly sent someone to help, but by the time the vehicles came, Dark Knight had already started to wrap up the situation. After a whole morning, they hadn't managed to engage at all. Captain Bai, why don't we have our people lead in the afternoon? You've worked hard this morning. It's not hard, don't worry about the details. My team members have abundant abilities. If we really run into something difficult, just call for support. Well, let's take a break and eat something before setting off again. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly changed the subject. It was no joke. Without fighting zombies, where would the crystal cores come from? With so many people and beasts to feed, she had to be frugal. C.S. Shannon and the official ability users hadn't even considered this. In the official ranks, no matter how many crystal cores were collected, they always had to be turned in. Naturally, the cultivation resources were also provided by the authorities, and no one had ever lacked for crystal cores. After all, ability users were precious. With a large troop and heavy weapons clearing the way, there was always an ample supply of crystal cores. Thus, there were only endless crystal cores that couldn't be absorbed, not ones that were in short supply. Throughout the morning, Xiaomi hardly got on the vehicle. Even though she now possessed 2 types of abilities, she still felt overwhelmed. According to Peiqi, she was the queen of overwhelm. Alright, let's take a break. I'll go get some food. Captain Meng specifically instructed that the food for the journey comes from the official supplies, C.S. Shannon replied. Bai Yaoyao nodded. If it's free, she would take it. The members of both teams gathered together, and C.S. Shannon handed 12 boxes of self-heating rice and 12 bottles of mineral water to Dark Knight. After receiving it, Bai Yaoyao took out the large round table and benches that Dark Knight usually used for meals, and everyone chatted naturally while starting to unpack the self-heating rice. The official ability users squatting by the roadside were stunned. Wow, you can do it this way. Bai Yaoyao found it quite amusing to see C.S. Shannon, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, squatting on the curb with wide eyes in surprise. So she brought out a long table and several long benches, calling out, Captain Sia. C.S. Shannon hesitated for a moment, but still invited everyone over. Although it was a bit cramped, they could sit sideways, and it was certainly better than squatting there. Bai Yaoyao also took out some python meat that had been grilled in the morning, placing it in the center for everyone to eat with their rice. She didn't share the meat from the 4th level beasts as it was too expensive. She had nearly absorbed all the level 3 crystal cores from yesterday to upgrade her spatial abilities, so she specially brought out the fragrant grilled meat to see if she could entice C.S. Shannon into exchanging some level 3 crystal cores. This guy was rich, a big fat sheep. C.S. Shannon prided himself on not being a person who cared much for food, but smelling that grilled meat made him feel that the self-heating rice in his hand had no flavor at all. He wondered if he could exchange crystal cores for some. Forget it, only a fool would be willing to trade. After finishing the meal, Bai Yaoyao tidied up the things, and everyone set off again. At Bai Yaoyao's strong insistence, it was still Dark Knight leading the way, and C.S. Shannon's people hardly needed to help. Only when they encountered small groups of zombies did the official ability users come down to help. The members of Dark Knight saw that they were coming to snatch the crystal cores, and instantly fought like they were on steroids, directly engaging 1 against 3 or 4. Even Bai Yaoyao, who had such thick skin, couldn't help but feel a little blustered. It had already been a whole day. While the others couldn't even collect a single crystal core, her side had over 100 level 2 crystal cores, not counting the 0 and level 1, and there were still 7 or 8 level 3 crystal cores. Captain Bai, your Dark Knight team is really fierce. C.S. Shannon finally couldn't help but exclaim. Even C.S. Shannon, who was aloof, could see after a day that they didn't want to let themselves engage. They wanted the crystal. Sai, I'm sorry to make you laugh. You don't lack for cultivation resources and don't understand our difficulties. It's really too hard. Bai Yaoyao simply couldn't continue fabricating excuses. She lowered her head and gently tapped it. C.S. Shannon nodded and suddenly understood Bai Yaoyao's hesitance. Being a woman leading a team, she had to consider and take responsibility for everything. It was indeed not easy, much harder than being an ability user with official support. Captain Bai, I understand. If you need help in the future, just say the word. C.S. Shannon said, frowning slightly. Bai Yaoyao, who was cracking sunflower seeds, was slightly taken aback. What did he understand? I don't even understand what I said. Captain Bai, have you ever considered joining the official ranks? To be frank, the CF family holds considerable influence. We could certainly support your team. Your members are exceptionally capable, and several possess multi-element abilities. With proper backing, your cultivation would accelerate dramatically. C.S. Shannon extended the invitation earnestly. No thank you, Bai Yaoyao replied without hesitation. My comrades value freedom above all. We're unrefined folk, ill-suited for formal structures. C.S. Shannon nodded, offering no further persuasion. Everyone has their own reasons, and their own path. For some, freedom is the highest virtue. Bai Yaoyao dared not feign hardship any longer. Not even C.S. Shannon, who rarely involved himself in others' affairs, had stepped forward as a negotiator. How extraordinary. Bai Yaoyao had no intention of intervening. These were merely level 2 or level 3 zombies. Stepping in would rob her team of combat experience. Just as she turned to retreat toward the vehicle, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Caution, level 4 zombie incoming, she called out sharply. The Dark Knight squad instantly dispatched their current foes and swiftly regrouped into formation. This was prearranged. Their top priority was always safety. Though the official cultivators reacted more slowly, they mimicked Dark Knight's tactics, hastily increasing distance from the undead. Bai Yaoyao surged forward alone. Her limbs itched for action after a day of inactivity. Only when she advanced did the others finally glimpse the level 4 zombie. It crouched behind a car, a brute force variant, its massive hands gripping the roof, lifting the entire vehicle overhead before hurling it straight at Bai Yaoyao. She teleported behind it in an instant and swung her mountain-splitting blade downward. The zombie raised its arm to block, but half its limb nearly severed under the blow. The creature registered no pain, lunging forward with renewed ferocity. Bai Yaoyao recoiled with a grimace, far too foul-smelling. She tested her spatial cleavage technique, only to feel mild disappointment. Its destructive power barely surpassed that of her spatial blades. Yet to onlookers it was astonishing. 2 strikes, 2 arms destroyed. Primarily honing her ability, Bai Yaoyao engaged in brief close-quarters combat. Before seizing an opening, she imposed mental control, then followed with a precise spatial cleavage. With a sharp shink, the level 4 zombie's head parted cleanly from its body. Calmly, Bai Yaoyao probed the skull with her blade's tip and extracted the crystalline core. Shannon stared dumbfounded. So this is the might of a level 4 cultivator. He realized, humbled, he'd grown complacent, overconfident in his dual-element level 3 prowess. Captained by a young woman bore both leadership and self-cultivation responsibilities, and within moments felled a level 4 zombie unaided. Shannon clenched his fists tightly, resolve hardening within him. Bai Yaoyao assessed her team's composition. Upgrading Mi Zhao's light element ability to level 3 was paramount. It could purify zombie toxins, granting them vital leeway should anyone suffer a bite or scratch. Next, while her own and Adai's close-range damage sufficed, their long-range output lagged. Though numerous natural element abilities existed among them, low-tier variants proved largely ineffective against zombies. This level 4 core would go first to Lulu. Combined with the sacred spring water, it might elevate her lightning element ability directly to level 4. When Bai Yaoyao lifted her head, having finalized her plan, she found every pair of eyes fixed upon her. "What is it? Why are you staring?" she asked. "Sister Yao? 10 moves, just 10 moves, to slay a level 4 zombie. What else would we look at?" Hosey exclaimed, elated. Standard procedure. No need for all. Let's move on." She waved dismissively. The Dark Knight members remained unruffled. Sister Yao had always been inhumanly formidable, though astonished they were long accustomed to it. Others, however, were deeply shaken, especially Shannon. Bai Yaoyao noticed something else when they resumed travel. Shannon, like Mi Zhao, had begun training relentlessly. He refused to ride in the vehicle, instead sprinting ahead to engage zombies directly. Bai Yaoyao winced inwardly. So many lost cores. "Captain Bai, I only fight zombies to refine my battle awareness. All cores belong to you and your team," he explained, unable to bear her intensely scrutinizing gaze. Shannon offered the explanation deliberately. "How could we possibly accept that?" Before he could continue, Bai Yaoyao interjected. "In that case, thank you. Mi Zhao, how thoughtless of you. Go collect the cores from Captain Xie's hands immediately. He fought hard for them. To make him carry them for us. Unthinkable." Mi Zhao flushed faintly. Not everyone possessed Sister Yao's audacious lack of restraint. Well, same spirit. Unconventional, yet admirable. Still, orders were orders. She obediently stepped forward and accepted the cores. Shannon smiled wryly. So he'd overthought it. Captain Bai truly was an extraordinary woman. As full darkness descended, they halted progress. The road grew treacherous in the blackness, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. So they chose a wide, open stretch to rest for the night. At dinner, Bai Yaoyao, acknowledging Shannon's contribution of 1 level 2 and 1 level 3 core, offered him roasted meat from a mutated python. Shannon instinctively declined. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Then he saw Bai Yaoyao's eyes gleam, and watched alarmed as she prepared to withdraw the offering entirely with no pretense of further insistence. Hastily he reversed course. "But since Captain Bai extends such kindness, I shall gratefully accept." "Thank you, Captain Bai." He'd learned his lesson. Captain Bai defied convention. Henceforth he'd abandoned empty formalities. What use were polite refusals when savory meat awaited? More than that, this was mutated beast flesh capable of restoring stamina. After the meal, Shannon volunteered. "Captain Bai, allow my people to take the night watch. You've borne the burden today." "Agreed," Bai Yaoyao replied simply. Once Shannon departed, Bai Yaoyao announced, "We have 2 portions of spring water tonight. 1 for Lulu, 1 for Pei Qi. The level 4 core also goes to Lulu. Let's elevate our long-range firepower to level 4 first." "Understood." None objected. If one squad never quarreled over resource allocation, it was unquestionably Dark Knight. "Shall we skip the night watch entirely?" Pengu asked. "Absolutely not. The official cultivators seem unreliable. CS Shannon is competent yet lacks discernment. I'll release the Meow and Xiao Y, they'll stand guard. Rest deeply you sleep is non-negotiable. Understood. As long as it's not dog we can sleep soundly. Lulu and Peichi happen to be in the same tent so, let's have them annoy each other. Bai Yaoyao slipped into the space and instructed Xiao Y and Meow to keep watch letting them out. After thinking for a moment, she went out to remind them that unless there were special circumstances they should let the nearby group take action. Then she saw that Desheng was actually still roasting meat. Originally, she had given Master Li a small portion of the mutated python meat yesterday, and there was still about 2/3 left, but now it was almost all roasted. Looking at the neatly arranged plates on the ground all filled with perfectly roasted meat, Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt that bringing Desheng back was the right decision. Didn't I tell you to absorb the beast core? Why are you working again? Bai Yaoyao asked. Desheng raised a hand to show a 4 excitedly yelping. Bai Yaoyao then realized that Desheng had actually reached level 4. Indeed, the only one disappointing was that rebellious pup. After swallowing a level 4 beast core, it merely burped and farted utterly useless. Bai Yaoyao called the pup over to scold it, and the pup looked confused. I didn't even go to the medicine field today, why am I being scolded? Why is the master so irritable lately? Desheng scratched its head in confusion. Bai Yaoyao rewarded Desheng with a pile of fruits and let it go rest. After placing the roasted meat on the rack and seeing the 2 layers already filled, Bai Yaoyao, a severe obsessive-compulsive patient, finally felt satisfied. Taking a glance at Xianqi, who was still sleeping without any intention of moving, she also returned to the wooden house to rest. Bai Yaoyao left a thread of her spiritual energy outside and found that there were hardly any troublesome zombies. Occasionally a 2nd-level zombie appeared, but it was dealt with by an official 3rd-level ability user. After a nap, she checked the time and realized that only 3 to 4 hours had passed. Bai Yaoyao discovered that this space seemed to be getting more powerful. Resting in it allowed both her spiritual and physical strength to recover quickly. So she didn't want to lie in bed any longer and simply got up. There were still plenty of medicinal materials outside that needed to be collected. Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, grabbed a basket, and started working. Seeing Bai Yaoyao busy, Desheng ran over. After understanding how to collect it, grabbed a basket nearby and started helping. Bai Yaoyao felt deep satisfaction at this sight, but then glanced at the pup who was desperately trying to bite its own tail and spinning around. What to do? I really want to beat it. In a moment of distraction, Desheng had already finished 1 row, and Bai Yaoyao looked at the few scattered medicinal materials in her basket and suddenly had an idea. Desheng, are there many mutated monkeys in your monkey mountain? Bai Yaoyao asked. Zhi. Desheng gestured a 3 and a 2. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Could she ask for a few little monkeys to help her with planting? Currently the planting area was too much for her to handle alone, but leaving it empty felt wasteful. If they brought in a few more monkeys and let Desheng lead them to roast meat and plant grains. Just thinking about it made her happy. How about we go to the zoo again and find you a few little brothers? Bai Yaoyao patted Desheng's little head and asked. Desheng nodded excitedly, thinking it must have done something wrong and that the master wanted to swap it out for another monkey. It turned out she was worried about its loneliness and wanted to find it some little brothers. Bai Yaoyao handed the picking task to Desheng and stepped out of the space to find Peichi and Lulu checking on how the 2 were doing. As she opened the small door of the tent, she saw a delicate white shoulder, exquisite collarbone, and smooth arms. Sister Yao, your eyes look glazed over. Can you at least take a glance at me? Peichi said with dissatisfaction. Only then did Bai Yaoyao turn her head to look at Peichi, who also looked good. She complimented, Peichi, you look beautiful. Could you not be so obvious with your insincerity? Peichi couldn't hold back and rolled her eyes. Lulu glanced at the 2 helplessly and quickly got dressed. Yao, my internal injuries are all healed, and even the scars have faded significantly. Yes, that's normal, Bai Yaoyao nodded. Lulu continued, but I haven't awakened any new abilities, although I have smoothly leveled up to level 4. It's okay, Xiaomi probably had a stroke of luck. The spring water doesn't necessarily have the effect of awakening abilities, Bai Yaoyao replied. However, I think I might have awakened a new ability. Peichi suddenly said. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu. Nung Bui. What ability? Bai Yaoyao and Lulu asked in unison. It's somewhat hard to describe. I can feel your emotions. When you 2 are talking, the feeling isn't very obvious, but when you both look at me and talk to me, I can feel it very clearly, Peichi pondered and said. Bai Yaoyao instantly understood. This is a heart-based ability. In my past life, someone awakened it, as well. Around level 7, they could hear the thoughts of the person they were talking to. Wow, that's amazing, Peichi exclaimed. That person didn't live very long, did they? Lulu asked. Exactly, they were killed by many forces together. With no self-defense capability and possessing such a miraculous ability, who wouldn't kill them? Bai Yaoyao said. Did you hear that, little Peichi? Keep it hidden, Lulu reminded. Except for our own brothers, don't tell anyone. To outsiders, you only have a healing ability. Bai Yaoyao reiterated seriously. Rest assured I understand, Peiqi nodded. The three of them discussed, and then set out together. They quickly ate something and set off again. They had only covered about a third of the distance yesterday, so they needed more time to travel today. Except for stopping when encountering zombies or third-level zombies that affected their progress, they almost directly crashed through everything else. The journey was relatively smooth without any damage to personnel or vehicles. Captain Bai, let's stop here for today, we are almost there. If all goes well we can arrive by 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow, Xie Shannon said. Bai Yaoyao nodded and replied, you can decide. Alright then, let's rest here for a while, eat something. They'll send 2 team members ahead to scout for a suitable place to rest for the night, Xie Shannon said. Xie Shannon felt that he had been unusually talkative these past 2 days. He wasn't someone who liked to explain, yet he couldn't help but want to say a few more words to Bai Yaoyao. It had nothing to do with romantic feelings, it was respect for a strong person. Xie Shannon consoled himself. He shook his head vigorously, not wanting to think about these unnecessary things, instructed 2 team members to find a place to rest ahead, and then rested with the others. Today they had rushed all day without stopping for lunch to save time, and their stomachs were already growling. Bai Yaoyao and the others felt the same. They sat in a circle to eat, too lazy to talk. After Bai Yaoyao finished eating, she rose and walked for a while. The military off-roader was rugged and durable, but utterly lacking in comfort. After a day of sitting, her body felt like it might fall apart. Captain Bai, the 2 men I sent ahead to scout seem to be in trouble. It's been half an hour, and they haven't returned, Xie Shannon reported. Alright, let's go and have a look, Bai Yaoyao answered. They packed up quickly and moved forward together. Strangely, Bai Yaoyao's spiritual power detected nothing. The few energy fluctuations she felt were only low-level zombies. The 2 scouts were one level 3 and one level 2, hardly impossible to defeat. Even if they were overwhelmed, they should at least have been able to flee. Sister Yao by the roadside. Kiki suddenly cried out loudly. Everyone hurried to the roadside, and what they saw was horrific. The 2 men were scarcely clothed, their flesh ripped from their bodies, gore clinging to them. Bones jutted from arms and calves, and intestines hung loose. Ninggu. Liang Liang. A woman from Xie Shannon's team sprinted forward, collapsing as she wailed. Bai Yaoyao stepped closer to examine the wounds. They were not typical zombie maulings, but the work of mutated beasts. She scanned the surroundings more carefully and frowned. Noticing Xie Shannon's guilty expression, Bai Yaoyao said, this is dangerous. Leave at once and travel through the night. Anya, get in the vehicle. Ennis members obeyed without a word and boarded immediately. Xie Shannon, without hesitation, ordered his team to withdraw as well. The woman who had been kneeling and wailing clung to her grief, but forced herself up. She set a fire, intending to burn the 2 bodies. Bai Yaoyao had already turned to leave, but when she saw the flames in her peripheral vision, she turned back and fought the urge to curse. Put that out. Hosey leapt down, unleashing water-type powers to smother the flames, with Xie Shannon helping. Forget it, Hosey, get in the vehicle. Bai Yaoyao urged, sensing imminent danger. Xie Shannon knew Bai Yaoyao's spiritual ability was level 3 and assumed she had detected something. Once the fire was extinguished, he led his men to follow without further question. Once aboard, someone could not contain their curiosity and opened the radio. Captain Bai, did you discover something? Bai Yaoyao restrained the urge to lash out and explained patiently. Although everyone is understandably upset, we remain in danger. These wounds were clearly inflicted by mutated beasts. The tracks in the ground show the 2 did not try to run back for help, though instead they fled in the opposite direction, which means they believed none of us could handle that creature. There was gray animal fur scattered on the grass, though I suspect they encountered a swarm of mutated rats. If even a level 3 ability user had no chance to use their powers, it must be a level 4 mutated beast. Judging by the wounds, the rat swarm had only just withdrawn. Setting a fire now, well, that would be foolish. Bai Yaoyao did not finish the sentence, but everyone understood. The woman belatedly realized she had nearly endangered them all and apologized frantically. I'm so sorry, I didn't think. Xie Shannon waved his hand and said, consider this a warning. When on a mission, every action must follow orders. Yes, Captain, came the rueful reply. Because Adai possessed dark-type abilities, the night was like water to a fish for him. He was at ease and unfazed. Adai drove at the front, while Bai Yaoyao sat in the passenger seat. After they had driven for 10 minutes, Adai noticed Bai Yaoyao's stern expression and asked, Sister Yao, what do you think? Are we still in danger? It's hard to say. My spiritual power detected nothing. With Xuanqi here, our safety is not guaranteed to be perfect, but acceptable. At worst, we forego the supplies and use explosives. As for Xie Shannon's side, I cannot be sure, Bai Yaoyao replied frankly. Adai nodded with relief. For him, as long as his own people were unharmed, he could accept losses elsewhere. At dawn, they finally arrived at their destination, the H-City Strategic Supplies Reserve Depot. From the outside, there was nothing remarkable, though a passerby would not give it a second glance. It looked more like a shabby little factory. If Xie Shannon had not been so sure, Bai Yaoyao might have thought they had come to the wrong place. Captain Bai, I scanned with my spiritual power. There are only a few zombies. Have you found anything? Same here. Are the supplies stored underground? The courtyard seems small, Bai Yaoyao asked. Xie Shannon answered yes. It was specially designed to prevent accidents. Let's go inside. Bai Yaoyao suddenly turned to the approaching direction and said, don't go in. The rat swarm is coming. Get back in the vehicles and keep moving. Understood. No one had time to argue. They boarded and drove away, wanting to remove the depot from the swarm before the supplies were ruined. They had not gone far when the rat horde appeared behind them. Running was futile, so they disembarked. Bai Yaoyao instructed the drivers to move the vehicles to the rear of the building to shelter them and avoid total loss. Bai Yaoyao released Damiao and called to Xuanqi to activate the energy shield. Damiao saw the mutated rat swarm barreling toward them, and its eyes lit up. It licked its lips, arched its back, and readied itself to strike. All Earth-type ability users come here and build walls. Bai Yaoyao shouted. CS Shannon decided instantly. H01 squad follow Captain Bai's orders. CS Shannon understood that a single team cannot have two commanders. He could not compel the Anya members to follow his orders, but his own team trusted Bai Yaoyao implicitly. The Earth practitioners ran forward and hastily erected several earthen walls. They might not be decisive, but they would blunt the initial surge of the swarm. Lulu acted first. Her recently upgraded power was still fresh as she unleashed a massive strike. Qianxian nearly failed to keep up with the amplification spell for her. Instantly a gap opened in the mutated rat army, and over 100 fell, but the remaining rats quickly flowed in to fill the breach. The other nature-type ability users followed in quick succession, hurling every technique they had at the swarm. Bai Yaoyao remained still, waiting for the mutated rat leader to appear while observing the unfolding battle. She realized that this approach would fail. Abilities were being exhausted too quickly. If they burned through their powers in a short time, they would be left helpless and at a severe disadvantage. Thank you, Captain Xie, for your trust. I will take charge now, Bai Yaoyao said, looking at Xieshan Nan. Xieshan Nan nodded in agreement. Although he felt a twinge of panic upon seeing so many mutated beasts, Bai Yaoyao's calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of fighting spirit, suddenly eased his tension. Captain Bai is indeed no ordinary person. The swarm of mutated rats seemed endless. Their speed wasn't particularly fast, but the overwhelming mass of these dark mutant creatures slowly closing in left everyone feeling disoriented. There were simply too many to handle. Each mutated rat was about 50 centimeters long, with sharp front teeth, protruding claws that were not only long, but also glinted with a metallic sheen, and thick fur that suggested good defensive capabilities. While everyone was chaotically unleashing their abilities, a steady voice suddenly rang out. Everyone listen up, all nature-type ability users come to my right side. Don't use your skills randomly, split into two groups, and alternate your skills. Water and wood should form one group, while fire goes to another group. Be sure to use skills of the same element simultaneously. Earth-type users should dig pits to the side, the deeper the better. Other close combat users should wait, and only engage once I go in. After finishing her instructions, Bai Yaoyao placed several large machetes and baseball bats on the ground for those in need to take, as they had purchased far too many to use up. Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao's loud and calm voice, everyone felt considerably more at ease and quickly followed her commands to their designated positions, coordinating with those beside them. Seeing that the skill releases had become less chaotic, Bai Yaoyao knew the first step was stabilized. Just a moment ago, it was a mess. The fire-type ability user had just finished unleashing fire when the water-type user extinguished it, and the wood-type user had barely controlled their abilities before the fire-type user burned it down again. Even without the mutated rats attacking, their own people were already in disarray. The display looked imposing, yet it hadn't actually caused any damage. Bai Yaoyao was using her mental energy to locate the mutated rat king. She initially thought it would hide at the back, but unexpectedly, it was concealed within the swarm. If it weren't for the strong energy signature of level 4 she detected, it would have been hard to notice. The mutated rat king looked no different from ordinary mutated rats, its appearance and size identical. There were also about a dozen level 3 mutated rats within the swarm. After upgrading her spatial abilities to level 4, Bai Yaoyao could now teleport twice in succession, and her range had also increased. Once the energy of the nature-type users had diminished, Bai Yaoyao said to Damiao, "Damiao, help me attract them." Damiao had just wanted to charge in, but Bai Yaoyao had been holding it back. Now that she had finally commanded it, it swiftly dashed into the rat swarm. Wow, that cat is amazing. Ha ha ha, Damiao is incredible, leaving no survivors in its wake. Come on, brothers, don't let a single cat outshine you. Damiao, with each paw raised, caused considerable casualties among the rats. Its incredible speed rendered it immune to the ordinary mutated rat's attacks. Damiao successfully drew everyone's attention, including that of the mutated rat king. Bai Yaoyao was waiting for this opportunity. Initiating mental control, she teleported twice in quick succession to close the distance, unleashing her power abilities fully and dealt a blow to the Rat King's neck, following up with a spatial cut to prevent any surprises. Before the Rat King could comprehend what was happening, it felt a sharp pain in its head, completely immobilized, and by the time it tried to defend itself, it was already too late. The large machete was right in front of it. Bai Yaoyao's series of actions resulted in the Rat King losing its head. Even in death, the Rat King was bewildered, unable to understand why it had been found, nor why this female had come directly for it. It hadn't even reached a human before being slaughtered. What a humiliation. Adai moved as soon as he saw Bai Yaoyao charge and rushing toward her direction. Its lethality was not much weaker than Damiao's. The nature-type users had exhausted their abilities and intended to retreat for a moment to recover and regroup, only to see the members of the Dark Knight team charge into the rat swarm, without even discussing it first. The official ability users were taken aback, wondering why the soft and cute girl from the healing class was also wielding a bat. Everyone from Dark Knight was attacking from different directions, converging toward Bai Yaoyao. Xieshan, then observing the fighting style of the Dark Knight members, realized their identities were definitely not simple. Each strike was lethal, and their level of coordination and execution was evident. However, that was no longer the focus. Without hesitation, Xieshan then picked up a baseball bat and charged in alongside them. The other members of the official ability user team, seeing this, also selected suitable weapons and began to fight from the periphery. If one didn't have the strength to charge, and they would just be serving themselves on a platter. Everyone was well aware of their own abilities. Not everyone was as formidable as the members of Dark Knight. Even though the Rat King was already dead, the rat swarm was in chaos, making it difficult to end the battle quickly. With so many rats, Damiao felt as though its claws were becoming numb and still hadn't finished. Casualties began to appear on the battlefield. The woman from the official ability user team, who had burned corpses with fire abilities earlier, was momentarily distracted and was instantly overwhelmed by the rat swarm, leaving her companions unable to rescue her in time. Others were also injured by the mutated rats with scratches on their arms or legs. Chun Xian, who was not skilled in combat, began to struggle after a while, but fortunately Shi Tu had been close by and provided immediate support. However, he still received a deep gash on his leg from a mutated rat, and red blood flowed out. After regrouping, the members of Dark Knight first covered Peiqi, while she treated Chun Xian's wounds, then broke through toward the pits previously dug by the Earth-type users. When they reached the edge, Bai Yaoyao and Damiao jumped directly into the deep pit, while the others quickly dispersed to the sides without lingering. Most of the mutated rats were attracted by Bai Yaoyao and Damiao. The leading ones jumped into the pit, while the ones behind crowded and unable to stop, resulting in an increasing number of rats in the pit. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Xian collaborated with Xiao Shi to unleash a gale, pushing the mutated rats further into the deep pit. Bai Yaoyao had already stored Damiao away in her space and teleported out, retrieving some industrial oil and calling for everyone to pour it into the pit. Finally, a massive fire descended, filling the area with the smell of roasted meat, which actually had a rather unpleasant odor. The majority of the rat horde was burned to death, with a portion escaping as well. Only a few level 3 mutated rats remained, along with a handful of others. They divided them according to their situation, 1 per person, and resolved the matter in less than 20 minutes. When Bai Yaoyao brought the people from the Dark Knight to Xieshan inside, she found that everyone seemed to be in a terrible state. Not a single face was unscathed, and 1 person had even lost a leg. Xieshan was also exhausted to the point of collapse. Upon seeing Bai Yaoyao and the members of the Dark Knight approaching, he instantly sighed in relief and collapsed onto the ground. The others were the same, lying on the ground in an ungraceful manner, taking deep breaths of fresh air, unable to utter a single word for a long time, and they had no strength to tend to their bleeding wounds. Not all official superhumans came from the military. Some were originally in civilian positions, but after awakening their powers in the apocalypse, they were assigned to combat teams. To have lasted until now is already quite remarkable. Bai Yaoyao subtly checked the number of people. 2 were missing, presumably 1 male and 1 female. Bai Yaoyao nodded at Peiqi, who began to treat everyone according to their injuries. For the one who had lost a leg, it was impossible to regrow it. At most, she could help the wounds heal. Xieshan recalled the recent battle against the mutated rats and increasingly felt that Captain Bai was unfathomable. Whether in skill or superpowers, even in combat command, she was of top-tier caliber. First, she arranged the order of attack based on everyone's abilities, then located the mutated Rat King, released super beasts to draw fire, and single-handedly broke through to deliver a few strikes that easily eliminated the mutated Rat King. Finally, together with the Dark Knight members, they guided the mutated rat swarm into a deep pit that had been dug in advance, using wind and fire abilities to wipe out the majority of the rat swarm's main forces in one go. Each step was interconnected. One could say that while he was still confused about how to act, Captain Bai had already orchestrated the entire battle. The most crucial point was that her success relied entirely on the capabilities of the Dark Knight on their side. They had not helped much aside from killing some of the outer mutated rats. As a result, while she came out unscathed, they had suffered casualties and injuries, needing the healing superhumans from the Dark Knight to come and treat them after the battle. C.S. Shannon felt his face burning. He had been smooth sailing his entire life, always the most outstanding in whatever he did, and he had never genuinely admired anyone his age. Today he felt he had truly witnessed it. Bai Yaoyao noticed that C.S. Shannon's face was alternating between red and green, and was a bit puzzled. Could it be that he was stunned from being beaten? How could someone so powerful in his past life be so mediocre now? What Bai Yaoyao and C.S. Shannon did not know was that in his past life C.S. Shannon had also led a team to the strategic supply storage, but before they could reach their team was scattered by the rat swarm. The only one who returned alive to the safe zone was C.S. Shannon. Not only did he fail to obtain any supplies, but he also lost all their vehicles, and nearly 40 superhumans had perished. From that point on, C.S. Shannon began to shut himself off, becoming exceptionally indifferent, and his strength increased, rapidly propelling him to third place on the combat power rankings. After Bai Yaoyao's rebirth, she had already changed the fates of many. C.S. Shannon took a breath, feeling slightly more energized, and approached Bai Yaoyao, saying, "Seriously, Captain Bai, thank you. It's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, not only would we have failed the mission, but we would likely have perished here. No need to thank me, you didn't die." Bai Yaoyao muttered quietly. What? C.S. Shannon didn't hear clearly, and asked again. Bai Yaoyao cleared her throat, and said earnestly, "No need to thank me, I'm on a mission for pay. Captain Bai, does the Dark Knight still take in new members? Can I join?" C.S. Shannon had thought for a long time, and couldn't help but ask. Bai Yaoyao, who was drinking water, almost spewed it out. It was ridiculous. The trump card of the official Huagua forces, the only son of the Xie family, the sole heir of the family, wanting to join the Dark Knight. Isn't that hilarious? Without a second thought, Bai Yaoyao refused. "The Dark Knight will not take in new members. There will only ever be 12 of us." Upon hearing Bai Yaoyao's rejection, C.S. Shannon felt a bit disappointed. The Dark Knight team was too enviable. The feeling of everyone trusting each other and fighting together was fantastic. It was something he had never experienced before. After calming down for a moment, he realized that not to mention whether the leaders would agree, his own family would never allow it. He had a heavy burden to carry, and not everything could be done as he wished. After coming to this realization, he glanced at Bai Yaoyao, feeling embarrassed for his rashness. Bai Yaoyao, maintaining her composure, shifted the topic. "Let's rest here for a bit. Once we eat something and recover our superpowers, we can head to the storage." Okay, C.S. Shannon replied. After treating several severely injured individuals, Peichi felt that C.S. Shannon's injuries were the most serious. Plus, seeing Bai Yaoyao's awkward fake smile and her need for someone to save the scene, he approached and said, "Captain Xie, let me treat your wounds." "Okay, please do. Just stop the bleeding. No need to expend too much power." C.S. Shannon nodded. Peichi secretly rolled her eyes, not saying anything. It was a good opportunity to practice her powers. How could she? She had used her powers less often than she had swung a stick last time. To heal halfway and leave half. Was she helping him practice the release of his powers? As Bai Yaoyao said, this person indeed wasn't very clever. Thus, Peichi completely disregarded what C.S. Shannon said and directly healed his wounds to the point that no scar was visible. C.S. Shannon wanted to say something, but seeing the serious expression on this girl's face, he held back and kept quiet. He couldn't help but feel moved again. The members of the Dark Knight were all very sincere people. Even though he had said it wasn't necessary to fully heal him, she still meticulously used a lot of energy until his wounds disappeared. So touching. After Bai Yaoyao and the others buried the two sacrificed official superhumans on the spot, they finally pulled out 2 tables and started eating. They were starving. Without waiting for C.S. Shannon to fetch food, Bai Yaoyao directly took out several large plates of mutated python meat and the freshly roasted mutated wolf meat. She also brought out a few beers and a case of happy water. Almost everyone from the Dark Knight held roasted meat in one hand and beer in the other, enjoying themselves. Adai and Chun Xian, both underage, secretly grabbed a bottle of beer while Bai Yaoyao wasn't looking. Just as they were about to drink, they caught sight of Bai Yaoyao's sharp gaze coming down like a knife. Naturally, they filled up the mugs of the nearby Fat Brother and Shirtu Brother before obediently putting it back. Fat Brother patted Adai's soft hair and said, "Adai, your month of punishment hasn't ended yet. If you make Sister Yao angry again, no one will be able to save you." "Sure, I know, Fat Brother, let's eat, stop talking." Adai tugged at Fat Brother's sleeve. Bai Yaoyao smiled. After the fierce battle, being able to drink and eat heartily with her brothers felt truly comfortable. After everyone finished eating, they didn't rush to move and rested for about 2 hours before setting off again. Fortunately, they had parked the vehicles a little farther away, and aside from one off-road vehicle having its tire punctured by a mutated rat, everything else was fine. However, there was a spare tire in the vehicle, and without needing anyone else's help, the monkey fixed it in 5 minutes. Once everyone was ready, they all got into the vehicle and headed back. Upon arriving at the entrance of the storage facility again by Yao Yao and Xia Shannon, both psychic ability, users carefully checked the surrounding area and the inside, confirming that there were no unusual circumstances before dividing the work to clear the zombies. The strategic materials reserve in H City is extremely rich in resources. As the name suggests, strategic materials are those that play an important role in the national economy, people's livelihood, and national defense. Thus, any energy source or raw material that is significant to the national economy and defense security falls into this category, such as gasoline, rubber, and food, among others. Such materials, once lacking due to the outbreak of war, economic sanctions, trade barriers, environmental damage, or resource depletion, are often difficult to quickly replenish or find substitutes for. This time, Xia Shannon only brought 2 second-level spatial ability users and 5 large trucks, so it was impossible to take everything with them. They had prepared a list in advance with the help of experts planning to collect items according to their priority, with the most important being the emergency food supplies. After Bai Yaoyao and the Dark Knight group cleared all the zombies in the storage facility, she waited at the end. They were not curious about what was inside and did not care at all about what Xia Shannon would take, simply pulling out a few sofas and lying down to rest with their brothers. Sister Yao, I just saw so many rooms in that basement. Shouldn't we go grab a share? The monkey asked. Xiaomi also said, yeah, even if they had 20 more trucks, they still couldn't take everything. Why are you two in such a hurry? When has your sister Yao ever lost out? Just look at her calm demeanor, and you'll know this matter is as good as settled. Lulu glanced at the two and said disdainfully. Bai Yaoyao replied, there's no need to rush. It all depends on whether this Meng Qilin and Xia Shannon know how to handle things. Bai Yaoyao sipped her milk tea and munched on potato chips, curled up on the sofa, looking more like she was at home on a weekend than in the wild during the apocalypse. What do you mean? I don't understand. How do you say someone knows how to handle things, and how do you say they don't? Xiao 16 asked in confusion. You'll find out soon enough. Here, drink this. Bai Yaoyao looked at Xiao 16 and smiled as she handed him a bottle of drink. Xiao 16 innocently widened his eyes. 10 walnuts. Sister Yao, are you saying I'm stupid? Didn't Monkey Brother and Xiaomi Brother not get it either? Bai Yaoyao nodded and tossed a bottle to both the monkey and Xiaomi. Adai secretly rejoiced, thinking, although I don't understand, if I don't ask, no one will know I don't understand. Just when he was happily chuckling, he found he also received a bottle. Well, okay, I'm actually fourth from the bottom. Xiao 16 is the dumbest. The Dark Knight group watched from a distance as Xia Shannon's people busily worked with Cui Ying and another spatial ability user, first storing items in their space before unloading them onto the trucks, which were stacked quite high. In the end, a wood-type ability user, fearing the items would fall, released a few branches to reinforce them. After nearly an hour of busy work, they finally finished. Xia Shannon came over and said, Captain Bai, we are all packed up. Would you like to take a look and see if there's anything you need? Bai Yaoyao pretended to refuse, saying, no, my space is full, and I can't fit anything else. Xia Shannon nodded and said, that's true. Actually, we can take out some less useful items to replace a portion. The storage facility has urgent necessities, and we can't come back later, so it's best to take what we can. They'll lead them a few hundred meters ahead to see if the vehicle can drive smoothly after loading so many items. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, all right, I'll go down and take a look. After Xia Shannon left, Bai Yaoyao took the Dark Knight group into the storage facility, leaving 2 people to guard outside in case of danger. All the stored supplies were underground. Bai Yaoyao had expected the air down there to be poor, but it was surprisingly no different from above ground. The design was quite advanced. A long corridor ran through with warehouses for storing supplies on both sides. The first few warehouses contained mostly agricultural products with various seeds and finished rice flour and oil. Although Xia Shannon had taken some, most of it remained. Bai Yaoyao accepted everything without reservation, even taking the shelves into her space, but still stored them separately from the supplies she had purchased. There was also a cold storage room completely filled with frozen meat. It seemed that there was a backup generator or some high-tech power equipment, as the cold storage was in good condition and all the frozen meat was normal, not contaminated or rotten. Frozen meat can generally be stored for several decades, and perhaps the pork that someone eats is older than them. In the remaining warehouses there were salt, sugar, honey, tobacco leaves, cotton fabrics, rubber, oil, coal, military tents, canned meat, and finished military rations. Bai Yaoyao always thought that her stored supplies were already plentiful and comprehensive, but compared to the items in the storage facility, saying it was a drop in the bucket would not be an exaggeration. Xia Shannon could only take a limited amount, so it all benefited Bai Yaoyao. There were only about 60 or 70 boxes of canned meat and military rations left, with about 100 portions in each box, but other items were plentiful. The last few warehouses were military-related, containing materials like copper, aluminum, tungsten, and military fuels like gasoline and diesel. There were also equipment types with a large amount of gear and various parts whose purpose was unclear. Bai Yaoyao guessed they were for supplementing and repairing equipment. There were also many weapons. Regardless of whether they could be used, Bai Yaoyao collected them all, planning to study them slowly when she returned. There were a few large cabinets left, but they were all empty, likely having been packed away by Xie Shannon. According to the labels on the cabinets, they should have been military technology-related written records. Electronic data may not be safe, so it was likely prepared with several backups. In peacetime, the focus is mainly on developing people's livelihoods. Due to limited military funding, it is generally impossible to mass-produce military equipment. However, once the situation becomes severe, the priority of these military supplies will be raised to the highest level. Bai Yaoyao particularly liked the items in the last two warehouses, which contained gold, silver, platinum, and various precious metals. As soon as she opened the door, it nearly dazzled her eyes. After collecting everything, Bai Yaoyao hurriedly went back up. "Sister Yao, how was it? Did you gain a lot?" Fat brother stayed above to guard the door. Bai Yaoyao didn't know how to describe how much she had collected. It was just a tremendous amount. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It's enough for our 12 people to eat, drink, and wear for several hundred to 1,000 years. The amount is even more than what we had collected beforehand, although some items may not be needed. There are also many seeds that I can plant in my space. I think I'll make another trip to the zoo after returning. I'll collect a few little monkey brothers for the great sage, and when there's free time, let the monkeys plant food, medicinal herbs, or fruit trees." Fat brother gave a thumbs up and said, "Wow, then it's worth it. So worth it. It was worth all the effort along the way. But can the monkeys learn to plant?" Bai Yaoyao nodded and said they can. "The golden flower tea in your cup was picked and dried by the great sage." "Haha, awesome. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the zoo when we get back." Before leaving, Bai Yaoyao specifically locked the door to the storage room and had Fat brother reinforce it with his gold-based ability. If one day the apocalypse ends, this place might still serve its purpose. Xie Shannon drove slowly ahead, surprised to see Bai Yaoyao catch up so quickly. Didn't they have a lot of supplies? Shouldn't they pick them carefully? Moreover, having already left with people, no one could know how much they packed. Was it truly the case that the space was indeed limited? Did Meng Qilin not say that Captain Bai's space definitely had plenty of room? When it was time to eat again, Bai Yaoyao and the others from the Dark Knight no longer used tables or chairs, nor did they rest on the sofa. Instead, they squatted on the roadside, eating instant noodles from containers. It became clear that Captain Bai didn't have much space left, having discarded tables and sofas, leaving them without a table to eat on. Isn't this a problem? Isn't this insane? Isn't it better to lie on the sofa eating lobsters instead of squatting by the road eating instant noodles? Instant noodles are giving me zits. Lulu remarked while slurping her noodles, smacking her lips in delight. "I think it's a problem too. Next time let them squat and eat while we sit." Bai Yaoyao agreed. The monkey replied, "No way. Didn't we just vote on this? It's been the apocalypse for a long time. What's wrong with experiencing it? This creates an ambience." "Exactly. If we still had internet, I would definitely post this on social media to document it. This finally feels like the apocalypse." Dedowan chimed in. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu rolled their eyes in response, uninterested in engaging with Xie and the others. The journey back was smooth with no further unexpected events. However, they encountered a level 4 ordinary zombie again. Bai Yaoyao tried to step back, allowing the others from Dark Knight to take action, and Xie Shannon shamelessly joined in. Bai Yaoyao glanced over, but remained silent. Could she really chase away those who wanted to help? After more than 10 minutes of effort, Fat brother and Stone smashed a large clump of dirt together, and Adai quickly dashed in from the shadow of the dirt, striking down the zombie with a single blow. Xie Shannon observed Adai and realized this person's combat strength was quite formidable. No wonder Captain Bai had confidence that Dark Knight could always operate with 12 members. Each one was capable of handling multiple foes. Perhaps having too many would even be a hindrance. For example, himself, while his abilities were not weak, he found it difficult to find an opportunity to intervene earlier, as the Dark Knight members coordinated too well and were in sync. Bai Yaoyao was contemplating who would best utilize the level 4 crystal nucleus when she heard the monkey's angry shouts. "Damn it, no crystal nucleus." The monkey stirred the remains with his knife and found nothing but a pile of disgusting items. "What a waste of effort." "It's not a total waste, at least we practiced our coordination," Fat brother remarked. Xie Shannon approached Bai Yaoyao saying, "Captain Bai, we need to hurry on our way. There aren't many supplies left in the safe zone, and I'm afraid they won't last much longer." "No problem. Let's not stop for rest, we can take turns driving and resting," Bai Yaoyao agreed. Bai Yaoyao also wanted to return quickly. The plot of land at the entrance of the small wooden house had been empty for a long time, and she was eager to bring back to Sheng's little brothers. "Great." Xie Shannon returned to have Cui Ying send a box of food and water to Dark Knight before setting off again. Although they wanted to speed up, the road conditions were poor, and with several trucks almost overloaded, they couldn't go fast. Fat brother and Stone left their abilities to pave the road, all while constantly chewing on roasted meat from mutated beasts. After nearly 4 days, they finally returned to the safe zone. As soon as Bai Yaoyao got out of the vehicle, she saw Meng Qilan. "Captain Bai, you've worked hard." Bai Yaoyao waved her hand saying, "It wasn't hard, it was my duty. I'll ask Master Li to prepare something delicious and bring it to your tent later. Everyone should have a good rest after." Meng Qilan was almost bursting with joy. He understood the level of the official ability user team, and the only ones who could stand out were those few from Xie Shannon. Having completed the task smoothly and returning so quickly was undoubtedly due to the significant efforts of Dark Knight. "Captain Meng, don't be polite. We have things to do this afternoon, so we'll just have a simple lunch and set off again." Bai Yaoyao declined. "Are you leaving right after returning? Aren't you going to rest?" Xie Shannon chimed in. Bai Yaoyao nodded without speaking. "Do you need help?" "My strength is average, but I can still contribute a bit," Xie Shannon asked again. Meng Qilan was left stunned by the side. What the heck? How did he become so enthusiastic after a trip? He always thought of himself as impressive. Bai Yaoyao politely declined. Meng Qilan and Xie Shannon stopped asking. Everyone had their own secrets. After Bai Yaoyao and the others set up their tent and had a meal of stir-fried vegetables and rice, they set off again. They also let out Dog Xiao, Wida Miao, and Desheng to get some fresh air. As for Xianxi, that was a no-go. Bai Yaoyao hadn't seen him awake since that first day. As soon as Dogsy came out, he barked excitedly and ran around non-stop. Now that everyone's strength had increased to a higher level, they hardly wasted any time on the way and didn't encounter any formidable zombies. They smoothly arrived at the zoo where Desheng had already bounced over in joy, and the Dark Knight members couldn't help but smile at his infectious excitement. As everyone walked and chatted, they suddenly heard Desheng let out an angry roar, thinking he had encountered some danger, and quickly rushed towards Monkey Mountain. Bai Yaoyao activated her spiritual sense and detected no high-energy entities, allowing her to relax slightly. Upon arrival, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The whole Monkey Mountain was littered with monkey corpses with severed limbs and blood covering the ground, and the foam mountain, the stench of blood still heavy in the air, suggesting it had just happened. It had only been a few days since their last visit. Although the previous time wasn't particularly lively, the lively expressions of the little monkeys had left a deep impression on everyone. Xiaowai gently stroked the great sage with branches and leaves, and the dog also settled down, quietly staying by the great sage's side. Bai Yaoyao carefully examined the bodies of the monkeys. They appeared to have been torn apart by a giant beast, as the wounds were quite similar, suggesting they had been killed by a mutated creature. "Great sage, you still have us, we." The monkey crouched on the ground, softly comforting him, tightly holding the great sage's hand. Before he could finish his words, sounds emerged from the rockery, like the crunching of leaves. The group hurriedly shielded the great sage behind them, as if they had suddenly forgotten that the great sage was a mutated beast capable of smashing a level 3 zombie with a single punch. It was simply a feeling that the great sage was very sad at that moment. It needed protection and comfort, and they had to take good care of it regardless of anything else, simply because it was a companion. Even the typically taciturn Stone and the aloof Lulu were similarly affected. Suddenly, the great sage felt less suffocated looking at the group of people around him, feeling a warmth that he had never experienced before. This was what it meant to have companions. Bai Yaoyao climbed up the rockery, intending to take action and use spatial slicing to break it open, but suddenly heard a series of squeaking sounds, realizing something was off. She stepped forward a few paces and peered into the stone cave, where 3 larger monkeys were huddling together, hiding 2 small monkeys in the middle. The earlier sounds must have come from the little monkeys whose mouths were covered. As Bai Yaoyao took a step forward, the 3 larger monkeys bared their teeth and glared at her, as if trying to scare her away, while the 2 little monkeys curiously looked at Bai Yaoyao and even reached out their hands towards her. Bai Yaoyao took a few steps back and called out, "Great sage, come here. There are still a few of your companions. Ask them what happened, and if they want to follow me." Upon hearing this, the great sage hurriedly ran over and communicated with the monkeys for a long time. Bai Yaoyao waited patiently, without showing impatience, glancing at the corpses scattered on the ground, feeling somewhat regretful. These should have been good employees of theirs. After quite a while, the great sage finally brought a few monkeys over, stating that they were willing to go along. Bai Yaoyao had the great sage explain the journey to the spatial realm. After they agreed, she collected the few monkeys into the space along with the great sage, allowing them to become familiar with the little monkeys so they wouldn't be too scared. Bai Yaoyao was still somewhat regretful, unsure if these monkeys could help with roasting meat or farming. After probing, she found that only 1 little monkey was a level 1 mutated beast. The rest were ordinary monkeys. Better to have some than none. However, it was very likely that their lack of mutation allowed them to escape this calamity. "Yaoyao, let's retreat. The ground is still stained with blood that hasn't dried, yet we don't want to provoke a turnaround attack," Lulu said. Bai Yaoyao was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly sensed a strong energy rapidly approaching. "There's no time," Bai Yaoyao said, simultaneously waking up Xianxi and having it activate the protective shield. At the moment it opened, a shadow rushed in, and Bai Yaoyao noticed it, but didn't pay it any mind. The shadow was rebounded by the protective shield, crashing to the ground in disarray, looking at Bai Yaoyao and the others with a face full of disbelief. At this moment, Yi and the others finally saw what the shadow was. A mutated leopard entirely black, its fur gleaming with blood and monkey fur at the corners of its mouth. It was evident that it was the one that killed the monkeys on Monkey Mountain. Bai Yaoyao did not want to waste time and charged forward, and the leopard also moved at the same time. It seemed to transform into a bolt of black lightning, instantly pouncing towards Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao's mental power ability had been continuously operational, closely monitoring the movements of the mutated leopard. Seeing the leopard pouncing, instead of retreating, she advanced. Though the leopard was somewhat surprised, it suddenly became excited. Foolish human, daring to match explosive power with me. Just as Bai Yaoyao was about to collide with the leopard, she slipped into the spatial realm, emerging a second later, just as the leopard had lunged and delivered a powerful kick to its rear. The leopard was momentarily stunned, and the ensuing anger was palpable. This was a minor injury, but a great insult. Seeing Bai Yaoyao's smiling expression, it felt her deep contempt. Once again it charged forward without. Bai Yaoyao employed the same trick again, slipping into the spatial realm, waiting a second before re-emerging with a baseball bat, unleashing her full power in a strike that sent the mutated leopard crashing down from the air. The leopard howled a few times. Although Bai Yaoyao couldn't understand it, she could guess it was surely cursing. Thus she continued to beckon, provoking it to come at her. The leopard's dark face even showed a hint of redness as it charged at her again. When close to Bai Yaoyao, it quickly turned around, determined not to make a third mistake. Cunning human, I will bite you to death. Bai Yaoyao intended to try confronting it head-on this time, but unexpectedly the leopard turned its head. Thus she struck fiercely at the place she had hit last time. Chun Xian seized the opportunity to boost her abilities, and Bai Yaoyao heard the delightful sound of bones breaking. The leopard lay dazed on the ground, its spine broken, making it difficult to move. Bai Yaoyao released the great sage, saying, "It is the murderer." The great sage stared blankly at Bai Yaoyao, wondering, is the master specifically avenging me? Bai Yaoyao expected the great sage to charge towards the mutated leopard and deal with it with a punch, but unexpectedly the great sage suddenly ran towards her, hugging her leg tightly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt her hair stand on end, her face slightly flushed, and her whole body was uncomfortable. She hurriedly pulled the great sage away, cleared her throat, and pointed at the leopard, saying, "What are you doing? Kill it, he'll give you its beast core." The great sage obediently nodded and charged towards the leopard, fiercely striking its abdomen, each punch drawing blood. Bai Yaoyao clicked her tongue, seriously appreciating the display. After the great sage had his fill, he directly lifted the mutated leopard above his head, tearing it in half, blood splattering all over him. He stood there in a daze for a long time, took a deep breath, and turned to look for Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao threw her milk tea and raised her hand to refuse, saying, "Don't come over." The monkeys hurriedly stopped the great sage, providing him with water to wash off, and said to him, "If you dare to approach Miss Yaoyao like this again, I'm afraid she will kick you out of the zoo." Silly monkey. The great sage scratched his head, foolishly understanding that the master didn't like being dirty. Having completed their objective for the day, and with nightfall approaching, everyone withdrew directly to the safe zone. They had not had a good sleep for many days, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. Feeling a lack of appetite, they nibbled on some food to fill their stomachs before heading straight back to their tents. They intended to sleep in and not take on any tasks the next day to recharge. To alleviate the boredom, they decided to stroll around, as even in the apocalypse a balance of work and relaxation was essential. When Bai Yaoyao entered the space, the dog was the first to rush over. Seizing the moment while the dog was not angry, Bai Yaoyao quickly petted its head. Suddenly the dog spat out a level 4 black beast core. The dog barked for a long time, pointing at the great sage. Bai Yaoyao roughly understood its meaning. It was a gift from the great sage. "Great sage, weren't you supposed to absorb it?" Bai Yaoyao asked. The great sage shook its head, pointed at itself, and a meow shao Y held up 4 fingers, pointed at the dog, and held up 3 fingers, then stuffed the beast core into the dog's mouth. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but facepalm. "Eat it, dog, you're the only one left with a level 3. The dog reluctantly took the beast core and walked away. Seeing the dog still looking a bit pitiful, Bai Yaoyao tossed it a big bone. The dog instantly became excited, dropped the beast core aside, and ran off with the big bone. Bai Yaoyao thought to herself, wanting to slap her own face. After teaching the great sage how to plant fruit trees, she went to sleep feeling utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. With food and medicinal herbs in abundance, which weren't often needed, fruits were more practical. At least they would eat some daily, unlike flour, which was hoarded, excessively useless, as they didn't know how to cook and had no time for it. Actually, Bai Yaoyao didn't understand how to plant either. It was just a matter of burying the seeds, covering them with soil, and watering them, and that was it. Whether they would sprout was another matter. Bai Yaoyao thought, since she hadn't used the spring water while on the road these days, and had accumulated a lot, she instructed the great sage to drop a few drops of spring water after planting each seed. She also divided a cup for Xianxi and Xiaowai. Only then did she feel at ease and return to sleep. She collapsed onto the comfortable bed and fell into a dream in 3 seconds. Although the process of falling asleep was pleasant, waking up was somewhat irritating. Bai Yaoyao heard the chatter outside the tent. Initially in a half-asleep state, she tried to pretend she couldn't hear, but the noise grew louder with mentions of tents and sleep, but she was too sleepy to understand what they were arguing about. Finally, she was successfully awakened by Lulu's loud exclamation. Reluctantly getting up, Bai Yaoyao stepped out of the space and found Lulu had already emerged from the tent. The day was just breaking, and glancing at the time, it was barely 6 o'clock, prompting her to curse at the noise. This was supposed to be a natural wake-up. Can't you be quiet early in the morning? How long will this go on? Can you get lost? Hearing Lulu's voice, Bai Yaoyao knew Lulu was on the edge of wanting to kill someone. Oh, if she didn't go out soon, someone would be in trouble. Who do you think you are? Why so arrogant? Lulu was definitely the one with the worst temper in the organization, but she never held grudges. She would retaliate on the spot. Lulu, take it easy, take it easy. You go back to sleep, we'll handle this. The monkey hurriedly advised as he noticed the electric aura in Lulu's hands was already vaguely visible. As Bai Yaoyao stepped out of the tent, she saw Meng Qilin awkwardly saying, I'm really sorry, you'll handle this right away. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Bai Yaoyao squinted to observe the situation. A girl in a dress was looking at Lulu indignantly with a clear expression of wanting to cause trouble. Just this bizarre dress alone made Bai Yaoyao think it was ridiculous. Was she disregarding zombies and mutated beasts? Or was she disregarding the apocalypse itself? Captain Ming, I don't think my request is unreasonable. When you brought us here, you sounded so nice. Now you can't even spare a tent for us. The girl arrogantly held her head high, arms crossed. Bai Yaoyao was confused. What tent? Seeing Bai Yaoyao come out, Meng Qilin felt even more embarrassed as sounds of waking up emerged from the other tents in the dark night. Miss Lin, let's talk over there. Don't disturb others' rest here, Meng Qilin said to the girl. The girl continued to shout loudly, why don't you ask if my dad is resting well? With such a large tent accommodating just 2 people, our family of 3 is cramped in a small tent. If my dad doesn't rest well, how can he do his research? Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoyao understood the situation. It seemed like a second-generation official or something with a princess disease, and Meng Qilin was temporarily at a loss on how to handle it. Bai Yaoyao noticed that both Meng Qilin and Xie Shannon were far from her impression of them, still quite naive. Xie Shannon was silly and Meng Qilin was clumsy. Seeing the brothers come out, Bai Yaoyao simply called everyone over, bringing out tables and chairs along with toiletries and various breakfast items. Everyone had no small talk and hardly communicated. After a quick wash-up, they dove right into eating, having hurried to sleep the previous night without a proper meal. They were already starving. As Bai Yaoyao ate some fried dough sticks, she said, you all continue, or we'll just watch the show. This operation left not just the girl, but even Meng Qilin dumbfounded. She had expected Captain Bai to be very angry, or perhaps to understand her and listen to her explanation first. She never anticipated Bai Yaoyao would directly lay it all out, wanting to watch the drama with not a hint of anger on her face. Shannon was right. Captain Bai's way of thinking was beyond what ordinary people could keep up with. The girl suddenly seemed enraged by Bai Yaoyao, saying, who do you think you are? Is being a superhuman so impressive? Do you believe I can prevent you from entering the D-City base? Bai Yaoyao calmly nodded and replied, I believe you can. The girl felt as if she had punched a cotton ball and was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, she could only say to Meng Qilin, I don't care, hurry and give us a bigger tent. My dad is easy to bully and easy to talk to, but I'm not. Miss Lin, I hope you understand that recently the safe zone has become crowded and we simply do not have enough tents. Generally, 8 people squeeze into 1 tent. Before Meng Qilin could finish, he was interrupted. I don't need to hear all that. I want this kind of tent. Know that someone else. The girl suddenly transformed into an irate mouse. Is this your attitude towards solving problems? Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered the mutated rat swarm she encountered at the supply storage. When Lulu struck them with a lightning bolt, the state of those mutated rats was quite similar to this girl, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The girl shouted loudly. Bai Yaoyao honestly replied, laughing at you. The girl picked up a stone and threw it at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was suddenly satisfied. Oh, why not use her hands if she could? Since her powers hadn't been released, she grabbed a loaf of bread from the table that was too hard for anyone to eat, and like playing badminton hit the stone back, directly striking her forehead. 666. Yaoyao's aim is on point. Lulu finally felt relieved. Just when she was too furious to kill, she almost suffocated. Meng Qilin was completely caught off guard just after he finished speaking and went to find the girl's father. Things had escalated quickly. How did it turn violent so suddenly? Bai Yaoyao did not exert any force. Yet even so, the girl's forehead was already red and swollen with blood seeping out. Bai Yaoyao initially thought the girl was about to start a new round of performance, but unexpectedly, she fell silent, standing there dumbfounded, as if she had been frightened. Bai Yaoyao felt a wave of disappointment, truly wanting to say, "Is that it? Just this? Show some of that second-generation flair, will you?" This makes it hard for anyone to feel accomplished. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Bai Yaoyao looked up and realized it was Professor Lin Jingying. Upon closer inspection, the girl indeed bore some resemblance, so this must be Lin Jingying's daughter. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but furrow her brows. It was supposed to be a minor issue, and if it really got troublesome, she could quietly eliminate the problem. She wasn't afraid of confronting the head of the D-City base, but Lin Jingying must not die. After all, they were waiting for him to develop the antidote, and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. In her previous life, she hadn't heard that Lin Jingying had any family. Could it be that she was meant to save them both? Bai Yaoyao watched coldly, choosing to observe Lin Jingying's attitude before speaking. To her surprise, after Lin Jingying arrived, he wasted no time, and not only ignored the blood streaming from the girl's forehead, but also slapped her face with a swift and decisive motion. "You hit me. Can't you see that I'm injured?" The girl instantly broke down, her defenses shattered, covering her face, and roaring. "I hit you. Your mother has spoiled you rotten. If you and your mother keep causing trouble for me, don't blame me for being ruthless," Lin Jingying shouted. The girl shot Lin Jingying a fierce glare before turning and running away. After a few paces, she couldn't help but glance back at Bai Yaoyao, the malice in her eyes unmistakable. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. Lin Jingying then turned to Meng Qilin and said, "I'm really sorry for the trouble. Oh, I didn't pay attention to when my daughter came out after staying up late last night." "It's all right, Professor Lin. Let me introduce you. This is Captain Bai. It's quite a coincidence you were in the same villa area back then, and it was Captain Bai's team member who treated your wound." Lin Jingying was taken aback, bowing slightly. Bai Yaoyao and the others shifted slightly to the side, fearing that a bow from an elder might shorten their own lifespan. "First of all, I want to thank everyone for saving my life. Secondly, I apologize for my unfilial daughter causing everyone to laugh at her. Having a daughter so late in life, and I have not been around to discipline her, she has become spoiled. It is my responsibility as her father to apologize to everyone," Lin Jingying said sincerely. Lulu, who had been fuming, felt her anger dissipate upon seeing the girl's injury and hearing her father apologize. She nodded, snorted coldly, and returned to the tent to catch up on sleep. Bai Yaoyao took the opportunity to tell everyone to rest, deciding to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Most members of the Dark Knight organization were neither skilled nor fond of dealing with outsiders, so this was generally Bai Yaoyao's responsibility. In truth, she wasn't fond of it either, but what could she do when her unreliable master had entrusted the organization to her before passing away? Meng Qilin looked a bit awkwardly at Bai Yaoyao. She said, "It's fine, let's leave it at that for now. My team members have quite the temper. If there's another incident, it may not be so easily resolved next time." "Understood, I will keep an eye on her," Lin Jingying said earnestly. "All right, I'll go rest now." Bai Yaoyao smiled and nodded at Lin Jingying and Meng Qilin before heading back to the tent. Professor Lin Jingying went back and tidied up several bags of vacuum-packed chicken legs, wings, and dried tofu that he had saved over the days, asking a young soldier to deliver them to Bai Yaoyao as an apology and a token of thanks. He then closed the tent and began a family meeting. The surrounding young soldiers instinctively stood a bit farther away. Not again. How many times had this happened in just a few days? Marriage was truly terrifying. Having a troublesome daughter was even more frightening. After receiving the items, Bai Yaoyao did not refuse and naturally accepted them. It was only right for a father to clean up after his daughter. Fortunately, Lin Jingying was a reasonable person and did not indulge his daughter excessively. Everyone returned to their tents to catch up on sleep, and Bai Yaoyao, no longer feeling sleepy, decided to go to her space to cultivate her abilities. In the afternoon, she planned to lead the team to hunt zombies. Her mental abilities needed to be upgraded to level 4 as soon as possible to ensure greater safety on the journey to D-City. She had been thinking about the mall she hadn't entered, initially wondering if her team's current strength was enough to take a shot at. From what the girl who didn't die described, it seemed to be a poison-type zombie. If she took proper precautions, it should be easier. Bai Yaoyao arrived at the clearing in front of the wooden cabin and was surprised to find that the fruit trees she had just planted had sprouted. How ridiculous! Even if Bai Yaoyao knew nothing about planting, she understood that the growth period for fruit trees was quite long. However, this was a good thing. She tossed a box of bananas to Dashing, telling it to distribute them to the monkeys, and hurried back into the house to cultivate her abilities. It wasn't until she heard Lulu calling out that she was hungry outside the space that she exited her cultivation state. "Yaoyao, I'm hungry. I told you to eat breakfast properly this morning." "I was full in the morning," Lulu retorted. Bai Yaoyao asked, "You got full from being angry, didn't you? How can you be upset by a little girl at your age? This isn't like you. I was just trying to avoid causing you trouble. Otherwise, I would have taken her down the moment I went out." Lulu replied, "It's fine as long as you're happy. If you're not satisfied, just fight back." Bai Yaoyao teased, pinching Lulu's. "No way. I don't want to be a fugitive before the apocalypse and still be one after." Lulu refused. Cooperating with the government is quite good, oh, at least we still have a way out, Lulu added, thinking for a moment. You've got such a sweet tongue. If you were a boy, you'd definitely be a scoundrel. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say that. I've been devoted to you all these years. Bai Yaoyao swiftly denied without a second thought. Gazing at all the ingredients she had stored, Bai Yaoyao held a small basket, carefully selecting them as if she were shopping at a market. A few mutated beasts followed closely behind, Bai Yaoyao bouncing around cheerfully, making the scene quite lively. Bai Yaoyao increasingly felt like a zookeeper as the entourage grew larger. There were cats, dogs, monkeys, and even a rabbit which she had caught at the zoo entrance when it was too small to be of much use, so she never slaughtered it. This rabbit was quite interesting but had been scared for many days, huddling in a corner, but once it sensed there was no danger, it took advantage of her absence to secretly befriend the mutated beasts. Seeing the dog protecting the little rabbit, Bai Yaoyao realized that rabbit meat was no longer an option. Unexpectedly, this little rabbit had some cleverness. It was just a matter of a couple of tails of meat, so if it didn't eat, it didn't eat. Bai Yaoyao collected her thoughts and focused on selecting the desired ingredients, opting for choices that would not go to waste. Based on her own skills, she decided to make a large mixed salad and cola chicken wings. These two dishes were guaranteed to be foolproof. However, just to be safe, she sought out a comprehensive recipe book, but after reading just a couple of lines, she felt annoyed. She had never been able to concentrate on books. 3 lines at most. Anything more made her sleepy. If it weren't for her master forcing her to learn characters, everyone would likely be illiterate except for Chen Xian, who was a studious little darling. The dog bored wandered off to play, while the little rabbit glanced at the knife in Bai Yaoyao's hand, trembling in fear, and quickly scampered away to find the dog. The big cat also found it boring and went to sharpen its claws on the scratching post. Only the great sage stayed by Bai Yaoyao's side as she read. He did too, nodding along occasionally. Bai Yaoyao found it amusing and simply tossed the book to the great sage, likely because he enjoyed the colorful. Great sage, this is not as simple as roasting meat. It's quite difficult. You won't be able to learn it. Just wait, I'll make you some chicken wings. The great sage was taken aback. Sister, aren't you the master? And why wouldn't I be able to learn? It seems quite easy. The pictures show everything. What's so hard about it? Nevertheless, he obediently nodded, refraining from voicing any objections. Being new, he knew he should speak less and work more. After washing her hands, Bai Yaoyao cleaned the vegetables and chicken wings she had just selected. After finishing, she chopped the vegetables, arranged them on a plate, and that was it. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment, recalling the mixed salad she had eaten before. It seemed to require some seasoning, so she personally prepared a blend aiming for a sweet and sour taste that was most refreshing. Cooking wine, sugar, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, MSG. Whatever she could think of, Bai Yaoyao added a bit of it. The great sage watched in astonishment, completely bewildered. What kind of performance was this? Was the master really trying to make something delicious, or was she plotting to poison someone? Once Bai Yaoyao finished mixing, she poured it all over the vegetables she had just arranged. It looked a bit ugly, but Bai Yaoyao reassured herself that it was quite good considering it was just the beginning. Expecting it to be perfect in color, aroma, and taste right away was truly unrealistic. As long as it was edible, that was enough. Then she began making the cola chicken wings. First, she soaked the wings in water, then took out a new dagger to score a few cuts on the wings for better flavor absorption, and suddenly wondered why she didn't use a kitchen knife. Never mind, it wasn't important. She placed the chicken wings in a bowl, poured in a bucket of cola, and let them soak. Feeling it was about time, she added a few drops of spiritual spring water to prevent any mishaps. Then she took out an induction cooker and a frying pan, poured in some oil, and started stir-frying. After a busy session, she realized that while the wings were cooked, they did seem a bit odd, not quite like what she remembered. Bai Yaoyao lacked the courage to taste it herself, glancing at the great sage who diligently followed her and couldn't bring herself to do it. So she shouted, "Dog, come here. 3, 2, 1. Before she finished her sentence, the dog rushed over. Bai Yaoyao grabbed a piece of chicken wing and stuffed it into the dog's expression transitioned from initial excitement to one of indescribable disgust. Its tongue flicked out and it spat it out. In that instant, Bai Yaoyao understood. What a failure. Fortunately, she hadn't taken it out to let the others taste it, otherwise she would have been ridiculed again. What a shame to waste so many ingredients. Didn't the novel say that adding spiritual spring water would make anything delicious? What a lie. Luckily, there was still the mixed salad. Bai Yaoyao seized the dog who was trying to escape, crumpled a vegetable leaf, and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. The dog resisted fiercely, but Bai Yaoyao suppressed it with force. In the end, it not only spat out the vegetables, but also sprayed out a bunch of white and yellow substances, getting Bai Yaoyao all over. Bai Yaoyao shook off the dog and resignedly headed inside to take a shower. Never mind. Everyone has their strengths. Why should she trouble herself? The tiny spark of interest she had just felt had completely vanished. Once Bai Yaoyao had calmed her mood, she planned to go out and clean up the scene. She discovered the great sage holding a chicken wing, just about to stuff it into his mouth. Bai Yaoyao didn't have time to stop him and hesitated to approach, not wanting to be splattered again. After 2 minutes, she realized the great sage didn't spit it out. He had finished it. Bai Yaoyao was instantly excited. Could it be that she was a cooking genius? Upon closer inspection, she realized that it didn't look much like what she had made. It must have been processed further. With surprise, she looked at the great sage, who grinned and handed her the plate. Bai Yaoyao took a piece, tasted it, and found it surprisingly good. It wasn't gourmet level, but it was definitely edible, and without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao moved on. She gathered a bunch of illustrated recipes and handed them to the great sage, gently saying, "Great sage, you can follow these to make things. If you need any ingredients, just take them. As long as there's no waste, it's fine. If you want fruits, just go get them." The great sage felt Bai Yaoyao's deep and fervent affection. He happily nodded. Bai Yaoyao felt a significant worry lift off her chest. Dishes like stir-fries would eventually run out. She couldn't keep eating instant noodles and fast food every day, could she? Hiring someone from outside wasn't reliable either. One must always guard against others. Now that the great sage was around, all was well. Perfect. But was her cooking skill really inferior to that of a monkey? How ridiculous. Bai Yaoyao emerged from the space with the great sage's newly processed chicken wings and mixed salad, calling everyone to come eat. They needed to eat well to work hard afterward. "Come and taste the meal I made," Bai Yaoyao shouted confidently without a hint of embarrassment. "Yaoyao, I'm on a diet, so I won't eat. Yaoyao, my tooth hurts, I can't eat. Yaoyao, I have a headache, I can't get out of bed. Boo-hoo, I feel so bad, or am I sick?" Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and said, "No excuses, everyone come over and eat." Lulu leaned in and said, "Old Yaoyao, why think so negatively? You eat first, if you eat, I'll eat." Bai Yaoyao didn't say anything more, grabbed a chicken wing and started to munch on it. Everyone gradually widened their eyes in disbelief. No way was Yaoyao really that ruthless. She started eating herself,